Chapter 1 18 Years. This, my esteemed readers, is my inaugural book. Invite auto testes merit shoot it fail to please. Feel free to express your discontent directly, though I shall remain responsive to your critique with shuckles, smiley face. Int the real moft high martial arts, within the border soft a woo. Itis the 30th day off tet welf Lenarmonth, a timey of transition between Hesiasons, a swinter descends, cloaking the lane in ashimering white garb. As for aesthecancy, there arrive verso fisa stretchin 4 miles, and snowflakes in Saint Efragidaire. Yet, amidst this chill, the atmosphere is anything but somber. In Linjiang City, cluster soft Kildron can be seen Lefingen scattering gabo, accompanied by the crackling sound saw firerackers. Bang bang bang. Following the cacophony, the eris thick with thecrid sintoff sulfur. Before the ancestral haloft lufamily, arrow busty youngman stand the steps, hands clasped behind his back. Hurry up. If I have a strength to loiter around, you should certain haveth the strength to work. Lu Fei, with thastern expression, cold-lie admonishes those gathirida entrants, willy incideth a courtyard. Several individuals bustle in and out, transporting offerings for the ancestral rites. Deacon Lu, this cauldronistiku heavy weck and hearty lifty. One off the man, panting heavily entrants, protests. Lu Fei descends the steps and approaches the newly forged bronze cauldron, crafted just a month prior. Fieldest daughter off la family had it removed from the ancestral hall for body tempering, intending to seat for medicinal bath. Wyko says such an item? The Lu family's daughter insisted on taking the bronze cauldron, ad cision thought would have caused. Per an other family, yet wish? From Aungage, she has displayed extraordinary strength, having played with the Stone Alliance Athene Tron seizing Keshuistan. At 15, Shebekami discipleophany mortal being, eagerly awaiting her 18th birthday to enter the realm of cultivation. Whatever should Cyrus granted with Butaword the head off Le family would hast I like imply. A century older, granted. The family's treasured martial art secrets, granted. Thebron's cauldron for ancestral rites, maritrifles, granted without hesitation. Every Onido Tessiner, fulfilling every Wimother matter spaline comparison this golden child. Thus, the Lofamalai commissioned the crafting of Fainavin larger bronze cauldron, significantly heavier than its predecessor. Lu facied his outer garment, revealing a muscular physique, and approached the cauldron step by step. The busy and Lucre spaused, eager to witness how the decon would maneuver the cauldron in top position. With both arms wrapped around the cauldron, he lifted it fortlessly. The weighty bronze cauldron, weighing over 1,000 pounds, washoisted be Lu Fei, his musclesco illing like the cropes, radiating warmth as she cariadite step by step toward the center of the courtyard. Clang! A gentle sound echoed as the courtyard trim bled slightly Luffy placid the cauldron steadily at the center. No wonder high's a warrior deacon Luz Midas commendable. The crowd murmured in praise, only to hoist the cauldron back out sediments later. Deacon, this cauldron ways'll re-die outside before. Lu Fei donned this clothing gagain, dismissing Thean Lucers, and saw Tao Tag grandchildren climb upon. 18 years shave past. Lu Feist not off this world hell's from an other realm. A unmenofnable birth, he met Thyson time litamese in thes weltering heat, unable to pay high electric bill, dema da criminal and perished under the light. In that world, poverty is a sin. Upon his arrival in this realm, he discovered that, Willipovertius not the gravest sin here, weaknesses. These worldes inhabited be warriors san dimmertals wicken soar through Heskies and move mountains, shattering Lu Feist previous understanding, cultivation encompasses various stages refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, primordial infant, and heavenly caverns. Martial arts are categorized into acquired, enlightened, innate, martial masters, and terrestrial immortals. Yet, this revelation ignite to fear spassion within Lu 5 tier 18 ear soft legit practice, had finally stepped into the realm of martial apprentices. The Lufama stands as the foremost clan in Linjiang City, with their influence extending across several surrounding counties. Their primary ventures include escort services, mining, gambling houses, and brothels, making the family of considerable renown throughout Qingzhou. The Lu family employs over 10 house and private servants, the majority of American farmers, bound to pay imperial taxes, unable to afford seeds, and through surrendering their land to the family. The family's main strengthliest in Thier 3,000 private soldiers, a very prominent clan must maintain a fighting force. Lu Fei, a descendant of Tile Diof Lu family, wash brought hereafter shouldn't Tathi clan. His father Servadasher bodyguarding Harry outhand continental Roverodkud. Tragically, during an ambush bandits, his father fell in battle while protecting her, and his mother, a maid to Thelity, succumbed to her grief. Thus, Lu Fei was raised by Thelity, growing up under her care. Over the years, he diligently practiced martial arts, achieving some measure of success. Having grown up within the family, he was regarded as a trustworthy individual, and through Charlemagne d'Assagward. Irago, Thelity summoned Lu Fei, realizing that he had matured into a fine human. Concerned for his daily patrols, chess up to alleviate his burdens. Noticing his martial prowess on the lack of protectors for the ancestral hall, she discreetly urged the head off, he family, and in a single night, Lu Phoebe Camathi de Canoft he ancestral hall. The reason for the vacancy was the tragic death of a favored concubine during childbirth, leaving the head off he family heartbroken and wishing to honor her in the ancestral hall. Unfortunately, that Ikaning Karjat Thadami neglected his duties, resulting in it being prepared, infuriating the head off he family, will promptly send them to accompany the concubine in death. Aller guards swore a thin dispatch to the family's vanguard camp. The lady was understandably furious, but felt powerless, for it is common for family head stowed and cabines. Subsequently, the Lu family discover a Daspertalmini in the nearby Black Mountain, Atrius Suro Fimin says significance. Mustaft he family Juard swore a dispatch to safeguard it, leaving Lu Fias the solemn martial practitioner within the ancestral hall. Amidst a throng of ordinary servants, Lu Fei, Oncio flower standing, emerged as the strongest, enjoying a relatively leisurely existence. Reclin and Jint the grand chair, Lu Fiependred having spent 18 years in this world, Hakuden Lycons if that luck had favored him to some extent, allowing him to survive and reach adulthood. Yet as a transmigrator, how could he remain content beneath authors? Though I possess me apta to the four martial arts, I have merely scratched the surfacious for true cultivation, illa Kevin a spiritual root. Alas, how frustrating. His fingers rhythmically tap against each other. These world is fraught with peril supernatural occurrences abound, and ethereal myth-self is rife with turmoil. The capital of the martial kingdom is in disarray, with regional lords sacting over in territories. As a transmigrator, Lu Fizi's clear light hath a herald san impending chaos. Alas! His eyed, reflecting hatnometer how tumultuous he world becomes, though Zian power amain and scathe, will let the common folk suffer. Rubbing his temples, Luffy Rosian began to stroll through the ancestral hall. Thesis spiritable Tsarenutter desare, Haymust, recognizing that the previous Dickon had neglecteth his matter, evidently permitted by the family. Having served as the conforquit semetime, he had never stepped foot inside the hall, for it always felt ominous, with few entering throughout high year. After a brief tour, Hinata said minis peritables accompanied by various items, like licorice possession soft had ceased. How can these belongings be so carelessly placed? Luffy pondered, perplexed. Shouldn't he see them service burial goods? Why are they scattered her? Thoth had seen him numerous times, Hestel found it difficult to comprehend. Approaching slowly, Luffy like arrested jade comb biff placed externally. It would fetch 100 soft tail soft silver. Yetherite collecting dust. By the looks of it, this must belong to thought concubine. At that moment, a voice echoed. Ding source energy 1. Huh. Luffy was momentarily incredulous. What was that sound? Had I just imagined it? Could it be? A sour revelation struck him, excitement coursed through Luffy's veins. A system? A personal template? Akiat device? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Show yourself, Luffy commanded inwardly, and indeed, a deep blue weapon materialized before him. Ha 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 ha. Luffy felt this voice taken an old timer, and with an exhilarate heart, he closely examined the panel. The deep blue atom plate displayed online a few simple details. Name Luffy. Martial skill great strength fist. Source points 1. End. That was it? Luffy's eyelids twitched. Was the tall? Calming himself, Luffy realized that the simplicity of the template too is primarily due to his limited knowledge. Thus far, Hahadan le been practicing le familis basic martial art, the great strength fist, and external technique thought kuden hansa physical prowess, promisin jaminsa strength thupan mastery. Swadal come down to my own limitations. Yet, martial arts are challenging to acquire. Basic technique can be obtained, beaut advanced denise monopolize it to gain access, one must contribute significant light at the family. However, Lu Fige's death source points, he's is par cling with newfound hope. Immerli brush it against da souvenir, and it granted Mima Dickamov source points. Could it be Thetan Ekanon li acquire source point Strurilic soft tedeceased? Lufigaze dathamiria dothmam and toast within the ancestral hall, a faience my leg racing as slips. Truly, the Siratriosaur soft great value. Here I come. After touch and jever single souvenir, Luffy slaughter erupted, Azavira hindred Mimintaz bestowed upon him 100 source points. Has soon realized thutsum souvenir yielded no reaction upon being touched, suggesting Hatnatel Mimintaz possess source points. This pattern requires further exploration. Why the very thing outside to diet up, Luffy and his companions departed from the ancestral hall, eagerly awaiting the ancestral worship ceremony the following day. Chapter 2 Martial Arts Enhancement. Upon returning to Hismal Courtyard, Luffy relished the privilegio faving son independent quarter says a steward. These wretched system lacks an amy and provides no guidance in it usage, hependerish the interface. At that moment, the interface appeared simuator a plus sign appeared next to mighty fist skill, and upon clicking it, instant Lila stin source points. Simultaneously, Luffy felt an exhilarating surge, as if he were expending his arms not a supply swelled, and distant Tyra Fisaque grew substantially stronger. At that moment, the mighty fist skill ascended Talaveltuo, these instantaneous lilavateth cultivation level off me mighty fist, hey moost, the mighty fist natonli enhanced his overall strength but primarily fortified his hands. Gazing Gath's nomasave fists and muscular arms, Luffy felt a surge of excitement. With 90 source points remaining, he noted that the plus sign stilling aired beside mighty fist skill, prompting him to continue clicking. Linhei hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, Steward Luffy, the Secondung Master has arrived. He burst through the door without knocking. Eraspi echoed from within theorem. Linhei z med momentarily entranced, feeling gas thaw fury on thebring cough suffocation. As Theodore swung upon, Luffy merged clad on lion trousers, his upper body resembling fine lipolished teal, particularly his powerful arms. Is thought na thicker than mythai? Lin hate haughta himself. What did you just say? Luffy inquired, his mod-elevated. The enhancement toth mighty fist that cost him 50 source points, yet the results were undeniably impressive. A Heffelt confident that the Kuti fortless lift a bronze a cauldron with a single hand. Mighty fist peak. Savoring the strength coursing through him, have found himself captivated by the sheer might possessed with hardened fists. Heffelt invincible. It was worth nodding the Thea grievously on the mastered the basic soft mighty fist, rendering him merely an average guard among the family. However, now that this mighty fist had reached its peak, his prowess had undoubted elevate him to Thirlma fought turdrit martial artist, truly deserving goft he tight leaf steward. But where a coup to procure further martial techniques? The Secondung Masteris returned, accompanied by a family elder. He arrived with Aberkan leg, and Thiel Dermention that the family had assorted him to reflect in solitude, yet the Secondung Master wishes to see you. Lin He elaborated. Oh, understood. I shall go and see him, Luffy replied, pausing at the entrance of his courtyard. From no one, be a little more cautious and refrain from being so reckless. Head, departed without a backward glance, leaving Lin Hanastat off perspiration. Get away, just because Maligus broke Hindo as me and I can't move. Are you all just gathering around to a spectacle? Luffy overreared the Secondung Master's furious voice before even entering the ancestral hall. Moments later, a throng of individuals rushed out in a panic, with the Secondung Master being pursued by Somioni wielding Gastic. Steward Luffy, cried the crowd as they dashed past them, halting momentarily before continuing their frenzy. Shungir, why are you so enraged? All right, everyone, you may return in drist. Luffy Kumlai addressed the others. Thesakani Young Master, fuming, Lena Don Histakasha made his way back inside, with Luffy following close Libby end. Wasn't it just a night spent drinking? The old man indulges in his own pleasures, and when he sees me partaking, he breaks my leg way to rich head fate. The Secondung Master lamented, grumbling in Luffy's ear. Lufiko si toigner his complaints. Thesakandung master Hadelways benar reckless playboy, and at just 15, Huazel ready a frequent visitor to brothels. However, with his frequentesca pedis gamma numerous punishments, including broken limbs. Having committor reflect in his mistakes today, Huud like clibby bacto he sold waste tomorrow, and with a little healing balm, Huud bees good as new in not time. Luffy, being just a few years solder than Thesakandung master, had grown up along Sidum, and the relationship was amicable. Luffy had taken the blame for him on numerous occasions, typically addressing him as Shingear. Luffy, today encountered Simeon from the mortal sect. Ya wouldn't believe I the sword energy was so formidable. It could slice a throny thing 100 purse away. Thesakandung master exclaimed, his face brimming with envy. Olnatoba followed Bialuka resignation. Unfortunately, the immortal master say Dillick's spiritual roots have no upd to deform martial arts whatsoever. Luffalus Ned quietly, noting festar contrast between Thesakandung master and Thildestian glady, hope possessed extraordinary talent and hadavina tractethiatin xenophony mortal master seeking disciples. Thesakandung master, however, was simply not cut out for martial arts. Inquired if there were in methods formato embark on thipathofa mortally, but the immortal master shukished. In my desperation, it grasped the immortal master's sleeve, and my father promptly broke a milleg, here counted, his expression distant. Luffy way staken aback how could the family had resort to such drastic misery against thy sonson? An immortal master? Is this true lie what an immortal master I like? After moment of silence, Thesakandung master sighed, I've given Ufopano. Ha produced a book from Mishist. Take this, I swiped it from that little brat. I have inodolent, so it would be pointless formata practice. Perhaps it can glean something from it, Hefford. Luffy accept the ancient tome. The innate scripture, her read aloud, an internal cultivation method. Shingear, what is this? Thesakandung master waved hand dismissively. Goon, leave ma be for a while. Luffy regarded him for armament before gradually retreating. After some time, Thesakandung master side ply within the ancestral hall. There is no way out, no it's all over. Better toady early in Baraborn. Luffy returned to his small courtyard and began purring gover the innate scripture. Walking, sitting, lying, and breathe this genuine energy. Closey our lips and tapey our teeth to connect with the governing channels remain still and thoughtless like a turtle's breath. Ascend through hema deep at hand ascendant to the springthesency of breathe thrice established with the sage within. 4 symbols capture the 8 trigrams will light possible to establish a foundation for elixirs. Luffy flipped through he text multiple times, yet remain perplexed, unsure of where to begin. Had not concept of internal cultivation methods in his mind at that moment. Heffel ta sameless as a headless fly. Could the interface assist man gain in gentry? He wondered, activating Thepanol. Internal cultivation method detected Wu Dio like to cultivate? Luffy art surged with joy it couldn't assist them. At that moment, had 40 source points remaining. The mighty fisted the points, while at Ultimate required 50. Heklik had to cultivate, and 10 source points vanished in an instant. Air-freshing sensation coursed through his body, invigorating him great lias thenergy circulated within, nourishing his flesh. After complete a cycle, Heffelthis physical strength significantly enhanced, thought he ficta further strengthening, began Tony. Innate scripture beginner 1 year off internal energy. With 30 source points remaining, he realized there were no further technique case available for upgrading. Where can I acquire more source points? Luffy pondered, stroking his chin. Previously, he had amassed 100 points within the ancestral hall was it necessary for him to visit the ancestral hall saw various families? The tisn't entirely out of tech question, Boot certainly noted this moment. With me current strength, would simply be asking for trouble. Ash contemplated, Lin Hayes voicico Edensmore. Chapter 3. The death of the second young master Steward Lu. Something terrible has happened. The second young master is in the ancestral hall. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fei had already flung open the door. A gust of wind following in his wake. What has happened to the second young master? Lu Fei asked in a low voice. The second young master. He has hanged himself in the ancestral hall. Lin Hai exclaimed, panic-stricken. The last time the head of the family's beloved concubine died, a significant number of the household servants perished as well now. It was the head's own son who had died in the ancestral hall. It felt as though the sky might fall. Liu Fei rushed toward the ancestral hall like a gust of wind, with Lin Hai trailing behind in a daze. Inside the ancestral hall, the second young master hung from the beam, swaying gently in the breeze. Upon arriving, Liu Fei saw a large crowd of household servants, all wailing and lamenting. Enough of this weeping. All you do is cry. Why don't you get the second young master down? Liu Fei's eyes glinted with ferocity as he leaped forward and gently lowered the second young master's lifeless body. His complexion was ashen, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his face contorted in agony. It was evident he had ingested a lethal poison before his demise. Liu Fei felt an immense sorrow within him, recalling the words the second young master had once shared with him. It seemed there were many things left unsaid, even the arrangements for his funeral. How could this happen? As he gazed upon the second young master's face, Liu Fei noticed something clutched tightly in his hand. Prizing it open, he discovered a jade pendant. 50 source points. Liu Fei's heart raced with astonishment. How can this be? The second young master has just died. What is the significance of this item? After examining it for a while, he recognized it as a fine piece of jade that the second young master had always carried. But why was it gripped in his hand? Liu Fei gently placed the pendant back into the second young master's hand and turned to the others. What are you all crying for? Have you informed the master? At that moment, a figure stepped forward. Asan has already gone to inform the master, he said before resuming his lamentations. With the second young master's death, they could very well face burial alongside him. Just as the crowd was engulfed in unease, Asan stumbled back in a flurry. The master says, death is paramount. Find a location with good feng shui for a proper burial, and offer plenty of incense. Should we set up a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall? Liu Fei inquired softly. Asan lowered his head. The master has said that the second young master was young. It is inappropriate to set up a tablet in the ancestral hall to receive the incense of future generations. His voice trailed off into near silence. Liu Fei stood there in a daze. Let it be. Do not speak of the second young master's affairs to anyone else. Those who do so carelessly should beware for their own lives. The household servants departed in high spirits. For the master's demeanor was unusually calm, giving no indication of wanting them to accompany the second young master in death. Liu Fei positioned the second young master's body on a grand chair, then found a place to sit. The night passed until dawn. As the household servants began to tidy the ancestral hall, they noticed Liu Fei and the second young master's body and kept their distance. The Liu family remained eerily quiet. In previous years, the family would come to the ancestral hall to check on preparations. But today, not a single soul arrived until noon. In the afternoon, the ancestral hall was still desolate, with a group of servants exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, firecrackers erupted in the front courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. One servant sneaked out for a look and returned, saying, "There are many people in the front courtyard. It seems today the immortal master is accepting disciples. All the prominent figures from Linjiang City have come." The festive air only accentuated the silence within the ancestral hall. As evening fell, Liu Fei waved his hand, instructing everyone to return home, while he remained seated at the entrance of the ancestral hall. As night deepened, the front courtyard of the Liu family finally quieted down. Having waited all night, Liu Fei still saw no one approach. He gazed at the second young master and mused, "Look, in death, there is nothing left. Once, you were the heir of the Liu family, surrounded by a throng of followers. Yet now it is so desolate. What, indeed, is the essence of being human?" Liu Fei hoisted the second young master onto his back and departed from the Liu residence as dawn broke. The streets were already bustling with life. Prompting Liu Fei to seek a secluded spot, he trekked to the top of a remote mountain outside the city, laboriously digging a deep pit. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. There was no coffin. The surrounding trees were thick as a man's waist. Lu Fei clenched his fists, using his inner strength to snap several of these sturdy trees, crafting planks from the wood. An hour later, a new coffin was completed. By then, Lu Fei had nearly exhausted his inner strength. Having painstakingly ensured it was smooth and even, he placed the second young master inside the coffin and lowered it into the pit, starting to cover it with earth. Finally, Lu Fei found a piece of wood and carved 5 large characters. Grave of Lu Fengsheng. Second young master, I have brought no wine, no incense, and no paper money today. I apologize for the inadequacy, Lu Fei said as he stood up, surveying the surroundings. He then made his way back toward Linjiang City. Upon reaching the Lu family estate, Lu Fei quietly approached the ancestral hall, expecting no incidents, only to be called by a servant. Steward Lu, the madam is looking for you. Lu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he turned toward the back courtyard of the Lu family. In the Lu family garden, Lu Fei stood to the side, accompanied only by the madam and an old servant. Lu Fei, you have grown up before my eyes. Your father was a companion of mine from my family home. That is why I have raised you in the Lu family, the madam said, taking a sip of tea. Allow me to give you a volume of internal cultivation techniques. Hand it over. Keeping such a thing on you will only invite calamity. Lu Fei retrieved the Xiantian Jing from his chest. Having already begun his training, it mattered little whether he kept it or not. This matter with the young master has escalated. We have no choice. Where have you buried the young master? In the wilderness beyond the city, Lu Fei replied, lowering his head, concealing his thoughts. You have put in much effort. The techniques will not be given to you for naught. After all, the young master entrusted them to you. Today, go to the Lu family's technique pavilion and select an external technique. The Lu family escort agency is in need of personnel. You will continue to serve the Lu family, which will not treat you unfairly. Now, you may leave, the madam concluded, rising, with the old servant trailing behind her. Left alone in the garden, Lu Fei stood in silence. On the way back, the madam remained composed. Let him go to the escort agency. Recently, many places have been unstable, and many have inexplicably died at the agency, affecting the Lu family's business. As for the others in the ancestral hall, deal with them accordingly. Yes, madam, the old servant responded in a hushed tone, disappearing in an instant. Upon returning to her chamber, the madam, upon closer inspection, found her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 4. The escort agency Lu Fei held a volume of martial arts technique, prominently inscribed with the words Great Strength Golden Bell Shield. This was an external technique, and at that moment, Lu Fei still had 80 source points remaining. The Xiantian Jing could continue to be enhanced, and he was eager to explore this external technique. Once mastered, the Great Strength Golden Bell Shield would grant immense strength, making one impervious to blades and swords. Among external techniques, it was considered superior. Albeit the training process was exceedingly slow and painfully arduous, yielding little progress without decades of effort, and only those with extraordinary talent could hope to succeed. Panel: Initiate training for the Great Strength Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, 10 source points vanished from the panel, and Lu Fei seamlessly entered the initial stage of the Great Strength Golden Bell Shield, enduring the pain that would typically overwhelm a common practitioner. A low groan escaped his lips as his body began to swell at a visible rate. Flesh, muscles, bones, and skin gradually expanded and thickened, his temperature rising to that of a furnace. With a powerful exhale, his breath traveled several feet into the air before dissipating. Lu Fei felt his physical form strengthen several times over, with the Xiantian Jing continuously enhancing his bodily power, rendering him increasingly formidable. With 70 source points remaining, both the Great Strength Golden Bell Shield and the Xiantian Jing could still be further improved. The Great Strength Golden Bell Shield fortified his physique, while the Xiantian Jing augmented his endurance and vitality. After some contemplation, Lu Fei decided to further enhance the great strength Golden Bell shield, and in an instant, 50 source points vanished. His physical form continued to strengthen. The following morning, Lu Fei took his blade and made his way to the escort agency, located near the city gate of Linjiang. Without a horse, as the Lu family had not provided one, and he lacked the funds to purchase one, he opted to walk. It was the second day of the new year, and the previous snow had yet to fully melt. As Lu Fei walked, he left behind a long trail of footprints, while the melting snow transformed into water, only to freeze again into ice shortly thereafter. Lu Fei strode forth with vigor, reaching the vicinity of the city gate in less than an hour. While families celebrated the new year, the Lu family escort agency had already commenced operations. Dispatching goods. "Are you the new recruit?" a person inquired, observing Lu Fei. "Yes, I just arrived," Lu Fei replied. "Good, there's a batch of goods heading to Jinan City. You shall accompany us." Before long, Lu Fei joined the convoy as they exited the city. "I must tell you all." The last convoy from the escort agency mysteriously vanished at Black Wind Ridge, with over 100 individuals disappearing into thin air, along with their horses, leaving only the cargo behind. With no horse of his own, Luffy sat atop a freight cart, wielding a whip to urge it onward. Beside him, two men on horseback murmured to each other, unaware that Luffy was listening intently. Indeed, it is rather uncanny. One must remember that among the escorts was the formidable Li Hanqing, a second-rate martial artist. These escorts, seasoned from their travels across the land, typically encountered mere mountain bandits. However, in recent times, they seemed to be beset by increasingly bizarre occurrences. Earning merely a dozen taels of silver each month hardly warranted risking their lives in desolate wilderness. I have resolved that upon completing this escort, I shall seek a new livelihood in the city and live my simple life. Wong, you should consider changing your profession as well, one of them said, shaking his head. "I am the escort agency. My monthly earnings of a dozen taels suffice for my family's needs. If I were to change jobs, I might struggle to even afford a meal after toiling for a month." The other, however, was reluctant to abandon the escort's profession. Thus, the conversation fell silent, and the group continued their journey in quietude. As dawn broke, they set off, casually snacking as they walked through the day, until evening finally approached. "Brothers, let's pick up the pace. We will soon reach Black Wind Ridge, where we can set up camp and rest for the night," called out Lu Tianrui, the captain of the escort, riding his horse. Black Wind Ridge? Luffy gazed into the distance, recalling that many had vanished during their last visit. Why, then, were they heading in that direction again? After an hour's travel, they finally arrived at Black Wind Ridge, where a large clearing lay surrounded by several grass huts. The convoy halted their carts and began to prepare a fire for cooking. After dinner, everyone sought a place to rest. With over 100 members in the escort agency, there were only a handful of grass huts, leaving most laborers to sleep outside while the guards occupied the huts. "Luffy, Bai Long, you two will guard for the first half of the night, and then others will take over," Lu Tianrui instructed. Luffy, having no objections, accepted the arrangement, as he and Bai Long were newcomers and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Luffy sat by the campfire, occasionally tossing a piece of wood into the flames, which flickered in the wind, crackling and popping. Suddenly, a strange odor wafted through the air, prompting Luffy to rise abruptly, knife in hand, and cautiously step out of the light into the darkness. Bai Long, who was supposed to keep watch, had already dozed off. As Luffy ventured further from the camp, a shadow gradually emerged in the darkness. I didn't expect to encounter a vigorous martial artist here. Cultivating a corpse would be an excellent choice." The figure chuckled. "I am the knight." Luffy discerned the man's appearance, dressed in green, with a bird the size of a human head perched on his shoulder. Gripping his knife tightly, Luffy felt the man's brazen demeanor hinted at a potential murderer. Uncertain of his opponent's strength, Luffy regarded him with utmost seriousness. The green-clad man waved his hand, and in the dimness, numerous shadowy figures began to materialize. Upon closer inspection, they were a horde of individuals, many clad in the attire of the Liu family escort, now resembling vengeful spirits, half-human, half-ghost, stumbling towards Luffy. Go. Eliminate everyone and bring back the corpses. With a swift motion, Luffy drew his blade and charged into the throng of corpses, shouting to alert the others. Though he had not practiced any specific sword techniques, his formidable physique allowed him to wield his knife with astonishing speed. The successive slashes forming a brilliant arc of white light against the night. Ugh! The corpses roared as they surged forward, but Luffy cleaved through them with ease. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Over 100 of these undead foes fell before him without the slightest resistance. Limbs and torsos scattered about, transforming the scene into a veritable battlefield. The commotion soon drew the attention of the camp's inhabitants, who rushed over. The green-clad man observed the approaching escorts with confidence. You may be young, yet you wield your blade with remarkable speed, achieving the level of a second-rate martial artist. Truly a talent. However, a mere martial brute you remain. Regardless of your prowess, tonight you shall join my ranks as a corpse, and witness the might of my corpse demon sect. He then produced a cloth bag from his person and tossed it to the ground, forming seals with his hands. Corpse summoning seal, go! Before Luffy's astonished gaze. The bag expanded and 5 figures emerged from within, each distinctly formidable. Chapter 5. Corpse demons. Hearing the commotion, the camp's occupants quickly assembled, a formidable force rushing forth, apart from some ordinary individuals who remained behind. All the guards of the Liu family escort, about 30 in total, descended upon the scene. What is happening? Liu Tianrui, moving with impressive speed, was the first to break through, covering a distance of nearly 10 feet in a single stride. Li Hanqing? Liu Tianrui's eyes narrowed as he recognized the towering figure before him. Despite standing over 2 meters tall, he bore a resemblance to Li Hanqing, who was about 1 meter 80. The other 4 figures, however, were unfamiliar to him, but the sight of dismembered limbs scattered about signaled impending disaster. This is bad. It's the sinister corpse demon sect. This region near Linjiang City is under the dominion of the Qingmu Immortal Sect, and the corpse demon sect has long operated in Xiangzhou. What are they doing here? At this moment, Liu Tianrui felt a deep-seated dread. The sinister sect consisted of practitioners, often even more powerful than ordinary martial artists. The corpse demon sect was notorious for transforming the living into their undead minions. Meanwhile, Luffy felt differently about the situation. Although these creatures possessed physical strength surpassing that of ordinary humans, their reactions were sluggish and inferior to even third-rate martial artists, easily dispatched. Moreover, each corpse provided Luffy with a source point, making the remaining undead increasingly appealing to him. At this juncture, over 20 corpses remained, as Luffy had single-handedly decimated more than 100 of them. The green-clad man, puzzled, remarked, "Though you are merely a second-rate martial artist, my corpses have gained strength during the process of transformation, nearing the level of third-rate martial artists. It is understandable if you can take on 10 of my corpses, but to defeat over 100, it seems a bit excessive. Even 100 pigs would take a lengthy time to slaughter. I must refine my corpse training technique. You are strong, but this is where it ends." The green-clad man maintained his calm demeanor. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. He vigorously shook a copper bell in his hand, and instantly, 5 corpses charged forward. 1 corpse lunged at Luffy, 2 directed themselves at Liu Tianrui, and the remaining 2 plunged into the crowd of the escort. Seeing yet another foe approaching, Luffy noted its considerable power, far superior to those that had come before. The previous corpses had seemed diminutive beside this one, which emanated an aura far more potent. Its speed significantly heightened. Roar! The giant corpse swung a fist toward Luffy, who raised his knife to counter. A tremendous force struck him, shattering the blade into countless fragments that scattered about, showering Luffy with sparks as the giant corpse staggered back several paces. With a furious roar, the giant corpse lunged at Luffy once more. Discarding the remnants of his knife, Luffy's body began to swell, massive muscles bulging forth as his shirt tore apart, transforming him into a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall. "Come on! Hit me!" Meanwhile, 2 giant corpses had breached the ranks of the escort, their fists and blades clashing against the guards' bodies, generating a deep, resonating sound. These colossal corpses seemed capable of dispatching anyone with a single blow, their impenetrable forms rendering the guards' attacks nearly ineffective. In mere moments, 7 or 8 individuals were reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Liu Tianrui was also struggling. As a second-rate martial artist, he found himself at a disadvantage against the 2 giant corpses, both at the pinnacle of second-rate strength. Fortunately, these undead foes lacked martial techniques, allowing him to persevere, albeit with great difficulty. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of sword light appeared, and as the 2 corpses momentarily shielded their faces, Liu Tianrui seized the opportunity to leap away and escape. The green-clad man observed from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed a streak of light, which was followed by a shriek from the darkness. Consider yourself fortunate," the green-clad man scoffed, showing no intent to pursue the escaping figure. Come on, give me a scratch." Luffy fought with the giant corpse demon with relentless ferocity, each punch landing with a bone-crushing impact. The giant corpse demon could barely withstand a single blow before its arm was severed. Luffy's fists fell upon the demon like a torrential storm, creating gaping wounds across its body. With a single strike, Luffy pierced the demon's neck, grasping it with his hand and yanking out its entire cervical spine. Panting heavily, with breath escaping his nostrils like wisps of white fog, he discarded the remnants in his hand and charged into the remaining horde of corpse demons, causing a momentary flicker of fear in their howls. The cacophony of shrieks ceased, save for the distant cries of the giant corpse demon. Luffy hurled the last corpse demon aside and turned his gaze toward the figure clad in green. The green-clad individual regarded Luffy with an odd expression, one of greed, admiration, and excitement. "You are formidable, strong indeed, but what delights me more is the prospect of turning you into a corpse demon. All losses tonight can be recouped." Luffy clenched his fists, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. "When I strike you, I hope you can still manage a smile." The innate energy from his cultivation flowed through him, rejuvenating his body and restoring him to peak condition. "Let me see just how powerful you are," Luffy declared, taking a bold stride forward and leaping high, delivering a sweeping kick. A swirl of black smoke enveloped the green-clad figure, who deftly twisted aside. Luffy's heart raced at the speed of the evasion. Before he could land, the figure struck Luffy's thigh with a powerful punch, lifting his leg and sending him hurtling through the air. Luffy slowly rose, feeling as though his thigh might snap. "I can't lose to him," he thought, glancing at the panel displaying 200 source points. Add points to the Great Strength Golden Bell. Instantly, 100 source points vanished from his tally. Add points to the innate technique. Another 50 points disappeared. Luffy felt as if he were immersed in a furnace, the heat overwhelming. His fractured thigh began to mend with the surge of inner power, pushing his strength to new heights. In the eyes of the green-clad figure, Luffy's aura suddenly intensified, multiplying several times in mere moments. How is this possible? Has he truly broken through? His martial talent is astonishing. What kind of technique has he been practicing? Surely it must be a superior method of a martial artist. Luffy's stature grew, muscles rippling as he towered nearly 10 feet tall, an imposing figure of raw power. What does it matter if you've transcended in martial arts? You shall obediently become my corpse demon." The green-clad figure showed no intention of capturing Luffy alive, his expression indifferent. After all, a physical body can still be turned. Consider this a mercy to spare you some of the agonies of transformation. Billowing clouds of black smoke surged forth, transforming into a wraith that lunged at Luffy, with no time to react. Luffy was struck in the chest. Is this all the damage you can inflict? Luffy surveyed the small wound on his chest, hissing with black smoke, which healed almost instantly, leaving only a scar. Oh, his surprise! His physical form proved remarkably resilient. How can this be? The green-clad figure's face was etched with disbelief. Take this, Luffy roared, surging forward with a speed exponentially greater than before. The ground cracked beneath the force of his advance, and the green-clad figure staggered back, but not quickly enough. I've got you. Luffy's face twisted into a fierce grin as he grabbed the figure's calf with a hand as large as a fan, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Black smoke erupted from the figure's body, retaliating with strikes that tore into Luffy's flesh, but Luffy held fast, relentless in his assault. The smoke grew thinner, and the green-clad figure screamed, "You wretched mortal! I'll ensure your demise!" Struggling fiercely, the figure unleashed a flurry of attacks, dealing a final blow that shattered Luffy's eye. Yet he remained unyielding. Enough of your prattle. In the next instant, Luffy smashed the figure against a nearby stone slab, obliterating the black smoke in an instant. With each subsequent impact, blood and flesh splattered, leaving only Luffy grasping a severed leg. Breathing heavily, he discarded the limb, and the surrounding howls fell silent. 4 giant corpse demons emerged, indicating dire straits for the others. Luffy, battered and on the brink of collapse, braced himself for a desperate fight. The 4 giant corpse demons halted in place, standing eerily still, revealing a cloth bag on the ground. Chapter 6. Master Zhang, was this the reason for the green-clad figure's demise? Luffy pondered, cautiously approaching the corpse demons, only to find them unmoving. With hands positioned like blades, he effortlessly decapitated the 4 demons. Exhausted, Luffy finally succumbed to fatigue and collapsed, feeling an overwhelming weight that threatened to pull him into slumber. No, I mustn't sleep. He forced himself to open the panel, which now displayed 250 source points. Innate technique, upgrade. 100 source points evaporated in an instant, and Luffy felt as if he were basking in a hot spring. Time slipping away as figures approached in the distance. Captain Lu, why have we returned? If that monster is still here, aren't we just walking into death? A guard from the escort agency spoke. Trembling with fear, Captain Lu Tianrui frowned, his remaining arm painfully evident. How strange! Why did those corpse demons suddenly cease their attack? I was nearly killed, and there were others battling them when I arrived. At that moment, someone spoke up. Brother Lu Fei has been missing since the start. Could it be him? Lu Tianrui turned to see Bai Long, as the surviving members of the escort agency dwindled to just him. Bai Long and Wang San. Listen, Bai Long. Go find out the situation, Lu Tianrui instructed. Bai Long hesitated but, under the watchful eyes of the other 2, cautiously approached. In the darkness, a figure slowly materialized. Bai Long's heart raced. Heavens, could it be that guy is still alive? What am I doing here? This is the end for me, Bai. Is that you? A voice whispered in Bai Long's ear. Luffy, spotting a shadowy figure creeping closer, initially assumed it to be an ally of the previous enemy. Striding forward, he was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face. Brother Lu Fei? Is that really you? Bai Long exclaimed, his face lighting up. What of that great demon? Has he left? Luffy glanced at the token and the bag in his hand. He has departed and will not return. Bai Long sighed with relief, then lamented, our escort agency has suffered tremendous losses. Only 4 of us remain. The laborers in the camp have fared better. We need to hurry to Captain Lu. Soon, the 4 gathered together. Brother Lu, what happened to your eye? Bai Long noticed Luffy's bloodied eye, realizing he had lost sight in it. Nothing to worry about, Luffy replied nonchalantly, unbothered by the injury. It's just a little blindness. Hardly a concern. We can't proceed any further. I've sent word to the Lu family. Someone will take over by morning. We should rest for the night and return tomorrow, Lu Tianrui stated heavily. His missing arm a grim reminder of the battle's brutality. Silence enveloped them, and they returned to the camp, where the remaining laborers huddled around the campfire, unsure of what to do. Everyone, return to your rest. Leave two to keep watch, Wong, the guard, ordered, while Luffy and the others retreated to rest. With so many casualties, many straw huts were now vacant, and Luffy chose one at random. Once inside, Luffy tore a piece of cloth, disregarding its cleanliness, and bandaged his injured eye. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Brother Lu Fei, the Lu family has arrived. Wake up! Early in the morning, Bai Long came to rouse Luffy, who had been sleeping soundly. A master has come, along with the young lady, and two captains from the escort agency. A master. Luffy recalled the second young master, contemplating the significance of the master who had compelled the Lu family patriarch to take such drastic measures. The two stepped outside to find a gathering of individuals. Lu Tianrui, Wong, two dressed in escort uniforms, the Lu family young lady, and a man in a flowing white robe. What a handsome man! Luffy mused, observing the young lady with a starry-eyed admiration. Have you met the master and the young lady? They both called out in unison as they approached. What are you two dawdling for? Don't you have any sense? You are making the master and young lady wait. One of the escort captains barked sternly. The white-clad man waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that, he circled Luffy, extending a hand, and in the next moment, two items flew from Luffy's person, the token and the bag. Token of the corpse demon sect, and the corpse Bijit. Seems your prowess is commendable. You have slain a minor disciple of the corpse demon sect with mere martial strength. The white-clad man nodded slightly. What? He slayed the formidable demon, and Lu Tianrui was utterly incredulous, as were the others who bore similar expressions. You bear the mark of a corpse, which can attest to your slaying of that malevolent cultivator. However, this mark is not a benign thing. Should you encounter disciples of the corpse ghost sect again, they will be able to sense it. I shall assist you in removing it. The man in white raised a hand, unleashing streams of white light. One noticed as black smoke emerged from within Lu Fei, only to dissipate into nothingness. You have done well. Disciples of the celestial sect receive rewards for vanquishing malevolent cultivators. I shall claim the token, and should you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall assist you to the best of my ability. The man in white collected the token and pouch. Lu Fei pondered for a considerable time. Celestial Master, I seek a martial arts manual for healing injuries. Lu Fei had sensed that his innate scripture was merely a pure inner power technique. While it had some restorative effect on bodily injuries, it was not particularly pronounced. The great strength Golden Bell shield lacked the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Perhaps such a trait might manifest upon further upgrades, but for now, it was impossible. The man in white stroked his chin. Very well. I possess a technique known as the Greenwood Scripture, which evolved from the supreme Greenwood Scripture of my celestial Greenwood sect. It was painstakingly crafted by a venerable elder of our sect for his grandson, who could not cultivate. It is highly effective for healing injuries, and it is rumored that at advanced levels, it can even extend one's lifespan. The man in white smiled. My name is Zhang Kai. May fate allow us to meet again. With that, an ancient tome appeared in his hand, which Lu Fei hastily accepted. Let us depart. The man in white retrieved an object from the pouch at his waist, tossed it to the ground, and it expanded into a wind vessel, resembling a ship. Zhang Kai and the eldest daughter of the Lu family boarded, and the vessel soared into the distance. Lu Fei was greatly astonished. So this is what it means to be a cultivator. Such abilities, No wonder the head of the Liu family was willing to part with his own son. He, Brother Liu, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness, the captain of the guard said awkwardly, realizing that this individual had vanquished a malevolent cultivator and garnered the admiration of the celestial master. Why did he take the lead? Guard Wang had already brought 4 horses from elsewhere. Captain, Brother Liu, Brother Bai, let us return. The group mounted their horses and galloped away, leaving 2 individuals behind. One of them sighed, saying, "Why did you take the lead when the celestial master said nothing? All right, let us continue on our journey. We have already delayed for quite some time." Chapter 7. Ghost City. By the river, the 4 rode their horses at breakneck speed. Not pausing for rest in less than half a day's time, they beheld the towering walls of Linjiang City. At last, we have returned. After I return, I shall resign from the escort agency and seek another livelihood. Guard Wang remarked, his spirits somewhat dulled by the recent events. Upon entering the city and returning to the escort agency, Liu Tianrui personally arranged accommodations for Liu Fei before departing. Back in his room, Liu Fei began to peruse the Greenwood scripture. Interface. Liu Fei internally called out, "Grant me the ability to cultivate the Greenwood scripture." 10 source points vanished, and Liu Fei had entered the first layer, Greenwood inner power. Healing. Liu Fei then examined the others. Great Strength Fist, level 3, Boundless Strength, Heavy Punch, Innate Scripture, level 3, Innate Inner Power for 25 years, Inner Power Shield, Healing, Great Strength Golden Bell Shield, level 3. Golden Bell Shield, Steel Muscles, Rebound. Liu Fei felt a slight itch in his eyes, with 140 source points remaining. Upgrade the Greenwood Scripture. 40 source points vanished, upgrading the healing level to 2. Along with a newly acquired effect of beautifying and whitening the skin. What is this beautifying and whitening effect? Why did it consume 40 source points this time? Shouldn't it have been 50? Liu Fei felt a stronger itch in his eyes, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Continue upgrading. 100 source points vanished, upgrading the Greenwood Scripture to level 3, with healing at level 3 and beautifying and whitening at level 2. Alongside a new effect of strengthening the body, Liu Fei felt his physique grow even more robust, enhancing his strength by 10%. Yet the itch in his eyes intensified, prompting Liu Fei to suppress the urge to tear them out. "Brother Liu, may I enter?" Bai Long called from outside. "Come in," Liu Fei replied, tidying his belongings as Bai Long entered. "Why are you here instead of resting?" Bai Long wore a glum expression, his face more sorrowful than if he were crying. "Had I known, I would not have returned." Liu Fei was puzzled. "What happened? Why shouldn't you have returned?" "There has been trouble in Linjiang City. Many have died recently, rumored to be due to bizarre disturbances. It is said that Zhang Xianshi has slain one, yet this morning, over 10 more were found dead, clearly indicating further issues." Bai Long grumbled, his face still downcast. By the way, someone from the Liu family came earlier, stating that the matriarch wishes to see you. Since I was looking for you, I asked him to return first and came to inform you. Bai Long stood up. "I have decided to resign from the escort agency and leave Linjiang City. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." Without waiting for Liu Fei's response, Bai Long hurriedly departed. Liu Fei watched Bai Long retreat into the distance, musing, bizarre disturbances? What could that be? Did the matriarch summon me to see what I look like after surviving such calamity? Though perplexed, Liu Fei prepared to go. He found a fresh cloth to rewrap his eyes and then strode toward the Liu family. As he walked down the street, white paper offerings adorned the ground, and waves of sorrowful wails echoed from various homes. What is happening? Why is it so severe? Did Zhang Kai not slay a bizarre entity? How could things have escalated to this extent? Liu Fei's heart filled with confusion, prompting him to quicken his pace. Shortly after Liu Fei departed, a door swung open, revealing a pallid-faced individual who gazed intently in the direction Liu Fei had gone. Such potent blood energy. I cannot resist. I must consume him. In the next instant, he was pulled inside, and the door slammed shut with a loud bang in the Lu family garden. At the same spot as before, the matriarch had prepared a stool for Lu Fei. "Xiao Fei, how are your eyes? Is everything all right?" The matriarch inquired with concern. "I am well. There is nothing serious," Lu Fei replied earnestly. Taking a sip of tea, the matriarch continued, "You must have noticed the turmoil in Linjiang City on your way here. Many have perished. Rest assured, the Lu family will not face significant issues, nor will the escort agency. Just remain at ease." After a moment's hesitation, the matriarch added, "I have heard that Zhang Xianshi gifted you a cultivation technique. May I see it?" "I have heard it can extend one's lifespan." In an instant, Lu Fei understood why the matriarch had summoned him. He retrieved the greenwood scripture from his robe. "Madam, I can't provide you the technique, but may I gain access to the Lu family's cultivation library?" The matriarch's face brightened with a smile. "No problem. You may go at any time. I have no further matters to attend to. So you may return now." Lu Fei nodded and then withdrew, leaving the Lu family. Along the way, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of Lu family members, mainly comprised of household servants. It seemed the head of the Lu family was also nowhere to be seen. Lu Fei contemplated, gradually departing to prepare for the next day's retrieval of the technique. He intended to procure a new weapon for himself, as his previous blade had shattered and he needed a replacement. Making his way to a street in Linjiang City, he arrived at the Tianhua Li Bing Pavilion. The proprietor's voice echoed as Lu Fei entered. After glancing around, Lu Fei found the store eerily silent. Huff, huff. Disjointed sounds emanated from the back room. Lu Fei's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively grasped a long blade from the weapon rack, cautiously advancing toward the back. He pushed open a small door leading to the rear, where an iron smelting furnace was located, though the fire had already been extinguished. Huff! A figure suddenly lunged down from above, prompting Lu Fei to step back and retaliate with a kick, sending the assailant crashing onto the smelting furnace. Only then did Lu Fei observe that the figure was human, yet not entirely so. It bore long black hair, elongated arms, and fingers akin to small blades. Hiss! The figure struggled to rise and lunged at Lu Fei once more. With a swift motion, Lu Fei severed one of its arms, only to realize that no blood flowed from the wound. What in the world is this? It does not resemble a corpse ghost. That creature had black blood. As Lu Fei watched the being rise again, he thought, is it really that resilient? Approaching, Lu Fei seized the struggling creature, its 10 fingers digging into his arm with a sound akin to iron striking iron. The creature continued its futile assault, but Lu Fei exerted force, shattering all 10 of its fingers. Lu Fei hurled the creature into the smelting furnace and doused it in oil, igniting a roaring flame. The creature emitted plumes of black smoke, and as the smoke dissipated, it was reduced to ashes, while Lu Fei's interface registered an increase of 1 source point. After dispatching the creature, Lu Fei perused the various weapons, ultimately selecting a long blade forged from refined iron. This weapon, with its capability to cleave through anything, was wild and ferocious, just to Lu Fei's liking. Upon exiting the store, the pervasive sounds of weeping filled the air, driving Lu Fei to a state of agitation. As he passed a doorway, he vanished around a corner, and a door creaked open, revealing a ghastly pale face. "I cannot resist any longer. I must go now. Thus, I have arrived," a voice echoed from behind, and the pale-faced figure suddenly turned around. Luffy gazed at this half-human, half-ghost creature, bewildered at how the city of Linjiang had transformed into a ghost town within just a day or two, teeming with such monstrosities. He, you've come right to us." The pale-faced man cackled with an eerie laughter. With a swift motion, a blade flashed. Chapter 8. Linjiang Ghost City 2. Luffy had already leapt over the wall and departed, while the pale-faced figure at the entrance was cleaved in two, crumbling into a pile of ashes. Luffy continued to leap throughout the city, having searched dozens of houses in less than an hour. Uncovering over 20 source points, a grave expression adorned Luffy's face. The situation in Linjiang City was dire. This was a major city in Luzhou, right at the gate of the Immortal Sect, and such a catastrophic event occurred without anyone intervening? As he traversed the streets, Luffy discovered that more than half of the households harbored half-human, half-ghost entities, while some homes were entirely deserted, silence reigning within their walls. Upon returning to the escort agency, an unsettling hush enveloped the place. Most had departed Linjiang City in the past 2 days, yet about 20 individuals remained, their stillness decidedly abnormal. Luffy entered the agency, sword in hand, and immediately spotted an infant playing in the courtyard. Kicking a ball that was, rather grotesquely, Luffy perused the texts for a while, only to discover that this technique required the activation of internal energy. Without such energy, the sound waves, even when refined to their utmost, could only inflict harm within a span of 10 feet. An ordinary martial artist lacking innate talent would merely amplify their voice. After stowing the texts away, Luffy found no other horizontal training methods. He arranged the several manuals neatly. Iron Cloth, Blue Stone Body, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, and Lion's Roar Technique on his panel. He noticed that he still possessed 110 source points, but 40 had vanished in an instant. Luffy felt a transformation coursing through his bones, skin, fascia, internal organs, and throat, as his entire physique began to uncontrollably expand, swelling from a previous height of around 10 feet to a staggering 15. His arms grew thicker than those of an average person, and his entire body took on a faint golden hue. Gradually, everything settled. Luffy opened his panel. All 4 techniques were at level 1, yet behind the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, a progression option had appeared. Indeed, it could be completed. A surge of joy filled Luffy's heart as he clicked on the progression, causing 10 source points to disappear, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill now displayed an upgrade option. Luffy continued to upgrade, and his source points were entirely depleted. His body began to swell once more, this time reaching an impressive height of 2 zhong. Gazing at his explosive form, Luffy felt a profound sense of satisfaction. What truly brought him peace now was his formidable martial prowess. He attempted to control his body to reduce its size, but could only manage to hover around 10 feet tall. Observing his massive figure, Luffy sighed. It seemed he would need to seek a martial art that allowed for bodily control, lest his imposing stature frighten children. Now that his source points had been entirely consumed, he contemplated his earlier idea, wondering if it might yield significant rewards. Leaving the Lu family estate, Luffy noticed the family servants trembling as they continued their cleaning. The Lu family, humph. Luffy's expression turned icy, and the servants dared not utter a word in his presence. Upon departing the Lu family, Luffy made his way to the Grand Wong family estate. Both the Wong and Lu families were prominent clans in Linjiang City, owning half of the inns and restaurants therein. Yet, the Wong family too appeared desolate. Climbing over the wall, Luffy encountered a group of quaking servants. After inquiring, he learned that the Wong family had vacated Linjiang City a day prior. What a grand family! Luffy's teeth ground in frustration. He first ventured to the Wong family's martial pavilion. Finding it disheveled and stripped bare, it seemed the Wong family had taken everything with them. Luffy then wandered to the ancestral hall, where all treasures had been removed, yet the tablets of his own ancestors remained. How inconsiderate! Without hesitation, Luffy began rummaging through the hall, soon gathering all the items placed upon the spirit tablets. It was evident that such behavior was not exclusive to the Lu family. After scouring the premises, his source points totaled 150 in the vast Linjiang City. The gates now stood firmly closed. From a distance, the city appeared shrouded in dark clouds. Not far from the city, on a hillside, a grave lay wreathed in black smoke. A hand emerged from the grave, followed by a head, and gradually, the entire body crawled forth. Hee, mere martial artists, how could they grasp the intricacies of cultivation? What a pity for my life-replacing insect. Oh, my body remains quite intact. The voice's owner surveyed his new form before glancing at the inscription on the tombstone. Lu Fengsheng. At this moment, Lu Fengsheng slowly rose to his feet. Ah, I shall require some time to recuperate before seeking that martial artist in Linjiang City. After all, the city has already become a realm of shadows. There's no escape for him, as a soul cultivator. He need not practice spiritual power. Merely consuming the souls of others would swiftly restore him to his previous state. Once I have assembled an army of shadowy souls, I shall return. Meanwhile, Luffy was elated. Many of the prominent families in the city had fled, taking valuable items with them, yet most had left behind their ancestors' spirit tablets, along with many mementos, if they can forget their own ancestors. It's no wonder they abandoned the citizens of the entire city, Luffy muttered, beginning to assess his gains. 3,000 source points. Additionally, he discovered a manual on the fire technique in an ancestral hall. This was a fire attribute internal energy technique, which delighted Luffy immensely. Looking at his panel now, it displayed Realm. Opening the aperture, Mighty Fist, Level 3, Immense Power, Heavy Strikes, cannot be upgraded, Innate Scripture, Level 3. Innate Internal Energy for 25 years, Energy Shielding, External Release, Healing, Mighty Golden Bell Shield, Level 3, Golden Bell Protection, Steel-like Bones, Rebound, Lion's Roar Technique, Level 1, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Level 2, Blue Stone Body, Level 1, Blue Wood Formula, Level 3. Healing, Beauty Enhancement, Strengthening, Iron Cloth, Level 1. Currently, apart from the Mighty Fist, which seemed to have reached its limit, all others were available for enhancement. Panel. Upgrade the Fire Technique. 10 source points vanished, and the Fire Technique reached Level 1. At once, Luffy felt a surge of fiery internal energy, distinctly separate from the energies of the innate scripture and Blue Wood Formula. Luffy realized that Level 1 internal techniques equated to 1 year. Level 2 to 5 years, and Level 3 to 25 years. He pondered how many source points would be required for a Level 4 upgrade. Luffy's thoughts lingered as he continued to enhance the fire technique. 50 source points vanished, elevating the fire technique's internal energy to 5 years. Upon further enhancement, it reached 25 years. Luffy felt as if he were a small sun. Should he encounter drywood, it could ignite instantly. Chapter 10. Linjiang Ghost City, End. The winds of the netherworld grew increasingly fierce, rendering ordinary people unable to stand. Such a degree of malevolence could transform a corpse within mere minutes. Luffy's expression darkened as he contemplated the enormity of turning an entire city into a realm of shadows. Undoubtedly, a powerful sinister cultivator was at the helm. He dared not relax for an instant. Striving to enhance his strength as much as possible, with 2,840 source points remaining, Luffy upgraded the Lion's Roar Technique, Blue Stone Body, and Iron Cloth to Level 3. Leaving him with 2,390. After the upgrades, Luffy knocked on his body, producing a series of dull thuds. My body is nearly solid. My weight must be nearing 1,000 pounds. Luffy lifted his foot, leaving a massive footprint on the ground. I cannot afford to relax. The encounters that followed were primarily with specters and undead. Thus far, only the fire technique seemed capable of countering them. While the Blue Wood Formula served as a healing technique, and the innate scripture could continuously bolster his physical attributes, yet it was not particularly effective against ghostly beings. Luffy gazed at his panel and resolved to further enhance the fire technique. Fire Technique, Level 4, 500 source points vanished in an instant, resulting in a geometric increase in the fire technique's internal energy, now reaching 100 years. Luffy transformed into a being of flames. Although it was his own internal energy, he felt as though he were engulfed in fire. the raging flames consuming his hair in an instant. I asked the strength of my body, unable to keep pace with the surge of internal energy. Luffy mused. Next, he decided to upgrade the mighty Golden Bell Shield. 500 source points vanished, bringing the mighty Golden Bell Shield to level 4, causing his muscles to explode with growth, veins bulging, exuding strength yet remaining aesthetically pleasing. The burden from the geometric increase in the fire technique's internal energy gradually subsided. As he touched his now smooth scalp, Luffy found himself at a loss for words. In this world, there is a principle that one's body and skin are gifts from their parents. Thus, Luffy had previously sported long hair. However, given his current physique, long hair appeared somewhat odd. Burning it off was for the best. I feel much more comfortable this way. At this moment, Luffy remained within the ancestral hall. He wished to step outside and observe the situation, yet found himself towering too high, surpassing the entrance of the hall. With a mere sweep of his elbow, he effortlessly demolished the entrance. Outside, the winds howled, and the darkness enveloping Linjiang City obscured the path ahead. Naturally, this was only true for ordinary people. To Luffy, it was no different from daylight. He resolved to check the city gates. Linjiang City had become a realm of shadows, and its inhabitants were now consumed by the malevolent energy, rendered hopeless unless a celestial sect emerged to dispel the darkness. But was that even possible? Luffy pondered as he sprinted through the streets. He encountered numerous individuals moving like soulless husks, some even passing through walls as if they were non-existent. Undead and specters. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy unleashed a torrent of fiery inner strength, liberating these individuals from their suffering. The heavens above began to weep, but this was no ordinary rain. It was a manifestation of malevolence, a liquid embodiment of dark energy. A wandering corpse was drenched by the sinister rain. Its body erupted with wild, black hair, while its spectral essence grew more robust. Drops of this ominous rain fell upon Luffy, releasing plumes of black smoke, gradually corroding his form and leaving a dark mark upon him. Yet, in an instant, the healing power of his Qingmu Ju mended the damage. However, as the rainfall intensified, Luffy was reluctantly compelled to seek refuge. After less than an hour, the rain finally ceased, and Luffy edged closer to the city gate. The sound of jangling copper bells reached his ears, prompting him to pause and find a vantage point to observe. The clangor continued, and atop the city wall, a figure clad in black was ringing a copper bell. As the sound spread, the atmosphere in Linjiang City shifted, becoming palpably tense. A cacophony of growls echoed, as if something ominous was approaching. With the emergence of the first silhouette, Luffy's pupils constricted. It was a horde of corpses, many of which were towering giants, armed with various weapons. A common corpse was trampled underfoot, swallowed by the advancing tide of the undead. The number of corpses surged into the thousands, rendering Luffy momentarily speechless. What a bountiful harvest, to cultivate corpses from an entire city of mortals. This is a first for me. Another figure clad in black emerged, his voice booming, reaching Luffy's ears from a distance. However, he could no longer hear what was being whispered between two figures on the wall. Each of them produced a cloth bag, casting it skyward. The bags expanded dramatically with the wind, obscuring the sun and creating a powerful suction that drew innumerable corpses into their depths. Indeed, this is the specialized bag for harvesting corpses that I had crafted for such an occasion. With this, we can effortlessly transport these wretches back, the black-robed figure proclaimed, clearly elated. Luffy, concealed within the shadows, dared not make a sound. With so many corpses, how had he failed to notice them earlier? If discovered. Even if the black-robed figure chose not to act, the corpses could easily devour him alive. Cursing his misfortune, he lamented that he should have avoided this gate. Little did he know, the other gates were beset by similar horrors. At one of the gates, a strikingly handsome youth fixated intently on the souls below. I see nothing. Could it be that they have transformed into corpses? Such a grand display. Even a cultivator of the celestial arts would be assimilated into a corpse or a specter. Perhaps that individual has been turned into one of them. Qingtu, what ails you? Have you not spotted that person? A masked figure, observing Qingtu's agitation, queried. Fear not, no soul shall escape Linjiang City. Either they have been drained of their essence by the elders of their sect, or they have become mindless corpses or specters. In any case, there is no escape, the masked figure quietly assured him. Perhaps, Qingtu replied, devoid of spirit. The masked figure retracted his soul bag. Let us depart. This arrangement with the various righteous sects has reached a flawless conclusion. Upon returning, we shall digest the spoils. Still anxious, Qingtu replied, you return first. I shall linger a while longer. The masked figure exchanged a few more words before departing. An hour later, silence enveloped Linjiang City. Watching the two black-robed figures leave, Luffy swiftly turned and made his way in the opposite direction. Should the black-robed figures return, his life would be forfeit. It was wiser to explore other locales. The oppressive aura of the city began to dissipate, revealing structures ravaged by decay. A mere touch could cause walls to crumble. Luffy navigated cautiously to the city center, where he encountered a familiar figure. Chapter 11. The resurrection of the dead. Linjiang City lay in ruins. Its structures eroded beyond recognition. The wind blew, turning some edifices to dust, while thick walls crumbled like tofu, revealing countless white bones scattered about. Emerging from a winding alley, Luffy turned and beheld a well-known visage. Second young master? Luffy murmured, incredulous. How could this be? He could not be mistaken. He had personally interred the second young master, yet now, he stood within the cursed confines of Linjiang City. The city had transformed into a realm of the dead. Could it be that the second young master had risen as one of them? Determined to investigate further, Luffy approached. With a sudden crash, the wall against which Luffy leaned collapsed, and the second young master turned to gaze through the dust. Spotting Luffy's silhouette, "Who goes there? Step forth," Qingtu commanded fiercely. Is it truly you, second young master? Luffy inquired, cautiously emerging from the haze. Is it you? Qingtu exclaimed, overjoyed. Despite Luffy's altered appearance, the unmistakable features confirmed his identity. Indeed, you are blind as a bat. Failing to recognize your own grandfather, Qingtu scolded vehemently. Luffy rubbed his eyes. Though still bandaged, a new eye had begun to grow back, albeit clouded and unfocused. He estimated that within 10 days, his vision would return fully. You are not the second young master. Who is this masked figure? Luffy probed, realizing he had been attacked. So you recognize this body? Did you not expect this? I have returned, as I promised I would not let you go. Qingtu cackled ominously. You survived? I advise you to vacate the second young master's body at once. You might find it prudent to leave, Luffy warned. Release me? Ha ha ha. This time, I shall flay you alive and burn your soul with dark fire. Leaving you in eternal torment, Qingtu retorted, producing a cloth bag from his waist. Let me show you the might of countless vengeful spirits. With that, wraiths poured forth from the bag, obscuring the sky and plunging Linjiang City back into darkness. Witnessing the throng of specters, Luffy recognized them as the citizens of Linjiang City, now turned into sacrificial souls. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a thunderous roar, imbued with a century's worth of fiery inner strength. Echoing endlessly, the wraiths, in a state of panic, scrambled back toward the soul bag, but were engulfed in flames as they were caught in the blast of Luffy's roar, their essences disintegrating. Qingtu clutched his head in agony. His spirit not yet fully merged with the second young master, Luffy's roar nearly expelled him from the body entirely. In desperation, Qingtu rolled on the ground, disregarding the specters. Luffy continued to unleash his mighty roar, ensuring that none of the wraiths escaping the bag could evade his wrath. The bag itself began to glow ominously, sensing its impending loss. It swiftly sealed its opening and shot through the sky like a meteor. Its destination unknown, at last, Luffy's roar subsided, in a brief span. His inner strength was depleted, leaving him gasping for air, his throat ablaze with pain, unable to speak. Luffy approached the second young master, delivering slap after slap, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Come forth, come forth." The second young master lay on the ground, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of a soul departure. Within, Chingtu sensed impending doom. Should he lose his connection to the second young master's body, he would face obliteration. Lacking the cultivation to sustain his spirit independently, he relied on the flesh for nourishment. "Cease, cease," Chingtu cried out, his spirit aching. "I cannot abandon this body. If I do, I am as good as dead." Chingtu's heart brimmed with regret. Had he known Luffy was such a formidable warrior, he would have fled long ago. Luffy had more inquiries to make but chose to pause for the moment. "Which direction did your companions take? East, west, and south? We hail from different sects, each departing through a specific gate and then dispersing from Lujo," Chingtu recounted swiftly. "In the north? Why did you not venture north?" Luffy pressed on. "The north leads to the Chingmu sect. While this is a transaction, once concluded, the Chingmu sect would surely attack us, so we chose not to court danger," Chingtu explained. Luffy began to search Chingtu's person and eventually uncovered a box nestled within his chest. Opening it, he discovered a jade token engraved with intricate designs. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a void-breaking talisman, capable of traversing space, but it requires spiritual energy to activate, which you lack," Chingtu stated, eyeing Luffy with disdain. "You are but a mundane warrior." Luffy struck once more, yet paused upon recalling that this individual occupied the body of the second young master. His hand, poised to continue the assault, fell to his side. With a disdainful gaze, he contemplated the irony of a mere mortal warrior like himself potentially overpowering this man. Luffy's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the second young master's form, pondering how he might eliminate this foe without inflicting harm upon the body he inhabited. "You cannot kill me. I am the beloved grandson of an elder from the Een Soul Palace. Should you take my life, you cannot escape. The moment I perish, my grandfather will sense it. He is a formidable golden core cultivator. You mustn't." The soul, increasingly tremulous, observed Luffy's hand hovering near his head, aware that a slight application of force could spell his doom. "Fear not. I have no desire for self-destruction," Luffy murmured, offering a quiet reassurance. A thunderous sound erupted, yet this time, Luffy employed the healing powers of the Chingmu technique, a method that inflicted no harm upon the second young master's body, but rather sent the soul of the assailant into a state of utter terror. 10 source points gained. Such a wretch was worth only 10 points, as the malevolent energy dissipated. The setting sun cast its fading light. Yet its golden rays could not pierce the pervasive darkness of this world. Embracing the second young master's lifeless form, Luffy found himself at a loss, musing on where to inter him anew. In this world, one could never predict when a nefarious cultivator might unearth him again for exploitation. "Second young master, I am at a loss regarding your fate. The deceased deserve repose, yet I dread the thought of you being exhumed once more." Luffy lamented, feeling utterly helpless. This realm places great emphasis on burial. Without interment, one cannot reincarnate as a human, but instead may be reborn into the realm of beasts. Carrying the second young master to the Lu family estate, Luffy noted the wilting flowers in the garden. He had somehow procured a coffin, presumably prepared by an elder for his own eventuality. Digging a grave in the garden, he placed the second young master within. crafting a tablet to commemorate him, albeit this time positioning it within the Lu family ancestral hall, treating it as though he had been laid to rest in the family tomb. After lighting incense for the second young master, Luffy turned to depart. "Who dares to slay my grandson? Pay with your life." A resounding voice reverberated, reducing much of the structures within Linjiang City to rubble. Luffy gasped in alarm. The aged figure behind the masked man had arrived, a formidable golden core cultivator, posing an insurmountable threat. What shall I do? In a moment of desperation, Luffy recalled the void-breaking talisman. The Scion had mentioned that it required spiritual energy for activation. He wondered if his internal power would suffice. His mind raced with possibilities. The Qingmu technique, originating from the Qingmu sect's cultivation methods, might be the key. Producing the Jade Tablet, he infused it with the pure internal energy of the Qingmu technique. The tablet began to emit a faint glow. With the complete expenditure of his internal energy, the tablet still failed to activate. Luffy then channeled his innate energy. "I found you." A figure descended rapidly from the horizon, hurtling towards the Lu family estate. Boom! The front courtyard of the Lu estate crumbled into dust, advancing relentlessly towards the ancestral hall. In this critical moment, the Jade Tablet finally blazed with brilliance, enveloping Luffy in a radiant light, causing him to vanish from sight. The Jade Pendant fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. "Damn it!" A frenzied voice echoed through the skies, resonating for miles around the Lu estate. "You cannot escape." A silhouette materialized within the Lu family ancestral hall before vanishing again. In the garden of the Lu estate, an elderly man with a youthful visage appeared at the site of a grave. "The soil of my kin." An unseen force upheaved the grave, revealing the coffin within. The elder gingerly lifted the coffin before him, trembling as he opened it. "My dear soil, my precious grandson." "What?" The elder was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the contents anew. "The dead return. The soul has perished, yet beneath the extreme Yin, the realms of Yin and Yang intertwine. This is the natural burial soil. With careful nurturing, it shall ultimately transform, becoming a burial king." The elder, now frenzied, stealthily concealed the coffin within his storage pouch. His initial fury had transformed into unbridled joy as he departed. Some distance outside the city, the elder paused, pondering if he had forgotten something. Delving into his storage pouch, he mused, "What fortune? Should I cultivate a burial king? I shall stride confidently through the cultivation world." With that, he vanished from sight. "Brother, our journey to Liqing for the selection of disciples from the Immortal Sect is sure to be a success." On the official road, two youths rode leisurely on horseback. Their appearances unremarkable. "Fear not, brother. We shall undoubtedly prevail. There's a tea house ahead. Let us quench our thirst." The two dismounted before the tea house, entering the shaded area where a dozen young men and beautiful maidens congregated. "Brother, look at that woman. She is stunning," the younger sibling whispered to his elder. Upon closer inspection, the elder replied, "What of it? The female disciples of the Immortal Sect are akin to celestial beings. Once you enter the sect, you shall see plenty." With a thump on his chest, he began searching for a place to sit. The tea house was bustling, and all available seats were occupied. After some time, he finally located a table with a solitary occupant, who sipped tea leisurely. This individual was remarkably imposing, towering over even the elder. "Good sir, might we rest for a while?" the elder inquired politely. The imposing figure glanced down. "Certainly." The elder hastily gestured for his brother to join him. "Owner, a pot of cool tea, please." While the elder appeared at ease, his younger brother was timid, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the stranger across from them. "I am Xian Jun, and this is my brother, Xian Kai. May I ask your name?" "Luffy." Luffy clasped the teacup, which appeared akin to a mere bottle cap in his grasp. Xian Jun nodded. "Brother Luffy, Are you also here for the Immortal Sect's disciple selection? May I inquire your age this year? The disciple selection of the Immortal Sect? Luffy sipped his tea, scoffing inwardly. On the surface, they presented a facade of righteousness, yet behind the scenes, they engaged in base deeds, practically feasting on flesh and drinking blood. Days prior, Luffy had utilized the void-breaking talisman to traverse dimensions, only to find himself deep within a secluded forest. After several days, he emerged onto the main road, eventually arriving at this tea house. Indeed, I am 18 this year. Though Luffy held disdain for the Immortal Sect, he maintained a facade of amiability. 18? You look like this? What have you been eating? Is there a problem? Luffy tilted his head, revealing that his other eye had healed, both now gleaming like bronze bells, causing Xianjun to shudder. No, it's just that Brother Luffy is quite tall and imposing. You'll surely excel in the Immortal Sect selection. Xianjun replied awkwardly. Have you heard? Luzhou's Zhongqing Linjiang City has turned into a ghost town. Over 100,000 souls lost. Indeed, it is said that malevolent cultivators infiltrated en masse, deploying an insidious formation that ensnared the Immortal Sect, sacrificing the entire populace. Nearby, a group of individuals whispered amongst themselves. Luffy listened intently, yet, revealing the truth of his knowledge would likely be met with disbelief. What point was there in speaking of the dead? Delayed justice is no justice at all. Shaking his head, Luffy resumed his contemplations. My innate aptitude was previously lacking. I wonder how it fares now. Luffy pondered silently. Brother Xian, how does the Immortal Sect select its disciples? What criteria must one meet? Luffy inquired, lowering his gaze to Xianjun. Xianjun strained to lift his head to meet Luffy's gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy. Firstly, it is based on one's cultivation aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more likely one is to be accepted directly into the Immortal Sect. Those with lesser aptitude must resort to alternative means. If one can ascend from the foot of the mountain to its peak within the span of a single incense stick, they may also succeed. Additionally, one must be willing to part with their wealth. However, those who pass through the latter two methods will only become servant disciples, while those with good aptitude can become outer disciples. And those with exceptional aptitude may even be selected as disciples under the elders. Xianjun spoke with an air of authority, as if well versed in the matter. Inner disciples are not chosen from our ranks. They are typically descendants of prominent families or born of celestial beings. For outer disciples to become inner disciples is no simple feat. Brother Xian, you seem quite confident. Your aptitude must be exceptional. Luffy remarked with a nod. Xianjun glanced around. To be honest, I am uncertain of my own aptitude. It can only be assessed using celestial methods. However, I have prepared some resources sufficient for my brother and I to secure positions as servant disciples. Those prominent families often have celestial guest elders, allowing them to ascertain their aptitudes in advance. Naturally, those with aptitude are brimming with confidence, while those without may find themselves forced into various trades. We cannot compete with those established families. Luffy nodded in agreement. Those with resources would naturally leverage them for advancement. Time is of the essence. Brother Luffy, let us embark on our journey together. Luffy nodded and stepped outside, where the Xian brothers mounted their horses. Noticing Luffy still standing on the ground, Xian Kai asked, Brother Lu, why do you not have a horse? Xian Kai gazed at Luffy standing by the roadside. Luffy rubbed his nose and replied, I do not have the habit of riding. Xianjun playfully tapped his brother's head and said, Brother Lu is tall and strong. Ordinary horses cannot bear him. Let us dismount and accompany Brother Lu on foot. After all, it is not far. Luffy hastily refused. No need to dismount. I can walk just fine. Rest assured, I can keep up. With that, he swiftly took off, disappearing from the Xian brothers' sight in no time. Brother Lu is remarkably fast, Xian Kai exclaimed. What are you staring at? Hurry up and chase after him. Chapter 13. The Abandoned Temple Brother. How did Brother Lu run ahead and yet now we cannot see him? Xian Jun mused. Brother Lu is truly extraordinary. He runs with such speed. Meanwhile, Luffy had already appeared in another direction. I am not foolish. This Qingmu sect has ambiguous ties with the evil factions, and there are people inside who recognize me. If I go, it would be akin to walking into a trap, Luffy contemplated. He understood clearly and would not naively attend any so-called disciple selection, as long as he amassed enough source points to explore the martial arts of the world. He could grow powerful, becoming a formidable force in the martial realm. His demise would eventually be chronicled in history, and the thought of it stirred excitement within him. Next, Luffy decided to head to Jincheng, a grand city of the Zhou dynasty, one of its notable cities. His journey would take him through Dazhou and Sangzhou, but now, as he approached Liqing, he pondered whether to take a look there. Perhaps the Lu family had already arrived. Luffy's thoughts swirled, but he ultimately resolved to visit Liqing. He was eager to understand why Madame Lu had taken the Qingmu technique. After all, her daughter had entered the immortal sect. If she had asked for it, Zhang Kai would likely not have refused. Moreover, he wondered why she had left him there. Was it to let him await his demise? Luffy thought to himself that if he encountered Madame Lu, he would certainly not hold back. Crossing mountains and seas, he had traversed through throngs of people. Cough, just a playful jest, wishing you prosperity. Luffy did not take the official road, fearing that the Xian brothers might turn back to find him, as they appeared rather dim-witted. Liqing was mountainous, and in years past, there had been strange creatures that bewitched those who ventured up the mountains. Under the Zhou dynasty, there was an organization known as the Demon Extermination Pavilion, gathering extraordinary individuals from across the land, often roaming the wilderness, slaying demons to protect the citizens of Zhou. The immortal sects across the land also engaged in governance, seeking incense offerings from the populace, cultivating their power through the fortune of the Zhou. Temples of the immortal sects were established in various regions, supported by the people. However, since the current emperor could no longer tolerate the immortal sect's lofty demeanor, treating them as mere superstitions, those who privately worshipped the immortal temples faced severe consequences. Unless they joined the Zhou's Demon Extermination Pavilion and served the court, they were prohibited from collecting offerings. Yet, cultivators sought freedom and ascension above the heavens. How could they endure the mundane life of a 9-to-5 existence? Consequently, those who practiced the Yin spirit path within the immortal sects grew disenchanted with the Zhou, and relations between the two began to cool. As night fell, Luffy arrived at a temple, overgrown with weeds and in a state of disrepair. He slipped inside to examine it closely. Supreme Tao of the Qingmu Immortal Sect. Heavenly Azure Immortal. Observing the stone statue, he noticed its head was missing. Cultivators could only transition to the Yin spirit path after attaining the Golden Core stage, indicating that this temple had once honored a significant figure. Presently, the highest realm in the immortal Tao was the nascent soul stage, revered as the Tao King. Luffy tidied up a bit and prepared to rest for a while. Just as he lay down, footsteps approached from outside. Bang! The door was kicked open. What a wretched place. There's even a private temple here. I've heard rumors of ghosts haunting this area. Who knows if it's true? Boomed a boisterous voice. Let us see if there are any ghosts tonight. A man in white robes entered, followed by another man. Both dressed similarly. One held a wooden sword, while the other had an empty cloth bag at his waist. Luffy sat up, startling the two men. Hey! In this vast universe, there truly are ghosts, and they can even take human form. The man with the wooden sword, brimming with rage, unsheathed his sword, which emitted a metallic clang. The other man in white patted his forehead. Upon closer inspection, this is a living person. Young brother, we are from the Demon Extermination Pavilion. What brings you to this desolate place? The man who had just spoken inquired. Luffy replied earnestly, I wish to go to Liqing. I do not want to take a detour. The man in white paused momentarily. The official road is indeed more convenient and safer. Silence enveloped them. Now that we are here, Luffy began. The man in white observed Luffy, noting that he was alive and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, which put him at ease. However, he could sense the vitality coursing through Luffy's veins, indicating he was likely a martial artist. You mentioned that there are ghosts here. What kind of ghosts? Luffy inquired. The man in white nodded. Indeed, half a month ago, those who ventured up the mountain for herbs reported sightings of ghosts. With over 10 herb gatherers returning alone, as for the ghosts, they could be hunters or herb gatherers who perished in this wilderness, or perhaps creatures that have transformed and come to harm others. Supreme Tao of the Qingmu Immortal Sect, Heavenly Azure Immortal. Luffy realized this was the temple dedicated to that figure, but wondered how it had fallen into such disrepair. The man in white observed closely. Do you know him? Noticing Luffy's curiosity. 500 years ago, there was a golden core master who likely practiced here in these woods. The locals built this temple in his honor, yet now it lies in ruins. Perhaps he never transitioned to the Ain spirit, or he has already perished and entered reincarnation. The man in white murmured, then fell silent again. Is it possible for cultivators to reincarnate? Luffy asked in astonishment. One exists between heaven and earth, drawing everything needed from it, so shouldn't death also return to the universe? Yet, cultivators not only claim from heaven and earth, but also take resources for their next lives. No wonder those cultivators hold themselves in such high regard. The three remained silent as time passed, and night soon enveloped them. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed outside. Bang! The temple door swung open, and a chilling wind rushed in. A bloodied figure was thrown inside, followed by another person. Immortal. Who are you? Luffy scrutinized the newcomer, revealing a sharp-faced man with an abundance of hair on his visage. While the three waited in the temple, the two men in white remained oblivious, as if turned to wood, while Luffy controlled his body, calming his heartbeat until he emitted no trace of breath. This left the two men in white constantly observing him. Bold demon, how dare you feast on human flesh? You shall not be spared. The enraged man charged forward, igniting his wooden sword in flames, forcing the sharp-faced demon to retreat, grimacing as he narrowly avoided the searing fire. Cursed beings, do you think I fear you? The demon sneered, clapping his waist, summoning dozens of ghostly figures within the temple. Attack? He then brandished a talisman. The elegant man in white narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Azure Talisman? The demon chuckled sinisterly. Taste the power of this artifact. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman unleashed a myriad of chilling threads, extending like venomous serpents toward them. Chapter 14. The Heavenly Azure Taoist. The cultured man swiftly drew a long sword from his waist, positioning it defensively beside him, clashing with the talisman as the battle intensified. In a brief moment, he found himself on the brink of peril. Meanwhile, the furious man fought against the throngs of ghosts, sustaining injuries and surrounded by malevolent energy. The refined man's expression tightened. It seems I must resort to that. The demon's face twisted with malice, vowing to slay both men. The talisman unleashed a chaotic assault, pressing the cultured man against the statue. It hurts? Help me, moaned the bloodied figure on the ground. That voice was painfully familiar. Luffy froze, taking a closer look at the injured man, who he had thought was dead but now realized was still alive. By long? Though bloodied, Luffy still recognized the figure. Rising, he stepped out from the shadows. Oh, there's another one, the demon gasped, surprised that he had overlooked Luffy during the fight. Ha! I thought you were a hidden ally. Turns out you were just a martial artist. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I shall gladly accept you. The demon relaxed, simultaneously sending a thread from the talisman aimed at Luffy, believing he could easily overwhelm him. To his astonishment, Luffy did not move, instead effortlessly grasping the talisman thread. Both the refined man and the demon were taken aback, while the furious man continued battling the swarm of ghosts, unable to spare them a glance. Luffy felt no elation, recognizing that the strength of these individuals was not much greater than those he had encountered in Linjiang City with the Corpse Ghost Sect's Qingyi members. The demon merely held a powerful artifact, granting him the upper hand. Who exactly are you? The demon was taken aback, simultaneously controlling half of the dust threads to thrust towards Luffy. Luffy extended his palm, and an invisible force drew all the dust threads towards him, gripping them firmly in his hand. The demon was now in a state of panic, unable to discern Luffy's strength. However, upon witnessing the magical artifact bestowed by the celestial being effortlessly manipulated by Luffy, he realized that he was no match for him. With a sudden yank, Luffy pulled the demon forward, causing him to stagger. Alarmed, the demon hurriedly released his hold, and the dust threads were instantly seized by Luffy, returning to their original form as the demon's spiritual energy dissipated. After claiming the dust threads, Luffy casually unleashed a barrage of flames, igniting the malevolent spirits outside the courtyard, reducing them to mere piles of ashes in the blink of an eye. The irritable elder finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet the malevolent energy had seeped into his body, leaving him collapsed on the ground, gazing at Luffy with an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes. The refined gentleman also exhaled, relieved that he no longer needed to resort to that artifact. The demon, sensing the dire situation, cried out for help from the celestial being. The refined gentleman immediately grew anxious. Celestial being? Could there be an even more formidable entity yet to appear? Luffy toyed with the dust threads, which shimmered with a pearly luster, captivatingly beautiful. Cucumber, why do you call for me? A voice echoed. And suddenly, a wave of malevolent energy manifested within the temple. Billowing black smoke emerged from the statue behind the man in the white robe, coalescing into a humanoid form in mid-air. As soon as it manifested, the figure pointed a finger, prompting the refined gentleman to swiftly conjure a protective sword, bracing himself for the impending collision. With a resounding crash, the sword shattered into two, the fingers might unyielding, striking the refined gentleman's chest and erupting in a spray of blood, forcing him to stagger back. Wow! The refined gentleman, now halted, spat out blood, but his breath steadied somewhat. Heavens! Tianqing Taoist? The white-robed man looked as though he had seen a ghost. Did you not ascend to the heavenly court after cultivating the Yin spirit? His face was one of disbelief, for one must cultivate with incense offerings to achieve the Yin spirit, typically manifesting external holy light. At that moment, the panel unexpectedly sprung to life, leaving Luffy astounded. He possessed several thousand source points, yet since departing from Linjiang City, he had been unable to enhance his abilities, leading him to believe his panel was rendered useless. However, it now manifested before him, displaying a new technique, the Starry Awakening method. This technique detailed the opening of the Dantian for cultivators and the opening of the major orifices for martial artists, encompassing a total of 360 major orifices and 3,600 minor orifices. The process of opening these orifices established a conduit between the human body and the cosmos, enabling the absorption of celestial energy. Once the orifices were fully opened, the potential for returning to the innate state from the acquired state emerged. Thus, achieving complete openness naturally led to the innate realm. Innate martial artists were akin to cultivators in the Golden Elixir period. Ancient texts recorded that those of the innate state could live for 200 years, consuming the essence of the heavens and the earth, drawing in the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, with their souls departing yet their bodies remaining incorrupt. The methods to become an innate martial artist were exceedingly rare. A single technique could represent the legacy of an entire nation, revered even within the cultivation community. Cultivators could continuously simulate through these techniques, ultimately allowing them to forge a second Dantian. Unlike cultivators, martial artists lacked major orifices. Instead, they honed their physical forms and spirits through relentless practice, gradually diminishing the major orifices in the process, until they reached a state of unity with the universe, facilitating a deeper comprehension of the celestial principles and the subtle pathways of the human body. Luffy finally understood why he had been unable to advance. His physical form had reached its zenith, achieving the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage solely through physical prowess. To break through further, he needed to open the orifices. As he enhanced the Starry Awakening method, 100 source points vanished in an instant. Concurrently, he felt something within him become unblocked, as wisps of celestial energy flowed through the newly opened orifices, continuously fortifying his physique. Luffy meticulously experienced this transformation, realizing that 100 source points had unlocked 10 major orifices and 100 minor orifices within him, resulting in a remarkable doubling of his strength. The internal power within the orifices, though initially abundant, became sparse, yet its utilization became significantly more efficient. If previously the use of internal power required prolonged cooldowns, now those intervals had shortened. Determined to progress further, Luffy surveyed his remaining 1,700 source points and resolutely allocated them all to opening orifices. A thunderous sound resonated from within him, as if something were collapsing, or perhaps something was breaking through the earth. Outside, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as a figure stealthily approached the temple. The ancients do not deceive me. The most perilous places are often the safest, a voice remarked. A bolt of lightning illuminated the figure's face. Weekend, he muttered, wiping his face, inadvertently glancing around. Eye in the darkness, Luffy and Weekend locked eyes, while beside them, the white dragon slept soundly. Why did you run? Weekend inquired of Luffy. And why did you return? Luffy shot back with a sidelong glance. Because the ancients say, the most dangerous places are the safest, came a resigned voice. Luffy and Weekend quickly turned their gazes towards the temple entrance. A flash of lightning illuminated the entire temple. At that moment, the irritable elder followed closely behind the Taoist Tianqing, while the demonic figure beside him appeared utterly dispirited, stumbling along. The previous words had been uttered by the irritable elder, yet his eyes betrayed a deepening gloom. Luffy and Weekend were taken aback, as was the Taoist Tianqing. After searching for him countless times, I suddenly turned my head, and there he is, amidst the flickering lights. To tread upon iron shoes and find nothing, yet to obtain it without exertion. Is it that you refuse to walk the paths to heaven while inadvertently finding yourself in hell? The group fell silent, realizing the truth in the ancient wisdom. Those who frequently tread by the river seldom escape unscathed. An air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 16. I said my name is Maluya, Luffy began. Astonished by the unexpected turn of events, I could never have anticipated why you all returned. The Taoist Tianqing finally spoke up. At that moment, Luffy and Weekend noticed that the Taoist Tianqing appeared as if struck by lightning. His garment, though conjured from the power of the Yin spirit, was in tatters. You have emerged from the state of madness? Weekend remarked, prompting Luffy to observe that the Taoist Tianqing was devoid of any trace of black smoke. I was struck by lightning while attempting to capture that lad, the Taoist Tianqing replied nonchalantly, leaving others guessing his true thoughts. The irritable elder chuckled awkwardly, while the demonic figure rolled his eyes. Having followed the immortal, he had shared a fraction of the lightning strike's impact, resulting in grave injury. Previously, the Taoist Tianqing had extracted all of his demonic energy and a significant portion of his demonic blood, causing him considerable suffering. Yet, due to this incident, he had only sustained severe injuries. Had he been in peak condition, the chaotic storm of heavenly lightning could have easily claimed his life. Fortune for misfortune, the demonic figure mused inwardly. The entire party entered the temple. What are your names? The Taoist Tianqing inquired, producing a meditation cushion from seemingly nowhere and sitting cross-legged. Maluyu, came a unified response. All eyes turned towards Luffy, who maintained his composure, contemplating testing the Taoist Tianqing's limits. He then shifted his gaze to Weekend. After a moment of hesitation, Weekend replied, I am called Feather Duster. Upon uttering this, Weekend felt not a shred of embarrassment, even experiencing a tinge of pride. Little did he know, Luffy's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Indeed, a true dragon among men, able to discern my thoughts. Luffy reflected, though his expression remained unfazed. The irritable elder glanced between Luffy and Weekend, bemused. This isn't what was discussed beforehand. He stammered, at a loss for words, when suddenly a fly buzzed in, colliding with an unseen force and meeting its end. I am called Fly Swatter, he declared, filled with regret. Who would bear such a name? The pressure from the group weighed heavily upon the Taoist Tianqing's subordinates. The demonic figure shrank back. I have no name. But someone once called me Yellow Fur, so I shall go by that. Usually, he referred to himself as the Yellow Fur King, yet given the current circumstances, he felt embarrassed to utter it, opting instead for a more relatable name. However, he found himself puzzled, realizing that these names were clearly fabricated, yet the immortals seemed to accept them. The Taoist Tianqing appeared unfazed. Young friends, may I request that you rise? Luffy cast a glance at the white dragon, who feigned sleep. The white dragon rolled over with a start. I, the little white prince, have met the immortal master. Surprised, Luffy realized this fellow had been awake all along. What an odd name, aside from Yellow Fur. The others remained silent, observing with keen attention. The Taoist Tianqing's eyelids twitched. I am Taoist Tianqing. Having fallen into madness, I am keenly aware of my grievous sins. However, I must implore you all to enter a certain blessed realm and procure a herb for me. Should you succeed, I shall offer you generous rewards. Luffy and the others continued to observe in silence, save for Yellow Fur, who fervently pledged his loyalty. The Taoist Tianqing chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that without offering something tangible, these individuals would be reluctant to assist in gathering herbs, our world alternates with another realm. Yet I never anticipated that the so-called transcendent cultivators from the opposing world would invade ours directly. The Celestial Court dispatched an army to engage in battle in the Celestial Rivers, and during this conflict, the pure land I cultivated was shattered, which is how I fell into madness. Luffy and Weekend exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the notion of worlds colliding, while mighty cultivators engaged in brutal conflict. What could they possibly be fighting over? Nevertheless, Luffy's attention was drawn to the mention of transcendent beings, the heavenly thunder that struck me. While it restored my clarity, severed my lifeline. Thus, I require you to venture to a certain blessed realm to seek out a yellow spring by Luo herb. The Taoist Tianqing paused before directing his gaze towards Luffy. You are a martial artist. I see the interaction between your body and the energies of the universe. You are young and have already reached the orifice-opening realm. I understand that martial artists thrive on life and death struggles, be it through bare-handed combat or wielding weapons. I possess a military compendium. Should you manage to master it, all weapons of the world shall be yours to command. Others' weapons will become your tools for slaughter. As Luffy listened to the Taoist Tianqing's words, he felt a surge of exhilaration. What martial artist would not yearn for such a technique? The others gazed at Luffy in astonishment. The awakening of a martial artist is akin to reaching the foundational level of cultivation, enabling one to engage in close combat with multiple foundational practitioners simultaneously. Moreover, once awakened, it can be said that one possesses a ticket to becoming a congenital martial artist. Naturally, the more awakenings one undergoes, the higher the likelihood of attaining that status. Conversely, those with fewer awakenings, even if they become congenital martial artists, will find themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. This is distinctly different from cultivation, which involves ascending through successive foundational levels, continuously refining the shortcomings of each stage until achieving the perfection of the golden core. Many cultivators remain trapped in the foundational realm throughout their lives. However, martial artists face a significant drawback. Their lifespans are short. Even upon becoming congenital martial artists, they may only live for around 200 years. In contrast, once a cultivator begins their practice, the very essence of their life changes upon the first infusion of spiritual energy. Even those at the Qi refinement stage can live for 200 years. If one reaches the foundational level, their lifespan can extend to 500 years, and upon achieving the golden core, it can stretch to 1,000 years. With the aid of certain spiritual elixirs and secret techniques, one can live even longer. Yet, despite the unparalleled combat prowess of martial artists, cultivators can outlast them, which is one reason cultivators often look down upon martial artists. Taoist Tianqing then turned his gaze towards Zhou Mo. Though you do not disclose your name, I can discern that the technique you are employing is the Ascending Dragon technique, which is reserved for royal kin. Therefore, your surname must be Zhou. He chuckled. You are not young anymore. Yet you are only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It appears you hold no official position, and in the eyes of the Tian family, you likely do not count as a close relative. Luffy and the others found this peculiar. Was there truly a member of the Tian family in such a place? However, the irascible elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ascending Dragon technique requires dragon energy for cultivation. Given your low cultivation level, you must seldom encounter such energy. If you agree to venture into that cave of fortune, I can provide you with a dragon blood pill, which I procured from the Dragon King of the Heavenly Court. It is ample enough for you to reach the foundational level. But, before Taoist Tianqing could finish, Zhou Mo interjected, I agree to go, but the dragon blood pill must be given to me first. At that moment, Zhou Mo's expression was one of utmost seriousness. Taoist Tianqing couldn't help but smile. No problem. He then turned to the irascible elder. And you? I am willing. The elder eagerly nodded, deeming negotiations unnecessary. At the very least, he would gain something substantial. Luffy and the others stared at him. Hey, brother, you haven't been promised any benefits yet. Taoist Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. All right, since you have agreed, that is sufficient. I see you are at the 7th layer of Qi refinement as well. Take this bottle of Qi nourishing pills. It is enough to elevate you to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Once you bring back what I desire, I can grant you another foundational pill. Now only 2 individuals remained. Taoist Tianqing looked at the yellow-haired creature. Although you are a demon, you have certainly contributed during this time. I will not treat you unfairly. Chapter 17. The Shattered Cave of Fortune. Finally, only the white dragon was left. The white dragon fell to the ground. I have no grand wishes. I merely hope that the immortal can take me as a disciple and impart celestial techniques to me. Taoist Tianqing stroked his beard. Taking on disciples is likely impossible, but I can teach you the Tai Ching Mu technique. Upon saying this, Taoist Tianqing produced a token from seemingly nowhere. With this, once you emerge, you can directly enter the Qingmu sect. Afterward, he cast a beam of white light into the forehead of the white dragon, rendering the creature's gaze vacant. This is a method of cultivation. It is exclusive to you and must not be shared with others. Next, Taoist Tianqing directed another beam of white light into Luffy's forehead. This is the first half of the military compendium. The latter half will only be given once your task is accomplished. Luffy looked at the panel displaying the incomplete military technique and felt an inner joy. Having the first half would allow him to deduce the remainder through the source point. Zhou Mo also received the dragon blood pill. Taoist Tianqing surveyed the 4 individuals and 1 demon before him, satisfied as he stroked his beard. At this moment, he dared not take action himself, as the heavenly thunder had inflicted significant harm upon him. He could not afford to do everything personally and had to rely on these individuals for assistance. Fortunately, the situation seemed manageable. Entering that cave of fortune might yield the yellow spring blue fall grass. If not, he would have to contemplate seizing a new body. For the four, the mountain spirits were naturally beneath consideration. Among the other four, two were martial artists. One, despite having a high martial talent, would still require tremendous effort to modify his body to suit cultivation after a body snatch. This would be counterproductive given the higher martial realm. The other, transitioning from martial to cultivation, faced an uncertain path, making it a poor choice as well. As for the two cultivators, one was ordinary, while the other presented an unexpected surprise. He was a royal of the Tian family. However, it was premature to draw conclusions, as the costs of body snatching were exorbitant. If he successfully retrieved what he needed, it would be one matter. If not, he would not hesitate to sever ties. Taoist Tianqing mused to himself, observing the gradual restoration of the individual's peak conditions. He then produced a compass. Each of you must drop a drop of blood to enter that cave of fortune. Within, you may encounter some disciples of the Tianqing sect. However, rest assured, as this cave has only just manifested, the Qingmu sect will send in some ordinary disciples as cannon fodder to deplete the cave's restrictions. There will be no formidable individuals present. Luffy and the others dripped their blood, and a white light illuminated the space as they vanished. Secret realms come in two forms: caves of fortune and blessed lands. Caves of fortune typically manifest from the worlds of deceased cultivators, drifting in the void until one day they come to rest. The duration of their existence can vary greatly, from merely a month to several hundred years. Blessed lands, on the other hand, are naturally occurring and remain fixed in their locations. Most celestial sects prefer to establish their strongholds in blessed lands, while lesser sects often choose majestic mountains and rivers. The Qingmu sect is situated in a blessed land and is the local power in Luzhou. Months prior, a cave of fortune had appeared in Luzhou, but it was located near Suzhou and was first discovered by an elder from the sinister sect. The Yin Soul hauled INA flash. Both sides mobilized their forces, poised for conflict. Yet, at a critical moment, a mandrake flower drifted out from the cave, halting both parties. The mandrake flower is a top-tier spiritual herb for cultivating in souls. Sought after by both evil and celestial paths, however, the Qingmu sect had a greater need for it, as the evil sect could brazenly absorb souls for their cultivation of Yin souls, while celestial cultivators could only rely on talent and incense. After all, the evil sect is viewed as a nefarious path by the populace, while the celestial sect is considered a righteous faction. Today, they might use human souls for cultivation, yet tomorrow, they would be condemned and eradicated. Thus, for ages, celestial sects had relied on incense for cultivating in souls. Yet this practice carries karmic repercussions that could lead to dire consequences. If a conflict ensued, the ripples through the void would cause the cave to conceal itself, perhaps not resurfacing for decades or even centuries, if ever. Consequently, both parties reached an agreement. The Qingmu sect would relinquish a subordinate city to the evil sect, while the Cave of Fortune would be fully managed by the Qingmu sect. Thus, Linjiang City was chosen as the site, leading to the subsequent events of the Linjiang Go City. The Qingmu sect moved swiftly, initially sending in over a dozen Golden Core practitioners. However, they were met with the unexpected collapse of the cave. The interior was riddled with spatial fissures. The higher the cultivation level, the more fissures were triggered. One overconfident Golden Core practitioner met his end within, his core shattered, and his Yin soul devoured by the spatial rifts, an utterly fatal outcome. With no choice left, the Qingmu sect opened its doors to recruit mundane individuals as disciples. Thus, after a month of frantic efforts, they finally gathered enough recruits and resolved to send the new disciples into the cave to see if they could unearth any valuable items. Most of these new disciples were at the Qi refinement stage, with some being entirely ordinary individuals and a few martial artists. In summary, They were a motley crew, the disciples of the Qingmu sect. Upon learning that their elders had perished within the cave, abandoned the idea of entering and instead sought refuge in the secluded mountains of their sect. In such circumstances, the higher-ups of the Qingmu sect could only adopt a mindset of doing what they could while leaving the rest to fate. A strong wind swept through the yellow sands, and pebbles stung their faces. The entire space was shrouded in a yellow haze, making it impossible to discern directions. Amid the vast expanse of yellow sand, dozens of figures struggled onward. This wretched environment hosts nothing. Finding anything here would be miraculous, someone in the group complained. Days prior, 3,000 new disciples, aside from those with exceptional talents and strong backgrounds who directly entered the outer sect of the Qingmu sect, were required to venture into this cave of fortune. Only by discovering spiritual herbs or ores could they join the outer sect. Those who returned empty-handed would be relegated to the status of errand disciples. Upon entering, all were divided into several groups, delving deeper into the cave. Xian Jun and his brother Xian Kai were among this group. After several days of fruitless searching and with dwindling supplies, they realized that if their food and water were exhausted, they would have no choice but to shatter their teleportation talisman to escape. "Brother, look over there. What is that?" The pickled vegetables pointed in a certain direction. Xianjun struggled to open his eyes and gaze into the swirling yellow sand, where a figure gradually emerged. "Pa!" Luffy spat out the sand from his mouth, realizing that he was now alone, indicating that the others had scattered. Huangquan Biluo grass. Its very name suggests it thrives in some eerie locale. Luffy carefully attuned himself to the winds and sands around him. Where there is wind, there must be waves. This cave realm was on the verge of collapse. And thus the wind must originate from a place of destruction, relentlessly blowing deeper, gradually eroding the environment of the cave. Luffy raced with the wind, having unlocked 180 major meridians and 1,800 minor ones. Leaping effortlessly several zhang high, his speed amplified by the force of the wind. From a distance, Luffy spotted Xianjun and his companions, albeit too indistinctly to discern their forms. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to circumvent them. However, he did not anticipate that his silhouette had already caught the attention of the Xian brothers, who began to pursue him in that direction. "We have been mistaken all along, believing that the source of the wind was the endpoint. In truth, the direction of the wind leads to the intact cave realm. As long as we follow the path of the wind, we shall surely reap rewards," Xianjun exclaimed excitedly, pulling his brother to embark in the opposite direction. Chapter 18. The Divine? Along the way, Luffy encountered numerous individuals. Initially, he took detours, but later, pressed for time. He barreled straight through, causing those in his path to tumble head over heels. After a day of such frenzied running, a towering mountain finally appeared before him. As he approached, he discovered that it was not a mountain at all, but an immensely high wall. Are these the faithful of the cave realm? Luffy pondered. The cultivation of the Yin God transitions from the Golden Core stage. Upon successful transition, one becomes a night traveler, akin to the Chi refinement stage. Next is the day traveler, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, followed by manifestation, corresponding to the Golden Core stage. Beyond that lies the Pure Land, comparable to the nascent Soul Cultivator, realm where one manifests outwardly radiant holy light, with myriad rays of dawn. Ascending further leads to the cave realm itself, where one cultivates their internal divine kingdom, a paradise to which the faithful journey post-mortem. In this realm, the faithful exist in a different form. The Yin God does not perish. Nor do the faithful. Even if the Yin God were to die, the faithful within the cave realm would continue to exist, albeit unable to reproduce, slowly fading away with the passage of time. It is unclear how long this cave realm has existed, yet it has begun to decay. Nevertheless, the faithful within the cave continue to resist its destruction, striving to prolong its existence just a little longer. and in turn, their own lives. However, this cannot fundamentally resolve the issue. The cave's demise is inevitable. Luffy resolved to engage in conversation, for he knew these faithful were souls, yet their survival within the cave consumed their energy. They would utilize a certain substance to replenish this energy, that being Huangquan water. The possibility of finding Huangquan Biluo grass hinged upon whether this abode of the faithful contained such water. Upon reaching the base of the high wall, which stood perhaps 100 zhang tall, Luffy, now standing 2 zhang high, appeared as an ant in comparison. Luffy leapt high, soaring upwards of 30 zhang, then propelled himself once more off the wall. The individuals atop the wall erupted in alarm as an elder stepped forth. Prepare yourselves, observe closely. Should it be an apocalyptic mirror image, strike him down. As the words fell, Luffy landed steadily atop the city wall. Humans, living beings! The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their vigilance noticeably easing. Greetings, I hail from afar. Seeking a certain item, Luffy clasped his hands in greeting. The elder approached, a warrior from the realm of the living. What do you seek here? Luffy scrutinized the elder before him. Huangquan Biluo grass was a divine herb for the soul. The faithful would not readily part with it. Should he manage to gain control over the elder, he might acquire what he desired more swiftly. Otherwise, he would have to resort to bloodshed. Huangquan Biluo grass. Luffy's voice thundered. What? Impudent rogue. I can see at a glance that you are no good. How dare you covet our sacred herb? An individual behind the elder erupted with fury, and all those atop the wall aimed their weapons at Luffy, ready to strike him down at a moment's notice, though this was merely their delusion. Luffy sighed. It appeared he would indeed need to resort to force. Look out! The apocalyptic mirror images are upon us. Many of them, a voice called out, prompting everyone to the wall's edge to observe. Luffy too glanced upward, and amidst the swirling yellow sands, countless monsters emerged, resembling soulless beings, their forms indescribable. What are apocalyptic mirror images? Luffy inquired of a nearby individual, who shot him an angry glance before turning away in silence. Apocalyptic mirror images are remnants of the world's master's soul at the time of the Pure Land's destruction, embodying anger, resentment, sorrow, and various negative emotions. They are the deities of our faith, containing a fragment of our soul power. With each faithful one they slay, that soul becomes a mirror image. If they touch us, our soul power will be drained, and we too will become mirror images. This all stems from the World Master's desire to gather the souls of all beings to resurrect himself. Seeking to return to his peak through a different means, Luffy contemplated this. Indeed, the cave's powerful beings were unwilling to accept their fate, yet it also felt as though a fragment of a dark desire sought to annihilate the cave realm to relive another life. But could that truly be? If he were to slay these mirror images, and then the remaining fragment of that soul, would the cave's destruction cease? However, if the cave did not perish, what would become of the countless citizens of Linjiang City, who had perished for the sake of the cave? Did they truly wish to see this occur? The cave must meet its end, and he must secure what he desired. Yet these faithful, my lord. The elder knelt before him. That is our God. We are prepared to die for our God. Yet we do not wish for our God to be replaced by an apocalyptic heart demon. As long as you assist us in vanquishing that heart demon and the mirror images it has created from the faithful, we shall willingly offer Huangquan Biluo grass. Priest, a youth behind the elder attempted to pull him up, but he could not budge him. Luffy cast a glance at the elder, then leapt down from the towering wall. Boom! Several mirror images near the wall were shattered into fragments. Source points 10. Oh, this grants source points? Luffy had grasped the method of acquiring source points. Anything that possessed a thought, be it an object, a soul, or a fusion of spirit, could yield source points. Then I shan't hold back. Roar! Luffy's entire being radiated with brilliance. a roar echoing like thunder from the heavens, his fiery inner strength erupting. Compared to his previous strength in Linjiang City, Luffy's power had multiplied exponentially. With a single lion's roar, he sent the mirror images within a radius of several miles, scattering in terror. Source points 1000. Source points 1000. A thunderous roar cleared the area, and those atop the wall gazed at Luffy in disbelief, utterly awestruck. Such terror! Flames erupted from Luffy's form, and with every breath, 2 plumes of white smoke billowed forth. With a flick of his hand, a blazing long knife manifested in his grip. Luffy surveyed the distant mirror images. However, the earlier lion's roar had instilled fear in these mindless entities, causing them to merely stand at a distance. Howling, "Submit to me, and grant you longevity." A divine voice resonated, darkening the skies above. Longevity? What worth is longevity if it merely means living as a tortoise for eternity? I desire to be unmatched across the lands. With unparalleled combat prowess. You cannot grant me this. A visage materialized in the sky. Brute, you dare not bow before the divine. I shall bestow death upon you. A hand descended from the heavens. I too wish to ascertain my strength. For I have been holding back all this time. Luffy's entire being began to glow, his form rapidly swelling to 10 zhang high. Not enough. Still not enough. Panel. Grant me enhancements. Unlock all meridians. More and more parts of Luffy's body illuminated, transforming him into a radiant figure, his height swelling to 20 zhang. Behold. Taste my blade. Chapter 19. A blade. Behold. Taste my blade. Luffy raised his weapon skyward, cleaving through the descending hand, then severing the massive visage above. A mere remnant of a soul dares to claim divinity? Unaware of its own mortality, Luffy scoffed, "A fool. You seek your own demise." The face in the sky roared, and in an instant, spatial fissures erupted everywhere, causing many mirror images to face dire misfortune. Even the high wall began to crack. Luffy, caught off guard, was unable to evade in time, sustaining numerous cuts from the spatial rifts, even losing his left hand entirely. The sky twisted beneath the leaden clouds as a skeletal hand tore through the celestial curtain, followed by an entire body emerging. Luffy gazed at the towering skeleton before him, nearly 30 zhang high. Its bones entwined with pulsating red veins, presenting a truly fearsome sight. A deity, a fragment of a lingering soul, occupying the remnants of a formidable cultivator, harbored delusions of resurrection. As Luffy spoke, his severed arm began to regenerate gradually, while a flame erupted from the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal figure. Go, slay all the faithful, and retrieve the last vestiges of belief and soul power. The mirror images on the ground howled frantically. Charging once more towards the towering wall, Luffy attempted to intervene, but the skeleton had already brought down one hand upon him. Left with no choice, Luffy engaged in combat with the skeletal entity. After several collisions, he discerned that the skeleton relied solely on brute strength. Apart from a faint pressure, it exhibited no trace of spiritual energy. Yet, even with mere brute force, Luffy found himself secretly impressed. Cultivating the Een spirit at the Cave Heaven realm would forge a, and it appeared that this skeleton was the earlier Cave Heaven cultivator, albeit incomplete due to the cultivator's untimely demise, leaving behind merely a skeletal frame. However, this mere frame possessed a strength that surpassed even that of Luffy, a martial artist. Behold, the fiery palm. Luffy unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing the skeleton to retreat repeatedly. What the hell? Is this the fiery palm? The fiery palm possesses such might? The skeleton, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the power inherent in martial arts. Luffy, with fists imbued with fiery inner strength, struck the skeleton with relentless force, leaving dark imprints upon its pale bones. Ah, soul binding, bind. Ah, The skeleton seemed to be struck hard, failing to utter a second cry. However, it soon mustered all its strength to emit a single cry. Upon the invocation of soul binding, Luffy felt his entire inner strength, along with all other energies, come to a standstill, forcibly restrained within him. The wave of terror washed over him, but fortunately, the second invocation never materialized, as the skeleton could not withstand the strain. The master of the cave heaven commanded a potent influence within its domain. Yet, this inferior specimen was far from ordinary. Although Luffy could not wield his inner strength, he possessed the skill of physical refinement. "Come here. Let me loosen your bones," Luffy declared, charging forth. Even though both combatants relied solely on brute force, the spectacle of their battle was nothing short of monumental. Fists collided repeatedly, the battleground shifting continuously. Even in a contest of raw power, their massive forms rendered them apex predators, especially as two masters of martial arts clashed. As they grappled, they gradually distanced themselves from the high wall. At that moment, a group of individuals traversed the winds, their provisions dwindling. Should they fail to find sustenance, their only recourse would be to teleport back. "What is that?" one member exclaimed, gazing into the distance. Amidst the swirling sands, two colossal creatures wrestled. "Are these the indigenous beings of this cave heaven? Truly massive," someone remarked. "With indigenous life forms, does this mean we are about to escape this desert?" A voice of excitement rang out. Suddenly, a boulder the size of a human head hurtled towards them, obliterating an individual into a crimson mist. However, the swirling sands obscured vision, leaving some to perceive only a haze of red, completely unaware of the calamity that had just transpired. Another barrage of stones ensued, resulting in several becoming mere remnants of flesh, scattered in the wind, leaving only the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. "Run! People are dying! Monsters! Monsters are devouring humans!" A massive skeleton descended, rolling several times upon landing, creating an earth-shattering impact for the ordinary onlookers. Though the bystanders failed to grasp how the deaths occurred, their primary concern was their own survival. Luffy and the skeleton battled fiercely, with the latter's bones visibly diminishing, ribs entirely vanished. Luffy, too, bore numerous injuries. The newly grown arm, once severed, had broken once more. "You are not human. What are you?" the skeleton, now filled with dread, questioned. "A martial artist? This body cannot be harmed, not even by a master of martial arts. When did the physical form become so formidable, able to dismantle the divine body with bare hands? Disassemble your bones? I'll do just that, yet you continue to hurl insults at me?" Luffy, in a fit of exasperation, kicked the skeleton away, for it was merely a remnant of a once-living soul. This contest of strength had drained all his soul energy. After all, every mirror image had been kept at bay. Each one perished as it approached. It could be said that he had ground this lingering soul into oblivion. Even if he could not extinguish it completely, this would remain unusable. The colossal skeletal frame was sent hurtling over 100 yards, landing squarely amidst the group of onlookers. The skeleton attempted to resist, but the depletion of its soul energy forced the once sacred to concede. Lest it meet a certain demise, mere mortals? A plume of black smoke appeared as the great skull drooped. Many scattered in a panic, realizing that this cursed place, once devoid of life, had now brought forth peril. A young man sprinted desperately forward, only to suddenly experience a hollow gaze, soon returning to normalcy. "I hope this fellow is human," the heart demon inwardly mused, terrified by Luffy's overwhelming might. Luffy seized the skeleton, only to discover that it had long since lost its spiritual essence. "Run? Can you escape?" Luffy loomed over the remaining disciples of the Chingmu sect, pulling them in close. Any sign of resistance would result in instant demise. Surveying the dwindling group of a dozen individuals, Luffy grinned menacingly. Among you lurks a villain. Only upon his death shall you survive. A young girl fainted, terrified by the thunderous voice. Luffy furrowed his brow, rapidly diminishing in size until he stood merely 2 meters tall. What are you staring at? Strip! Luffy glared fiercely as he shrank. A gust of wind swept in, stirring the sands. A quick-witted young man hastily removed his long robe, which Luffy snatched to cover his vital areas. Gazing upon the group of youths, all around 15 or 16 years of age, he momentarily lost the desire to toy with them. Relax. Among you is a villain. Stand still and obediently, and once I identify him, I shall release you. The group nodded apprehensively. Luffy inspected his severed arm. It seemed he would have to rely on Chingmu's inner strength for recovery once outside. For within the cave heaven, the lingering soul rendered his inner energy unusable. Chapter 20. Return. Amidst the swirling sands, a giant raced forward. Luffy yearned to obliterate these individuals with a single strike. The lingering soul could not evade him. However, after contemplation, he resolved to bring them all back for the faithful to handle. Upon the high wall, countless mirror images scrambled upward, the situation overwhelmingly one-sided. A resounding roar echoed. Luffy swept his hand, causing the mirror images to perish upon contact, creating a bloody path as he surged forth. The massive body created deep craters with each swipe, instilling terror in the mirror beings, prompting their frantic retreat. Eventually, they watched from a distance, emitting cries of fear, yet never daring to approach. Luffy ascended the high wall, releasing the captured individuals and shrinking to a height of 2 meters, still resembling a small giant. I have brought back the remnants of your god's soul. I trust you will know how to deal with it. Now, shall you provide me with what I require? A voice trembled in response as Luffy regarded the few remaining faithful. Should they utter even a hint of dissent, he would cleanse the entire high wall with blood. Very well, an elder, trembling, stepped forward, his form becoming increasingly ethereal, the essence of his soul nearly exhausted. The priest gazed at the line of young boys and girls. Oh, great master! Your people thank you for your divine power. The priest began to chant, one voice leading to another, until all joined in prayer, their voices rising in grandeur. A youth suddenly cried out in agony. Damn it, stop. He is already dead. Luffy watched with keen interest. What had begun as a blessing had devolved into an expression of the lingering soul's heart demon. How could the heart demon endure? Dark smoke enveloped the boy. The elder halted. Let us bring forth the holy water. Soon, a bronze cauldron was presented, swirling with an ethereal hue. Pour it down, the priest commanded as the mystical water began to flow from the cauldron. The source points on the template surged uncontrollably. Stop! Luffy urgently interjected, but it was too late. All the mystic energy cascaded upon the youth, resulting in a chilling scream. Luffy's source points surged by 1,000. It seemed the lingering soul had been utterly extinguished. The priest turned to Luffy. My lord, what is the matter? Luffy scrutinized the cauldron closely. What was contained within? Incense, also known as wish power. Innocent incense. Luffy felt a pang in his heart. A full cauldron could have yielded tens of millions of source points. How long would it take to accumulate such an amount? Luffy inquired another question. The offering of 10,000 devotees is merely a drop of incense. What we witnessed earlier was the culmination of countless years of accumulation, replied the priest. Luffy felt a pang of sorrow. Had he known, he would have struck these people down along with their lingering souls, claiming the incense for himself. Regret was futile now. With the remnants of souls extinguished, the mirrors beyond the towering walls began to shatter one by one, swept away by the winds and sands. The inner energy within Luffy began to circulate, and his severed arm began to regenerate. Yet, the energy was still insufficient. Had it been abundant, he could have easily broken free from his restraints. Luffy pondered. Master, this is the Huangquan Biluo grass. Lu Tianyu approached, holding a bronze box, which Luffy seized eagerly. Woo-woo. The previously still fierce winds began to howl again. What is happening? Did the remnants not perish? Luffy questioned in confusion. The priest chuckled. We have always held faith, yet we ultimately took the lives of our god. Even if it was merely the dark thoughts of a divine being, we must follow suit. A person faces death thrice. First, biological death, when the body is buried in the earth. Second, the death of one's status, when their influence wanes. And third, the death of belief, when the world forgets their name and deeds, marking eternal demise. Pausing for a moment, he continued, we are loyal devotees, yet we have now become God's layers, ensuring our God's demise in the realm of faith, while we shall follow him. The high walls began to crumble little by little. The remaining devotees transforming into specks of light. A tear appeared in the great wall, and soon, the remaining sanctity within the cave would vanish entirely. Turning back, within the walls, golden light erupted, self-destructing, not just the devotees. Spatial rifts emerged, and in that instant of collapse, Luffy vanished, along with 3 others and a demon. In the desolate temple, light flickered, and Luffy and his companions materialized within the grand hall. We have returned. The voice of Tianqing Daoist resonated gently. Did you find what you sought? The other 3 remained silent, peculiarly devoid of a speck of yellow sand, while Luffy merely wore an apron, clutching a bronze box. Luffy placed the bronze box on the ground and gently opened it. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating all present. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me. Tianqing Daoist rose, striding to the bronze box and lifting the Huangquan Biluo grass. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed, beaming with delight, then produced a cloth bag, tossing it to Luffy. All your items are within. Take them and you may leave. He then addressed the yellow weasel and the white dragon. You two shall follow me from now on. Zhou and the irascible elder nodded repeatedly, glancing at Luffy, for the storage bag still rested in Luffy's hands. Luffy examined the bag. Is this the storage bag? Alas, it is insufficient. Tianqing Daoist's smile abruptly froze, and when he raised his head, his expression had twisted into a sinister grin. What more do you desire? I am not so greedy. That was a transaction. Now, I seek something else, Luffy declared, tossing the storage bag to Zhou. I demand a head for each of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Linjiang City from the Qingmu sect. As his words fell, his fist struck down. Tianqing Daoist quickly reacted, brandishing his whisk to block. What Linjiang City? I know nothing of it. The dilapidated temple instantly crumbled into ruins, and the 3 companions and the demon appeared outside the temple, gazing at the 2 combatants with uncertainty. That blow just now cost them a life. Had it not been for finding a few life-saving talismans in the cave, they would have perished. Hundreds of thousands of citizens from Linjiang City? What is going on? The White Dragon inquired, having spent considerable time together in the cave. I am unclear. Linjiang City was rife with anomalies. Many perished, and I hastily left, only to hear later that it had become a ghost city, the White Dragon explained, puzzled. However, within just a few minutes, the sounds of battle ceased, and the group stealthily approached. Amidst the ruins of the temple, Luffy grasped Tianqing Daoist by the neck. How is it possible, in just a few days, you have become so strong? Cough, cough. Tianqing Daoist struggled for breath. Thrashing in Luffy's grip, I also did not anticipate that in just a few days, you would be so weakened. It seems the heavenly lightning has severely harmed you. In mere minutes, Luffy had not transformed yet managed to render Tianqing Daoist defenseless. Why? Tianqing Daoist questioned, bewildered. The Qingmu sect sacrificed hundreds of thousands of Linjiang citizens to claim this cave. Such actions are more malevolent than those of evil sects in life. You were a golden core cultivator of the Qingmu sect. In death, you transformed into a celestial ancestor, yet I shall not let you escape. Luffy replied coolly, I have long since transitioned to the realm of the Yin spirit for hundreds of years. What do I know of affairs in the mortal realm? Flames erupted from Luffy's hand, instantly engulfing Tianqing Daoist in fire. I care not, but you must die. The three companions and the demon, who had cautiously approached, were horrified by Tianqing Daoist's screams. Source point 500, confirming Tianqing Daoist's demise, Luffy retracted his inner power to, oh, and there is another accomplice. Come forth. Before his words had faded, Luffy appeared beside the Yellow Weasel, startling the Yellow Weasel demon. To be a lackey of a tiger, you shall not be spared. With a single claw, 5 bloody holes appeared on the Yellow Weasel's head. Luffy wiped his hands clean. Zhou Amo hurriedly approached. Brother Lu? This is the storage bag. Luffy meticulously searched through the storage bag, finally uncovering the lower portion of the martial arts manual. Brother Lu, your martial prowess is formidable. Would you be willing to join a faction? Zhou Amo's eyes sparkled with excitement, aware that most innate martial artists served within the military, where strength could rival that of the nascent soul if unified under a military formation. Yet, individually, few could contend with Luffy. Hearing Tianqing Daoist refer to Luffy as a royal relative, Zhou Amo mused, it seems there is truth to that. Luffy smirked, then turned to the three. Tianqing Daoist is a celestial star god. It would be wise to depart swiftly. Zhou Amo chuckled. A star god? Merely a minor deity of the heavenly court, lacking any real authority, unable even to enter the Lingxiao treasure hall. The gods of rivers and seas are far superior. Only the 9 divisions and 3 provinces or the 5 departments hold any significance. Completing his words, Zhou Amo clasped his hands. Brother Lu, should you seek me in the future, simply visit the Exorcism Pavilion in Luzhou and mention my name. Within 3 days, I shall certainly arrive. With that, he departed alongside the irascible elder and the White Dragon. The White Dragon hesitated, then hurried to catch up with the Toot It. Seems Zhou Amo has gathered a few allies. His status is indeed uncommon. Perhaps he truly is of noble lineage, Luffy mused internally. Selecting a random direction, Luffy exited the area. After a brief period, a Yin spirit emerged from the ground. Oh, Tianqing is dead? It seems I must report this to the heavenly court. With that, it vanished without a trace, and Sangzhou. Luffy strolled through the bustling streets, observing the throngs of pedestrians. Indeed, the mortal realm serves as the greatest crucible for the heart, where countless heroes and cultivators mingle amidst the mundane. Initially intending to visit Liqing, Luffy reconsidered. For having slain the celestial ancestor of the Qingmu sect, he dared not venture there, as he was merely an enlightened martial artist. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as several swift horses raced past Luffy, scattering numerous flyers in their wake. Luffy picked up one of the flyers. The Lu family seeks martial arts instructors, offering 50 silver a month. Upon hiring, instructors receive a martial arts manual and monthly access to the martial pavilion. A peculiar expression crossed Luffy's face. If it were indeed the Lu family, how fortuitous. Following the address on the flyer, Luffy arrived at the heart of the city, in the Lanfeng district. At the entrance to the Lu family, a 3-meter-tall giant stood guard, the words Lu family glimmering brightly. This 3-meter height was the lowest Luffy could control. Martial artists typically possess tall and robust physiques, and Luffy was no exception. Approaching, a gatekeeper stepped forward. Good sir, what brings you to the Lu family? As martial prowess increases, one's stature often follows suit. Luffy's towering height instilled fear in the guard, who feared he might be seeking vengeance. Luffy raised the flyer in his hand. I heard the Lu family is hiring instructors? The guard's face lit up with joy, his tension easing. Please wait a moment. I shall inform my superiors. Upon learning Luffy was there for the teaching position, the guard's demeanor shifted, addressing Luffy as instructor. Before long, someone hurriedly emerged. Instructor, may I inquire your esteemed name? I am the steward of the Lu family. Luffy gazed upon the elderly man, realizing he did not recognize him. If this Lu family truly belonged to Linjiang City, then these individuals must have been newly hired after arriving in Sangzhou, for the previous servants and stewards of the Lu family had been cast aside. Surname Mu, Luffy spoke softly. The steward chuckled. Master Mu, please come in. Upon entering the Lu family estate, Luffy observed numerous members of the Lu family along the way, which elicited a cold smile from him. Indeed, this venture had required no effort whatsoever. Master Mu, this shall be your room. Tonight, the head of the family will host a banquet for all the instructors. If you gain the head's approval, you may remain as one of the Lu family's instructors. Luffy nodded. Naturally, many sought the position of instructor, as it entailed training the Lu family's warriors and was thus held in high regard. However, the head of the Lu family would not meet with each candidate individually. Inquiries would be made collectively each evening. Once the steward exited, Luffy began to meditate and rest on the bed. He had been wandering and sleeping outdoors for several days without a decent rest. Although his body could endure the strain, as soon as he sat down on the bed, fatigue swiftly overtook him, and he soon fell asleep. Fortunately, the Lu family had warriors, and the accommodations for them included a large stone bed. In the Lu family hall, Lu Tianling sat at the head seat, with 7 or 8 individuals scattered among the tables below. Everyone bore expressions that suggested no one should approach them, with each person occupying their own table. At the back, Luffy sat alone, carefully observing Lu Tianling. Esteemed guests, my Lu family is recruiting instructors. We do not require you to possess both virtue and talent, only that you exhibit remarkable martial prowess. Rest assured, we have connections within the Qingmu sect, where one of our own is a direct disciple of an outer elder. Should you prove yourselves, there may be an opportunity to enter that celestial sect. After speaking, Lu Tianling sat down to savor his tea. The warriors below began to murmur among themselves, and one stood up to inquire, head of the Lu family, what level of skill is required to become an instructor? Mastery of the 18 martial arts is not necessary, but one must possess a signature skill. Please follow me, Lu Tianling responded, leading the way out of the hall towards the Lu family's martial arts arena. In the arena, several bronze cauldrons were arranged neatly, as long as you can lift this cauldron and place it on the competition platform, you shall become an instructor of my Lu family. Luffy surveyed the distance, noting that the cauldron was nearly 100 paces from the platform. This distance could easily be covered by any peak-level warrior. One individual, quick as a rabbit, leapt from the crowd to the cauldron's side. It's Tuo Shou Jin, Gon Xian, someone called out, revealing the man's name. Gripping the handle of the bronze cauldron with one hand, Gon Xian spun it around and hurled it away. His title, Tuo Shou Jin, stemmed from his unparalleled sword technique, which could claim lives within 300 paces, striking true every time, showcasing strength never before seen. A nearby observer elaborated. After soaring over 100 paces, the cauldron crashed into the center of the competition platform, demonstrating both power and control. Luffy noticed Lu Tianling display a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha, I, the 8-armed god, shall give it a try. Another individual jumped forth, their internal energy manifesting as 6 arms, effortlessly lifting the bronze cauldron. With a powerful throw, the cauldron landed squarely on the competition platform. Zheng Chuan, known as the 8-armed god, commanded tremendous internal strength, with tales of him having single-handedly stormed the Black Wind stronghold, vanquishing 300 bandits. The prowess of these 2 renowned warriors from Sangzhou City astonished the onlookers. Their success ignited enthusiasm among the others, who eagerly approached to lift the cauldron. However, none succeeded in placing it on the platform thereafter. As night fell, only Luffy remained untested, with the unsuccessful candidates having departed, leaving Lu Tianling, the steward, and the two warriors, Gan Xian and Zhang Chuang. Lu Tianling's earlier enthusiasm had waned. He intended to recruit 3 instructors, one for internal energy, one for weaponry, and one for external techniques. Having already found 2 suitable candidates on the first day, he hoped to find the last one in due time. Had it not been for Luffy's imposing stature and apparent prowess in external techniques, he would have left long ago. Let us hope he is not merely a superficial figure, Lu Tianling mused inwardly, though his demeanor remained amiable, as Luffy felt the gaze of the crowd upon him. He maintained his composure and strode toward the bronze cauldron. As a congenital warrior, he thought, a trivial bronze cauldron. Surely, I could lift it from the very first chapter. Can I not manage it now in the 22nd chapter? Just a jest? The crowd watched as Luffy approached the cauldron, their enthusiasm gradually dissipating. He placed a hand on the cauldron and lifted it slightly, finding it surprisingly light. He set it down, but to the onlookers, it appeared as though he was attempting to feign superiority, resulting in puzzled expressions among them. So, he's merely a superficial figure, tall and imposing but lacking substance. Suddenly, a resounding crash startled the crowd as Luffy propelled himself off the ground, producing a deep thud, sending the bronze cauldron soaring into the air. With a sweeping kick, Luffy sent the cauldron flying like a cannonball, colliding with the cauldrons of the 8-armed god and Tua Shou Jin, creating a cacophony of sound. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Lu Tianling's face beamed with satisfaction. On the first day, he had found suitable candidates. What could be more joyous? 3 esteemed instructors, you may return to rest. Tomorrow at dawn, please return here to impart your martial skills to the children of my Lu family. From tomorrow onward, you shall take turns entering my Lu family's martial pavilion. Lu Tianling, with a beaming smile, departed, hands clasped behind his back. Under the steward's warm hospitality, Luffy reached a secluded courtyard, far superior to the place he had rested during the day. By midnight, Luffy resolved to thoroughly explore the Lu family estate. He looked up at a large hole in the ceiling, feeling disgruntled. He had merely stepped lightly, yet the roof could not withstand his weight. It seemed he would need to learn some lightness skills. The noise from the roof's collapse drew the attention of the Lu family's warriors, who hurriedly approached. Luffy had no choice but to retreat to his courtyard, closing the door and ignoring the commotion outside as he lay down to sleep. The next morning, Luffy was awakened by the steward and taken to the martial arts arena. Steward, was there an incident last night? The steward replied cheerfully, Master Mu, it was merely a roof that had fallen due to age. Luffy pondered internally, surprised that the Lu family had kept the matter under wraps. Upon their arrival at the arena, the steward departed, and Zhang Chuan and Gan Xian were already present. You lot, pay attention. A middle-aged man commanded a group of children ranging from 11 to 5 years old. These esteemed individuals will be your instructors in external techniques, internal energy, and weaponry. The middle-aged man then left, and Luffy regarded his departure. The second young master of the Lu family, a warrior of enlightenment, quite intriguing. This seemingly idle member of the Lu family possessed such a level of cultivation. The second young master had once vied for the position of family head against Lu Tianling, but was forced to relinquish his claim due to his wife's mysterious background. 4 years? He had remained a mere bystander within the Lu family, yet who could have known that he was a warrior of enlightenment? The 3 instructors proceeded to select talented disciples, with only Luffy remaining stationary. You worthless wretch! Your father is a worthless fool, and your mother ran off with another man. What martial skills do you still aspire to learn? A voice rang out as a group surrounded a youth of around 15. Lu Finger led a throng, targeting Lu Chuan, the third young master of the Lu family. Previously a well-behaved individual, he had undergone a drastic personality change following his brother's demise. Lu Chuan stood there, his face a mask of anger and helplessness. He had always been frail, and the second young master of the Lu family had paved a path through death on the second day of the new year. Zhang Xianshi assessed their aptitude for cultivation, and unexpectedly, apart from the eldest daughter of the Lu family, two others demonstrated the potential for cultivation. However, these two were Lu Feng'er and another 5-year-old boy. Lu Feng'er, though only 10 years old, was told by Zhang Xianshi that after the coming-of-age ceremony, he would be taken to the Celestial Sect for training. Yet Luffy knew that those who pursued the path of cultivation could begin their training at 10. The eldest daughter of the Lu family possessed exceptional talent, but required the coming-of-age ceremony for some reason before she could begin her training, unless Lu Feng'er and the other child had their own reasons. It seemed they were merely talentless and should enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world, for those with such talents would inevitably become cannon fodder in the Celestial Sect. As for Lu Chuan, lacking any aptitude, it would have been acceptable had he been like most of the Lu family, who possessed no talent. But why did Lu Feng'er target him so? You may lack innate talent, yet Lu Feng'er possesses it abundantly. You are merely one among the offspring of the Lu family, while Lu Feng'er stands as the foremost heir of the Lu lineage. He bullies you, and we, in turn, feel no moral qualm in stepping on you a couple of times. Accompanying Lu Feng'er in tormenting Lu Chuan, he has thus been deemed the waste of the Lu family. Your father even contended with mine for the position of family head. A wastrel can hardly expect to achieve greatness, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for my father. You two are but a failure, Lu Feng'er, brimming with self-satisfaction, exclaims, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth. Lu Chuan, with all his might, cries out in anguished defiance, provoking a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Luffy, initially a mere spectator, furrows his brow upon hearing such words. When confronted with such individuals, what should one do? At that moment, the eight-armed deity, Zhang Chuan, strides forth. Is there anyone willing to learn internal cultivation with me? Lu Feng'er swiftly leads the crowd towards him. Though your internal cultivation may not rival the methods of immortality, it can serve as a foundation for my practice. Follow me. He then departs with a throng, seeking a training room for their internal practice. Zhang Chuan, his expression darkened, also exits, leaving the arena significantly emptier. Luffy observes that those following Zhang Chuan are primarily the legitimate heirs of the Lu family, while the remaining individuals are either of little importance or too young to know how to proceed. Gong Qin, content to gather all the younger ones, finds that those left behind tremble at Luffy's imposing stature and decide to leave with Gong Qin. The once bustling training grounds are now reduced to just Luffy and Lu Chuan. In the February chill, snow begins to fall. Chapter 23. Resurrection Point, Black Wind Stronghold. Are you hesitating? Lu Chuan abruptly raises his head, for the figure before him towers high, necessitating great effort to gaze upwards. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth, he scoffs, but I fear you may one day lament. Do not underestimate the aged. Lu Chuan's expression turns cold. Is this instructor here to mock me? Luffy chuckles lightly. Mock you? What right do you possess for me to ridicule you? However, I do have an idea. Henceforth, you shall follow me. Lu Chuan, incredulous, realizes Luffy has already distanced himself. Why do you linger? Catch up. Luffy expresses his displeasure, prompting Lu Chuan to hastily pursue him. But will practicing external techniques be the same as yours? Luffy responds as they walk. So, you wish to avoid underestimating the aged. Do you? Gritting his teeth, Lu Chuan declares, I shall grow stronger. I want those who look down on me to silence themselves. Outside the city, Luffy examines a piece of paper closely before discarding it. Lu Chuan picks it up. 300 miles south of the city lies the original site of Black Wind Stronghold, now occupied by a new band of bandits, led by Guadao, a peak-level martial artist. Lu Chuan, puzzled, raises his head. Today, I shall show you external techniques. Lu Chuan, incredulous, responds, 300 miles? That's so far. Luffy merely chuckles, lifting Lu Chuan effortlessly. Lu Chuan feels the world rush past him as trees blur by, occasionally sensing himself suspended in midair, gasping for breath. Time loses all meaning. All he experiences is dizziness and nausea, wishing to vomit but unable to do so. When Lu Chuan is unceremoniously dropped to the ground, he regains some clarity, only to rise and begin retching violently. The sounds of shouting and the acrid smell of smoke fill his ears, accompanied by the incessant clashing of blades. After expelling the contents of his stomach, Lu Chuan takes a few steps before collapsing flat, finally noticing that he is engulfed in flames. A moment of clarity strikes him. What is this? Emerging from the inferno, Luffy hauls someone along. This is Black Wind Stronghold. Risen from the ashes, though this time it has met its demise again, Lu Chuan, in disbelief, wonders if Luffy single-handedly obliterated the entire stronghold. Come, let us ascend to a higher vantage point. Luffy lifts Lu Chuan, leaping high to the pinnacle of Black Wind Stronghold, where corpses litter the ground and flames rapidly consume. The two individuals exchanged glances, and with a sense of resignation, stepped forward. We have come here merely to represent the martial arts of the Lu family, one of them declared. As for joining the immortal sect, humph. Genshin shook his head. As martial artists, we prioritize the mastery of our bodies. Whether it be weaponry, martial techniques, internal or external powers, all are aimed at enhancing our strength and combat prowess. If we were to shift our focus to cultivating immortality, we would first have to forfeit our hard-earned abilities, which we are unwilling to do. Zhang Chuan nodded in agreement with Genshin's words, while Luffy also acknowledged their sentiments. The path of a martial artist requires a harmonious balance of both internal and external cultivation. That is the true way. The trio shared a knowing smile. In truth, they had spent an entire day at the Lu family's martial pavilion, yet found that the internal and external techniques, as well as martial skills, offered by the Lu family paled in comparison to those they had cultivated themselves. Zhang Chuan, feeling a surge of pride coupled with indignation, expressed, after much deliberation, we have decided to wait for Brother Mu's return to exchange our martial arts. Luffy observed the camaraderie between the two, yet secretly harbored his own intentions. During the month spent outside, Luffy had meticulously refined his own learning. While martial artists focus on external practices to strengthen their skin, muscles, and bones, their internal organs remain relatively fragile. Therefore, a martial artist must refine every aspect of their being: blood, skin, muscles, bones, and organs. All require thorough cultivation. Upon returning, Luffy was prepared to gather martial arts knowledge, intending to utilize templates to create a comprehensive martial system tailored for martial artists. With a nod of agreement, Luffy produced paper and ink, diligently inscribing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Genshin and Zhang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, revealing their own pre-prepared martial arts. Within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Luffy completed his writing, and after exchanging martial arts with the two, they departed. Upon accessing his interface, he noted the acquisition of skills in the detached sword and the 8-arm technique, resulting in a loss of 20 source points. Luffy observed that he still possessed nearly 7,000 source points, the majority of which had been accrued during his battles in the Cave Realm, where he had casually dispatched skeletons. I should also pay a visit to the martial pavilion to gather the martial arts of the world, following the inclinations of my heart. Chapter 24. Night returns to the Lu family. Luffy also took the opportunity to elevate the levels of the two techniques. The 8-arm technique reached level 3, enabling the manifestation of 6 additional arms. Combined with his own 2, it may not amount to 3 heads and 6 arms, yet he would still possess 8. The detached sword technique allowed for the creation of 3 sword marks. As long as they were attached to a weapon and sufficient inner strength was present, they could strike anywhere within 300 yards. Beyond this range, the sword marks would vanish, rendering them mere chance strikes. The only drawback was that once the flying sword was launched, its trajectory became unpredictable. If it exceeded the distance, the sword marks would dissipate, necessitating several months to relearn them. Despite Luffy's imposing stature, if others were to mistake him for a brute, he would simply assert, "I am a sword immortal, I am the martial arts instructor of the clan." Here to observe the martial arts at the pavilion, Luffy addressed the elderly gatekeeper. The old man, who had previously served as the guardian of the martial pavilion in Linjiang City, now continued his duties in this new location. He scrutinized Luffy before gesturing for him to enter. As Luffy perused the various martial arts tomes, he briefly skimmed through each one before placing them back. Though onlookers, it appeared as if he was merely browsing. Yet Luffy was aware that he was accessing his interface to upgrade the Great Strength Diamond Finger, expending 10 source points in just under an hour. Luffy had absorbed nearly 300 martial arts techniques from the pavilion, utilizing over 3,000 source points. Although these techniques were considered subpar, he discerned commonalities among many, resulting in a subtle enhancement of his overall strength. After setting down the last tome, he prepared to ascend to the second floor. "Well, if it isn't the useless one, what brings you to the martial pavilion?" A mocking voice rang out, prompting Luffy to turn and see Lu Chuan and Lu Feng, accompanied by a boisterous lackey who strutted about with an air of arrogance. The Lu family not only harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but also concealed phoenixes and fledglings. Luffy cast a glance at them before continuing upstairs, aware that Lu Chuan would likely feel humiliated by the encounter. As Luffy perused the tomes on the second floor, he could hear the sounds of a scuffle outside. "You worthless fool! How dare you strike me? Just wait, I will tell my father." Outside, Lu Feng and his entourage fled. Having underestimated Lu Chuan, who turned out to be a porcupine rather than a mere guinea pig. Gasping for breath, Lu Chuan ascended to the second floor and found Luffy there. "Instructor, very good. Strength is not paramount, but the heart is," Luffy replied, setting aside the martial arts book and making his way to the third floor. The Lu family placed no restrictions on access to the upper levels, for a martial artist would inherently know their limits. Engaging with martial arts that did not align with one's abilities would only hinder one's progress, making it necessary to take copies if one insisted on selecting such works on the first floor. The bull strength technique is suitable for you. The essence of martial arts lies not in abundance, but in quality. Prepare to depart from the Lu family tonight, Luffy advised. Lu Chuan's face lit up with joy. He believed in the instructor's formidable strength and wisdom, and happily descended the stairs. On the third floor, Luffy quickly flipped through a dozen tomes before casually selecting one from the second floor. After all, it would be unreasonable to visit the pavilion without acquiring at least one technique. As dusk fell, Lu Chuan awaited outside, carrying a small pack, while Lu Shan circled around his son. "Let us go." Luffy exited the gates of the Lu family. "Brother Mu, I entrust my son to you. I am unsure how to express my gratitude, but I once encountered a rare book. I hope you will find it to your liking." Lu Shan produced a book wrapped in black cloth from his bosom. Luffy accepted it, only to be met with a notification from his interface, upgrading the martial art contained within this book. "Ding! You have learned the incomplete technique, Thunderbolt 5 Gates. No, Brother Lu, please keep this technique for yourself. I will ensure that Lu Chuan receives proper instruction," Luffy replied nonchalantly, dismissing the notion of receiving gifts. The two figures quickly vanished into the crowd. That night, Luffy and Lu Chuan ventured 10 miles outside the city into a small grove. "Instructor, why must we stroll so slowly? Where are we headed next?" Lu Chuan inquired with curiosity. "I do not know." Luffy replied coolly. "How can you not know, instructor?" Lu Chuan pressed, feeling anxious. With a subtle glance, Luffy responded, "To hunt for game, to eat." Soon, they arrived at a sheltered spot, where Lu Chuan set down their belongings before stepping out. Luffy watched him leave, a faint smile gracing his lips A figure appeared at the entrance of the Lu family home, and the gate swung open as the figure entered, closing behind them. The entire Lu residence was aglow. With guards patrolling intermittently, Luffy skillfully evaded the guards and soon found himself in the back courtyard of the Lu family. "Madam, it is getting late. It is time to rest," a maid whispered softly. Madame Lu lifted her head, clad in simple garments, her long hair shorn, and a string of prayer beads clasped in her hands. "Amitabha," she intoned, lighting 3 incense sticks. Her gaze fell upon a spiritual tablet, curiously devoid of any inscriptions. Luffy observed her from outside the window. "Madam, why are you still awake at this hour? Who is it?" Madame Lu turned around, only to find the maid collapsing beside her. The door swung wide open as Luffy stepped inside, shutting it behind him. "Who are you?" Madame Lu inquired, unfazed. Her tone cooled. "Do you not recognize me, madam?" "I am Luffy, whom you raised since childhood," he replied, taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. "Luffy?" Madame Lu's disbelief was palpable. "I thought you were dead. How did you escape from Linjiang City?" Luffy smiled gently. "Madam, I have come for one purpose today. Why did you seek the Qingmu decision that day?" This was the crux of Luffy's inquiry. Whether he remained to await death was now inconsequential, for Linjiang City had transformed into a ghost town, with countless lives lost. Every event had its cause and effect, and in due time, retribution would follow. Madame Lu clenched her teeth, recalling the events of that fateful New Year's Eve. The practitioner surnamed Zhang had summoned all the prominent families of Linjiang City. Revealing the catastrophic fate that awaited its inhabitants, he stipulated that each family must contribute 100 laborers and 100 spirit stones to secure an exit permit from Linjiang City. And the Qingmu decision served as that very permit. Luffy paused, realizing that he had obtained an exit permit without comprehending its significance, having fallen prey to Madame Lu's cunning. Yet, something felt amiss. The Lu family had already acquired an exit permit. Why then did they seek mine? Was it merely to sever my path to survival? Sheng'er barged in that day and was subsequently executed. Madame Lu hesitated. Sheng'er had erred, and I believed that death would suffice. However, that practitioner decreed that the Lu family must sacrifice 5 lives that I, along with 4 female members of the Lu family, were forsaken, yet I never anticipated that you would manage to obtain the permit. Thus, you intended for me to take the fall?" Luffy, with one hand clenched into a fist, swiftly transformed it into a claw. "There is cause and effect, my lady. The cause from the past has led to the present consequence." With a single swipe, Luffy grasped firmly at Lady Lu's spine, a tremor in his hand rendering her as though her very bones were being extracted. "You have narrowly escaped death. However, I grant you a reprieve of 3 years. After that, the inexorable hand of fate shall claim you." With that claw, Luffy sealed Lady Lu's fate, allowing her merely 3 years before she would return to the embrace of her ancestors. Oh, the sanctimonious. The sanctimonious, if this is to remain so, then come forth and strike me. Should you best me, I shall write of Lady Lu's demise. Allow me to add a remark. I have revised this passage twice already. Initially, I merely delineated the boundaries, yet one and all declared me pious. Even with a price on your life, they deemed it simply boundary setting, far too pious indeed. Thus, I modified it, and in this current iteration, I am once again branded as cold-blooded, with the lament of 18 years of nurturing thrown at me. Very well, I originally penned it thus. Yet, they all insisted I was devoid of empathy, compelling me to amend it once more. To clarify, the intent expressed here is the severance of the lifeline, not the infliction of crippling injury. Rather, it signifies that within 3 years, one ought to behave accordingly, and thereafter, to pass away peacefully. Chapter 25. Qingyo Mountain Master? Lu Chuan, clutching a rabbit, occasionally kicked his legs in confusion. He could not fathom why his mentor would teach him martial arts, yet deny him the honor of calling him master. There's no need for that. I have returned. Luffy emerged from the shadows. Where have you been, master? Lu Chuan inquired, his small face leaning closer. I went to relieve myself. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Lu Chuan, incredulous, exclaimed, Master, at your level of martial prowess, you still need to relieve yourself? Luffy regarded Lu Chuan with disdain, pondering how dull-witted the child was. I am human. Of course, I require such necessities. Enough of this. Let us rest. Lu Chuan glanced at the rabbit in his grasp. What shall we do with this rabbit? Find a comfortable spot in the tree and let it stay there. It can eat when it feels hungry, Luffy instructed. Indeed, Lu Chuan fashioned a small cage from some wood he found. The night passed without incident. Master, where are we headed? Lu Chuan inquired, trailing behind with the cage. They had journeyed for several days, enduring the elements, and the rabbit had been kept for several days without a meal, as Luffy had yet to permit its consumption. Master, we have arrived at the mountain's summit. What lies beyond? Lu Chuan asked. Beyond is Qingyo Mountain, and past that is the territory of Dazhou, Luffy replied. Are we headed to Dazhou City? I have heard it is a place of romance and beauty. Adorned with vibrant spring colors, willow-lined palace walls, yellow wine, and delicate hands, truly enchanting. It seems you are quite knowledgeable, Luffy remarked, approaching with a blade in hand. Master, please, I merely speak of it. We, as martial artists, naturally traverse the world with our swords. Lu Chuan hastily defended. With a swift motion, Luffy drew his treasured sword. The 13 gorges of Qingyo Mountain are infested with bandits. In such a place, the banditry is rampant. However, most are merely third-rate martial artists. I shall first teach you the Primordial Sutra, followed by the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. During this period, your practice of the mighty bull strength has already brought you to the pinnacle of third-rate skill. With that, Luffy tossed the sword to Lu Chuan, saying, Within 3 days, I expect to see 100 bandit heads. Should I see none, do not return. Luffy took the rabbit from Lu Chuan's hands and departed step by step. Lu Chuan looked down at the sword. Master, you forgot to give me the scabbard. Begone. That night, Luffy grilled the rabbit over a campfire, though it became charred, emitting a burnt odor. Sitting cross-legged, his mind had long since delved into the panel before him. There were 16 internal martial arts techniques, categorized into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The martial arts encompassed over 100 forms: fist techniques, palm techniques, claw techniques, leg techniques, and foot techniques, with over 100 types of weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. He also explored dozens of external martial arts methods, subdivided into skin, muscle, bone, blood, and internal organs. As Luffy surveyed the vast array of techniques, he noted that most were merely introductory. He aspired to create a martial art that belonged solely to him, distilling its essence while discarding the dross. His mind gradually settled, and the last 1,000 source points on the panel began to diminish. With a body of indestructible bones and a breath of pure yang energy. Under the blazing sun, Luffy slowly opened his eyes. The rabbit in the cage appeared weak and listless, having gone 3 days without sustenance. Had he really subjected it to such cruelty? How much time has passed? Luffy mused, gazing at the unnamed martial arts technique on the panel. Unnamed martial arts technique can be named, can be supplemented. External, refining skin, muscle, bone, blood, and internal organs, cultivating an invincible body. Unnamed martial arts technique can be named, can be supplemented. Internal, cultivating chi within, mastering 3,000 energies, encompassing the 5 elements, balancing yin and yang, altering fate to achieve longevity. Unnamed martial arts technique can be named, can be supplemented. Military strategy. A myriad of weapons at your disposal. Your weapons become my sharp blades. Unnamed martial arts technique can be named, can be supplemented. Combat tactics, every punch and kick is physical. Every blade of grass and tree embodies the truth. 4 techniques: external, internal, weaponry, and combat strategy. These are the 4 treasures of a martial artist, now fully acquired. As a martial artist, the external technique shall be named Martial Path True Body, the internal technique Martial Path True Chi, the military strategy Martial Path Warfare, and the combat technique Martial Path Combat. Names are merely codes. What Luffy truly seeks is to become the strongest martial artist. If I stand atop the peak, these 4 techniques shall naturally become the scriptures of martial arts. If I fall into the abyss, these 4 techniques shall return to dust. But do not starve. Luffy glanced at the rabbit and hurriedly gathered some grass. Little brat, you shall not escape today. The scar-faced leader, accompanied by a dozen brothers, brandished their long knives, asked the bandit chief. He awoke to find that over 10 of his patrolling brothers had been slain in their own stronghold. What a predicament! With nearly 30 bandit dens on Qingyo Mountain, housing about 1,000 men, some dens had only 7 or 8 members, while others boasted over 100. In the past, they collected protection fees from passing merchant caravans. But as banditry escalated, conflicts among them ensued. Just days prior, they had finalized the fee standards for merchants traveling through Qingyo Mountain, with 30 bandit leaders signing an agreement. However, the following day, 2 bandit factions were completely annihilated, with 6 members of one family perishing. These 2 factions had operated tea houses, serving as informants for merchant caravans. As the acting leader of the Qingyo Mountain Alliance, the scar-faced leader was infuriated. He had consumed copious amounts of alcohol that night, not merely due to the loss of profits. To his dismay, he awoke to find 2 teams of his patrol killed overnight. If he failed to capture the culprit, where would his authority lie? Where would his face be? With a knife in hand, he led a dozen brothers into the fray. As fate would have it, upon descending the mountain, they spotted a figure carrying a large sack, from which blood dripped ominously. Well now, you killed my men and are taking their remains away? This set the stage for what transpired next. One of the scar-faced leader's men, skilled in archery, drew back a towering bow. Releasing an arrow of formidable power that soared over 50 yards, Liu Chuan had no choice but to abandon the sack and flee. Fortunately, after a few shots, the archer could no longer draw the bow, and only a few men closely followed Liu Chuan, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, run faster! Liu Chuan scrambled up the hill toward Luffy's location. With a dozen men in pursuit, had they been on horseback, they would have caught up in no time. The leader, a second-rate martial artist, was significantly faster than the others, but fortunately, he was an internal energy practitioner and dared not exhaust his energy in the chase. Little brat, receive my blade. The scar-faced leader could no longer contain himself, pushing forward with his internal energy, closing the distance as he swung his knife. This is it. I'm done for, Liu Chuan thought, bitterly resigned as he gripped his long knife to face the attack. Clang! Liu Chuan's long knife shattered in 2 with a resounding clash. The scar-faced leader yanked Liu Chuan's wrist, severing an arm. A fierce glint flashed in Liu Chuan's eyes as he discarded the broken blade and seized the scar-faced leader's knife. Clang! I warn you, internal martial artists should not engage with external martial artists. With a desperate effort, Liu Chuan broke the scar-faced leader's blade, sidestepping as the blade glinted past him. The scar-faced leader's face contorted in terror as he clutched his throat with one hand while striking Liu Chuan in the chest with the other, sending him flying several yards away. Chapter 26. The Stone Tablet of Martial Arts. The scar-faced leader desperately channeled all his internal energy to stabilize his wound, halting the bleeding. Hiss, you madman! You nearly took my life. Boss, are you all right? The scar-faced leader's underlings rushed over, having seen the 2 combatants in a state of mutual devastation. The scar-faced leader seized a long knife from one of his subordinates. you little brat. Unafraid of death, I won't torture you. Instead, I will sever your head and use lime to preserve it, keeping it in my room to remind me day and night." With that, the scar-faced leader raised his knife, prepared to strike. Suddenly, a piece of wood, along with a charred morsel, flew through the air, colliding with the scar-faced leader as though struck by a freight train, sending him tumbling several dozen yards backward. The scar-faced leader's subordinates were thrown into disarray as dozens of wooden sticks followed suit, carrying him away. "What is happening?" Coach Lu Chuan gazed at the final scene, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, and fainted. Luffy descended the mountain top with a rabbit in hand, directly approaching Lu Chuan's side. How tragic! Fortunately, he did not perish outright. Transmitting a surge of true energy to Lu Chuan, the latter's complexion began to regain its color, and the wounds on his hands started to mend. "Alas, I am at a loss as to what else my true energy cannot achieve." Luffy's true energy had completely transcended internal power. The 5 elemental factors flowed seamlessly, allowing separation when unnecessary and effortless recombination when required, while continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform into true energy. Yet, even so, the true energy within his body remained but a thin layer, the filling of which was an unknown endeavor. However, if a source point were to manifest, then all would cease to be a problem. Luffy glanced around at the scattered corpses strewn about and was drawn to a magnificent bow. "The material is quite extraordinary. I cannot even break it." Luffy exerted force on the bow, which contorted in his grasp, but once he relaxed his grip, it instantly returned to its original form, with a mighty pull. Luffy transformed the bow into a crescent moon, and surprisingly, the true energy within him flowed into the bow, giving rise to an arrow forged from true energy. With a burst, the true energy arrow was released, piercing through dozens of tree trunks before vanishing into the distance at Qingyo Mountain, creating a deep pit several yards wide and 10 yards deep upon impact. With just a single arrow, such immense destruction was wrought, enhancing my casual strike's power threefold at the very least. Luffy felt a surge of elation within, though he masked it well. What if I were to unleash my full strength? Lu Chuan struggled to sit up, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Coach?" Luffy, still holding the bow, tossed it to Lu Chuan, causing him to fall back to the ground. "All right, you are merely exhausted. Rest well." Lu Chuan looked at his hands and then at his chest. "Thank you, Coach. You are far too weak. Today I shall impart to you the supreme divine art." Lu Chuan glanced around, pondering from which celestial cave this technique had emerged. Luffy cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chuan. "It is my own creation." Lu Chuan. Under the pressure of his coach's authority, Lu Chuan reluctantly began to learn this supreme divine art. Lu Chuan, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. The sages are likewise indifferent, regarding the common folk as mere straw dogs. Is there truly any difference between heaven and earth and a mere bellows? Luffy turned to him. In today's world, dynasties rise and fall. Cultivators stand high above, with transient courts and steadfast sections now. Chaos brews in the Zhou dynasty, with local peasants taking to the mountains as bandits. Yet what of these sects? Collecting followers and constructing grand temples. Is that all there is? The sects treat people as mere blood fodder. I have already imparted martial arts to you. A solitary warrior is but a commoner, while 1,000 form valiant soldiers. If an entire nation were filled with warriors, the martial way would flourish, and all would be like dragons. Warriors cultivate the self, while immortals rely upon innate talent. Master, Lu Chuan lowered his head. Go forth. A warrior stands alone, while 1,000 become generals and 10,000 ascend as kings. Yet, at that moment, Lu Chuan's thoughts lingered on the fact that his coach had not opposed him calling him master. Recruitment for the Zhanjuan is underway. Go forth? Yes, Master. As time passed, Lu Chuan kept his head lowered. Master? When he looked up again, there was no one in sight. Anjin City. At the Exorcist Pavilion branch, a figure entered, tall and imposing yet unremarkable in appearance. The zombie incident in Panzago has been resolved. Luffy placed the corpse pearl upon the table, and immediately a dense aura of energy began to emanate. The individual responsible for the statistics. A cultivator turned pale. A zombie? Sir, may I see your copper coins? Luffy produced 3 copper coins, which were crafted from gold and bore the specific mark of the Exorcist Pavilion. Each member of the Exorcist Pavilion was designated as a one Exorcist, with additional coins awarded based on strength. Typically, martial artists and cultivators joining the pavilion start with 2 to 3 coins and can increase their count through completion of numerous tasks. The more coins one possesses, the greater their authority within the various branches of the Exorcist Pavilion across the Zhou dynasty. Upon reaching 7 coins, one could even enter the court as an official. The cultivator performed a series of hand seals, causing an ethereal image of the zombie's remnant soul to appear on the coin, which lunged at Luffy but was effortlessly dispersed by him. The cultivator smiled, confirming that this zombie had indeed been dealt with by Luffy himself. 500 contribution points for the zombie. Lord Lu, you are now a 4-coin exorcist. A gleaming gold coin was added to Luffy's coin string. As a 4-coin exorcist, you can now enter the martial arts stele of the Exorcist Pavilion. The martial arts stele, a realm of the Exorcist Pavilion, contained the martial arts collected over centuries in the Zhou dynasty, a place every martial artist dreams of entering. Lord Lu, aside from the annual fixed openings, you may also use spiritual stones to open it independently, though the reward for opening it will take 3 months. The cultivator spoke with utmost politeness, for the Exorcist Pavilion employed not only cultivators from various sects but also gifted orphans or descendants from noble families brought in by their exorcist masters. Luffy attached the 4 coins to his waist and produced a cloth bag filled with dozens of corpse and demon pills. Is this sufficient? The statistician examined the items closely. 15 corpse pills, equivalent to 300 spiritual stones, 20 demon pills, equivalent to 400. Lord Lu, there are still some left. Would you like to exchange them for inner strength pills? Luffy glanced at him. No need. Convert the excess into spiritual stones. In no time, Luffy was taken to a circular formation and given a cloth bag. Lord Lu, this contains 200 spiritual stones. In 15 minutes, you will enter the realm. With a flash of white light, Luffy vanished from sight. Chapter 27. The method of opening the Meridian's countless stone tablets, each a unique martial art, represent one of the Zhou dynasty's profound legacies, infamous as the stronghold of the Dark Martial Guard. The Dark Martial Guard utilizes this realm to appear anywhere in the Zhou dynasty through the teleportation pathways of the Exorcist Pavilion. The Zhou dynasty gathers talents from across the land, annually training countless individuals, even nurturing a master martial artist. Unfortunately, this master, who would be regarded as a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, was a eunuch. The royal service has its own secret methods, rendering the essence of life void and eliminating any potential for growth. Eunuchs enter the palace at a young age, barred from any cultivation, and may only train in martial arts or cultivation after passing through rigorous selection to become qualified eunuchs. Regardless of how high their cultivation level may rise, they remain eunuchs at their core. Below them are the innate martial artists. Only a handful of known innate generals exist in the Zhou dynasty, while the status of innate martial artists within the Dark Martial Guard remains shrouded in mystery. Within this realm, the Dark Martial Guard harbors no fear of outsiders discovering their secrets, for what they allow outsiders to see is not truly a secret at all. A 4-coin exorcist may only remain in the realm for 3 days. However, the martial arts stele is a place of dreams for martial artists, and upon reaching 4 coins, cultivators can enter a blessed land, a sacred place rich in spiritual essence for cultivation. Luffy surveyed the vast array of stone tablets, the majority of martial arts from across the realm contained within. Though it was not the time for the realm to naturally open, he still observed many figures entering and exiting. Most bore copper coins at their waists, while a small number donned splendid robes, clearly descendants of noble families. The most conspicuous was a figure clad in a golden eagle attire, with a curved blade at his waist. With a wasp waist and mantis-like legs, adorned in golden eagle garments and a gilded helmet, he wielded a crescent blade, indeed, a member of the Dark Martial Guard. Having slain demons and vanquished monsters over the past month, Luffy had amassed approximately 3,000 source points and resolved to make the most of his time in the martial arts steel. The periphery of the steel boasted an array of weapons and techniques. Given Luffy's level, as long as he had complete techniques, he could immediately begin his training. Advancing forward, he walked for 10 miles before feeling the resistance of the steel. Further progress would demand considerable strength. The tablets he encountered were now beginning to display internal martial arts methods, compelling Luffy to utilize source points for learning. His swift movements caught the attention of others, prompting a 5-coin exorcist to approach him. "I'm Gonzu, seeking to spar with this esteemed exorcist." Before he could finish his sentence, Luffy struck him with a palm, sending him crashing into a stone tablet before finally coming to a halt. "I have a short temper. Do not provoke me," Luffy remarked nonchalantly, then turned to the next tablet. Gonzu rose, indignant. "Such a lack of martial ethics. I hadn't even finished speaking before you attacked me. Young man, who taught you to ambush others? I am a peak internal martial artist and shall teach you a lesson today." Gonzu stood tall. Chien, Diamond Thorn. Chien, a disciple of the Ryu martial sect? Luffy harbored a sense of curiosity regarding the practitioners of martial arts who belonged to sects, much like warriors who were affiliated with various factions. The most renowned among them were the Sun Moon Martial Sect and the Earth Capital II sects. The Sun Moon Martial Sect was divided into the Chien and Kurin branches. The former specialized in internal cultivation while the latter focused on external techniques. When Chien and Kurin were practiced in unison, the sun and moon would lose their radiance. How imposing it sounded! Yet, this formidable sect boasted not a single innate warrior, and it was rumored that the sect's supreme technique, the Chinkuan Great Shift, had been lost to time. Suddenly, the sound of the diamond sting pierced the air, a metallic clang resonating sharply. "How could this be?" Gonzu exclaimed in astonishment as Luffy grasped the diamond sting firmly in his hand, rendering it immobile despite its buzzing vibration. "Here you go." Luffy tossed the weapon back, and Gonzu hurriedly controlled it. The sting dispersed just before Gonzu's forehead, a drop of blood trickling down. This scene drew the attention of many onlookers as they watched Luffy depart. That individual possesses considerable strength. I wonder how many apertures he has opened, a man clad in a golden eagle attire murmured. To which another swiftly replied, "Every individual has their own opportunities. The methods for opening apertures are closely guarded by prestigious families and sections. What has been passed down is likely to be some inferior technique. If this person could comprehend the methods of aperture opening within the monument forest, the methods of aperture opening vary greatly, and there exists a repulsion between apertures. Once an aperture is opened, it suppresses the others around it. If the techniques for opening apertures could be transformed, the number of innate warriors would not be so scant," the golden eagle-clad man sighed. "The most basic techniques involve 36 major apertures and 36 minor ones. The intermediate ones consist of 108 major apertures and 1,008 minor ones. The superior techniques encompass 360 major apertures and 3,600 minor ones. Yet even with inferior techniques, talent plays a crucial role. Whether one can fully open their apertures remains uncertain, and the same applies to superior techniques. Let us proceed. This time, the Dark Martial Guard is expanding its recruitment, seeking out promising candidates, giants of the Celestial Star's aperture opening method. Luffy gazed at the stone tablet with intrigue, for it was the first time in a long while he had encountered a method for opening apertures. 36 apertures? How peculiar. Some of them differ from my own cultivation techniques. Perhaps the human body possesses more than 360 apertures. As Luffy scrutinized the tablet, he recalled his previous thoughts on refining human cells, though he had yet to encounter any similar techniques. Now, upon witnessing diverse methods of aperture opening, coupled with his own experience of having opened 36 major apertures, a spark of realization ignited within him. Perhaps martial arts represent a path to longevity. If martial arts were to separate the skin, membranes, tendons, bones, blood, organs, and apertures for focused cultivation. Luffy pondered deeply. Panel. Learn the giants of the celestial stars aperture opening method. 100 source points vanished without a trace, and several major and minor apertures manifested within Luffy's body. He felt a slight enhancement in his strength, albeit less than 1%. Fascinating. The Purple Cloud Stars aperture opening method. The Fighting Power Stars aperture opening method. As he traversed further, Luffy encountered over 10 various methods for opening apertures, all of which he absorbed using source points, including one superior technique comprising 580 major apertures and 6,000 minor ones. Luffy's strength had at least doubled, excluding internal energy considerations. He also discerned that all methods of aperture opening were connected to the stars above, prompting him to recall the celestial Taoist, who seemed akin to a star deity. If that were indeed the case, a visit to the celestial court would be ideal. However, with his current strength, that remained unattainable. The celestial court resided above the 9 heavens, and for deities, navigating between the mortal realm and the celestial court posed little difficulty. Even Yuanian cultivators could easily traverse there. Yet, for warriors, it became a convoluted endeavor. Even a martial arts master would find it impossible to ascend without the accompaniment of 2 Yuanian cultivators. Otherwise, they would merely have to watch from the ground. Due to the rapid depletion of his source points from the methods of aperture opening, Luffy realized that the 4 money celestial masters could only remain within the monument forest for 3 days before needing to wait a year to re-enter. Thus, he could only rely on his own intellect to reference other martial arts. Chapter 28. The water demon of the river. A flash of white light heralded Luffy's arrival within the exorcism pavilion. An attendant guided him out, leading him back to the grand hall. Though Luffy's expression remained stoic, his eyes sparkled with delight, for he had garnered considerable gains within the cave. Evil Temple? Luffy scrutinized the task board in the hall, his gaze drawn to a mission regarding an evil temple. The water demon of the river was causing chaos, inciting the populace, establishing unauthorized temples, and collecting offerings, demanding the surrounding villagers to worship day and night. Those who refused were offered as sacrifices. Luffy's mood soured instantly. The establishment of private temples was a matter the court vehemently opposed, akin to a campaign against organized crime. Should a private temple be discovered, the iron-armored army would descend upon it, determined to eradicate those responsible. Yet, now such a mission appeared within the exorcism pavilion. Do the officials of the court desire chaos in the realm? It was common knowledge that countless deities from the celestial court were fixated on the mortal realm, waiting for the slightest lapse from the earthly emperor to descend and demonstrate their powers. Inciting the populace to establish temples and gather offerings, in such a scenario, farmers would abandon their fields, resulting in untold starvation, while the celestial beings would collect their faithful into the cave, praying tirelessly for offerings. Eventually, when chaos reigned and rites were disregarded, a hero would emerge, sweeping across the lands, unifying the realm, and then garnering the hearts of the people to petition the celestial court, forbidding further dissent. Subsequently, the deities appointed by previous dynasties would find themselves with no place to stand, forced to ascend to the celestial court, relying on the mortal realm's fortunes for survival. Nevertheless, The water demon was compelling the populace to erect temples, likely an influential piece on the board. If the court were to ignore it, temples would soon proliferate across the land. Fortune is both a remedy and a poison. Offerings can be toxic in times of peace. Fortune flows abundantly, but in chaos, demons run rampant, presenting an opportune moment to harvest followers' offerings. Luffy seized the task at hand, for he, too, had a use for those offerings. Within the hall, various celestial masters whispered among themselves, many of whom were 5 money and 6 money celestial masters. Ignorant fools. They mused. The water demon was merely a pawn, a bait released by the human path sect. The court was cunning, presenting this as a task in the exorcism pavilion, luring unsuspecting individuals to serve as cannon fodder. It was not uncommon for a few reckless souls to charge in. Look at the exorcism pavilion in Argene City. We have our share of such fools. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, labeling Luffy as a reckless youth. The river traversed through several states, including Luzhou, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou, with numerous towns and villages relying on it for their livelihoods. Luffy halted his horse, pondering, Imo family village. At that moment, it was noon. Under normal circumstances, the air would be filled with the scent of cooking, yet Luffy surveyed his surroundings and found an eerie silence. Leading his horse into the village, he noticed every household had its doors tightly shut. Pushing open one door after another, he sensed the presence of people inside, albeit their auras were faint. Upon entering the main hall, he found a family of 3 kneeling on the ground, hands clasped together, their lips moving in prayer. Infinite Merit, Purple Cloud Tour, Sacred Water Deity. Luffy strained to hear, but their voices had grown so weak they were nearly inaudible. The family appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Yet they continued their prayers. With a firm tug, Luffy interrupted their chants. The man, startled, gazed blankly at his wife and child, raising a hand to invoke the evil deity. With that, their life force extinguished. Luffy recognized that these individuals were merely clinging to the last vestiges of life. Once that breath was released, death would follow, victims of starvation. The village still echoed with faint prayers, but in truth, it had long been devoid of the living. In such circumstances, the deceased believers would not ascend to the paradise of the deity they worshipped. Instead, their souls would disperse, akin to being drained of every last drop of oil. A mere test, perhaps? Luffy glanced at the villagers, still reciting their prayers in a state of numbness, and decided to set fire to the place. In no time, the village was engulfed in flames, at the very least. While these individuals still had a final breath, the inferno might provide them with a slender chance of reincarnation. The water deity? A mere man-eating monster. Luffy mounted his horse and galloped towards the Linshui Wharf, the place where the water demon had demanded the construction of a temple upon its arrival on land. As he approached the Linshui Wharf, an icy chill gripped Luffy's heart. Countless individuals, regardless of age or gender, made their way towards the dock, their gaunt faces betraying their hunger. It was evident that their arrival at the temple would herald their demise. Audacious fiends, oblivious to their fate. From a distance, Luffy beheld the opulent water god temple, and a surge of righteous fury ignited within him. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade. A flash of light erupted as the blade cleaved through the air, sending shockwaves that shattered the temple into fragments. The throngs of bewildered citizens, enchanted by the demon's spell, awakened from their stupor, collapsing in droves. Fiend, reveal yourself and face my wrath, Luffy cried as he leaped from his steed. Landing atop the ruins of the temple, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire Linshui River to tremble. A colossal head emerged from the waters. Who dares to destroy my temple? Luffy gazed at the head, adorned with scales and a sinuous tongue extending over a meter in length. A magnificent serpent demon. Today, I shall rend your flesh and brew a broth from your bones. The The serpent coiled its body. Hissing ominously, I am the water god of Lin Shui, sanctioned by the court. You, a mere mortal, dare to speak so brazenly? Prepare to be taken to the heavenly court. Without hesitation, Luffy unleashed a flurry of blade energy. Launching his sword like a projectile, the serpent demon howled in fury as the blade carved deep gashes into its flesh. Enraged, the serpent lashed out with its tail, but Luffy's blade pinned it back, forcing it to retreat across the water. You have provoked my ire, the serpent hissed in pain, its body thrashing as it summoned torrents of water to crash upon Luffy. Yet, he stood firm, warding off the deluge, the ground sizzling beneath him as he realized the water was laced with deadly poison. Unperturbed, the serpent emitted a series of eerie sounds. Water domain, arise. Instantly, the area around Luffy transformed into a watery expanse. Tendrils of water ensnaring him tightly. The serpent's massive head advanced menacingly. Mortal, how shall I deal with you? Your life force rivals that of 100 strong men. The serpent's tongue grazed Luffy's face. Perhaps I shall devour you, it hissed, a hint of excitement in its voice. Oh, devour me? Luffy grinned, revealing his determination. Look me in the eye, wretched creature. With a powerful surge, he shattered the bindings of water, gripping the serpent's tongue tightly. How can a creature like you claim to be a water god? Speak. How did you ascend to this position? As he spoke, Luffy spun the serpent, slamming it into the ground, clouds of dust rising as the earth trembled beneath their struggle. The serpent shrieked, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape, yet its tongue remained ensnared as if caught in iron. Human, release me, the serpent cried in agony. Release you? Luffy slammed the serpent back to the ground, planting his foot upon its head, gripping its tongue as it writhed beneath him. I have offered you a chance, yet you scorn it. Fear filled the serpent's eyes. I am of the Dragon Palace. But before it could finish, Luffy yanked its tongue free, a length of several meters spilling forth, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a swift kick, Luffy sent the serpent sprawling away from the water's edge. It writhed in anguish, yearning to return to the depths. You are no mere beast. If you return to the water, I shall drain it dry and never resurface. Still wishing to flee, Luffy approached with his long blade. What of my dinner? I intend to brew a broth from your flesh. The serpent, attempting to speak, could only gurgle as blood poured from its mouth. It was merely a demon king, not yet fully formed. And without its tongue, it was rendered mute. Who commanded you to construct this temple? Luffy leaned closer, his voice low and menacing. After a prolonged silence, the serpent could only sputter blood, its eyes reflecting a resignation to death. Very well, you refuse my hospitality. I shall have my feast. In a flash, Luffy's blade severed the serpent's head, its body convulsing violently before falling still, its eyes filled with bitterness. Did you not promise me mercy? The serpent's final thoughts lingered as it perished 30 paces from the Lin Shui River, nearby a stone tablet inscribed with the warning against idolatry and the worship of malevolent entities, on the opposite bank of the river. In stark contrast to the horror unfolding across the way, tranquility reigned, with several individuals still fishing. On a flower-laden boat by the riverbank, 2 middle-aged scholars observed the scene across the river. The serpent demon has perished. One remarked, sipping his tea, your vision is indeed remarkable, Taoist Xia. Even from nearly 100 paces, you discern the chaos across the river, the other replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Indeed, brother Taoist, it is apparent to all that calamity has befallen yonder shore. Xiahou Ming replied nonchalantly, that serpent was the guardian spirit of your lineage, and you, the esteemed Xia, sought the water god title from the court. Now, what explanation shall you provide? Setting down his teacup, Xiahou Ming tapped the table thoughtfully. New province has revolted. The other man chuckled softly. New province has revolted. You must still provide the court with— What? He stood abruptly, realization dawning upon him. New province has revolted? The great dam can collapse under the weight of a mere anthill. The Zhou dynasty must prepare for a reckoning. How could Changxing Tian dare to be the first to raise the standard? 3 years ago, he explicitly stated, to protect New province and uphold the Zhou dynasty. Xia Hongming laughed, aware that only he could speak so boldly without fear of reproach. But why would Changxing Tian choose to take the lead? The other queried, perplexed. Actually, he had no choice. The Zhou dynasty was founded on what principles? Surely, you are aware of this? At that time, the realm was fragmented, each faction vying for control of the dragon veins, resulting in bloodshed. In less than 100 years, over 30 nations emerged, and during the most tumultuous period, 7 kingdoms coexisted, with terrestrial immortals emerging in abundance. It was a pinnacle of martial prowess, yet alas. But what does this have to do with Changxing Tian taking the lead? The man still did not grasp the connection. Xia Hongming sighed. Qing Yuanzi, you are still young, having lived barely over 300 years. I have lived for over 1,000 and learned these truths. Everything traces back to the great calamity that occurred a millennium ago, when martial practitioners and cultivators coexisted as the 2 primary forces in the realm. At that time, the pinnacle of martial practitioners reached terrestrial immortality, while the highest cultivators attained the realm of cave heavens. And the peak of shadow gods reached the Pure Land. Their numbers were vast. Perhaps even the humble vendors were among them, and at that time, nascent souls were as common as dirt, while golden cores were treated with disdain. Xia Hongming paused, his eyes alight with nostalgia, as Qing Yuanzi appeared absorbed in the tale. At that time, the Heavenly Machine sect mobilized all its strength to predict the next realm for cultivators. Yet they were unable to foresee what they desired. Instead, they predicted an alternative outcome. Within the next 100 or 1,000 years, the world would face a great calamity, resulting in a regression of the heavenly order. A depletion of spiritual energy and a suppression of the world's limits. In simpler terms, it would herald an age of decline. Qing Yuanzi gasped in shock. Could it be? Xia Hongming met his gaze. The Heavenly Machine sect faced divine retribution. All 3,000 disciples perished, and the sect leader inscribed the predicted outcome upon the sect's stone tablet before dying beneath it, leaving behind the only possible path to survival. The news spread rapidly. Uncertainty loomed over whether the age of decline would arrive in 100 or 1,000 years, leading everyone to prepare. The shadow god Haoyan established the celestial court, and all shadow gods entered its fold. While the cultivation world's 3 pure ones established their sects, marking the beginning of a new era for cultivators, in an era marked by the incessant rise and fall of dynasties. The frequency of regime changes has become alarmingly prevalent. As the centennial period draws near, a noticeable decline in the spiritual essence of the world has begun to manifest. Consequently, both the Celestial Court and the Taoist sect have entered the fray, united by a singular ambition, to cleanse the realm and establish a new dynasty. In this grand design, the martial artists and practitioners of the world would integrate into this new order, relying on the dynasty's fortune to sustain their prowess. As long as the dynasty endures, so too shall they enjoy longevity. Yet, unexpectedly, the ensuing conflict shattered the continent, fracturing the martial world into numerous segments. With over half of the population lost to uncertainty, and the casualties among practitioners and warriors were grievous. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Zhou dynasty would emerge as the unexpected victor? But soon enough, the ancestral dragon vein of this realm lies beneath the Zhou royal palace, and the Zhou dynasty's policies unmistakably exclude practitioners and spirits, focusing solely on nurturing warriors. Alas, warriors have short lifespans. The cataclysm of a millennium ago has almost claimed them all now. After 1,000 years, it is likely that not a single terrestrial immortal remains in this world. Under such circumstances, an upheaval is merely a matter of time. And soon the Taoists, the celestial court, and overseas practitioners will all seek to intervene. This realm will inevitably descend into chaos. Xia Hongming spoke with unwavering confidence. This time, our lineage of humanity has chosen the Xiahou clan. This realm, this imperial dynasty, and its national faith will be firmly established by our lineage. Chapter 30. The invitation from the Sima family. Luffy refined the python's spirit with his inner strength, transforming its 20-meter length into a mere meter or so, which he then coiled around his waist. Upon emerging, he delivered a single strike that cleaved the temple, scattering the incense offerings within. He could only take the serpent's body back to brew soup, for he could not return empty-handed. After searching for a considerable time, he realized he had lost track of his horse, likely frightened away during the skirmish. What a loss! Not only did he fail to acquire the source point, but he also lost his horse. Luffy felt a pang of regret when suddenly, a dust cloud loomed in the distance, and the earth began to tremble, approaching him at an astonishing speed. The Great Zhou Iron Cavalry? Luffy's keen eyesight discerned that a vast number of cavalrymen approached, each clad in iron armor, their speed akin to the wind, at the forefront. One rider bore a grand flag emblazoned with the character Zhou. Though Luffy recognized the approaching troops as the army of the Zhou dynasty, he wished to avoid unnecessary contact. Just as he contemplated retreating, a voice called out, "Martial Master, please hold." Martial Master is a collective term for warriors. Hearing the voice before seeing its owner, Luffy realized that among the Iron Cavalry were formidable practitioners. As he drew closer, he noted that these cavalrymen were not only tall and imposing, standing at least 2 meters high, but their mounts were equally impressive, towering approximately a meter high. Each rider wielded 2 long spears, carried a longbow on their back, and hung a long knife at their waist, exuding an air of lethal intent. Luffy, who had cultivated his martial arts to a pinnacle level, had adjusted his height to 2 meters for convenience in daily life. Now, under the scrutiny of these cavalrymen, he found himself needing to look up at them. The cavalry parted, and a lone rider approached on horseback, unarmored and unarmed, save for a fan in his hand. This practitioner quickly noticed the serpent's body coiled at Luffy's waist, as well as the 4 copper coins he possessed. "You must be a Tianshi from the Exorcism Pavilion. Such skills are a rarity. For copper coins hardly suffice. I am Sima Nan, and I am unaware of the Tianshi's name." "Luffy," he replied, intrigued by this man before him. Practitioners accompanying the army were typically strategists or advisors, adept at harnessing the powers of heaven and earth to bolster their forces, akin to a collective buff. No wonder the cavalry had moved with such swiftness earlier. "Ah, Luffy Tianshi, I have long admired your prowess," Sima Nan responded, disregarding whether he knew Luffy or not. "It is never amiss to speak kindly. After all, one should not strike those who extend a friendly hand." Luffy felt somewhat exasperated. Sima Nan's flattery was rather transparent. Sima Nan laughed heartily, dismounted, and approached Luffy. "Your skills are remarkable. I observe you do not possess a natural body, merely harmonizing with the forces of nature. Yet, at the opening realm, you managed to slay that golden core demon king." He glanced at the python spirit at Luffy's waist, his eyes twitching slightly. "You brought it down, and are you claiming a reward?" "No, I intend to bring it back to brew soup," Luffy replied earnestly. "As for realms, does that truly matter? Among mortals, there are those born with divine strength, capable of overpowering later-stage warriors without any training. Even if a practitioner at the opening realm were to compete in raw strength, they would likely be at a disadvantage. My base attributes are high. An increase of 1% for me versus someone with a lower base attributes increasing by the same percentage. What difference would it make? As for the innate realm, I could become an innate warrior at any time. but I simply do not wish to die. I am merely indulging in my pursuits. I understand that it is exceedingly difficult for warriors to enter the innate realm. Otherwise, the Zhou army would not only have a handful of innate generals. If Luffy Tianchi is willing to join my Black Cavalry, I promise to grant you a position as a deputy general and secure a chance for you to enter the innate pool for refinement. This way, you would have at least a 50% chance of becoming an innate warrior. Sima fanned himself with his hand. Warriors are the backbone of the army. Only the flesh of a warrior can withstand the collective military spirit that unites an army. Without a military spirit, an army cannot be considered formidable. Historically, all generals in the major military districts of the Zhou dynasty were innate warriors. Yet now, the ranks of warriors are thinning, with many commanding officers having transitioned from innate warriors to those at the opening realm. Now, encountering a practitioner at the opening realm who has slain a golden core demon king, it would be unacceptable to let him slip away. My sole aspiration is to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. However, I fear I cannot accede to your request, Sima Darendado, and I have a rabbit to tend to at home, so I must take my leave. With that, Luffy leaped high, soaring over the ranks of cavalry, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Spatial contraction? Unlikely, but his speed is astonishing. Sima Nan's eyes widened. As a golden core cultivator, he had nearly failed to keep pace with an opening realm warrior. The Exorcism Pavilion truly is a gathering of extraordinary individuals. If the pavilion were to support the Sima family, great things could be achieved. He glanced back at the now-ruined water temple, intending to gather the remains of the deceased citizens and lay them to rest. In Jean City, West Ditch Street, Luffy returned to his modest courtyard. The first thing he did upon arrival was to start a fire. He washed the large iron pot, set it over the flame, poured in water, and chopped the python spirit into pieces, tossing them into the pot to stew, adding ginger, garlic, and scallions before covering it with a lid. Hop, hop, it's time to eat. A rabbit bounded out from the room, hopping to Luffy's feet. Come, come, have some radish. Luffy cut a piece of radish, the spicy white variety. The rabbit sniffed it, paused, and promptly overturned the food bowl. Isn't the rabbit supposed to eat radish? I specifically bought radish for you on my way back. The rabbit hopped over to the iron pot, eagerly nudging closer. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so generous, thinking of giving me an extra meal. Luffy lifted the rabbit. Too bad it's not enough to satisfy my hunger. The rabbit kicked its hind legs vigorously as Luffy tossed it onto the ground. Luffy used his inner strength to cook the meat. Normal fire was far too slow. Before long, an alluring aroma wafted through the air, making Luffy's mouth water. He glanced down to see the rabbit drooling as well. Goodness, are you a rabbit? Don't you eat vegetables? When did you start craving meat? Luffy contentedly patted his belly. Although he didn't condense the serpent's flesh down to a meter himself, it was pure essence, and consuming an entire one felt immensely gratifying. Suddenly, the lively rabbit knocked over the iron pot. Just a small piece, and you're acting as if you consumed a stimulant. If you can't eat it, Dante, Luffy retreated to his room to sleep, while outside, the rabbit continued to scamper about, occasionally knocking over items and creating a ruckus. Chapter 31. The Earth of Guanin. April skies appeared overcast, and with a gust of wind, snowflakes began to fall. Snow in April, a time when the seedlings first sprout. If this continues, this year's harvest could be a complete failure. Luffy could only remark on the increasing oddity of the weather. He glanced at the muscular rabbit, resembling a golden fur ball, which had grown at an astonishing rate after consuming the python spirit's flesh. If such a rabbit could grow so rapidly, what about the beasts lurking in the deep mountains and forests? Behave yourself. I must head to work now. Luffy strapped on his sword and donned a conical hat. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a fondness for carrying the sword. Perhaps it added to his charisma. Good sirs, a morsel of food, if you please. It has been several days since I last ate. Not eaten? Your belly looks quite round. A group of rascals surrounded a beggar, one hand outstretched for alms while the other protectively held a small girl beside him. Good sirs, I do not consume grain but rather the earth of Guanyin. I can manage. But this child cannot endure it, I beseech you. Grant us some food. I, Ming, will be eternally grateful and in the next life. I shall toil like an ox or a horse. Damn it. Who are you trying to fool from a distance? How am I to know if you truly eat the earth of Guanyin? With great audacity, he brandished his hands amidst the throng, igniting a fire of chaos. The surrounding crowd comprised nothing but ruffians and scoundrels, who pointed fingers and whispered among themselves, their expressions betraying a morbid curiosity. It seemed they were the denizens of Chuan Prefecture, where it was rumored that Wang Yuanji, the mountain lord, had increased taxes and engaged in extensive construction, inciting the wrath of the heavens and the people. Earlier this year, the entire prefecture had rallied to send forth 100,000 able-bodied men to toil for the mountain sect. An elderly man beside Luffy sighed heavily, lamenting the state of affairs. The crowd fell silent. If Chuan Prefecture suffered so, had they not endured a similar plight in Jincheng? Yet, here, they merely labored as offerings to the sea god. Labor. The immortals devour flesh and spit out bones. The mountain sect claims 10,000 souls each year, and this year, it was a staggering 100,000, yet, after all these years, has a single soul ever returned alive from the mountain sect? A dreadful cry pierced the air. Shattering the silence, gentlemen, I truly consumed Guanyin soil. Look, Meng Tu trembled as he drew forth a knife. Thrusting his hand into the earth, his body racked with agony. With a violent tug, he extracted a hand enveloped in a dark, viscous substance. It is Guanyin soil, indeed. Someone among the crowd exclaimed, Gentlemen, you spoke of taking this child as your adopted daughter. Meng Tu, trembling uncontrollably, managed to utter these words, his breath shallow and labored, as he lay there. The onlookers beheld his dire condition. His legs were severed at the knees, each movement a torment. Above all, it was the thought of his child that haunted him, yet he recognized he had placed his trust in the wrong people. How could ruffians ever uphold their word? We shall raise this child and later sell her to the brothel. What joy will that bring us? Laughter erupted from several ruffians, while Meng Tu clawed desperately at the ground, issuing a choked sound. Upon a closer look, his eyes widened in horror, yet life had already fled him, his tears trailing down his cheeks. Only the child remained, wailing inconsolably. You wretches are not even human. You are worse than beasts. The ruffian's actions finally provoked the ire of the onlookers. Step back, all of you. Several ruffians brandished small knives, shouting for the crowd to retreat. Gentlemen, I am in high spirits today. Do not provoke my wrath, or you shall witness bloodshed. As for this child, fret not. We shall treat her well, as the ruffians boasted. Their knives began to slip from their grasp, descending uncontrollably as if compelled by an unseen force. The crowd recoiled in terror, startled by the sudden self-inflicted wounds. Once these men withdrew, the scene opened up, and Luffy advanced step by step, discovering a ruffian still alive, bleeding profusely and convulsing in fear. With no one else to deliver justice, it seemed he must intervene. Luffy scooped up the little girl and gently closed the eyes of the man who would not find peace in death. The child, around 6 or 7 years old, tightly sealed her lips, yet tears streamed from her eyes freely. Her instincts warned her of the danger that Luffy posed. A troop of soldiers pressed through the crowd, and upon spotting the corpses, the leading officer's expression shifted. Crossbow! The soldiers retrieved their crossbows, aiming them at Luffy, declaring, Martial artist, you are killing in the streets. Resist, and you shall be executed on the spot. Kneel. Luffy said nothing, merely producing copper coins from his waist and tossing them to the commanding officer. Just 4 coins. Let it be, master. It seems the floodwaters have washed away the Dragon King's temple. Luffy waved dismissively. It is all right. I shall take my leave. By the way, please assist in burying that man with the severed leg. He threw a pouch of coins to the officer. Take care, master. As the officer watched Luffy depart, he exhaled in relief. Why should we fear him? One soldier asked. Because with a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate us, the officer replied. Indeed, a valid point. Let us withdraw and send someone to report the incident, claiming we were never here. Dispose of the man with the severed leg. Why must I concern myself with such matters? Luffy mused while cradling the child, reflecting on the countless lives lost each day in this world. Life is lived in confusion, and death arrives in the same fog. Many perish, left to rot in the wilderness, as the wind grew fiercer and the snow fell heavier. Luffy pushed open the door to the Demon Extermination Pavilion. The gust carried in the snow, chilling the entire hall. The hall fell silent for a moment, until some recognized Luffy. Master Lu, greetings, Master Lu. The other celestial masters greeted him, their eyes flickering with envy. The Demon King had been vanquished, and for this alone, Luffy could ascend to the rank of 7-coin Celestial Master. Within the pavilion, the criteria to attain the title of 7-coin Celestial Master required either becoming a Golden Dan cultivator, an innate martial artist, or slaying a Demon King. Yet, were it truly so simple, the title would not be so rare. Luffy approached the task board, meticulously examining the available missions. He was in dire need of source points, primarily for martial arts true energy. Relying solely on personal training would take a lifetime to fill. However, with source points, a single point could equate to a year's worth of internal energy. As for the other tasks, with a plethora of martial arts manuals at his disposal, he could continually simulate techniques, and even without them, he could conjure ideas and fill them with source points. Yet, numerous attempts had failed. He still required tangible martial arts as a reference. Chapter 32. The Emperor's Demise. As Luffy scrutinized the task board, a resounding chime echoed through the air, reminiscent of a dragon's mournful song. Followed by nearly an hour of tolling bells in that span, Luffy envisioned a remarkable figure ascending the dance stage, adorned in a dragon robe, seated within the grand hall, issuing decrees that ushered in peace and prosperity, a reign known as Taichu. In the 3rd year of Taichu, the Emperor ascended the throne, and the Great Zhou flourished, its strength reaching its zenith. However, celestial beings descended from the heavens, showcasing their powers and enticing the common folk to construct temples. Within a few short years, fields lay fallow, and harvests dwindled. The celestial sects opened their gates wide, recruiting disciples, and officials across the realm scrambled to appease them, seeking thousands of laborers for the sect's toils. Amidst the depths of forests and mountains, wild spirits emerged, wreaking havoc upon humanity, leading to chaos throughout the Great Zhou. The Emperor, incensed, commanded his ironclad army to demolish temples and execute celestial beings to placate the people's fury. Thus began the campaign against the most audacious sects, culminating in the establishment of the Demon Extermination Pavilion, dedicated to slaying monsters and malevolent spirits, a period that became known as the Taichu Turmoil. In the 10th year of Taichu, the Emperor conferred divine status upon the mountains, rivers, and deities across the land, appointing deceased officials as city guardians to oversee ghostly matters. By the 15th year, as peace prevailed and the populace thrived. This year was celebrated as the Taichu Prosperity. By the 25th year, local princes seized power, while the celestial beings began to yield under the pressure of the heavenly court and sects. In the 35th year, demons and malevolent spirits resurfaced, calamities besieged the land, and the citizens of the Great Zhou suffered greatly. The Emperor contemplated reigniting the Taichu turmoil, yet little did he realize that the realm was already in disarray. With princes and sects entangled in complex relations, in April of the 36th year of Taichu, the emperor passed away. The realm mourned, the bells tolling 99 times. Luffy opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. The chime had the power to replay a person's life within the minds of others. Ordinarily, the death of an emperor would not be announced without proper preparations, yet in this world, even the will of heaven proclaimed, the emperor has died. With the emperor's demise, true chaos would ensue. Luffy had thought today was already dire. But to his astonishment, the staff of the Demon Extermination Pavilion removed the task board, and a representative emerged, declaring, "Esteemed Masters, the Demon Extermination Pavilion will temporarily suspend all tasks. You may continue to rest here." Luffy sighed, glancing at the child in his arms, preparing to return home. "Esteemed Masters, please hold." The doors swung open, and a squad of soldiers entered, one of whom, a scholarly figure, introduced himself. "Esteemed Masters, I am Yuin Hu. My master has long admired you and wishes to invite you as guest scholars." Yuin Hu clasped his hands and continued, "My master hails from the Yuin family. Esteemed Masters, please," bang. One celestial master slammed the table, exclaiming, "The emperor has just died, and your Yuin family leaps forward. Do you not realize Jincheng is but a few hundred miles from the imperial city? The great Zhou's iron cavalry could arrive at your doorstep in a day. Are you not acting prematurely?" Yuin Hu smiled. "The Zhou family has reached its end. From this day forth, they shall cease to exist." The expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically. How is that possible? Could it be that all the strongmen of the realm will besiege the imperial city? Yuin Hu chuckled. The imperial city borders the sea. Today, foreign powers will lead their armies to assault the imperial city, with countless cultivators shattering its walls. With a population of millions, scarcely a soul will remain, and of course, while the great Zhou's imperial city is indeed a formidable fortress, foreign cultivators would mobilize the full strength of their regions to besiege a single city. Yuin Hu smiled joyfully, for the grand act of rebellion had been meticulously prepared for years. Although there had already been a revolt in Xinzhou, none of the other discontented individuals across the realm had dared to step forward. Who would have thought that the cultivators from the outer provinces would fortuitously strike directly at the imperial city? Alas, the bloodline of the Son of Heaven now lay in the hands of these outer cultivators. To enter the imperial city and rescue the imperial lineage, or perhaps to sharpen their blades and prepare for vengeance against the Son of Heaven, would grant them a name, thus allowing them to expand their armies without restraint. With an army, they would become lords of their own domain. Esteemed Celestial Masters, what are your thoughts? What if we choose not to join the Yuin family? One Celestial Master inquired. Ha ha ha, the road is wide and we may each walk our own path. The Yuin family will not make things difficult for you, esteemed Celestial Masters. However, in this bustling world, all is driven by self-interest. Joining the Yuin family would certainly bring no harm to you. Yuin Hu replied with hearty laughter. The Celestial Masters were a vast group, filled with extraordinary individuals. The Yuin family would certainly not err in their judgment, for offending such a collective, at least superficially, would be unwise. Instantly, the Celestial Masters who were unwilling to ally with the Yuin family departed from the Demon Extermination Pavilion. Though some chose to remain, Liu Fei followed the crowd out, glancing back at the Demon Extermination Pavilion, which had been established by the Emperor himself. Now, under the auspices of the Yuin family, it remained silent. The stance of the Demon Extermination Pavilion in Jincheng was unmistakably clear. Outside, the snow fell increasingly heavy, a testament to the bizarre nature of the times. With the weather ever capricious point, one Celestial Master outside discarded the copper coins from his waist. Wolves in sheep's clothing, driven by selfish desires to bring calamity upon the innocent. I, Lin, though of modest ability, possess a righteous heart. Today, I shall venture to the imperial city to slay those wicked cultivators from the outer provinces. Others followed suit, tossing their copper coins to the ground in solidarity. They sang joyfully as they made their way toward the imperial city, leaving only a handful behind, who watched the throng depart with melancholy. Liu Fei, a new-age socialist, reflected on his past life, where he toiled from 9 to 6, exhausted as a dog, while these individuals stirred something profound within him. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual. In the blink of an eye, it was already June. I am a disciple of the Fire Virtue sect, sent by my order to gather incense offerings. Who are you to dare attack me? Do you wish to perish? Fire Deming exclaimed, alarmed, transforming into a fire dragon ready to flee. Behind him, a small golden figure, towering 7 zhang, extended a colossal hand, exuding a fierce pulling force that drew the fire dragon closer, shrinking it until it was no larger than a small loach. Captured within the palm, you, Martial Dao Master, Senior, spare me. I am merely following my sect's orders. Liu Fei's expression remained impassive as he gripped the fire dragon, now a loach in his grasp, hand over the incense offerings. Fire Deming hastily produced a jade bottle, which Liu Fei accepted, uncapping it and inhaling deeply. 3,000 source points, all of them. Add them to my martial essence. As the 3,000 source points vanished, several acupoints within Liu Fei filled with true energy. You practitioners harm the populace, even feeding on humans. You shall not be spared today. Please, Senior. With a forceful grip, Liu Fei extinguished the life of this individual, absorbing a fragment of his lingering soul. With a sigh, Liu Fei's form shrank to 2 meters in height. This practitioner's formidable power necessitated that he reveal part of his strength to subdue him. Chapter 33. The Forces of the Realm. This was the 5th temple Liu Fei had encountered in Jincheng, where practitioners gathered incense offerings. These individuals, sect members, would first unleash their spirit beasts to devour the populace and then emerge to subdue them. Ordinary folk, unfamiliar with such treachery, could easily be swayed into building temples, offering incense day and night without pause. However, the previous speaker's words piqued Liu Fei's interest. Is the strength of a martial Dao master merely a 7-zhang golden form? He pondered, stroking his chin. The skeleton he had encountered within the cave must have been a manifestation of the cave's master, having reached the Pure Land level, thus standing approximately 30 zhang tall. By this reckoning, a martial Dao master would indeed be a 7-zhang golden form, or perhaps that was merely the threshold. He himself had almost reached 20 zhang in height, but after creating his true martial form, he could expand to a maximum of 10 zhang. Though lesser in stature, his strength had grown significantly. When did I become so formidable, suddenly ranking among the highest martial artists? Liu Fei mused, entirely unaware of the inner power he had yet to wield. Surveying the surrounding ruins, he sighed once more before leaving only the remnants of devastation in his wake. In a small valley 30 miles away, Jiao Jiao cradled a rabbit that had grown as large as a dog. A sight that defied belief. Rabbit, when do you think Master will return? Jiao Jiao, now a disciple of Liu Fei, had begun learning the fundamentals of inner strength. The rabbit, suddenly alert, hopped excitedly to the cave entrance. Bounding toward the newcomer, "Why do you act like a dog now?" Liu Fei remarked in distaste, giving it a gentle kick. "Master." Liu Fei regarded Jiao Jiao, recognizing her exceptional talent. The inner strength he had taught her had quickly begun to manifest. Albeit still slightly weaker than his own, he changed from his tattered garments into fresh attire. "Let us be on our way. Master, where are we headed?" Jiao Jiao inquired softly, clutching her rabbit. Liu Fei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The world had descended into chaos. The 4 great powers waged war daily, leaving scorched earth in their wake. The cultivation sects colluded with dark entities, sowing discord and gathering incense offerings. While demons ran rampant, for no one remained to slay them and uphold justice. 2 months had passed since leaving Jincheng, and Lu Fei had witnessed 5 large-scale gatherings of incense offerings, sacrificial rites to malevolent deities, and a multitude of tales of mountain demons preying on humanity. "Come, we shall vanquish the demons." Lu Fei took Jiao Jiao's hand. "But why doesn't the court exterminate the demons?" Jiao Jiao looked up. "Father once said that dealing with demons is the duty of the officials. If they take action, the demons would dare not show themselves. There is no court left, no officials. Let us uphold justice and eliminate the demons." Lu Fei playfully ruffled Jiao Jiao's nose. "But do others know? With no court, no officials, what will they do? Who are they?" "The people in our village, my aunt, my uncle, my second cousin." Lu Fei gazed into Jiao Jiao's clear eyes and realized that he had always been alone. He was merely a traveler from another world, his desires confined to survival and strength. Yet, in this world, countless others struggled to live. As a transmigrator, though he had never sought trouble, he possessed this strength. "Why, then, master, where do we go next?" Lu Fei stroked Jiao Jiao's hair. "We shall seek out the court." The two, along with the rabbit, gradually faded into the night. "And if we cannot find it, then we shall build a new one." "Why?" "My family has revered you as ancestors, enduring years of toil, blood, offerings, and precious resources, only to arrive at such an end." In the royal mansion of the Mountain King, Yuanji leaned heavily against his long sword, struggling to maintain his balance. Opposite him stood a giant clad in a yellow robe, wielding a pair of golden hammers. "Yuanji, you dare to rebel against authority. How audacious!" Beside the giant, a general in iron armor gleamed with a fierce light in his eyes. "If all goes as planned, the entire Chuan prefecture, along with the surrounding states, will belong to the Ouyang clan. Yuanji, your ambition is far too great. Surrender your military power and submit to the Ouyang. Your family may yet escape death, and as for you, I can spare your life. I will take you to our sect to cultivate its teachings and become a disciple of the mountain sect." The giant rumbled ominously. "Ha ha ha, how laughable!" Yuanji struggled to his feet, surveying his mansion, now engulfed in flames. His children, his queen, and his beloved concubines had all perished in the inferno. "To conspire with tigers and invite wolves into one's home. How foolish I am." He berated himself. "I, Yuanji, a royal of the great Zhou, am but a man with lofty aspirations yet a fragile life, having destroyed my family's legacy. I, Wang Ji, truly deserve 1,000 deaths." In a fit of rage, he grasped his long sword and took his own life. The yellow-robed giant observed Yuanji's suicide and declared, "Ouyang Ku, the ensuing matters are now in your hands. Do not forget our agreement." Ouyang Ku's eyes flickered with resolve. "Rest assured, esteemed one, we will handle everything. The promises made will be fulfilled by tomorrow." The yellow-robed giant departed from the royal mansion, leaving behind Ouyang Ku and his soldiers. "Dispatch orders. My men shall not sheath their blades for 3 days. Furthermore, notify all cities to begin expanding the army tonight. Within a month, I demand an assembly of 200,000 fierce warriors." "Understood." That night, the city of Chuan Prefecture became a sea of flames. Within the Great Zhou, various monstrous entities emerged, the most notorious being the Chongqing Tian of Xian Prefecture, a territory vast enough to rival several states, renowned for its fierce lion-tiger beasts, celebrated for their endurance and prowess in battle, bolstered by the support of the barbarian divine sect. Next was the Ma clan of the 6 states in Liaodong, a harsh land where the people were resolute. After the emperor's death, they rallied 50,000 fierce soldiers, many of whom were disciples of the immortal sect, with numerous others from various sects serving in their ranks. Then came the Zheng clan of Qing Prefecture, backed by the full strength of the Qingmu sect. Following that was the formidable alliance of the Yuan and Xiahou clans in the grand city of Jin, predominantly comprised of disciples from the Human Path sect and the 2 earthly sects, now united in purpose. Lastly, in Chuan Prefecture, the Yuan and Ouyang clans, supported by the mountain sect, were embroiled in internal strife with surrounding states. However, it seemed that with time, the Ouyang clan would grow in strength. Currently, these 5 major forces led the world, sharpening their blades in preparation for conflict. The once mighty Great Zhou had been reduced to ashes. Foreign cultivators had temporarily retreated overseas to recuperate, but they would undoubtedly return with vengeance. In the northwest, the sinister sect quietly held dominion over 6 states. Their activities shrouded in mystery. One must recognize that their power was formidable. In their prime, even the immortal sect and the Great Zhou were powerless against them. The citizens and warriors of the Northwest were fiercely competitive, surpassing those of all other states. Chapter 34. The Golden Corps of Martial Arts. A group of several riders burst forth from a small valley, pursued by a dark mass of hundreds of cavalrymen. Remnants of the former dynasty, dismount and face your demise. Among the pursuing hundreds, a commander wielding a large blade urged his steed to accelerate. Quickly closing the gap, "Hey!" One among the 10 riders ahead attempted to intercept him but was swiftly cut down, horse and rider falling to the ground. "Lu, protect the princess," shouted the young man, as the remaining 10 turned to confront the pursuers. As one of them departed, he gave a vigorous pat to the rear of their steeds, urging them to run faster. Brothers, Lu Chuan's tears flowed uncontrollably, yet he knew he must protect the princess. So he pressed on through his sorrow. "Ha ha ha, remember my name. I shall slay you all." Yuan Yong. Yuan Yong, a martial artist of enlightenment, faced opponents who were merely innate practitioners, incapable of hindering him. Even at full effort, he could only delay them for a few minutes. Damn it! Yuan Yong beheaded the last pursuer, and the remaining cavalry soon arrived. "Leave a few to take their heads back, the rest, continue the chase. We must retrieve the former dynasty's princess, no matter the cost." Understood. Clattering hooves echoed as Lu Chuan carried the princess, only to feel his horse succumb to exhaustion and collapse beneath him. "Lu, don't worry about me. They seek to kill me. You must flee," Princess Zhou Zihan cried, gazing at Lu Chuan. Having narrowly escaped death in the turmoil of the capital, she now found herself hunted by the Yuan clan, uncertain of how many had perished for her sake. "Your Highness, the general has entrusted me with your safety. I cannot be a coward." Lu Chuan's face was resolute as he lifted the princess and began climbing the nearby mountain. 3 months prior, he had joined the town army, rapidly advancing in martial arts to become a second-tier warrior, eventually becoming a personal guard to the general. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Princess of Zhou arrived, and he was assigned as her protector. However, mere days later, the emperor died, the capital fell, and the Great Zhou was left with only a princess from the town army and a prince who had long since fled. The general's sister was a concubine in the emperor's harem, and the princess was born of that union. The general had intended to hide her, but the news leaked, leading to a joint assault by the Yuan, Xiahou, and Zhang clans. Even with the town army's elite soldiers, they were overwhelmed by the combined forces. A month prior, their army was shattered. The general ordered Lu Chuan to break through the encirclement with over 100 riders while he stayed behind to confront the enemy. Lu Chuan and his companions had been pursued ever since, their numbers dwindling to just the 2 of them. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Yuan Yong and his cavalry arrived at the scene. "Ha ha! Their horses are dead. They cannot have run far, General. There are footprints on this mountain path. The cavalry likely cannot ascend." Yuan Yong observed the rocky terrain, steep and winding. "Leave a few to watch the horses. The rest, dismount and ascend the mountain." Understood. In the realm of innate cultivation, Lu Fei sat cross-legged, expelling all his internal energy. Nearly 10,000 years of power began to liquefy in the air, coalescing into a circular form above him. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and to Lu Fei's astonishment, rain began to fall, only to be absorbed by the circular energy before it could touch the ground. The power of heaven and earth transforming qi into rain. It seems I am about to face the thunder tribulation, Lu Fei thought, furrowing his brow. As martial artists ascend to the innate realm, they draw upon the forces of nature for the thunder tribulation to temper their golden core. Yet, he found himself drawing heaven's energy to convert it into rain, uncertain of the might of his impending tribulation. As he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, the pace of his golden core's formation accelerated, growing smaller as the surrounding forces were voraciously consumed, stirring up winds in the process. Rather than winds of the earth, it was more accurate to describe it as the golden core's powerful attraction, which was so intense that even the distant Jiao Jiao and Rabbit struggled to maintain their footing, forcing them to retreat even further. Thunder rumbled ominously, with serpentine lightning dancing through the clouds. Striking down upon the golden core, Lu Fei braced himself for injury, yet when the lightning struck, the core showed no reaction, instead shimmering with arcs of electricity. Did it swallow it? Lu Fei stared in disbelief. Had the tribulation's lightning been consumed by his golden core? Another bolt struck, and once again, it was devoured, repeating this process for a total of 9 strikes, all absorbed by the golden core. As the dark clouds dissipated, a resplendent golden core fell to the ground, crackling with arcs of electricity. Lu Fei gazed at the golden core in silence. Whose golden core is the size of a grinding disc? He felt his form swell. Towering to 15 zhang in height, and with one swift motion, he swallowed the golden core, returning to his normal size as the core within him diminished. Carrying the princess, Lu Chuan suddenly sensed a powerful suction from the mountain's peak. Lu, we cannot escape. There are surely experts from the Yuan clan above. I have dragged you into this, Zhou Zihan whispered. Lu, in this life, I cannot repay you. If there is a next life, I would willingly dedicate myself to you. Zhou Zihan gazed at this resolute youth, who was of similar age to her. Had they met under different circumstances, perhaps things would have turned out differently. I asked that. Your master? Lu Chuan exclaimed with joy. Sensing the martial energy emanating from the heavenly forces, akin to the true energy he cultivated. Your master? Zhou Zihan questioned, puzzled. Fear not. We shall not perish. Lu Chuan, exhausted yet invigorated, began to ascend the mountain, calling out, Master! Yuan Yong and his personal guards quickly caught up, anticipation swelling within him as he beheld the approaching figures. Bring me a blade. A guard handed him a sword, which Yuan Yong hurled with great force, the blade soaring like a silver dragon toward the two ahead. Master! Lu Fei, having consumed the golden core, felt his power surge, and in high spirits, he suddenly heard someone call out Master. That voice? Lu Chuan? As Luffy gazed down the mountain, he observed 2 diminutive figures, no larger than ants, ascending the slope, pursued by a dense throng of individuals. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver darted towards the 2 below. Humph! Luffy scoffed as he directed a surge of inner strength forward. Lu Gu, quickly dodge! Zhou Zihan cried out, and Lu Chuan spun around sharply, the long blade magnified in his eyes. It was over. He was certain he was about to meet his end. A sound rang out, and the long blade was abruptly shattered, its fragments scattering into the unknown. Ice the master, Lu Chuan thought, his heart swelling with joy. What transpired? Yuan Yong furrowed his brow, having witnessed the failure of his strike. Although he could not discern the details, he pressed forward with his men. Submit peacefully. He bared his teeth in a sinister grin. Chapter 35. Reunion with Lu Chuan with the long blade raised high. He aimed it at Lu Chuan. First, I shall slay this rat, then return with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Yuan Yong's thoughts raced as his hand moved with unrelenting speed, the blade's light dancing like a flash of lightning. Just as swiftly as he charged, he retreated, his loyal guards attempting to seize him, only to be toppled in the chaos, nearly dragging the entire rear force down with them. Damn it! Yu Wenyong struggled to rise, only to find a figure standing before him, his own blade now in the stranger's possession. Luffy held the blade against Yu Wenyong's throat. With the slightest pull, the man's head would roll free. "What is your name? Why pursue those two?" Yu Wenyong's heart sank. The intruder was no ordinary foe, his strength unmistakably that of a congenital warrior. Upon closer inspection, he noted the copper coins at Luffy's waist, 4 of them, indicating a towering figure with large, bell-like eyes and an imposing build. "So it's him. The Heavenly Master Luffy. Spare my life. I had no idea the Heavenly Master was present." Luffy frowned. This man knew his name, suggesting his reputation had spread out of tea that moment. Lu Chuan arrived nearby, stating, "This man is Yu Wenyong of the Yu Winds. He has come to hunt the princess of the Zhou dynasty." Why Yu Wenyong was taken aback. This individual was a disciple of the Heavenly Master Luffy. This is bad, he thought. In this realm, the relationship between master and disciple was sacred. Once a disciple, always like a son. Gritting his teeth, he knelt and slithered backward like a serpent. "Stop him!" Yu Wenyong leaped down the mountainside, his guards charging after Luffy. "Humph!" Luffy snorted, unleashing a torrent of inner strength that manifested as countless swords, transforming the area below into a desolate wasteland. As the dust settled, only a gruesome scene remained, with Yu Wenyong left maimed and wailing on the ground. Luffy swiftly dispatched him once more, a head rolling down the mountain. Nearby, Lu Chuan and Zhou Zhihan stood in shock. Such power! This must surpass even the martial arts masters. "Your master? A martial arts master?" Zhou Zhihan tugged at Lu Chuan's sleeve. "I am uncertain," Lu Chuan replied, though his expression soon brightened. Atop the mountain, Luffy sat cross-legged on a massive boulder, contemplating the profound nature of entering the congenital realm. The physique of a warrior, brimming with vitality, could become a double-edged sword. Excessive focus on physical training could undermine one's foundation, akin to a raging fire that, once peaked, would swiftly regress like an avalanche if one paused. The congenital golden core, however, was a means to maintain peak condition. As long as the core remained intact, the warrior would not perish. Yet, the destruction of the core did not guarantee death. The golden core resembled a dam. Its collapse equated to unleashing a flood, determining survival based on the individual's remaining years. Nevertheless, even with a martial golden core, a congenital warrior's lifespan was merely a couple of centuries. While practitioners in the golden core stage could live for millennia, Luffy sensed that his golden core was unique, as it was as large as a grinding stone, an uncommon sight in the world. His next step was to become a martial arts master. To achieve this, he needed to form a small golden core within the opened acupoints, constructing 36 celestial stars, 76 earthly spirits, 108 minor circulatory paths, and 365 major circulatory paths, along with the stellar orbits. The number of small golden cores determined the grandeur of one's spiritual manifestation. Of course, this small golden core required the warrior's congenital golden core as a conduit. Hence, the more acupoints one opened, the faster one could form the small golden core after becoming a congenital warrior. Luffy began attempting to gather a small golden core within one of his acupoints, observing the core coalescing at a visible pace, while the congenital golden core showed no signs of depletion. With this, Luffy mused, stroking his chin, as those nearby dared not breathe. Sitting in silence, Lu Gu, "Do you think your master will take me under his wing? After all, there are too many forces pursuing me, and they have experts from the immortal sect backing them." Zhou Zhihan spoke nervously. "I'll ask my master shortly. I'll plead with him." Perhaps. Lu Chuan hesitated. Yes, she was the princess of the Zhou dynasty, but she was also a remnant of the fallen dynasty. Anyone wishing to seize the Central Plains would not allow her to live. Could my master stop them? Ha ha ha! Luffy laughed heartily, rising to his feet. Originally, He had opened nearly 600 acupoints through various techniques, but as he opened those acupoints, he illuminated additional surrounding ones. With a sufficient reserve of inner strength, he could now open them without relying on techniques. However, he had just attempted to simultaneously gather small golden cores from 600 acupoints and unexpectedly succeeded. A vast amount of inner strength surged from his congenital golden core to each acupoint. Albeit slowly, it would take at least 10 years to form 600 small golden cores, provided his congenital golden core could sustain the inner strength. Yet Luffy felt no concern. As long as there was a source, he would never lack inner strength. Seeing Luffy rise in laughter, Lu Chuan hurried to greet him. "Master, your skills have reached perfection, unifying the martial world for eternity." Luffy's expression darkened. Who was the last to hear such words? "I believe they met a grim fate. You've not learned well. Even now, you remain but a second-rate warrior, mastering only the art of flattery." P.S. The terms unranked, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate all pertain to the realm of postnatal warriors. Noticing Luffy's displeasure, Lu Chuan offered a sheepish smile. "Master, this is Princess Zhou Zhihan." "Greetings, esteemed sir." Zhou Zhihan bowed deeply. Luffy frowned. He had not anticipated his unassuming disciple would bring such a figure. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. The Zhou dynasty has its merits. "Your father is commendable," he remarked coolly. "Please, grant me your protection." "I am willing to become your disciple," Zhou Zhihan implored, kneeling. Though she did not desire to be a brutish warrior, circumstances left her no choice but to take each step as it came. As Luffy regarded Zhou Zhihan, a thought struck him. "You practice the Ascending Dragon Scripture, do you not?" Zhou Zhihan looked up. "Yes, our family has always practiced the Ascending Dragon Scripture." The Ascending Dragon Scripture requires the harnessing of dragon energy or dominion over a realm. Provided the conditions are met, the cultivation speed is extraordinarily rapid. Based on your current level, you are merely at the chi refining stage. It seems you seldom encounter dragon energy or similar cultivation resources. Zhou Zhihan lowered her head. The royal family was the most chaotic realm, and merely surviving was a feat. Cultivation? The faster one cultivated, the swifter their demise. Rise. I shall take responsibility for your plight. However, this disciple of yours, I shall not accept. Zhou Zhihan stood, feeling a mix of joy and disappointment. Noticing the atmosphere had lightened somewhat, Jiao Jiao dashed over with a rabbit and TOW. Lu Chuan inquired, "Master, is this your child?" Luffy smacked his forehead, causing Lu Chuan to jump about in surprise. "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute," Luffy quipped disdainfully. Chapter 36. Cultivators entering the world boom. Thunder rumbled as lightning flashed, the wind accompanying the rain that soon fell in less than a quarter of an hour. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the earth once more in the fields. The wheat seedlings grew wildly, sprouting, branching, forming ears, maturing. In less than half an hour, they completed the normal growth cycle. Common mortals, erect your temples and worship my divine self, and you shall be granted longevity and freedom from want. High above, an immortal wielded his powers, gathering followers as thousands of common folk called out for the immortal. Once the immortal departed, only a portrait remained. The crowd hurried forward to collect it, and soon, over 100 robust young men emerged, chiseling stone to construct a temple. Not far away, on a high mountain, two figures stood with hands behind their backs. One was the immortal from before, King Iwanzi, by enabling them to reap without toil. You strip them of sincerity, much like a tranquil river devoid of ripples, King Daisy remarked. You misunderstand. Beginnings are always difficult. Once they build the temple and offer incense, they will receive free food, leading them to perceive this as a benevolent deity. Then, once the sect's spirit beasts are released, you'll see just how sincere their hearts are. Food merely ensures they do not starve. King Iwanzi spoke calmly, viewing the mortals as mere vessels for incense offerings. He would not waste his powers on such thankless tasks. The ancestral masters of the upper realm governed the stars. This time, gathering a vast amount of incense would facilitate their ancestral masters in granting some starlight to the sect's blessed lands. Cultivating the Een spirit has its perks, yet remaining in the heavenly court is indeed tedious. Living for so long without a hint of amusement is of little use. King Daizhi chuckled. Why, junior brother has already descended the mountain. His words resonate deeply with me. Is not cultivation merely the pursuit of a higher status? In the realm of the mundane, attaining titles and ranks is not without merit. Qing Daozi, your heart is in turmoil. What turmoil could there be? If the heart is untroubled, what need is there for cultivating immortality? The three sects of heaven, earth, and man in Jincheng have emerged from their mountains, save for a few ancient beings of the nascent soul stage. I cannot allow my junior brother to shoulder this burden alone. A smile graced Qing Daozi's face. The time of the Grand Elder is drawing near. If we do not vie for our place now, once the chaos of the world subsides, our Qingmu Xianzong shall find itself at the bottom. Qing Daozi spoke to himself. You are the sect leader. Are you unaware of the thoughts of those elders? They have yet to act, but those who do not wish to contend have already sealed their gates. Among the 30 celestial sects and 6 demonic sects, half of the celestial sects have closed their doors. In Liaodong, there are 5 prominent celestial sections. The families of Xiahou and Yuan comprise the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man, while the Chongqing heaven of Xinzhou is home to the mankind sect, and the Ouyang family of Chuan province has the support sect. Yet, in Qingzhou, only our Qingmu sect remains. Without rallying the full strength of our sect, how can we hope to compete? The remaining 4 celestial sects of earth, wind, water, and fire are akin to mere clay, only knowing to gather incense offerings. The 6 demonic sects of the northwest, who knows what schemes they are concocting? Without sealing their gates, none can escape. All must engage with the world. Including you, Master. Qing Daozi summoned his flying sword, soaring through the air before returning, standing atop it. Master, the Qingmu sect shall engage with the world, gathering offerings. Our ancestors from the upper realm are no longer of the same ilk. They view us merely as tools. Should you doubt it, inquire with the Grand Ancestor. The celestial court will pay no heed to the affairs of the lower realms. Not forget the matter of Tenqing. With that, Qing Daozi departed on his flying sword, vanishing into the horizon. The Tianqing Daoist, enslaving cultivators? Qing Daozi, do you think I am unaware? Yet currently, we must stabilize them. Qing Yuanji gazed at the mortals below constructing a temple and also summoned his flying sword to depart from the site. 3 days later, as the temple was completed, a visage appeared in the sky, eyes brimming with avarice. Worship me. I shall lead you to the realm of bliss. The populace below suddenly fell into a stupor. Mechanically reciting scriptures in the Yuan family, Yuan Tuo observed several cavalrymen under Yuan Yong. Pray tell, did the sword energy rain down upon the mountain, and before long, Yuan Yong's head fell? Indeed, my lord, one of the cavalrymen replied. Lowering his head, oh, I see now. You may withdraw. Yuan Tuo waved his hand, dismissing them as he continued to watch them exit the tent. Inform the 3 major Taoist sects to take action. Only adept hands can resolve such a formidable foe. An army is of no use. Yuan Tuo had been feeling quite troubled of late, as their faction found itself amidst several others, being tested in turn. Though it was termed a test, they had already lost several major cities, and their ally, the Xiahou family, had been merely present without contributing, which left the Yuan family in a dire situation. If this continues, we shall become caged birds. Yuan, who toyed with the wine cup on the table, contemplating, it seems we must strike first. Master, that direction leads towards Qingzhou. Lu Chuan interjected. This fellow has been entangled with that princess as of late. which makes Lu Fei recall his own 2 lifetimes spent as a solitary figure. This makes him regard Lu Chuan with displeasure. Noticing Lu Fei's gaze, Lu Chuan recoiled slightly. "We head to Qingzhou to seek someone." "Who might that be?" Lu Chuan inquired, while Zhou Zihan also expressed curiosity. Lu Fei glanced at Zhou Zihan, recalling her former state, now little changed, yet he estimated she had already prepared for the worst. As they traversed the official road, Lu Fei, unhurried, intended to impart lessons to Jiao Jiao and Lu Chuan. Midway, Lu Fei halted, prompting Lu Chuan to glance around and suddenly recall something, hastily dropping to the ground. "The sound of hooves, master, it is cavalry, a large force." The earth trembled violently, and Lu Fei quickly led his companions off the main road. The thunderous sound of hooves grew closer, echoing like a drumbeat against their hearts. To the end of the road, 2 banners first came into view, Yuan Heifeng. Following were thousands of riders, all clad in black armor. Their faces obscured save for their eyes, even their steeds bore the same appearance. "Master, it is the Black Wind Cavalry of the Yuan family, 8,000 strong. All are innate martial artists, some even at the peak of their level." Lu Chuan exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Fei furrowed his brow. Although he had previously slain hundreds of cavalry, those had been dismounted and unprepared. Yet the riders before them were swift as lightning, clearly supported by skilled warriors and heavily armored. Their armor, it seemed, could withstand even the mightiest of strikes from innate martial artists. Indeed, the Yuan family has spared no expense. The manpower and resources consumed are simply unfathomable. Lu Fei mused, contemplating the monetary equivalent. The cavalry surged past Lu Fei and his companions, taking nearly a quarter of an hour to completely pass. "Master, I roughly assess their numbers. They exceed 10,000. It appears the Yuan family has expanded their ranks again." Chapter 37. Tianjizi. What could the Yuan family be plotting to deploy the Black Wind Cavalry? That direction seems to lead towards Qingzhou. Zhou Zihan remarked, her lips curling. When in the imperial capital, the royal guards of the Zhou dynasty were formidable, yet alas. "Let us continue onward," Lu Fei urged, pressing forward. Jiao Jiao hopped along on her rabbit, while Lu Chuan and Zhou Zihan exchanged glances and hastened to catch up. "Friend, please hold," a voice called out, startling the rabbit into a jump. "Oh no, Jiao Jiao has fallen," she suddenly exclaimed, noticing something. "Master, look above. There is something in the sky." The group looked up to see a white crane circling above. As the crane descended, they noticed a figure atop it, an elderly man with white hair and youthful visage. Draped in flowing white garments, from the heavens, I observed your ethereal demeanor, unlike mere mortals. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed so. I am Tianjizi of the Tiandao sect, honored to meet you. The others glanced at Lu Fei. Although he had become more handsome after attaining innate martial status and undergoing the baptism of heaven and earth's essence, ethereal, Lu Chuan lightly nudged Zhou Zihan. "It's just like you ladies. If someone is beautiful, you call them a celestial beauty, but if not, you say they possess an ethereal quality. This Tianjizi is just another lecher." Though the words were softly spoken, how could Lu Fei and Tianjizi fail to hear? A vein throbbed on Lu Fei's forehead. "Master, what is a lecher?" Jiao Jiao inquired innocently. "Oh dear, even the child has heard." Tianjizi, do you have business?" Lu Fei maintained an air of aloofness. In these tumultuous times, as has been the case throughout history, many nobles are martial artists. Would you care to join the Yuan faction as a general? Should you achieve great deeds, titles and riches shall follow. Wait a moment. You are from the Yuan family, and the Tiandao sect has entered the fray. Lu Fei's brows knitted in concern. Tianjizi chuckled lightly. Heaven, earth, and man are of a unified essence. We shall face our challenges together. Then do you believe you have the upper hand in this world? I have heard that several other factions are quite formidable, Lu Fei replied with a wry smile. Tianjizi's expression remained unperturbed. The Chongsheng Heaven is far in Xinzhou, supported by the Mankind sect, yet securing a territory is one matter. To truly engage is another. The 5 prominent celestial sects of Liaodong are divided among themselves. Their motives obscure. The Ouyang family of Chuan province has just resolved their internal strife and is now dealing with internal issues. The Zheng family of Qingzhou? They only have our Qingmu sect left. Hardly a contender. Our descent into Qingzhou is 4. Tianjizi paused, his words hanging in the air, the intentions of the Yuan family becoming clear to Lu Fei and the others. Do you know who this esteemed companion of mine is? Lu Fei's expression grew inscrutable. Tianjizi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the remaining companions. A mere demon rabbit, just beginning to awaken its intelligence. A child, with a flow of energy suggesting some internal cultivation, though the quality is commendable. Then there is the tall and mighty Lu Chuan, with a great bow slung across his back and a saber at his waist. Though not clad in armor, it is evident he has seen battle. Beside them stood a delicate young woman, her demeanor exuding an air of nobility, reminiscent of someone from the royal court. Royal? Tianjizi's eyes brightened. Is that not Princess Zhou Zihan of the previous dynasty? A large hand reached out towards Zhou Zihan. Lu Fei chuckled. Dare you make a move? Now I have the opportunity to strike back. With a swift motion, Lu Fei summoned the long saber from Lu Chuan's waist, wielding it with one hand to sever Tianjizi's outstretched hand in a single stroke. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Humph! Tianjizi grunted. Though one hand had been severed, he managed to suppress his cry, inwardly lamenting his carelessness. With one hand lost, Tianjizi did not retreat. Instead, he conjured a long sword from thin air, sweeping it towards Lu Fei. Clang! The long knife in Lu Fei's grip, though formidable, was an ordinary weapon and shattered under the force of the blow. The long sword continued its relentless assault on Lu Fei. To catch a blade with bare hands. The enormous energy fluctuation sent Lu Chuan, Zhou Zihan, and the others flying. How is this possible? Your palm? The celestial being, Tianjizi, could hardly believe his eyes as he found his flying sword gripped in the hands of this individual. Luffy smiled, exerting force with his arm, and shattered the sword with a single strike. This is bad, Tianjizi thought, spitting blood, suddenly recalling that the person before him was a martial artist. What was I thinking? I actually engaged in close combat with a martial artist. Tianjizi retreated repeatedly, but he could not outpace Luffy. With strides resembling a meteor, Luffy delivered a punch to Tianjizi's chest, instantly feeling as though he had penetrated through layers of iron armor. The blow sent Tianjizi flying but did not shatter him entirely. Before Tianjizi could land, he was caught by the white crane, which spread its wings and fled. Although the white crane was a spiritual beast, witnessing its master's defeat made it hesitant to charge forward. It could only do its utmost to carry Tianjizi to safety. High in the sky, Tianjizi exhaled, spewing a large mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the heavenly shield, and the fact that I have been layering it for hundreds of years, that punch would have surely pierced me. Despite his relief, a sense of dread lingered in Tianjizi's heart. He vowed to reclaim his honor. 30 Li. My disciples of the Tiandao sect will be present. I suspect both the earthly and heavenly sects are near, along with the armies of the Yuan family. Just wait until I find them and return to exact my vengeance. With a sideways glance, Tianjizi observed Luffy and his companions, now diminished to the size of ants in his eyes. Luffy beckoned, and Lu Chuan hurriedly tossed his great bow. Grasping the bow, Luffy tightened the string gradually, anticipating the flight trajectory of the white crane. After much deliberation, Luffy ultimately decided against a precise shot, resorting instead to a barrage of arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed like a flurry of arrows being released. Below, Luffy's hands moved with such speed that they resembled a machine gun, while Taianjizi above revealed a glimmer of cold amusement. What is the meaning of this? Pulling a bowstring without an arrow is futile. Are you trying to frighten me? He scoffed. Crane, hurry, we must find help. Unfazed, Taianjizi sensed no danger through his spiritual perception. Suddenly, a cry of the crane pierced the air, and the white crane plummeted as if its strings had been cut. Crane, Taianjizi exclaimed as he fell from the white crane. Noticing dozens of bloody holes beneath its belly, fury surged within Taianjizi, and just as he was about to roar in anger, a powerful internal energy arrow pierced through his chest. 1, 2, 3, hundreds of arrows. With a final arrow through his heart, Taianjizi's corporeal form fell to the ground, splattering into a gruesome mess. After a while, a pair of feet approached Taianjizi's remains. Master, you are incredible. You struck from such a great height. Lu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, while Luffy examined the great BOW.It truly is extraordinary. Could it be a legendary divine weapon? Put away the longbow and let us flee. The Yuan family's army is likely on our tail. Along with cultivators in their ranks, Luffy urged Lu Chuan quickly retrieved Taianjizi's storage bag from his waist and followed closely. Chapter 38. These flying swords are indeed swift. After a short while, several white cranes descended from the sky. The soul lantern of Taianjizi indicates he was here, one of them stated, and they began to disperse in search of him. Before long, they located Taianjizi's remains. Observing the wounds, they noted that the gash on his arm was either from a blade or a sword. While the other wounds appeared to be inflicted by arrows, it could be inferred that two individuals had been involved, one a close combat warrior and the other an archer. Let us search the area further. Subsequently, they discovered the shattered flying swords. These swords were directly broken. It's the work of a martial artist at the peak of physical training. Should we summon the ancestor? One person whispered, given that there were at least two innate martial artists. One of whom was an archer. An innate archer was a grave threat indeed, no need. Release the eagles to scout for these individuals. Once located, we will set up the Heavenly Thunder Array. They are merely martial artists. One replied, Tianling, release the eagles. Tianling produced a gourd, uncorked it, and a multitude of eagle spirits flew forth to seek out their targets. Each eagle soared in different directions. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions continued towards Cangzhou. Encountering numerous troops from the Yuan family coming from various directions, the Yuan family is preparing to ambush Qingzhou. Just a few hundred li more, and we will reach Cangzhou, a major city in Qingzhou. Oh no, my home is in Cangzhou, Lu Chuan suddenly exclaimed. What are you worried about? Luffy shot a glare at Lu Chuan. Who in the Lu family besides your father should you be concerned for? Rest assured about your father. He is a seasoned veteran. He would survive even if you perished. Luffy recalled his first encounter with Lu Chuan's father, a warrior who had just opened his meridians. Since Lu Chuan had left the Lu family to travel, it was likely his father had also fled. Then there was the old man guarding the martial pavilion, another meridian opening warrior. 2 meridian openers from the Lu family, quite remarkable indeed. A sudden eagle call snapped Luffy back to reality. An eagle? In the sunlight, it appears somewhat unclear. Could it be a wraith? Luffy hadn't seen wraiths in a long time, the first encounter being when the evil sect slaughtered the city of Linjiang. The Yuan family has discovered us, Lu Chuan. Take your people and leave for Cangzhou. I will seek you out later. Luffy instructed Lu Chuan before drawing the great bow from his back and unleashing a flurry of arrows into the sky. Clink. Source points. 10. Quite valuable. There are at least 10 up there. Luffy decided to spare none, especially since they were flying so low. Found them. Follow me, Tianling called, mounting the white crane as the others closely followed in pursuit of the eagles. Luffy, having captured the last eagle, noticed several white cranes flying towards them from the horizon. 1, 2, 5. He counted. Whoosh! An arrow was already released. With my casual archery, let us see who wins the lottery. High above, Tianling felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a warning sign of impending danger. Observing closely, he realized that he had lost all contact with the white crane beneath him, which was plummeting to the ground. This is bad. Tianling hastily summoned his flying sword and soared into the air. While the white crane crashed, creating a massive crater, "Fool! Return my spiritual beast." Tianling hovered in midair, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows downward. The others also summoned their swords, creating a cascade of blade shadows. Luffy laughed heartily, instantly leaping from his position to another spot, as the flying swords exploded into the ground where he once stood. Failing to strike, the swords turned back toward Luffy, who wielded his bow and began to slash left and right. The swords wobbled back to their owners, stained with a hint of blood. Luffy glanced at himself, now clad in tattered garments. Oh, these flying swords are indeed swift. He slung the bow across his back, realizing he had not managed to deflect any of the strikes. How could this individual's physical form be so formidable? Up in the sky, the group exchanged glances. The power of the flying swords could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Yet they could barely graze Luffy, merely leaving small cuts. Barely a scratch for a martial artist. As Luffy hung the bow on his body, he charged at the group like a rampaging bull, each step leaving a deep crater. "Ha, a brute, thinking he can leap up here to strike us?" They scoffed, unaware of the cold smirk curling at the corner of Luffy's mouth. "Taste my iron fists." In an instant, Luffy swelled to a towering height of 15 zhong, then leaped high into the air, delivering a fist that crushed downward amidst the astonished gazes of the five. With a mighty blow, he sent them crashing into the earth, creating 5 new craters. As the dust settled, a bloodied hand emerged and a figure slowly crawled out. Cough, cough. How is this possible? The laws of the universe. You are actually a martial arts grandmaster? Tianling gasped in disbelief as he watched Luffy approach step by step. Are you the only one to crawl out? Surely they are not so fragile. Luffy seized Tianling with one hand, turning to another pit where the others lay, nearly reduced to a pulp. Did I really crush them to death? Luffy mused, examining his fist, astonished by its staggering power. Suddenly, the individual at the bottom of the pit opened his eyes and, with a gasp, expelled a small sword named Zhanyu, which struck true. The figure, Tian Fong, within the depths of the chasm, broke into a smile before struggling to climb out. That effort nearly obliterated his physical form, requiring at least 3 centuries for recuperation, or perhaps a new body altogether. As he emerged, Tian Fong turned his head slightly. "Ah, ah, ah," Luffy exclaimed, holding the lifeless Tianling Zi. "You truly are unfortunate, perishing at the hands of your own." After glancing at the pit, Luffy noted the despair in Tian Fongzi's eyes. The absolute kill had been executed, yet it was his own who bore the blame. Truly ruthless, even turning against one's own. Luffy extended his palm, effortlessly drawing Tian Fongzi from the pit. "I shall send you on your way." With a firm grip, he crushed the watermelon, sending its remnants splattering everywhere. He discarded the remains onto the ground and proceeded to inspect other areas. Before long, he returned with a grim expression, finding only shards of jade talismans in the pit. It was a grave oversight, allowing the other 3 to escape. Next came the task of treasure hunting. Although Luffy rarely engaged in such endeavors, the 2 individuals before him were both masters of the Golden Core stage, signifying their high status within the cultivation realm. After some rummaging, he finally retrieved 2 storage bags. "I wonder if my inner strength can unlock these?" Luffy mused as he directed his energy into one of the bags, only to find no response after an extended effort. Reluctantly, he stored it away, tossing the 2 bodies back into the pit and covering them with earth. In these times, being laid to rest was a blessing. Even the most significant figures must return to dust. Who knows if they will still be heroic figures in 20 years? Chapter 39. General Yu Wenhui. Luffy brushed the dust from his clothes. The three had escaped, but surely not far. The most likely refuge would be within the Yuan army, having already struck. And with several individuals of considerable rank dispatched, retreat was not an option. Luffy was acutely aware that leaving a snake alive could lead to future troubles. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. His eyes darted towards a nearby towering tree. Hey! Ha! Within a wagon of the Yuan army, a man sat cross-legged, engrossed in a bamboo scroll. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance rippled through the wagon. Who? Ancestor, save me! 3 figures appeared. And upon seeing them, the man gasped in shock. What on earth happened? Where are Tian Lingzi and Tian Fangzi? Why have only you 3 returned? The 3, now resembling limp puddles of mud, were unable to respond. The man quickly cast a series of magical seals to aid their recovery. How could this occur? He wondered, observing the 3 now unconscious and wrapped in his magical bindings, while the fate of the other 2 remained uncertain. Let me calculate. The man's fingers danced swiftly, producing sparks as he rubbed them together, his expression fluctuating. Cursed be those martial brutes. They killed my disciples and now seek total annihilation. Look, what is that in the sky? So strange. A soldier beside him suddenly craned his neck upward. The man swiftly exited the wagon, leaping atop its roof, truly reckless. High above, Luffy stood upon a branch, gliding as if flying on a sword. Upon spotting the Yuan army, he adjusted his course towards them. With a thunderous crash, the branch shattered upon impact with the ground, creating a massive crater and sending shockwaves that startled the surrounding soldiers. Yet, in no time, hundreds of soldiers surrounded Luffy, with even more rushing to join them. Raise shields. A commanding figure unsheathed a long blade, directing the troops. Shield bearers advance, followed by the axe and sword wielders. Charge! With synchronized precision, they approached the pit, undeterred by the prospect of facing thousands of foes or a lone individual. Cough, cough. Still didn't he control my strength well enough, Luffy said as he emerged from the pit. Immediately confronted by the advancing soldiers, truly impressive soldiers, he mused, observing the martial spirit above their heads, manifesting as dragons and tigers. This is martial spirit. With such backing, 100 soldiers would dare to engage a nascent martial artist, and could even slay them. Attack! Dozens of heavily armored axe and sword wielders charged forth, aiming for Luffy, a mayfly shaking a tree. Luffy roared, his iron fists swinging with ferocity. The heavy armor crumpled beneath his blows as if it were mere tofu. And within mere moments, all the advancing warriors lay defeated. Retreat, Luffy commanded. His overwhelming strength had swiftly dispatched the elite heavy-armored troops. The remaining soldiers, however, remained silent, continuing their advance towards Luffy. Fight, 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 they shouted, launching a charge at him. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Luffy picked up 2 axes from the ground and leaped into the fray. Kill, axes, hammers, and spiked clubs rained down upon Luffy, yet each strike merely sparked as they clashed against him. Clang! An axe struck, creating a gash. Clang! A hammer was flattened. Clang! A spiked club transformed into a baseball bat. Observing the weapons in their hands, the soldiers were left bewildered. Good heavens, this person is far too resilient. Attack him from below, someone shouted. Hearing this, Luffy's expression shifted. Humph, enough of this. I have business to attend to with that. He swung the 2 axes like a whirlwind, cutting through the soldiers with ease, limbs flying and blood spilling as he carved a path through the encirclement. Luffy burst forth from the throng, determined to locate the man in the wagon. After a few collisions, he finally spotted the individual atop one of the wagons. Madman, do you think you can assault my army unchallenged? A general within the army glowered at Luffy, who dared to charge alone against the forces. "I am General Yu Wenhui," he declared, mounting a fearsome beast and wielding a pair of meteor hammers as he charged at Luffy. "Ha! That man! Where does he think he is going?" Luffy bellowed, exhilaration surging within him. He sensed this man's strength surpassed that of the previous 5 combined, carrying an air of danger. With a primal roar, Luffy expanded to a height of 15 zhong, each step covering vast distances as he charged toward the man. "Aya!" A cry of despair erupted, loud yet disregarded by Luffy. "I in the midst of an army? Was it not simple to crush a single individual?" "Weapons!" A shout rang out, and the soldiers felt their grips loosen, weapons flying from their hands. Countless weapons converged in Luffy's grasp, forming a massive blade nearly 10 zhong long, around 30 meters. With a mighty swing, he brought the colossal blade crashing down upon the man. The man waved his sleeve, swiftly retracting the wagon, for within it lay his 3 disciples. Yet, upon glancing up, he saw the blade descending. Golden cicada shedding its shell, boom! The blade, infused with thunderous inner strength, cleaved the earth, creating a scar hundreds of zhong long, claiming the lives of countless soldiers in its wake. Did he evade? Luffy looked up to see the man now hovering high above. "Your martial form resembles that of the heavens. You must be a martial Dao master." The man's voice was heavy with disbelief, realizing Luffy's strength had indeed reached that lofty pinnacle in a deep pit. Yu Wenhui struggled to emerge, cursing his humiliation. "You are indeed a martial Dao master." As he surveyed the scene, he swallowed hard and retreated back into the pit, lying low once more. "I am truly fortunate to survive a blow from a martial Dao master." Luffy chuckled. "If you say so." He squatted down before leaping high into the air, exclaiming, "I can do this too." Suspended in the void, Luffy now briefly lingered in midair, brandishing his massive blade towards the man. With a snort, a flying sword shot forth, rapidly enlarging to intercept Luffy's strike. Unable to maintain his position in the air for long, Luffy descended after a few swings, while the man pondered the situation. This martial artist, though towering at 15 zhong, lacks domain, no domain. Could he be a congenital martial artist? Or has he yet to unleash his domain? The man grappled with uncertainty. If Luffy truly possessed a domain, he would be an invincible war god, drawing all foes into his realm, rendering equal-level practitioners powerless against the forces of heaven and earth. Yet, if he lacked a domain, is it truly just a congenital martial artist? Chapter 40. Building a great cause together. Luffy gazed upward at the celestial being, drawing forth an immense bow that shifted effortlessly in his grasp, radiant purple light blossoming along its body. With a single arrow, a purple dragon entwined around it, its roars resonating as peach blossoms cascaded down. The celestial being formed seals with both hands, summoning countless peach petals from the void. Boom! The purple dragon arrow detonated upon contact with the petals. Luffy observed as the myriad of peach blossoms surrounding the celestial being retracted, and in that fleeting moment, several more figures soared towards them. The celestial being regarded Luffy, deep in contemplation. Martial artists train their bodies, and as their realms ascend, traversing the void becomes increasingly arduous. This held true for martial grandmasters and land immortals alike. Moreover, a martial artist with a formidable physique could hardly resolve the situation below using sheer strength alone. It was known that the Royal Martial Grandmaster had obliterated 2 nascent soul cultivators amid an onslaught from foreign practitioners, ultimately fracturing his own martial body under the siege of a cave-dwelling cultivator and dozens of nascent soul practitioners. Extinguishing his very soul, "Master, what has transpired?" Several celestial beings flew to the side of their senior. The heavenly fire celestial glanced at his disciples, realizing they were all the nascent soul practitioners from their Tiandao sect. Xing Ho Peak. The martial figure below was a martial grandmaster, Yet curiously, it seemed he lacked a martial domain. Sword control technique? One celestial being mused, as everyone looked down to see Luffy surrounded by hundreds of luminous orbs. An array of weapons swirling around him. I was puzzled earlier. That martial figure can actually weaponize others' arms. Luffy manipulated the martial arts weaponry, transforming it into a myriad of forms. A multitude of weapons morphed into a colossal dragon, resembling an iron dragon, upon which Luffy ascended. The iron dragon roared, and Luffy began directing it towards the celestial beings. The onlookers were left agape. What is this? I have never heard of such a weapon control technique. How can such a multitude of mundane weapons possess this much sentience? The heavenly fire celestial swept his sleeve before his disciples. Let us form a great array to exorcise demons and control this martial figure in the void. Indeed, this barbarian is courting death. They established a formation in the high skies, awaiting Luffy to experience the taste of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Standing atop the Iron Dragon, Luffy observed the flying swords being manipulated by the others. A glint of light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, he's coming in. The heavenly fire celestial laughed heartily, promptly summoning his flying sword, followed by the others who did the same. In an instant, myriad sword energies crisscrossed, encircling Luffy, and with a flicker of the flying swords, a wound appeared upon him. Ha ha ha, you, a mere martial figure, dare to venture into the void. You are simply seeking your own demise. As they watched Luffy struggle amidst the array, unable to break free and sustaining injuries, their laughter grew ever more jubilant. Yet in that moment, a spark ignited in Luffy's eyes. He placed his hands behind his back and shouted, "Move for me." Ha ha ha! The heavenly fire celestial guffawed. You cannot move. Within the formation, you cannot leverage strength, only await your demise. Ah, my flying sword. One of the celestial beings exclaimed in shock as he witnessed his sword disobeying his command, cleaving him in two. Ah, my corporeal body. The celestial cried out, as a fragment of his soul detached from his body. Other celestial beings gasped in astonishment, but their reactions were too slow, falling victim to their own flying swords. Instantly, 3 out of 6 suffered broken bodies, forced to let their souls escape, while the remaining 3 were also injured. With such a drastic turn of events, the formation shattered, and Luffy leaped from the Iron Dragon, his hands transforming into colossal hands that reached skyward. Though the other 3 hastily retreated, the heavenly fire celestial found himself ensnared by Luffy's grip, his internal power of thunder and fire combined with immense strength, seeking to crush him. Ah, the heavenly fire celestial's spiritual energy. As the Taoist of heavenly fire suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, "Senior brother, if you kill him, no one will ever know of this matter." The Taoist holding the gourd turned his head and chuckled, "Gourd, gourd, go, slay." A cold gleam shot forth from the gourd's mouth, hurtling straight towards Luffy's face, while a skeletal sword was also summoned and sped towards him. Soul-refining blade, bone-refining sword. It would be more fitting to call you practitioners of the demonic path. Flames erupted from Luffy's body, billowing thick smoke and intermittently flashing with lightning. That moment, he had transformed into a colossal figure of fire, wielding a flaming whip. With a crack, the skeletal sword was sent flying by Luffy's whip, yet the soul blade was unable to evade in time. A thunderous roar resounded, waves of visible sound rippling through the heavens. The soul blade vanished without a trace, and the few Taoists were affected by the sound waves. The 3 who had already lost their physical forms were instantly reduced to ashes under the sonic onslaught, leaving only their life-bound artifacts falling to the ground. The other 3 were left with bleeding ears from the deafening roar. The Taoist who had summoned the skeletal sword was in even greater distress. Though the sword was a magical artifact, it was also a part of his body, and he would never have wielded it unless absolutely necessary. Who would have guessed that his first use would nearly result in its destruction? He desperately attempted to reinsert the sword, but to no avail. Ultimately, the skeletal sword slipped from his grasp and plummeted to the ground, while he himself transformed into ashes in midair, blown away by the wind. Leaving nothing behind, coughing, Luffy rubbed his throat. Even in his current physical state, such a shout was uncomfortable, and speaking felt akin to a broken wind instrument. Heh, despite being a Yuaning practitioner, you wield a bone-refining sword. Cough, if you lack skill, refrain from playing with it. Now, you've met your end, your primordial spirit extinguished, unable to reincarnate. The Taoist with the gourd turned pale. Wielding the soul-refining blade and bone-refining sword was typical for those of the demonic path, but it had never resulted in a primordial spirit's immediate demise post-mortem. Heh, once dead, there are no more worries. Luffy approached step by step, weapons beneath his feet constantly transforming. Gourd, lotus platform. The Taoist rose, summoned his flying sword, and turned to flee. Luffy, laughing heartily, drew his bow and, with a single arrow, pierced the heart of the already soulless Taoist. As expected, before he even hit the ground, he turned to dust. Truly, one reaps what one sows. He had aspired to ascend as an immortal yet ended up as mere ashes. Luffy advanced towards the Taoist of heavenly fire, high and mighty in death. He was but a pile of dust. Such formidable power wasted on those weaker than oneself. A reality that begs the question of the existence of such cultivators. The Taoist of heavenly fire let out a bitter laugh. You speak such words only because you have gained strength. In a few decades, this world will undergo a great transformation. Unless you seize control of a dynasty and become its state religion or a high-ranking official, none will escape. Luffy's expression shifted. A great transformation of the world? The Taoist continued, the end of the law will arrive. There will be no more paths for cultivation, and martial artists will be relegated to the past. You are not a cultivator. You cannot perceive the changes in the spiritual energy of the world. You do not know that what was once longevity has dwindled to mere decades. Any cultivator would go mad. Coughing, he lamented, those mortals have always had fleeting years, and now we too must endure the agony of declining power. Do you know that for years now, the strength of all cultivators has been in decline? Daily arduous training can only prevent further regression. The Taoist of heavenly fire was becoming increasingly frenzied. His nerves fraying. Luffy had expected him to devise an escape plan, yet he remained in this state. Without hesitation, Luffy closed in and struck, severing the Taoist of heavenly fire's head, followed swiftly by his corporeal form. Luffy's eyes narrowed as he rushed to catch the falling body, a decoy. Little did he know that the Taoist had long since fled, his true self having escaped to an unknown location. The Taoist's body suddenly transformed into a straw man, which Luffy discarded, realizing that the Taoist of heavenly fire had taken the opportunity to vanish without a trace, unnoticed even by him. Luffy descended to the ground. The enemy had been dealt with, save for one who had fled, yet the remaining few warranted a search for corpses. As anticipated, 3 bodies lay on the ground, those who had initially been severed by Luffy's blade. Upon thorough examination, Luffy discovered 3 storage bags, a small bell, and 2 flying swords among the belongings of the deceased. This bell could capture souls and, at a critical moment, disrupt the enemy. Testing it with his true energy, he found it responsive, albeit somewhat draining. The storage bags, however, remained sealed. After meticulously gathering the items, he secured the bags at his waist and took flight atop one of the swords, employing his weapon mastery to leave the battlefield. Heading toward Sangzhou City. Meanwhile, Sangzhou City was ablaze, the western wall having collapsed. Yuan Huai was commanding his troops to enter the city. Once inside, they were instructed not to disturb the citizens, but to procure supplies from 1 or 2 prominent families. with plans to head to Liqing that night to join forces with the main army. By the way, leave a few hundred men to guard Sangzhou City, recruiting soldiers for the defense. Those who cause unrest will face extermination. Leaving no survivors. Chapter 42. The Qingmu Formation. Though Yuan's army had breached the city, no soldiers engaged in pillaging or slaughter. Instead, an eerie silence prevailed in a corner of the street. Several cloaked figures emerged from a narrow alley. According to the essence of blood, the elder's target was near. A black-robed man stowed his compass and glanced up at the name of the residence. Lu family? Senior brother. The elder instructed that once we locate the person responsive to this blood essence, we must not let anyone escape and must collect their blood to return. However, the Yuan family's army is still in the city. Perhaps they have a Yuan ancestor stationed here. When shall we take action? Just as the senior brother was about to respond, they spotted someone approaching from a distance, prompting the group to hastily retreat into the shadows, watching as several individuals entered the Lu residence. The blood essence reacted. It appears to be the Lu family's main branch. Senior brother, I suggest we strike tonight. Recalling the elder's promised rewards, the black-robed figures felt elated in these challenging times of cultivation. Such rewards could significantly elevate their realms. The senior brother nodded. All right, let us find a place to wait for a while, then make our move tonight while the Yuan army rests. The group agreed. Rising to leave. Hold on, you can't just leave mid-discussion. A low, rumbling voice echoed suddenly. Unbeknownst to them, a man had appeared behind the black-robed figures. Who are you? The black-robed men were startled and furious, quickly feeling a wave of dread wash over them. Senior, we apologize for our intrusion. We shall take our leave. They retreated step by step, their hearts pounding faster as they realized escape was impossible. They halted, waiting for the man before them to speak. If he harbored any intent to kill, none would escape. The leader of the black-robed men felt despair, praying that this elder might spare them. Now, what brings you here? Luffy grinned widely, his expression reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. These black-robed figures reminded him of those from Linjiang City. Demonic path practitioners had re-emerged in Sangzhou City, true killers. Luffy's gaze turned cold, revealing his murderous intent. Senior, we, the black-robed man stammered. Speak freely. I will let you go. Luffy licked his lips. Our sect's elder issued a task, instructing us to find individuals with the same bloodline across the land using a drop of blood and to bring them all back. They explained. Luffy stroked his chin. Bloodline? You mean the Lu family? The black-robed man nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. After arriving here, this drop of blood reacted. Saying this, he produced a jade vial from his robe. Luffy accepted the vial, opened it, and was met with a putrid odor. Within floated a drop of black blood. Heh, which demonic sect do you belong to? The black-robed man from the Soul Palace responded cautiously. Soul Palace. Soul Palace? Luffy's eyes glinted with hostility. You participated in the massacre at Linjiang City, did you not? The black-robed man immediately knelt. Senior, we had no part in the Linjiang City incident. We only accepted this task and left the sect. We had not descended the mountain before this. Luffy observed the kneeling figures. Since you are from the Soul Palace, produce the souls you have refined. The black-robed men exchanged glances and then presented various bags to Luffy. Luffy seized them, shattering them with a wave of his hand, not bothering to inspect their contents. Source points. 1,000. Source points. 1,000. The black-robed figures spat out mouthfuls of blood, but Luffy paid no mind. For his panel displayed an increase of 5,000 source points. Heh, so many souls. I wonder how many lives have been extinguished by your hands. Though you still dare to deceive me? Senior, these are lost souls collected from our sect's soul cave. We did not slay anyone. The black-robed man pleaded as soon as Luffy approached. The grand gates of the Lu family swung open, and a few guards leapt out from within this transformed city. Everyone was confined indoors, unable to venture outside, eager to witness how the events would unfold. The military, too, had secured their gates tightly. Suddenly, a lone figure appeared on the desolate streets, charging directly towards the Lu residence. The guards promptly sprang into action, inquiring about Luffy. "I am Luffy, the wooden instructor of the Lu family," he declared, revealing his former identity. The guards exchanged puzzled glances. While he claimed to be their instructor, they had never seen him before. "Move aside. Why block the entrance?" a voice interrupted, and a figure emerged. Luffy recognized him with a smirk. "Ah, an old acquaintance. Is that not the steward of the Lu family?" Sure enough, upon seeing Luffy, the steward exclaimed, "Wooden instructor? Ah, I suspected as much. Young Master Chuan just returned and mentioned you would arrive shortly. I heard commotion outside and came out, and indeed, it is the instructor returning." The steward pushed past the guards and ushered Luffy inside. They traversed several courtyards before finally reaching Lu Chuan. "Master, Master," called out two figures, one large and one small, accompanied by a rabbit that bounced around, its size rivaling that of a pig. Once back in the room, Luffy began to inquire about the current state of the city, specifically regarding the growing influence of the Yuan family. Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, Master, as we entered the city, the Yuan army launched an assault. The city's defenders, relying on the high walls, could not withstand the onslaught and were swiftly overwhelmed, leading to the collapse of the western gate. Before long, they occupied Sangzhou's city walls." Luffy nodded, understanding that the defenders were mostly ordinary yet strong individuals, and could not hold against an army of martial artists. By the way, Master, after seizing Sangzhou, the Yuan family issued a recruitment notice and is currently regrouping their forces. Preparing meals, they are likely to emerge from the city soon. Surely, they do not intend to march towards Liqing? Luffy nodded again, realizing that the Qingmu sect's headquarters and the Zheng family were both situated in Liqing. As Sangzhou served as a bastion for Qingzhou, it was inevitable that the Yuan family would aim for Liqingji. It seems the Yuan family intends to swallow all of Qingzhou in one go. But curiously, the Qingmu sect and the Zheng family seem to have made no response. Are they truly allowing themselves to be consumed so easily? Lu Chuan queried with intrigue. Just as Luffy was about to respond, Zhou Zihan interjected, "The Qingmu sect is quite ambitious." Luffy, momentarily puzzled, listened as Zhou Zihan continued, "In the palace's secrets, the Qingmu sect has been surveying Qingzhou for over 30 years, establishing numerous formations across its 15 districts and hundreds of cities. They have laid down tens of thousands of Qingmu formation flags, making it possible for them to reduce the entire region to ruins in an instant. This time, the Yuan family is retreating in stages, likely splitting their forces. It seems the entirety of Qingzhou is under the Yuan military's command, but their true target should be the three sects of Tianyi behind the Yuan family. This is a classic bait-and-switch tactic. Could it be that the three Tianyi sects are unaware of the formations laid out in Qingzhou?" Lu Chuan's curiosity grew. Zhou Zihan nodded. The Qingmu sect's flag placements were disguised as recruitment efforts. To outsiders, it appeared they were merely seeking disciples. Despite the Zhou dynasty's spies being ever watchful, it was through sheer happenstance that we uncovered this scheme. Luffy felt a wave of emotion, reflecting on how these cultivators had lived for centuries. Their ambitions intertwined with emptiness, having laid their plans decades prior. "All right, Jiao Jiao, you stay here and behave. You two, follow me," Luffy commanded as he stood up and headed outside, with Lu Chuan and Zhou Zihan hastily trailing behind. "Master, where are we going?" "The city is currently," Lu Chuan began, but Luffy interrupted, "Less talk. Just follow my lead." As the trio exited the Lu family gates, the streets lay eerily quiet, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. They walked until they reached a particular location. "The Exorcism Pavilion?" Lu Chuan read aloud. "Master, what brings us to the Exorcism Pavilion?" "Why, What could it be? Have they perhaps betrayed us? Luffy retorted. Isn't that so? The Exorcism Pavilion, as the Zhou dynasty's eyes and ears, has remained utterly silent. Have you heard any word from the pavilion's master? Zhou Zihan interjected. The Exorcism Pavilion has not actually betrayed us. Rather, during the incident at the Imperial City, the martial arts realm's gateway closed, causing all the pavilion leaders to vanish. They likely retreated into the hidden realm, leaving only inconsequential personnel behind. Then what purpose do we have in coming here? Lu Chuan pressed further. To find someone. Luffy replied enigmatically, stepping forward to push open the door. The Exorcism Pavilion, once bustling with activity, now lay in stark silence, dust cascading down as he opened the door. Is there not a soul present? Has cleanliness been entirely neglected? Lu Chuan exclaimed, the first to leap inside. Is anyone here? Luffy and Zhou Zihan followed suit, finding the Exorcism Pavilion eerily empty. Master, let's check the second floor. Lu Chuan suggested, calling out but receiving no reply, leading him to ascend the stairs. The Exorcism Pavilion is a sacred place. Let not the idle wander within, lest you find yourself perishing here with no one to collect your remains. A figure emerged from behind the counter, laced with sarcasm. The Exorcism Pavilion has closed its doors. What brings you here? Seeking to exorcise demons? Presently, we have no celestial masters, the individual continued. Luffy squinted, nearly chuckling at the sight. Well, who would have thought I would run into an old acquaintance? By long, it hasn't been long, and you've already become the head of the Exorcism Pavilion? Luffy jested. The man suddenly looked up. Luffy? Is it really you? It was Bai Long, who appeared genuinely delighted to see Luffy. What brings you to Cangzhou? Oh, come in, come in. Bai Long quickly ushered Luffy and his companions inside, pulling out a few stools. Luffy, however, remained standing, circling around the Exorcism Pavilion. Bai Long, I am here to find that person. Bai Long gestured, Brother Lu, please sit. Brother Zhou is just in the back. I will fetch him right away. With that, he hurried off. Before long, Bai Long returned with two individuals. Brother Lu, it has been quite some time since we last parted at the abandoned temple. A voice called out before the figure even arrived. Hearing this, Luffy glanced at Zhou Zihan, uncertain whether she would recognize this royal figure. Brother! Zhou Zihan exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, instantly standing. Zihan? Zhou Amo was equally surprised, not expecting to encounter his sister here. The two noble siblings stood face to face, the moment laced with bittersweet nostalgia. In a world filled with countless individuals, it was astonishing that only they remained. A vast empire crumbling to dust, its former glory but a fleeting memory. Luffy and the two siblings reflected on their shared past. He began to inquire about pressing matters. Brother Zhou, as a royal, given the current state of affairs in the world, I trust you are not unprepared. Zhou Amo chuckled softly. I had an inkling something was amiss. But I did not anticipate it would unfold so swiftly. Originally named Zhou Yilong, 3 years prior, he sensed impending chaos and engaged in a secret discussion with his father overnight. The following morning, he departed from the palace and subsequently vanished from the public eye. I left the palace and journeyed to the land of the earth. Since then, it has been concealed, developing in secret as per my instructions. Afterward, I visited the Sun and Moon Martial Sect and began to traverse the world, joining the Exorcism Pavilion and forming alliances with many masters. So the closure of the martial arts realm was due to you? Luffy remarked with a hint of awe. Indeed, Brother Lu, you are astute. The martial arts realm connects all states, making it of utmost importance. Zhou Amo could not allow such a vital asset to fall into the wrong hands. Luffy nodded. In that case, concerning that individual, Zhou Amo acknowledged, with preparations in place, I have indeed considered this. The world has become rotten, and it is time to reshuffle the deck. Zhou Zihan interjected, unable to contain herself. Brother, Does this mean our father is not dead? Zhou Amo shook his head. Our father has perished, as has everyone in the dynasty. Zhou Zihan's spirits plummeted. However, the death of our father is but one thread. The foreign cultivators are merely the catalyst. In truth, our father foresaw this chaos and believed that amidst the upheaval, the most crucial matter was, at this point, Zhou Amo fell silent, pointing upward. Our father was indeed a visionary. How could he not foresee that in this tumultuous time, the heavens have yet to descend? He recounted how, during the battle, their father had harnessed the imperial dragon's energy to transform the fallen into spirits and led the court's officials to challenge the heavens. What? A chorus of astonished voices erupted as they gazed at Zhou Amo in disbelief. The Zhou Emperor was indeed a man of extraordinary ambition. Luffy could not help but express his admiration. Zhou Amo smiled bitterly, yet even our father's foresight could not withstand the might of the heavenly realm. Despite breaching the celestial palace, we were ultimately repelled. Zhou Zihan hastily inquired, "What has become of our father now?" Alas, Zhou Amo sighed. After his defeat against the heavenly realm, he retreated with his followers to the depths of the underworld, reorganizing his forces and renaming it the Netherworld. Luffy's eyes brightened. The Netherworld? During the weekend? It is indeed the underworld, haha. After all, my father is the son of heaven in this realm. Even in death, he is protected by the Een Dragon. Now that the world is in chaos, all the departed souls have been taken by my father, and his power grows ever stronger. When the time is ripe, he shall once again launch an assault on the heavenly court. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to discover such a secret. Luffy, could you lend me a hand? The eyes of the assembled company turned towards Luffy, puzzled as to why Zhou Amo placed such significance on him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Amo was practicing the authentic ascending dragon technique, following the path of the world sovereign, and was particularly skilled in discerning talent. In his eyes, Luffy was a prodigy, one worth cultivating. Luffy could not help but reflect. All of this is the work of ancient demons. Chapter 44. The Great Tide has turned. Luffy declined Zhou Amo's invitation, believing that the grand schemes of the world were merely the machinations of the powerful, using the world as their chessboard. He suddenly recalled the words of the heavenly fire Taoist. In the age of waning laws, the final struggle for power may also serve as a great purge of the cultivators between heaven and earth. Resources in this realm are finite, and countless cultivators squander them recklessly. Only those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation can contribute back to the world upon their passing. While those of mid to high levels merely waste resources, a chill ran down Luffy's spine. How do you plan to restore the nation? Luffy inquired of Zhou Amo. Now is the time to lie low. When the moment is right, we shall raise the banner to restore the nation, Zhou Amo replied with a smile. Luffy regarded Zhou Amo. Did your father tell you this? What? Zhou Amo looked bewildered. Luffy stood. It's nothing. Just follow him from now on. With that, he departed from the Demon Exclusion Pavilion. As he walked down the street, a cold smile crept upon Luffy's face. Within the Demon Exclusion Pavilion, he had sensed several formidable auras, brimming with murderous intent. If disciples from a sect were to come knocking, they would likely be crushed within the pavilion. What if all the Demon Exclusion Pavilions across the realm were in such a state? Upon returning to the Lu family estate, Luffy immediately locked himself in his room. Time swiftly passed into the evening. While meditating in his chamber, Luffy was suddenly struck by an unusual brilliance outside. He opened the door to find the entire sky enveloped in a greenish hue, emitting an eerie glow that continued to spread. The Lu residence was eerily silent. When a stone fell from the rockery, it made no sound. Witnessing this, Luffy almost believed his hearing had vanished. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Is this the Tai Chingmu formation? Luffy pondered. He knew that much of the Yuan family's power had likely entered the territory of Qingzhou. This night would surely be a bloody one, far away in Liqing. A bizarre battle raged on, with hundreds of thousands engaged in combat within the city, yet not a single sound could be heard. An otherworldly green light filled the air, while countless cultivators soared through the sky on their swords, casting spells and divine abilities. Aside from the dazzling brilliance, what remained was an overwhelming silence, with communication rendered impossible. All that was left was the fierce clash of battle. Within the Qingdao sect, hundreds of nascent soul cultivators fought viciously among themselves as the protective barrier of the sect shattered, exploding into a brilliant array of sparks. Leaving the Qingdao sect on the brink of ruin, Tianxianzi, you have gone too far. You dare to attack my Qingmu Daoist temple? A booming voice resonated, unaffected by the green mist, echoing through the skies. Ha ha ha, you old Daoist, are you still alive? Tianxianzi stepped down from her bronze war chariot, hovering in the air. Ha ha ha, Qingyun, were it not for your grand formation, I would not have been able to ascend to your Qingdao sect. TSK, what a grand endeavor, harnessing the spiritual energy of an entire province for your own use. Tianxianzi laughed heartily. If it were just me, we would only reach a stalemate, but now I have brought the earth immortal with me. Qingyun, after this night, there shall be no more Qingdao sect. A figure flashed into existence beside Tianxianzi. Hee, what is this? Did the human immortal not come? Are not your three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity of one essence? Why is it now but a half-hearted effort? Qingyun remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned about what was to follow. Humph, Qingyun, today you shall surely die. Tianqian's temper flared as a palm strike descended. A great bell resonated as the palm strike landed. Vibrating with a deep hum, the Tai bell, Tianxianzi frowned. Even with the Tai bell, you shall still meet your end. With a flick of her wrist, a jade gourd appeared in her hand. Today, gods shall fall before me, and Buddhas shall perish before me. Even if the Emperor of Heaven descends, he cannot stop me. The jade gourd was activated, and a flying dagger shot forth, hurtling towards Qingyun, while the Earth Immortal summoned a long whip from the cave realm, striking down at the celestial beings and demons alike, an attack aimed at the divine. The two beams of light surged forth like fierce tigers and venomous dragons, aiming directly for Qingyun's vital points. Ha ha ha, I, Qingyun, have never been inferior to anyone. Even against the two of you, I shall prevail. With a resounding clang, the bell tolled, followed by the relentless clash of three magical artifacts. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators were jolted from the skies by the fierce battle, hastily retreating to distance themselves from the three combatants. The once ruined Qingdao sect was once again ravaged by their conflict. Even the Qingdao Hall, shielded by the grand formation, was shattered. A sword shatters mountains and rivers. Qingyun roared, scattering the azure energy above with his voice. A colossal manifestation of the Qingyun Daoist appeared, wielding a flying sword. With a single strike, he sent the two opponents' artifacts flying, cleaving the air and leaving a rift in its wake. Myriad swords shatter the universe. The enormous nascent soul image split its flying sword into pieces, then into further divisions, until the sky was thick with a multitude of swords to go. The two from heaven and earth hastily cast spells to defend themselves. Beginning their counterattack amidst the rain of swords, a fiery dragon emerged with a mighty roar, shattering numerous flying swords, and opened its maw to consume the incoming projectiles. Heaven has 4 corners, earth has 8 directions. Purity above, impurity below, heed my command. As the two energies converge, a violent wind surged forth, sweeping away several nascent soul cultivators, sending them crashing to the ground, their bodies shattered, their souls expelled. Awakening to the sight of their destroyed forms, they could only roar in anger, abandoning the battlefield to seek new hosts for their souls. As the fierce wind howled, Qingyun quickly harnessed his magical powers to protect himself, preventing his own nascent soul from being blown out. Ah, 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 his magical energy gradually thinned, and just as Qing Yuan was on the verge of collapse, Tang Xianzi seized the moment to unleash a fiery dragon towards him. Seeing the dragon approaching, Qing Yuan instead burst into laughter. "Everyone, behead these two fellows." The heavenly and earthly beings exchanged glances, only to see a fan, a bottle, a sword, and a seal hurtling towards them. Terror gripped their hearts as they swiftly turned to defend against the oncoming strike. The four spirits of earth, wind, water, and fire. You, Tang Xianzi bellowed, momentarily rendered speechless with rage. Who would have thought that you would ally with the Qingmu sect? The Earth Immortal, despite being filled with disbelief, had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. Ha ha ha, dear friends, it has been far too long since we last met. Yet here we are in such a twist of fate. A cultivator from the Fire God sect stepped forward, raising the Fire God fan. Senior brother, the tide has turned. We must retreat. Our defeat is inevitable. If we do not leave now, we may never escape. Surrounded by several cultivators of equal rank, the Earth Immortal urged Tang Xianzi, who could only nod grimly, retracting her magical artifacts as they prepared to flee. Ha ha ha, dear friends, please do not leave just yet. Chapter 45. The Four Extremes Formation. Dear friends, please do not leave. Qingyun Daoist stepped forward. Today, we have set a trap here, and I fear you shall find it difficult to depart. However, if you promise to abandon your grand ambitions and willingly seal your sect for a decade, should my Qingmu sect rise as the new imperial guardian, then the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity may yet serve as protectors of the dynasty. Tang Xianzi let out a hearty laugh. Guardian sect? The imperial fortunes are limited. How many cultivators can truly be recognized by the imperial decree? With the impending calamity, the path of cultivation is fading. Aside from the Guardian sect, what use remains for other sects when only one or two true beings remain? With that, Tang Xianzi turned to the other cultivators. Are you all here for that Guardian sect? To ensure a select few within your sect can continue to cultivate under the imperial banner while forsaking your countless disciples. Such thoughts are no better than sealing your gates and awaiting death alongside other sects. Regardless, relying on your cultivation, even when the end of the Dharma is upon us, you could still survive for several hundred years. The other cultivators are not angry. They merely watch quietly as the two celestial beings, Tianxian and Dixian, prepare for their fate. Qingyun Daoist lets out a sigh, declaring that if the two Taoists do not acquiesce, he will have no choice but to send them into reincarnation. Hemph, reincarnation? You lack the capability to do so? Scoffs Dixian, asserting that even if faced with 5 equally ranked cultivators, should the two truly wish to leave, they would not be hindered. I am aware that both of you are prodigies of the heavens. Yet the absence of those 4 was not merely for the sake of spectating. Qingyun Daoist gestures towards the 4, who nod in acknowledgement. One of them casts a formation banner, and instantly, the elements of wind, water, and fire materialize along with swirling chaotic energies. The Four Extremities formation is indeed among the top 10 formations in the world. It is more than sufficient to send the two Taoists on their way. Standing at the formation's heart, Qianyun observes the roiling chaos with a measure of reassurance. Below, the Yuan and cultivators of the Tiandi Dao sect notice their ancestor ensnared within the formation. Those quick to react swiftly repel their adversaries and flee on their flying swords. As anticipated, Qianyun, freed from engagement, plunges into the fray. With the tolling of a bell, he expels the primordial spirits of the cultivators, their physical forms losing control and plummeting to the ground, shattering upon impact. By the time their spirits regain consciousness, they find themselves ensnared by spirit-binding ropes, held captive. In a brief moment, aside from a few clever ones who have already fled, all others are captured, some even having their spirits extinguished, leaving behind mere remnants of spiritual light to be reincarnated. Master, How should we deal with these individuals? A disciple inquires of Qianyun Daoist. He gestures for patience, lifting his gaze towards the formation. Inside, Tianxian and Dixian are being gradually depleted of their magical power by the chaotic energy. In a short while, their powers will be entirely exhausted, reducing them to mere puddles of blood. Senior brother, we cannot continue like this. Dixian grits her teeth, producing the god-striking whip. Junior brother. Tianxian gasps, already aware of her intentions. His expression a tumult of emotions before he nods in agreement. At this point, our ancestor will not blame us. With that, she retrieves a jade gourd. Watching the formation, Qianyun feels it gradually calming, and a sense of melancholy begins to envelop him. Ah, my fellow Taoists. Once, we were kindred spirits. Most of the top cultivators in the world are acquaintances of his, especially figures like Tianxian and Dixian, who were leaders of their respective sects, having crossed paths during various Dharma assemblies when they first showcased their talents. His familiarity with Tianxian and Dixian originated at a celestial gathering hosted by Tianxian, which attracted the most promising prodigies of the time. Nowadays, many of the great cultivators across the dozens of caves have participated in that assembly. Reflecting on those times, he recalls how some have turned to divine paths, while others have perished in heavenly tribulations, reincarnating as mere shadows of their former selves. Even among his disciples, a few have awakened memories of their past lives. Yet none have ascended to become great cultivators, their significance diminished. With Tianxian and Dixian ensnared within the formation, Qianyun sighs again, lamenting the loss of two companions on the path of the Tao. Suddenly, without warning, the formation erupts, sending the four flying, with Tianxian and Dixian emerging bloodied from the chaos. Ha ha ha, Qianyunzi, today's grievances shall be repaid in kind. The four, though injured, rally together, and without further ado, Tianxian and Dixian make their escape. Witnessing their flight, Qianyun's expression darkens. He had not anticipated their willingness to sacrifice their treasured artifacts, which were the cornerstones of their sect. Though he feels a pang of regret, the impending vengeance from two formidable cultivators stirs a deep-seated ire within him. Transforming his sorrow into indignation, Master, what of these people? The disciple cautiously asks, observing Qianyun Daoist. Hemph, both the Yuan Ying and the primordial spirits, have them all refined into spirit elixirs. Qianyun Daoist commands, before hastening after the fleeing figures. To him, these Yuan cultivators are merely minor practitioners. Their demise is inconsequential, and transforming them into elixirs represents a mere repurposing of waste. The disciple shrinks back, hastily instructing others to commence alchemical practices. While the Yuan Ying and primordial spirits display expressions of despair, facing death, they find themselves wishing curses upon Qianyun Daoist, hoping for his downfall. Their frantic imprecations are rendered silent, creating an eerie atmosphere that could frighten even the bravest of children nearby. In Sangzhou City, Luffy has ascended to a rooftop. Hours having passed, by now, daylight should have broken, yet a greenish pallor envelopes the surroundings, instilling a sense of oppression. Luffy, focusing his keen eyesight, is able to discern a radius of several dozen paces. But for the ordinary folk below, it is akin to being blind, forcing them to remain indoors. Suddenly, a sound pierces the air, suggesting the approach of something ominous. Luffy, summoning a blade of true energy with one hand, prepares to strike the moment the entity draws near. After all, in such circumstances, virtuous beings would not be wandering about. A scream echoes, followed by a thud. Rat scum, how dare you sneak attack? Upon closer inspection, Luffy discovers two bloodied Taoists, their auras significantly weakened, clearly bearing grave injuries. It appears to be a mere mortal. One of the Taoists struggles to rise, glancing at Luffy and visibly relaxing upon realizing he is a martial artist. Senior brother, are you unharmed? Dixian supports Tianxian, standing up, We shall rest here for the time being. We have already shaken off Qianyun. Let us observe the situation in Qingzhou for a couple of days. Very well, junior brother. And this barbarian? Rest assured, senior brother. Dixian gestures, and Luffy feels an odd sensation envelop him. Go. Dixian indicates towards Luffy. Senior brother, I have cast the crossing god technique upon him. He may rest here without worry. Chapter 46. Encountering a ghost, Luffy experiences a fleeting dizziness, feeling as though he is losing his sense of self. Go. Fetch us a cup of hot water. Dixian instructs as he aids Dan into the room. Not bothering to look back, Luffy shakes his head, clarity returning, yet his expression darkens upon hearing the command. He follows them into the room, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Dixian turns just in time to receive a fist the size of a sandbag squarely on his face. The sounds of a scuffle erupt within the room, only to soon fade into silence. Moments later, Luffy emerges, dragging the two out, a trickle of blood dripping from his chest, though the wound heals almost instantaneously. Who dares to provoke me? Seeking to plunder the tigeress den. This is sheer folly. Luffy tosses the two onto the ground, searching thoroughly yet finding nothing. A pair of paupers. He digs a sizable pit in the yard, unceremoniously tossing the two inside before covering them with earth. After completing his task, Luffy looks up to see the oppressive green hue gradually thinning. At this rate, in an hour or two, it will vanish entirely. Just as he is about to return indoors, he feels the presence of an approaching figure, a pair of feet suddenly appearing atop the wall. What a fine lad. Not only do you kill, but you do so with such composure, a promising talent indeed. You shall accompany me henceforth. The voice is grating, akin to nails scraping glass, eliciting discomfort. The figure leaps down from the wall, cloaked in a tattered black robe. Luffy frowns, bemused by the strange occurrences of the day. Why does everyone seem to gravitate towards him? The cloaked figure strides into Luffy's room without a backward glance. Fetch me a cup of water, he commands, as if this were his own home. Luffy sighs, entering the room and shutting the door. The ensuing cacophony of clashing sounds soon subsides. What is your business here? Luffy asks, gazing at the figure kneeling before him. The black robe is now tattered, revealing a face that resembles a swollen pig's head. Who are you? Where do you hail from? What brings you here? Luffy inquires in a flat tone, observing the figure's apparent lack of injuries, yet sensing that he is weaker than either of the previously wounded Taoists. Oh, I am an elder of the Soul Palace. Before he can finish, Luffy delivers a sharp slap, then begins to search the figure, soon uncovering a cloth bag. This must be the Soul Bag. Indeed, you are from the Soul Palace. What is your name? Luffy queries, scrutinizing the bag, his tone growing menacing. So you are the one they seek for the blood source. Why are you after the Lu family? My name is Hunish 15. I discovered a corpse in Linjiang City with potential for cultivation. Blood from close kin is the best for nurturing. Hence, Luffy's expression changed abruptly as he suddenly recalled that terrifying voice from before. Upon closer inspection of the pig-headed figure before him, he surmised that this individual must indeed be the owner of that ominous voice. Do you have any disciples? Did your sons or grandsons perish in Linjiang City? The man in the black robe was taken aback and then nodded slightly. Show me the body. Luffy leaned forward, eager to discern the nature of the corpse. The black-robed man raised his head, gazing at the cloth bag in Luffy's hand. I sit within there? Luffy shook the bag, and the black-robed man nodded. As Luffy opened the bag, a chilling wind swept forth, and a horde of malevolent spirits emerged, only to be swiftly crushed by Luffy's hand. The spirits multiplied, and Luffy shot a glare at the black-robed man, allowing his inner energy to radiate like the sun, instantly purifying the entire bag. 10,000 source points added. Luffy furrowed his brow, contemplating the countless lives extinguished within such a small bag. He then shook it vigorously, causing a large red coffin to tumble out. Is this the corpse you found? What kind of nonsense compelled you to journey all this way? It hardly seems to possess any cultivation value. The spirit named Hun 15's eyes narrowed. It was merely an ordinary corpse, albeit with some peculiarities. Potentially suitable for cultivating a corpse king. As Luffy opened the coffin, Hun 15's eyes darted eagerly. Inside the coffin, a suffocating aura enveloped him. Luffy inhaled deeply, instantly consuming all the dark energy, which astonishingly granted him another 10,000 source points. This revelation caused Luffy to frown. How could such a quantity of source points be derived from mere dark energy? As the dark energy dissipated, the individual inside made Luffy's eyes widen, yet he said nothing and simply closed the coffin. A corpse king? A being equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator, a treasure for those who cultivate corpse spirits. Yet, what does Hun 15, a soul cultivator, intend to do with a corpse king? You're not being truthful. Luffy's gaze turned icy as he forcefully plunged his hand into Hun 15's chest, a gust of dark wind accompanying the action. Luffy smirked. While soul cultivators excelled in reviving spirits through corpses, he wouldn't allow such a spirit to escape. As his inner energy surged, it felt as though a blazing sun had risen within the room, enveloping the entire Lu residence. A scream echoed from outside, and then silence reigned once more. Luffy glanced at the panel displaying an increase of 3,000 source points. While he had slain other cultivators without gaining any source points, even obliterating their souls, only the soul cultivators granted him such rewards. Akin to a scorpion's unique excretion, the outside returned to tranquility, yet Luffy's heart churned tumultuously as he reopened the large red coffin before him. Second young master, we meet again. Inside the coffin, Lu Fengxing appeared as if he were merely asleep. His complexion even slightly rosy. Had Luffy not witnessed his demise firsthand, he might have believed he was merely in slumber. Observing Lu Fengxing within the coffin, Luffy felt a surge of emotions, when suddenly, he thought he saw Lu Fengxing's eyelids flutter. Luffy widened his eyes but then exhaled. Having seen the second young master's death with his own eyes, how could he possibly still be alive? Luffy rose, leaving the coffin open, and dragged Hun 15's corpse to the yard to dig another grave. In mere moments, he unearthed 2 more skeletal remains, tossing Hun 15's body into the pit with a sigh. Second young master, you are deceased. Why cling to this? Turning around, he found the once lying Lu Fengxing now standing at the doorway. Had the corpse attained sentience? Standing at the entrance, Lu Fengxing suddenly grinned widely. You smell delightful. I wish to devour you. Luffy grasped the shovel in his hand. Dead is dead. Now it's a ruckus of neither man nor ghost. Who would have thought I'd have to bury the same person thrice? Truly a bizarre occurrence. Chapter 47. The Fall of the Lu Family Clan. The shovel struck Lu Fengxing's face with a speed that left no time for reaction, sending him crashing back into the room, collapsing the wall and shaking the entire space. With a resounding crash, the roof caved in, stirring up a cloud of dust. Master, what happened? Jiao Jiao peered from another room, her head poking out. Nothing much, just showing you how to strike. Luffy chuckled, completely unfazed. In this world, violence was commonplace, and compassion had no place here. Amidst the ruins, Lu Fengxing slowly rose, his entire visage distorted, yet it soon reverted to its original state. Roar! Lu Fengxing bellowed, charging forward once more. Clang! His roar was abruptly cut off as he was sent flying again. Luffy frowned. Before him stood Lu Fengxing, akin to a brutish beast with scant intelligence. After all, he was born from a corpse. Had Hun 15 still been alive, prolonged cultivation might have granted him complete sentience, but now he seemed like a premature birth. Luffy stepped into the debris, delivering several blows that nearly obliterated the entire head, but it quickly restored itself. What on earth is happening? This is akin to a cockroach that cannot be exterminated. Luffy realized Hun 15 had not spoken the truth, but he hadn't anticipated the extent of the deception. He pressed the shovel against Lu Fengsheng's head, his inner energy radiating like the sun upon him. Lu Fengsheng roared and struggled as dark energy surged from his body, only to be reduced to ashes under the brilliance of Luffy's energy. 1 minute passed, then 2. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Fengsheng finally lay still. Luffy exhaled. Having expended nearly half of his inner energy in that time, it was worth noting that Luffy possessed an immense reservoir of energy. He flipped Lu Fengsheng onto his back, revealing a pallid countenance devoid of the previous flush. Clang! The small courtyard door swung open, revealing Lu Tianling, the head of the Lu family, followed by a throng of people. What transpired? Lu Tianling inquired upon entering, but his gaze suddenly fell upon Luffy's face. After numerous breakthroughs, Luffy's visage began to revert to its former state, not entirely resembling his previous appearance, yet bearing some resemblance. Lu Tianling stared at Luffy's seemingly unremarkable features. His entire face began to twitch, and when he looked down, the color drained from Lu Fengsheng's face, his lifeless eyes fixated intently on Lu Tianling. A ghost? The Lu family guards watched in astonishment as their once mighty leader now fled in madness, shouting about ghosts, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to do. Just then, the steward entered from outside. Step aside. Make way. The mistress approaches. Upon entering, Lady Lu fixated her gaze on the lifeless Lu Fengsheng, her body trembling as she slowly approached, each step seemingly draining her of all strength. Ugh! As Lady Lu neared, she attempted to speak but could utter no words, ultimately fainting from sheer agitation. Madam! At once, chaos erupted among the onlookers. Meanwhile, Luffy had already taken Jiao Jiao and departed the small courtyard. Master, what is happening with them? Nothing, merely retribution. After leaving the Lu residence, Luffy settled down at an inn, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Luffy silently concluded his meditative practice. During this time, he had utilized tens of thousands of source points to open all his acupoints, a total of 3,600 major acupoints and 36,000 minor ones. Having reached this stage, Luffy felt he could advance no further and began converting the remaining source points into inner energy, commencing the refinement of the small golden elixirs. Luffy opened his door. Taking Jiao Jiao downstairs, the girl, now benefiting from the cultivation of inner energy, had grown increasingly robust, shedding her former malnourished appearance. Luffy was in high spirits. With the foundational realm nearly complete and all acupoints opened, his strength surged tremendously. Furthermore, with each small golden elixir refined, his power would incrementally increase, and the more elixirs he produced, the more exponential the growth, akin to the principle of 1 + 1 equating to 3. The greater the quantity, the larger the subsequent value. Luffy ordered several dishes, dining while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. Who could have imagined the Lu family's grand estate would vanish into thin air overnight? Indeed, it is said that the head of the Lu family has gone mad, unleashing a massacre within his residence. His own biological son, that arrogant and overbearing young man, has been killed, resulting in a veritable river of blood flowing through the Lu household. Alas, you are unaware that the head of the Lu family has a wife. The elusive lady whose presence is as unpredictable as a ghost, is rumored that she succumbed to a fit of rage and passed away. Following this, the remaining members of the Lu family, upon witnessing the head's descent into madness, began vying for control, only to find the head of the family in a frenzy of slaughter. In the midst of this chaos, one guest suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that the Lu family had grown too close to the Qingdao sect and had been exterminated by the chaotic forces of the Yuan clan. Indeed, it is said that there is still a descendant of the Lu family practicing within the Qingdao sect. And given that the Yuan clan's army was decimated by the Zheng family in Liqing, it is likely that this was an act of vengeance against the Lu family. The madness of the family head surely drove him to this insanity. Such words ought not to be spoken. Perhaps it is best for us common folk to refrain from discussing this matter, a guest interjected, hastily attempting to silence the others. What is there to hide? In my view, they brought this upon themselves. The Zhou emperor treated us commoners well, yet unexpectedly met his demise. And with the fall of the Zhou emperor, those despicable individuals have emerged. The Yuan clan is no paragon of virtue. Nor is the Zheng family in my opinion. The Lu residence is no better. The guest who had previously pounded the table stood up, proclaiming loudly, prompting a number of others to agree. Indeed. Oh, do you truly hold such sentiments? A cold voice resonated from the entrance, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, leaving all patrons in stunned silence. What? Is that not the case? It is said that a year ago, Linjiang City became a ghost town, yet the Lu family was fortuitously absent, with not a single member perishing. How can such a coincidence be explained? With a forceful bang on the table, he declared this to be sheer nonsense. Filled with foul language. Watch as I cut out your tongue. The individual at the door erupted in fury, a glimmer of light flashing in her hand as a small sword shot toward the back of the offending patron's head. Humph, you young lady, with such a malicious heart, would resort to taking a life at the drop of a hat. To everyone's astonishment, the patron effortlessly caught the small sword, leaving many aghast, especially those dining at the same table who had not anticipated that their companion was a master of his craft. Chapter 48. The Demon. Cheng Shouxin, who are you? The woman at the door, tall and imposing, furrowed her brows at the failed attack, stepping forward as a wave of energy surged forth, leaving several patrons awestruck, their chopsticks tumbling to the ground. What are you looking at? If you don't cease this, I shall have your eyes plucked out. Instantly, the diners lowered their heads, though some dared to steal glances. This girl does not appear to be a person of unrestrained malice. Why such a fiery temper? Lu Fei, overhearing two individuals whispering nearby, scrutinized the woman at the entrance. The eldest daughter of the Lu family? He was taken aback to realize it was Lu Xian, the eldest daughter of the Lu clan. Lu Xian strode forward, her demeanor fierce as she glared at the patron. It turns out to be a rogue cultivator, likely possessing some degree of strength, which explains the arrogance. The patron, however, chuckled, twirling the small sword in his hand, and remarked, I am fortunate to encounter a disciple of the Qingdao sect today. It is indeed a stroke of luck. As for my identity, I am but a remnant of a fallen dynasty, a second-rank official of the court, an exterminator of demons, and the former garrison commander of Qingzhou. Presently, I am the chief of the Black Wind Band at Qingyou Mountain. Cheng Shouxin. Cheng Shouxin. That name sent a chill through the entire hall, as if the air itself had frozen. Those who had dined with Cheng Shouxin raised their heads in trepidation, realizing that a person they had casually known at the city gate was none other than the infamous Cheng the Demon King. Indeed, it is Cheng the Demon King. 2 decades prior, Cheng Shouxin was the garrison commander of Qingzhou. Years earlier, he had been a rogue cultivator, but one day he leapt through the Dragon Gate, becoming a nascent soul cultivator among rogue practitioners. The Qingzhou governor personally visited him. No one knew what they discussed. Formerly a rogue, Cheng Shouxin soon joined the exterminators of demons, swiftly rising to the rank of 8 Qian Tianshi, slaying countless demons and monsters, establishing a formidable reputation in Qingzhou. Within a few short years, he was appointed a second-rank official of the court, awarded the title of General of the Wind Pavilion, and became a regional commander of Qingzhou. It was evident to all that Cheng Shouxin had grasped the fruits of wealth and power, yet 3 years ago, he inexplicably descended into madness, slaughtering over 100 cultivators in Zhangzhou within a mere 3 days. Alongside the complete annihilation of several prominent clans, all of whom had close ties to the Qingdao sect, No one knew the reason behind this chaos. All that was known was that after those 3 days, Cheng Shouxin vanished. The Qingdao sect even turned Qingzhou upside down in search of him, yet he remained elusive. Over time, this incident faded from memory, and who would have thought that the once feared killer would reappear here? Lu Exine furrowed her brow, unsure of what kind of existence stood before her. Within the sect, she had encountered many cultivators who had achieved longevity. As for the court, she regarded it with indifference. For the sect was steadfast while the court was ever-changing. Cheng Shouxin? Is he well known? Lu Exine scoffed lightly. The previous dynasty has fallen. What is the worth of your titles? As for an 8-chin Tianshi, he is merely a nascent soul cultivator. A rogue at that. My senior brother is a nascent soul cultivator of the Qingdao sect, a disciple of the sect. What significance does your status as a rogue nascent soul hold? Return my sword, or prepare to face dire consequences. Cheng Shouxin opened his mouth, intending to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. In this world, one must indeed rely on their background, yet such a background is only relevant to those who tread the path of righteousness. Individuals like Cheng Shouxin, the Black Blades, do not adhere to such constraints. Seeing Cheng Shouxin rendered speechless, the derision on Lu Exine's face only deepened. From now on, you should learn to behave yourself. Can you afford to provoke a disciple of the sect? I have matters to attend to today. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to spar with you. Yet, Cheng Shouxin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! I never expected the Qingdao sect to harbor such short-sighted and ungrateful individuals. His laughter abruptly ceased, and with fierce eyes, he confronted Lu Exine. Do you know that I, Cheng Shouxin, have killed 300 disciples of your Qingdao sect and destroyed all their holdings in Sangzhou? Do you know that your sect harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, offering 400,000 spirit stones for my head? Lu Exine, taken aback by his words, retreated slightly, recalling the special mission that had hung over the Qingdao sect for over a decade. Her senior brothers had spoken of a fiendish villain, a demonic cultivator. Ha ha ha, Cheng brother, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am truly fortunate today. A figure clad in white, Zhang Kai, entered the establishment, prompting Lu Exine to hurriedly retreat behind him. Senior brother, this person? Zhang Kai waved his hand to signal silence, then continued, Brother Cheng. It has been a full 15 years since we last parted. Cheng Shouxin chuckled lightly. The exploits of heroes from the past are hardly worth boasting about. The misdeeds of your Qingdao sect remain as despicable as ever. With a swift motion, Zhang Kai opened his folding fan and gently waved it. Brother Cheng, outside, please. Cheng Shouxin flicked his sword, which grazed Lu Exine's face as it flew past. The two exited the inn, summoned their flying swords, and soared directly into the sky. Luffy, sitting by the window, observed them clearly. It seemed they were conversing, and after a considerable time, they finally engaged in combat. At this moment, Luffy realized that the once celestial master Zhang Kai had now attained the status of a Yuanying cultivator. A distinguished Yuanying practitioner descending the mountain to take disciples was likely also intended to oversee matters in Linjiang City. It was worth noting that trouble had arisen in Linjiang City right after his departure. Just as Luffy pondered this, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and several young men and women entered. Luffy involuntarily glanced over. Junior sister Lu, they greeted Lu Exine one by one. The atmosphere appeared warm. Yet Luffy noticed that many of them, while polite to Lu Exine, harbored a hint of derision in their gazes. The diners were still enjoying their meals, yet the disciples of the Qingdao sect began ushering them out with a gentle demeanor. We apologize, everyone, but we have booked this inn for the day, and we will cover your expenses. You may leave now. With someone footing the bill, there was little room for complaint, and many patrons, as they departed, attempted to request some pastries or drinks from the owner, only to be politely declined. As the crowd exited, the owner approached. Brothers, I am Gong Jelly, and I pay my respects to all of you." To Luffy's surprise, the owner was also affiliated with the Qingdao sect. Meanwhile, Luffy, seated by the window, felt as though he had been forgotten, unnoticed, sipping his drink in solitude. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the sky, shaking the entire inn. The disciples rushed to the window, eager to ascertain the situation outside. By coincidence, Lu Exine found herself at Luffy's table. It was only as she sat down that she noticed his presence. "Not good? Not good, Brother Zhang has been injured. That demon's methods are truly vile. He actually used the Thunder Pearl." A sudden exclamation interrupted Lu Exine's thoughts, prompting her to peer outside. Through the window, she beheld a tempest of lightning and thunder, illuminating half the sky in a brilliant hue. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Kai burst forth, half of his body still crackling with electric light. Once he had distanced himself from the storm, he paused, laughing heartily. "Brother Chung, you are indeed a hero. You have cultivated the thunder technique to this level as a scattered cultivator, truly impressive." As Zhang Kai spoke, numerous disciples from the Qingdao sect charged in from behind, exuding a fierce aura as they rushed towards Chung Shoshin's stormy domain. "Chung Demon, prepare to meet your end." Chung Shoshin's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he activated his lightning escape, leaving behind only a parting remark. "The Qingdao sect's vile actions are intolerable by heaven's decree." Chapter 49. Establishing a martial arts hall with the crowd returning empty-handed, Lu Exine turned her gaze towards Luffy. "You seem somewhat familiar." Luffy smiled softly. "Perhaps it's possible we met in a past life." With that, he stood and departed the hall, aware that Zhang Kai and his companions were approaching the inn. Their cultivation levels far surpassed those of the disciples, and they would surely notice him. After all, Zhang Kai was acquainted with him, especially given that he was likely the leading figure of the righteous faction concerning the recent events in Linjiang City. Luffy knew he could not linger here. Zhang Kai, accompanied by several senior disciples, was now the head of the Zhang family, the Lord of Qingzhou, and had reached the Yuanying stage. Even the Yuanying cultivators, who were his seniors, treated him with utmost respect. "Lu Exine, I have heard that trouble has arisen in your family. You should return to see what has transpired," Zhang Kai said upon entering, to which Lu Exine nodded repeatedly before leaving the inn. Watching Zhang Kai depart, he signaled for the owner to approach. "Gong Jelly, you have diligently served as a shadow in Qingzhou for 20 years. After today, you shall become the lord of Tsangzhou City. The Qingdao sect will not treat you unfairly." Gong Jelly was overjoyed and promptly knelt before Zhang Kai. "Rest assured, I, Gong Jelly, vow to serve the sect with my life." With that, he hurried off to prepare food and accommodations. As Zhang Kai watched Gong Jelly leave, he turned to his younger disciples, those who had entered the sect alongside him, who now had the highest cultivation level at the peak of Foundation establishment. "Dear brothers, the task of combating the remnants of the Yuan army and the Xiahou forces falls upon you. The military is in dire straits, and your endurance will be paramount." The brothers hurriedly bowed and exited the inn, heading towards the Zhang family's forces. Rather than merely assisting the army, they sought to leverage the military's strength to accumulate merit for themselves, hoping to gain a share of the new dynasty's fortune in due time. Zhang Kai, perceptive yet discreet, communicated with them kindly, which greatly pleased the Yuanying cultivators. "Disciple Zhang, let us ascend to the second floor." They arrived on the second floor and selected a private room, where Gong Jelly promptly arranged a feast of various delicacies and fine wine. "Disciple Zhang, recently we have annihilated the Yuan army, and your contributions are indispensable." The group engaged in lively conversation, their spirits high. "This mortal delicacy, I have not savored in over a century. It seems that mortals have quite a knack for culinary delights," remarked one Yuanying cultivator as he picked up a piece of tortoise meat, sighing in nostalgia. "We consume the vitality of the sun by day and imbibe the moon's essence by night. Who would have thought that with the great upheaval of the world, if we do not contend for our place now, In another century, we too shall be nothing but dust. Zhang Kai rose and approached the window. Dear uncles and aunts, the sun, moon, and stars continue their eternal dance. Does not this world also abide by unchanging principles? The heavens are vast, and my path shall flourish. Though the world may change, we too can shake the heavens and establish a glorious celestial dynasty. Turning to face them, he continued, in times of chaos, heroes emerge. What is the worth of a millennium of arduous cultivation when days bleed into one another? If my Zheng family were to establish a dynasty, all of you would be enshrined as kings, governing your territories. Would that not be delightful? Laughter erupted from one Yuanian cultivator as he stood up. I am willing to serve under Master Zheng. Upon hearing this, the others were initially shocked but soon bowed their heads in contemplation. In a short while, they reached a consensus. We are willing to serve under the family head. Zhang Kai laughed heartily. For from this moment onward, they were no longer merely his seniors but rather sharp blades in his grasp. Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor, Luffy had already packed his belongings and prepared to leave the inn with Jiao Jiao. Master, where are we headed? Luffy gazed into the distance. I intend to establish a martial arts hall. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Half a month later, as Luffy surveyed the now decorated martial arts hall, he finally announced the opening of enrollment. Come and see. The Jinwu Martial Arts Hall is now accepting disciples, and the headmaster is a congenital martial artist. For several consecutive days, Luffy employed workers to spread the news throughout Sangzhou City. Many eagerly awaited the hall's inauguration, intending to send their children there, especially given the increasingly tense state of the world. With no prospects of entering a celestial sect, learning some martial skills would enable them to protect themselves in the future. Within the martial arts hall, Luffy sat in a grand chair, holding a government report, a publication akin to a newspaper, disseminating various announcements. Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the Zhang family's influence. This newspaper was their creation, releasing daily updates, including drafts for soldiers and the recruitment of talented individuals. Most notably, it detailed the Zhang family's complete conquest of Jin City, Yuzhou, Izhou, Jingzhou, and Izhou, among others. Luffy set the report aside, astonished by how the Zheng family swept through several states like autumn winds scattering leaves. With Qingzhou and the surrounding states under their control, the Zheng family alone had claimed a third of the realm. On the surface, the tides were tumultuous, but beneath, hidden currents surged with intensity. Jiao Jiao, please open the door. Today the martial arts school commences its teachings. Yes, Master Point 2 firecrackers erupted with a resounding bang, creating a lively atmosphere as the martial arts school officially opened its doors for business. Congratulations, congratulations, exclaimed the roadmaster. Gong Guli, donned in a set of azure official robes, the origin of which was unknown, was present. Naturally, Lu Fei exchanged pleasantries, but Gong Guli remained unimpressed. Having previously been an adept of the Qing Dao sect's shadows, he was well-versed in social navigation. With a congenital martial artist emerging in Sangzhou City, he felt compelled to pay a visit, especially as the martial arts landscape had drastically changed, making cultivation increasingly arduous. If this continued, he might even lose his golden core cultivation. Currently, the Gong family held undisputed dominance in Sangzhou, while many prestigious families with golden core practitioners had aligned themselves with the Zheng family, leaving behind only the less significant practitioners. Congratulations, congratulations, echoed around as several merchants from the city arrived. Although Lu Fei recognized few of them, he had already attracted attention in Sangzhou by proclaiming himself a congenital martial artist. Many had come merely to pay their respects. Everyone was amiable, which made Lu Fei feel somewhat embarrassed. He had initially intended to cater primarily to those who sought martial training, never expecting such a large turnout. He had even forgotten to prepare meals, and just as he was about to head to a tavern for food, he found that these guests had left behind gifts and departed. Thus, he unexpectedly acquired some offerings. As the guests left, those eager to learn martial arts finally began to arrive. You lack the aptitude for cultivation. Now that you have this opportunity, you must earnestly pursue martial training. A man brought his child to the martial arts school, only to discover that the entrance was already teeming with people. Wang Ergo, Lu Fei inscribed a name on the roster, only to see a plethora of names like Ergo, Dan, De Chue, and Huang. "What is your name?" Lu Fei inquired of a young boy before him. "Ling Hu Bai He." "Ling Hu Bai He?" Lu Fei mused, recognizing the surname Ling Hu, which originated from a priestly title and had evolved from a single surname to a compound one over time. Lu Fei examined the boy's physique. He was indeed a promising candidate for martial training, and Lu Fei thought to himself, "All right, go inside and wait." Over the course of 3 consecutive days, over 300 individuals had joined the martial arts school to learn. As for martial arts, merely 1 or 2 taels of silver sufficed, a sum that was quite minimal, yet most of the children had not met the conditions set by Lu Fei. Time swiftly passed, and over half a month had elapsed. In a secret chamber, dozens of meters underground, Lu Fei opened his eyes, and a radiant light shot forth from them, illuminating the chamber as if it were daylight. With a deep exhale, he expelled a cloud of stale air, and the chamber grew dim again, save for a solitary candle flickering. Without external assistance, cultivating genuine energy was proving exceedingly challenging. 5 days of effort now equated to what previously required just 1 day. A weight settled in Lu Fei's heart. During this retreat, he had keenly sensed a diminishing vitality in the energy of the heavens and earth, which had begun to take on a moribund quality. The variations were stark, and if this continued, the potential for drawing energy from the universe would soon be extinguished. Disregarding these thoughts, Lu Fei emerged from the secret chamber and traversed a long passageway. Finally reaching the surface, Ha, on the martial training grounds, all disciples were practicing their horse stances. Lu Fei had largely allowed these disciples to train independently after imparting some foundational techniques. And it was Jiao Jiao, the young girl, who had taken on the role of their instructor during his retreat. Having not seen her for half a month, Jiao Jiao had already adopted a demeanor reminiscent of a leader. "You, align your waist and horse stance," she commanded, wielding a long wooden stick and directing the group. The youths followed her instructions with surprising obedience, leaving Lu Fei astonished. What Lu Fei was unaware of was that initially, these boys had scoffed at the young girl, but after she decisively defeated them, they had no choice but to comply. "Master, schoolmaster." Upon seeing Lu Fei approach, the crowd greeted him warmly. The internal training of a martial artist cultivates the breath, while external training strengthens the sinews and skin. "The stance I taught you is the foundation of martial arts. None shall be lax in their practice," Lu Fei stated, scrutinizing the gathered youths. The eldest among them was 15, while the youngest were merely 7 or 8 years old. After half a month of training, they appeared remarkably transformed. "Today, I will teach you the horizontal training method, the corporeal refinement of the martial body. Mastery of this technique allows one to sever gold and stone. Ordinary weapons cannot inflict harm." This martial body cultivation was merely a component of Lu Fei's comprehensive technique, the true martial body. If these disciples successfully cultivated it, they would reap boundless benefits. After a morning of explanation, the audience seemed bewildered. Though a few displayed signs of excitement, Lu Fei furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that not everyone was suited for corporeal techniques. "All right, we shall conclude for today. You may explore on your own, and we will continue tomorrow," Lu Fei said before departing. He made his way to the rear courtyard, gazing at the rockery. Channeling his genuine energy, he shaped his hand into a blade and effortlessly cleaved the rockery into several stone tablets. The corporeal refinement transforms flesh into iron, forging flesh into steel, culminating in the indomitable golden body. The divine strength is boundless. The bone refinement establishes the foundation of the body, crafting bones into weapons, ultimately attaining the bone Azura realm. The sinew refinement, the blood refinement, the skin refinement. Lu Fei inscribed the 5 horizontal training methods in one breath, encompassing the entirety of the true martial body's teachings. Mastery of any one of the methods could unlock the path to enlightenment, while those who cultivated all 5 would essentially have mastered the entirety of the postnatal techniques of the true martial body. As dusk approached, Lu Fei carried the 5 stone tablets to the training ground, where the disciples were still pondering the martial body teachings he had imparted earlier. Many struggled to grasp the concepts, yet a few had begun to perceive the essence of the corporeal refinement and were diligently practicing according to the methods taught. Boom! Lu Fei cast the 5 stone tablets across the training ground, positioning them at the 5 cardinal points. These 5 tablets represent different methods. Feel free to experiment with the other techniques, he declared before leaving the training ground. The disciples who had been struggling instantly flocked to the stone tablets. Not far away, Ling Hu by his eyes sparkled with insight, but he quickly returned to his practice of the corporeal refinement, finding immense value in this horizontal training method. Having possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, the techniques Lu Fei imparted felt like a treasure to him. It seems this schoolmaster possesses genuine skill. Meanwhile, Lu Fei arrived at the entrance of the exorcism pavilion. Upon entering, he approached a window directly. I seek information regarding the recent activities of the celestial spirits collecting incense offerings in various locations. From within the window, a series of rustling sounds emerged, followed by a voice, 100 taels of gold. Lu Fei produced a pouch of coins and tossed it into the window. Moments later, a jade slip was tossed back out. Lu Fei seized the jade slip and casually inquired, "Where is your master?" "I only sell information here. Other inquiries cannot be answered," came the curt reply. Lu Fei did not press further and left the exorcism pavilion, stepping outside to examine the 3 large characters of the pavilion's name. Not sensing any other presence, it appeared everyone had departed. He retrieved the jade slip and began to peruse its contents. Outside Sangzhou City, Wang family town is engaged in rituals to a malevolent deity, sowing discord among the populace, though their methods remain mild and no fatalities have occurred. Outside Sangzhou City, the Black Wind Stronghold is suspected to be a lair for the malevolent deity, with the Yuan Ing practitioner Cheng Shouxin missing. Outside Sangzhou City, at Donkey Bridge, a malevolent deity is collecting incense offerings, yet no fatalities have been reported. As Lu Fei read through the information, he was astonished to discover that over a dozen villages and towns outside Sangzhou were involved with the collection of incense offerings by malevolent deities. However, it seemed these deities had adopted more tempered approaches, no longer using humans as sacrificial offerings, which made their actions less alarming. Stowing away the jade slip, Lu Fei set off towards Donkey Bridge. "Thus have I heard, thus have I seen. All is but void. Born of heaven and earth, returning to dust, I revere the southern dipper Thunderfire, true monarch, whose magnificent celestial might vanquishes within a temple." Over 10 ordinary citizens were engaged in prayer, reciting incantations as invisible energies coalesced around the divine statue. A figure emerged from the doorway, and a priest suddenly stepped forward. "Master of Incense, this door is for the deity's passage. If you enter and exit through it, you may offend the deity, and the deity's wrath may befall you." Lu Fei regarded the priest, surprised to find that even malevolent deities were seeking earthly representatives. "Oh, how can one extinguish the deity's wrath? The Master of Incense merely needs 10 taels of silver and to sincerely pray before the statue, and all will be well," the priest explained. Lu Fei responded, "I have a request. Should the deity manifest, I would not hesitate to offer not just 10 taels of silver, but 100 taels of gold." The priest was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of delight as he hurriedly led Lu Fei to the statue. "The Master of Incense merely needs to pray sincerely and may then stand aside. It has always been effective. It must be so again. 100 taels of gold," Chapter 51. The Thunder General of the Nine Heavens Liu Fei gazed at the statue before him, wondering about the material from which it was cast. It gleamed with golden radiance, its eyes seemingly radiating divine light. Is this deity truly effective? The priest replied, it governs rain, fortune, wealth, and progeny. Liu Fei found this perplexing. Isn't this the deity of the Thunder Department? Why does it oversee so many domains? Could it be that the intermediary is profiting from the difference in price? The priest was merely an ordinary commoner before, receiving divine dreams in his sleep, and in a single night transformed into a practitioner of Qi. From that moment forth, he became the steward of this temple. Who among the common folk who came to pray had ever questioned this? Now, upon hearing Luffy's inquiry, they were momentarily taken aback. My divine powers are vast. I am indeed omnipotent. Omnipotent? Truly omnipotent? Luffy turned to gaze at the statue, remarking that the priest claimed it was omnipotent, and he was eager to see if it truly was. Subsequently, he procured 3 sticks of incense from the priest for a couple of silver coins. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship was crude, not made from any precious materials, and the priest's expression was one of avarice, indicating he was also engaged in commercial dealings. He lit the incense on a candle and sternly commanded everyone to leave. An invisible pressure enveloped the temple, causing the worshippers to scramble out in haste. While the priest flung the incense aside, fleeing faster than anyone else, Luffy frowned. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would not have wasted his money. Today, I shall pay my respects to you. If you truly fulfill my wish, I shall spare you. With that, Luffy bowed, stating, I have 3 wishes. First, as it is said, above one's head, 3 feet have the divine. If you are indeed a god, come forth and meet me. He then placed a stick of incense into the burner. As time ticked by, he stood there observing, and soon the incense had burned halfway. At that moment, a faint glow emerged from the statue, gradually revealing a figure. Oh, the incense offerings have been quite prosperous during this time. The deity, Yang Dahin, the general of the Nine Heavens Thunder Department, extended his divine sense outward and, upon noticing someone outside failing to pay homage, he immediately scooped up some ash and sniffed at it. You wish to see my true form? Haha, how amusing. Then I shall grant you that. Standing in the hall, Luffy watched as the stick of incense neared its end, his expression unwavering. Common mortal, to seek my true form without hastening to kneel. The statue suddenly spoke, and it gradually morphed into a human figure. Luffy beheld a person wielding a thunder whip, draped in resplendent golden robes, their countenance radiating authority without anger. You little deity, have you yet to arrive? Taste my fist first. Before Luffy could finish his words, the figure lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Yang Dahin, taken aback, had yet to respond when he was struck squarely in the face, sending him crashing backwards and shattering the entire temple upon impact. Yang Dahin was furious, never expecting to suffer a loss in this place. You common mortal, a barbaric wretch, daring to disrespect the divine. I shall. Yang Dahin was hurled back once more but quickly regained his footing, having endured 2 of Luffy's punches without a scratch. Luffy stretched his limbs, scoffing, just a general of the Thunder Department, a mere minor deity, daring to descend to the mortal realm to collect offerings? Yang Dahin seethed with rage, flicking the thunder whip in his hand, unleashing bolts of lightning that transformed into a thunder dragon, hurtling toward Luffy. Let me see how formidable your heavenly thunder techniques are. Luffy did not evade. Instead, he met the thunder dragon with a punch. In an instant, the area within hundreds of miles flickered with lightning, creating a domain of thunder, instantly reducing the fleeing worshippers and the priest to ashes. Merely a barbaric wretch, a mere martial artist, daring to resist the might of heavenly thunder. How utterly foolish, Yang Dahin. Surrounded by flickering lightning, his eyes crackling with electricity, resembled a true thunder god. Within the thunder domain, Luffy stepped forward, his garments tattered by the lightning's power, yet he bore no injuries. Not bad, quite strong, this heavenly thunder god. Even weaker than the thunder cultivators I encountered previously. Yang Dahin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be, you? I too possess thunder techniques. I wonder if you can withstand them. Luffy cast a glance at Yang Dahin. As arcs of lightning manifested, their might surpassing that of the thunder god. The heavens' blessings and calamities, the scales of possession, governing all existence, presiding over life and death. With a snap, Yang Dahin's thunder domain was instantly seized by Luffy. Waves of thunder power crashing forth, overwhelming Yang Dahin and shattering the figure formed from the statue, leaving only a flickering soul to drift away. How can this be? You are merely a martial artist. Humans can conquer the heavens. Besides, I am flesh and blood. My thunder power is Yang Thunder, while you are but a divine soul. Even if you are a heavenly thunder god, ultimately, you are just Een Thunder. Luffy, with lightning crackling in his grasp, captured Yang Dahin's soul, gradually erasing its essence with thunder power. I refuse to accept this. I am a true god of the heavenly court, indestructible. As the final words left his mouth, Luffy's panel increased by 3,000 source points. Tio think he is merely a manifested Een god, and yet only grants me 3,000 source points. What a profit for the intermediary. Luffy was speechless but was soon captivated by the jade vial in his hand. A remnant left by Yang Dahin's demise, along with a thunder whip and a command token from the Thunder Department, General of the Nine Heavens Thunder Department. Luffy set the token and whip aside. Then scrutinized the jade vial closely. Seems this artifact is used for collecting incense. Previously, Luffy had destroyed temples, gaining offerings by demolishing statues, and acquiring various artifacts, likely the weapons held by the statues or other items. Certainly, there were deities who kept a close watch over the offerings, snatching them as soon as they materialized. Let me see how much there is. Luffy opened the jade vial, watching as the source points surged upward, soon surpassing 30,000, finally settling at over 50,000. With these source points, I can save several years of effort, perhaps even achieve innate perfection. Luffy was immensely pleased. His labor had borne fruit, and this was what one called self-reliance. Luffy took out the jade slip, exclaiming, "Let me see where the next task is." His gaze fell upon the words Donkey Bridge. What good fortune! It seems that's the place. Stowing the jade slip, he casually grasped the thunder whip and stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. In less than a quarter of an hour, several figures appeared. Yang Dahin is dead. Although the world is in chaos, it is not yet our time to descend and collect offerings. He, Yang Dahin, secretly descended to gather offerings and met his demise. Well deserved. Let us return to the heavenly court. Those in the underworld are growing increasingly arrogant. We must swiftly convey this news back. Chapter 52. Returning to Tsangzhou City, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Luffy emerged from a desolate temple deep in the mountains, still holding a yellow weasel. Even mountain spirits dare to brazenly collect offerings. One wonders how death is spelled. In these past half-months, Luffy had traversed every location around Tsangzhou City where Een gods collected offerings. This yellow weasel's grave was something Luffy stumbled upon on his way back. A mountain spirit had devoured nearly 100 living beings, all hunters from nearby villages. Merely a demon general, Luffy effortlessly crushed it, resolving the safety concerns for the surrounding villagers. Tsangzhou City had already become such, while the Een gods had turned more benign, merely taking offerings. Yet, this spirit feasted on human flesh and drank human blood. In this chaotic world, how many lives have been lost at the hands of these spirits? Luffy unleashed a surge of true energy, Engulfing the temple in flames, he glanced at the yellow weasel in his hand, deeming it deserving of death for consuming so many lives. But as it was already dead, he thought to toss it into the boiling oil instead. He hurled the yellow weasel into the raging fire, and immediately the flames surged higher. Luffy then set forth toward Sangzhou City. Over the past month, Luffy had diligently utilized the source points to cultivate, achieving complete mastery of the innate realm, with tens of thousands of acupoints radiating a faint glow, ready to break through and become a martial arts master. Having been away for half a month, he wondered if the disciples at the martial arts school had grasped the foundational techniques. This thought brought a tinge of guilt. He had established the martial arts school but had not earnestly taught his disciples, a disservice to the title of schoolmaster. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly ensure a proper education for those disciples. Sangzhou City was now within sight, and just as Luffy prepared to enter, he suddenly spotted a troop of cavalry swiftly advancing toward the city. Approximately 200 cavalrymen, all appearing to be seasoned warriors. Luffy couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ever since the Zhang family had fully mobilized, they had already conquered half the territory, and Sangzhou City had become a rear base for the Zhang family's forces, gradually transforming into a logistical hub. Observing the cavalry approaching Sangzhou City, Luffy chose to ignore them and turned to enter the city. Candied hawthorn, large and sweet, a string for just a copper coin. Upon entering the city, Luffy immediately sensed the vibrant atmosphere. Sangzhou City, having endured the ravages of war, was gradually recovering, even more prosperous than before. Dang, dang, dang. Everyone, come and take a look. The governor's office has issued a new official notice. The Zhang family is recruiting soldiers, and young men are encouraged to enlist. They will receive a relocation allowance of 20 taels of silver, along with a monthly stipend of 2 taels, should one possess the potential of a post-heaven warrior. Upon joining the military, they shall be appointed as a captain, receiving a relocation allowance of 100 taels and a monthly salary of 10 taels. For those who are peak post-heaven masters, they will be directly appointed as centurions, granted 1,000 taels for relocation and a monthly stipend of 50 taels. Ding ding ding. The Zhang family is currently at odds with the Ouyang family, having engaged in several fierce skirmishes resulting in numerous casualties. It is unexpected that they have come to our Sangzhou City to recruit, and even more surprising that there is silver involved. Indeed, I heard that the Ouyang family in Chuan province is forcibly conscripting men without offering a single coin. Hey brother, how did you come by this information? It was stated in the official notice. Is the official notice reliable? Of course. Would the governor deceive us? Haha, indeed. I'll go. I'll enlist. A figure pushed through the crowd, truly a formidable man, earning praises from those around him. I'm going too. Step aside. I'll go first. In the crowd, Luffy's eyes nearly bulged out. The throng of individuals rushing forward were all clad in the disciples' uniforms of the true martial arts academy. Luffy could distinctly sense the overwhelming vitality emanating from these disciples, clearly indicating their proficiency in martial arts. What on earth happened? I was only away for half a month, and my disciples have become prodigies. How is this possible? Have I been gone for several years? Just as Luffy questioned his own existence, a large group of true martial arts disciples surged forth, completely encircling the recruitment area. Brave warriors, there is no need to rush. Take your time, one by one. Brother Lu, your teachings are truly effective. Luffy abruptly turned around to find Gong Guli standing right behind him. He was so lost in thought that he hadn't even noticed Gong Guli's approach. Hee hee. Gong Guli observed Luffy's stiff expression. Brother Lu, it's commendable that you've cultivated 300 post-heaven warriors in just 1 month. You truly deserve the title of a martial artist's teacher. Luffy glanced at Gong Guli, then at the group of energetic disciples on the stage. Dozens of youths who had just begun their martial training, their vigorous energy making the surrounding air even more heated. Brother Lu, I will certainly report your accomplishments to the higher-ups. You must treat me to a drink afterward. However, I have pressing matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave." After speaking, Gong Guli departed alone, gradually disappearing into the crowd. Returning to the academy, I must see what is going on. Luffy left the scene and made his way straight toward the academy. Yes, 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 exert some force. Ah, that feels good. In the training ground, over 100 disciples were gathered, bustling around Jiao Jiao, some kneading her legs while others massaged her shoulders. Senior sister, big sister, do you think Master will be angry when he returns? Will Master? Oh, stop it. How annoying. If something happens, I'll take the blame. Jiao Jiao reclined on the armchair where Luffy had previously sat, waving her hand to interrupt the crowd and swaying gently. Worry not. Master treats us well. Besides, we have used Master's resources and made breakthroughs in our cultivation. Master would be pleased, not angry. What is there to fear? If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Stop dawdling. Why aren't you massaging my shoulders? Jiao Jiao opened her eyes to find a large face suddenly appearing in her line of sight. Oh no. In an instant, she quickly scrambled down from the armchair. Master, you're back? Oh, Master, you've worked hard. Please, sit, smack. Did you open my bag and distribute its contents, which contain nothing but undesirable items, to your fellow disciples? Luffy reclined in the armchair, casually holding a teacup as he spoke at a leisurely pace. Below, a multitude knelt, with Jiao Jiao at the forefront. Hee, Master, I didn't want to tarnish your reputation. How long have I been running the academy? What reputation do I have? You have become quite the smooth talker since I left for just a few days. Looking at the crowd kneeling before him, Luffy waved his hand. Get up. If the things have been used, they've been used. I have no need for them. You all may leave and practice your horizontal techniques. Go? Yes, Master. Come back here. Luffy shot a sideways glance at Jiao Jiao, who was trying to sneak away. Oh? Chapter 53. Martial Arts Grandmaster. Not bad. They're almost at the peak of post-heaven. Once everyone had departed, Luffy remarked nonchalantly, Oh dear, Master. Jiao Jiao understands her mistake. I shouldn't have rummaged through your belongings. Jiao Jiao wore a face of contrition. Luffy shot her a glare. Did I say you were wrong? He then stood up with his teacup in hand and tugged at his belt. Smack! In an instant, lightning crackled, the arcs dancing in the air. This thunder whip is yours. Jiao Jiao hurriedly accepted the thunder whip, and as the lightning dissipated, the whip returned to its unremarkable state. Today, I shall impart the thunder technique to you, which is a part of my martial arts teachings. If you gain from it, it will ensure your safety in the future. I am the vast training ground. Jiao Jiao knelt on the ground as Luffy's every word was etched into her mind like a chisel striking stone. As the sun set behind the mountains and the moon floated amidst the clouds, gazing skyward, the stars twinkled like tiny fireflies. Cock-a-doodle-doo! A rooster crowed, heralding the rise of the sun as the disciples of the academy arrived at the training ground one by one. Senior sister, big sister. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao kneeling on the ground, the crowd rushed over. What happened to senior sister? Did she kneel all night? Big sister has shared her benefits with us, yet here she is. Kneeling alone is punishment. A 15 or 16-year-old boy stepped forward. Wang Dechue shall only acknowledge Master and Big Sister as my kin. If anyone dares to bully her, I will fight them, me too. Even though I'll be enlisting soon, if Big Sister calls for me, I will return without hesitation. A throng of voices erupted, filled with camaraderie, their ages ranging from 7 to 15, yet in this moment, they unanimously accepted a 6-year-old girl as their elder sister. All right, what's all this noise? Go outside and stand in horse stance. Luffy emerged holding his teacup, then reclined in the armchair. Master, we admit our wrongs. Please don't punish Big Sister alone. In an instant, Everyone knelt on the ground. Enough, enough. I am aware of the situation. All of you go to stand in the stance. I will teach you all the techniques of offense and defense in the coming days. Big Sister S kneeling here is not necessarily a punishment. It is also her opportunity. With that, Luffy took the lead to the training ground, where all the disciples hurriedly arranged themselves and assumed their stances. While martial artists excel in hand-to-hand combat, they must also make use of weapons. The power of a punch is formidable, advancing relentlessly, but not every individual is suited for fist techniques. Claw techniques, such as Eagle Claw and Tiger Claw, each have their merits. Teaching you all one technique would be too laborious, so I shall impart to you the comprehensive principles of combat. By practicing this technique, your entire being becomes a weapon for taking lives. This method encompasses martial arts offense and defense, integrating fists, feet, palms, and claws, as well as techniques paired with various weapons. Luffy consolidated his insights into this technique and began to teach all the disciples present. On that day, 300 disciples sat cross-legged in the training ground, and on that day, Luffy also broke through to the innate realm, becoming a martial arts grandmaster. Yin and Yang divide into two. 2 give rise to 4, for produce 8 trigrams, and the trigrams determine fortune and misfortune. Thus, the law of nature is most profound. Adaptability surpasses the 4 seasons. The celestial bodies shine brightest under the sun and moon. Nothing is more exalted than wealth and nobility. Prepare materials for use and establish tools for the benefit of the world is the greatest achievement of the sage. Delve into the hidden and seek the profound. Determining the fortunes of the world is the greatest feat of divination. With earth, wind, water, and fire converging, Luffy carved out his own domain of martial arts. The domain enveloped the entire academy, and within, a resounding divine sound echoed as the disciples comprehended Luffy's teachings at an astonishing speed. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy inscribed the methods of enlightenment into the minds of the disciples. When the horizontal training techniques reach their peak, the methods of enlightenment will naturally manifest in their consciousness. After completing all this, Luffy closed his eyes to savor the wonders of being a martial arts grandmaster. The stars shifted and 3 days flew by in an instant. On this day, the domain dissipated and 300 streams of vital energy surged skyward, instantly capturing the attention of the masters in the city. Such formidable vital energy, yet it seemed not to originate from a single source. Nonetheless, this alone was enough to instill fear. Gong Guli murmured to himself at the governor's office, gazing in that direction. Could it be the true martial arts academy? Even though Gong Guli had previously been a mere shadowy figure, he had nonetheless interacted with the most people and possessed a remarkably broad perspective. Cultivation, which had not only remained intact but was seemingly regressing, now faced a daunting reality. A golden core cultivator is granted a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, I have already spent several centuries in the mundane world. Although I currently hold the title of the City Lord, what value does that hold if my cultivation continues to decline? It is likely that the moment I fall from the golden core stage, my life will reach its inevitable conclusion. A tempest swirled within Gong Guli's heart as he gazed intently toward the direction of the martial arts hall. After hundreds of years within the mundane realm, he had grown weary of such an existence. Even the brief thrill of becoming the city's leader had faded. As the busyness subsided, he began to contemplate the prospect of pursuing a life of quietude in the mountains. I can sense that in just a few years, I shall no longer be a golden core cultivator. In fact, when the threshold is breached, I may not even be able to maintain my footing in the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps, inside the exorcism pavilion of the city, Zhou Mo, who had just returned from outside, looked toward the martial arts hall with concern. Brother Lu, I hear that the martial arts hall set up by Lu Fei is in that direction. Is that correct? Lu Chuan replied. I only caught a distant glimpse. My master has recruited many new disciples, and I was surprised to find that each one is a remarkable talent among men. The aura surrounding Lu Chuan was formidable, and only those within their circle understood that, in this time of great upheaval, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing him to firmly establish himself in the enlightenment stage. Zhou Zihan approached, wrapping her arm around Lu Chuan. Lu Gu, if your master could join our righteous army, our strength would be greatly enhanced. What a pity! Lu Chuan remained silent, though his eyes sparkled with determination. Ha ha ha, sister, Brother Lu's martial prowess is surely among the finest in the world. Even if we cannot recruit him, we can perhaps engage with his disciples. Look at your brother Lu, who has already become a backbone of our righteous army. Zhou laughed heartily, then his expression turned serious. I have heard that Lu Fei has 300 disciples. It appears that they are all postnatal experts. With such vigor, given time, they could very well become 300 enlightenment stage warriors. We must strive to recruit a few of them. Starting today, let us keep a close watch on the movements of the martial arts hall's disciples. They must be made to serve our cause. Within the martial arts hall, Lu Fei slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. Setting aside other matters, the threshold of 300 years for a martial arts master was not a concern for him, as his foundation was exceedingly profound. Master! The 300 disciples shouted in unison, their voices filled with both reverence and trepidation. They were aware that they were merely students learning the art of combat, paying tuition, and were transient learners brought in by the hall's master solely for profit. Lu Fei smiled gently. All right, no need to kneel. You all come to learn from me, but remember, the path of a martial artist is not solely driven by anger and bloodshed. It also involves mastering both martial and literary arts for the imperial court. Lu Fei understood that martial skills are cultivated through practice, but the heart of martial arts is forged through trials. I will not dictate where you go from here. Today, you have recognized me as your master, and I shall share this with you. He gestured for the distant Jiao Jiao to come closer. Jiao Jiao remained seated in meditation, eyes tightly shut. You all call her the elder sister, but I must clarify, she is the second disciple. I have another apprentice. As Lu Fei spoke, he felt a twinge of emotion. His eldest disciple, Lu Chuan, had taught the methods of cultivating martial energy, yet he had not guided him much beyond that. However, the cultivation of martial energy was a complete system encompassing the postnatal, enlightenment, and innate stages. With diligent practice and research, one could forge a unique path to becoming a martial arts master. You also have an elder brother named Lu Chuan. Like you, he has joined a powerful faction. In the future, should your paths intersect, your bond as fellow disciples may spare you from peril. Lu Fei believed that if one cultivated their martial energy well, failing to gain recognition later would render them a mere waste. Of course, unbeknownst to him, Lu Chuan had already become an enlightenment stage warrior. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, quickly bowing in reverence. Lu Fei waved his hand. You may all leave for now. 3 days have passed. And those who signed up to join the military will be departing tomorrow. You may gather tonight. Who knows, we may meet again on the battlefield. After saying this, he departed with Jiao Jiao, leaving the others to murmur amongst themselves. Then, Ling Hubai stepped forward. Brothers and sisters, some of our comrades will be leaving tomorrow. Let us gather at the tavern tonight and not return until we are intoxicated. Not until we are intoxicated. The crowd echoed. Several young children around 7 or 8 years old shouted in unison. Their diminutive stature paired with youthful faces made the scene somewhat peculiar. As the crowd dispersed, only Lu Fei and Jiao Jiao remained in the martial arts hall. Lu Fei observed Jiao Jiao, who was still in deep meditation, feeling a tremendous power rising within her. Master, Master! A voice called out, startling Lu Fei. He turned to see a small child standing at the doorway, bouncing toward him. Master, how is the little master doing? You? Lu Fei pointed at the small boy, glancing at Jiao Jiao. astonished that his apprentice had secretly— "Wait, that's not right." Lu Fei scrutinized the child. "Take a few steps for me." The small child obediently hopped a few steps on the ground. "Are you that rabbit?" Lu Fei was taken aback, unable to fathom that his apprentice was so generous, providing good things not only to the martial arts hall's disciples, but even to a rabbit. But why had nothing been saved for him? Lu Fei shot a displeased glance at Jiao Jiao, who, lost in meditation, suddenly shivered. "You have transformed?" Lu Fei stared at the rabbit spirit in disbelief. "Tio achieved transformation. One must at least be a demon king, a status equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. The little master fed me many strange things, and then I transformed," the small child explained hesitantly. Struggling to articulate, Lu Fei was at a loss for words, realizing that something in his storage bag must have been a transformation elixir, and it was likely he had consumed more than one. "What stage are you currently at?" "I believe I am now at the great demon stage. My bloodline has awakened with a wealth of information, and I even possess complete cultivation techniques." Lu Fei was astonished, never expecting that the rabbit he had brought back from the wild would possess a bloodline inheritance. The path of a demon is arduous. Gaining spiritual awareness typically severs 99% of a demon beast's cultivation path. Even if one achieves success, most cannot attain transformation. Tio reached the stage of bloodline inheritance. One must at least possess the cultivation level of a demon god. While Lu Fei could believe that other demon races could become demon gods. A rabbit? The ancestor of a rabbit being a demon god. Such a claim would surely elicit laughter from many. Moreover, demon beings do not have as great a need for the world's spiritual energy. They primarily consume flesh and absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Over time, this balance would pose a significant hidden danger. Well, since you possess an inheritance technique, you must diligently study it and strive to restore the glory of your ancestors. Lu Fei concluded before departing, unaware of the flicker of disappointment in the rabbit child's gaze. At the tavern. The atmosphere was lively, filled with martial arts hall disciples garbed in true martial arts hall attire. Not far off, a group was dining while casting glances at these disciples. "Brother Lu, we must remain low-key while we operate from the shadows. Let us wait until they finish their meal before approaching them one by one." Zhou suggested. Lu Chuan nodded. "But I have heard that nearly 100 disciples have already joined the Zheng family's faction. Will that not?" Zhou chuckled lightly. "No need for concern. They are merely young and brimming with vigor. I did some checking. Those who joined the Zheng family are predominantly 14 or 15-year-olds. Apart from a few children around 7 or 8 years old, the rest are all above 10. This means there are still over 100 young people without a place to go. Moreover, the Zheng family has yet to transport them away, so we still have a chance." Zhou Zihan nodded in agreement, but Lu Chuan continued to observe the martial arts hall disciples, suddenly exclaiming, "Their training is extensive. Each one is robust and formidable. How can we discern their ages?" Zhou paused, then glanced around, his thoughts swirling. He recalled an instance where he had blocked a burly man and boasted of grand ambitions, only to be met with the reply, "I am 8 years old." Shaking his head, Zhou declared, "Regardless, we must give it a try." In the shadows, a group watched the martial arts hall disciples. From my observation using the Qi observation technique, most of these martial artists have reached the peak of their postnatal stage, and their training methods are quite powerful, the hall leader noted. The subordinates nodded in agreement. When we approach these warriors, we must maintain a positive attitude. The gathering at the tavern continued until well past midnight, when many stumbled out, some even carrying their sleeping comrades. "Let us return." The crowd dispersed in groups, while Zhou hastily dispatched his subordinates. In a narrow alley, a burly man staggered along, when suddenly a figure appeared. Could I trouble this true martial arts hall disciple to pause for a moment? The burly man halted, puzzled. "We are from the Heaven and Earth Society. We gather the world's heroes and aspire to have young talents like yourself join our ranks. Together, we can achieve glory and wealth without end. The man in black chattered incessantly for quite some time before finally coming to a halt, then gazed expectantly at the burly figure. I am 8 years old, and I wish to go home. Farewell, uncle. With that, the large man vanished into the alley, leaving the individual in black bewildered. Chapter 55. The return of Zhou. Early the next morning, disciples of the martial arts school arrived one by one, but this time, they came in small groups. They sought a suitable spot on the training ground to hone their physical prowess, and soon the air was filled with their laughter and banter. One disciple, however, seemed disinterested in training. He glanced around and turned his attention to Linghu Baihe. Brother Linghu, did you? Linghu Baihe set down his long spear. What do you wish to convey? Do you feel guilty for leaving the martial arts school under their persuasion, believing it to be a betrayal? Or do you doubt their strength? Or perhaps? Wang Erden looked around before confessing. Indeed, someone has sought me out. It appears to be some kind of righteous army, Brother Linghu. Take a look. The school is now left with children no older than 7 or 8. But truthfully, age matters little. Though their physical maturity is remarkable, they still rely on their families and have never contemplated rising to prominence. Linghu chuckled. It seems you have not entirely dismissed the idea of joining a faction. You have come here as a negotiator. Wang Erden scratched his head. Brother Linghu, I merely... Linghu shook his head. Wang Erden, you misunderstand. You should have heard Master S. words yesterday. He will not mind if we align with any faction, nor will he obstruct us. However, that is a personal matter. Do not let benefits overshadow our brotherhood. Linghu Baihe gestured toward the disciples diligently training their bodies. To be frank, their thoughts are pure and singular. This is indeed an opportune time for cultivation. Compared to the outside world, they are better suited to remain here. Had I not been present, you might have already gone to deceive these younger disciples. Suddenly, Linghu Baihe's expression shifted. If you remain in the school in this state, once you join a faction, you will merely become a pawn in their game. Humph, depart, do not linger in the school. With that, Linghu Baihe resumed practicing martial arts, the glint of his spear casting a cold light, frost even forming on the ground. Wang Erden remained silent for a while before quietly leaving. Within the grounds, snow and wind began to rise, growing increasingly fierce, yet the other disciples remained undeterred, continuing their training. In the back courtyard, Luffy watched as Gongli arrived early in the morning. My lord, you mentioned granting us the military training ground 2 miles outside the city as our martial arts school? Luffy was taken aback. He had sensed the inconveniences of having the school within the city, where daily training tasks caused much discontent among the citizens, often resulting in walls being smashed and pits dug. He had been contemplating a relocation when fortune smiled upon him. Gongli took a sip of tea and nodded. There is no need for concern. That training ground is an excellent place, equipped with a command platform, stone formations, and rolling pits, all well-maintained and hygienic. You can move in immediately, and it is spacious enough to accommodate thousands. The more Gongli elaborated, the more puzzled Luffy became. He had little connection with Gongli. So why this sudden generosity? Pray tell, my lord, what is your current level of cultivation? Luffy's expression was half smile, half skeptical as he regarded Gongli, who could only respond with a nervous laugh. Oh, not misunderstand. I am merely inquiring seriously. Alas, I am but a martial arts master, Luffy replied, showing no sign of concern. Gongli was taken aback. So you are indeed a grandmaster. Despite this revelation, a flicker of regret crossed Gongli's eyes, well concealed but not entirely unnoticed by Luffy. Oh? Does Lord Gong have something weighing on his mind? Gongli chuckled awkwardly. Why, Lord may not be aware, but recently, beasts in the mountains have inexplicably gained intelligence, leading to several attacks on people. Such a widespread demonic threat indicates the emergence of a demon king among the beasts, likely cultivating a force If indeed a demon king is involved, I cannot handle it alone, as the sect's experts are on the front lines. Hence, I must inquire about your strength, but learning that you are a martial arts master puts my mind at ease." Gongoli rambled on, and Luffy grasped the situation. It was merely a demonic infestation causing such alarm. It seemed the Zheng family was indeed stretched thin. The exorcism pavilion had previously dealt with such matters. Whenever a demon threat arose, numerous heavenly masters would rush to the scene without requiring the city lord's intervention. I shall return now. I can visit the training ground at any time. With that, Gongoli took his leave, and for a moment, Luffy noticed the slight hunch in the back of this golden core cultivator. A dignified golden core practitioner appeared aged, with white hair and deep wrinkles. His vitality seemed weaker than that of an ordinary person. Luffy pondered. Such a frail physique would likely not endure another year. After sending Gongoli off, Luffy made his way to the training grounds. Where only a sparse few remained, he quickly understood the situation. Half a month passed swiftly, and on this day, Luffy relocated the entire martial arts school to the outer training ground and began recruiting new apprentices. In the dead of night, at the Lu residence in the southern part of the city, several individuals passed by the entrance. "This house is truly cursed. They say it is haunted, and many perished within." "Ah, isn't this just perfect? I hear the Lu family was once quite wealthy. Anything we take will make us rich. Shall we take a look inside? Let us go, let us go." In the darkness, several figures stealthily climbed over a wall. "Ah, a ghost?" Inside the Lu residence, over 100 individuals clad in black raised their torches. Before long, a man in black emerged from around the corner and entered the hall. He surveyed the sprawled figures and kicked one casually. The man in black pulled back his hood, revealing Lu Chuan's resolute face. The Zheng family is currently embroiled in battles on 3 fronts, suffering heavy losses in the frontline skirmishes, now surrounded by Changsheng Tian, Liaodong, and the Ouyang family in the capital. At this moment, the Zheng family's influence in Qingzhou is at its weakest. Tonight, we shall restore the Zhou dynasty. With a flourish, a grand Zhou dragon flag was raised. And the crowd chorused, "Restore Zhou? Restore Zhou?" Lu Chuan waved his hand. "Our target is the city lord's mansion. Charge!" The gates of the Lu residence swung open, and the throng began their march toward the city lord's mansion. Simultaneously, numerous black-clad figures appeared throughout Sangzhou City, racing toward the granaries, military camps, armories, and administrative offices, each chanting the rallying cry of "Restore Zhou," gradually engulfing the entire city. At the outer training ground, Luffy gazed toward Sangzhou City. As Jiao Jiao approached, carrying Master, "You should rest early. I have broken through." Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, Master, I have broken through." Luffy turned to look at the young girl, now at the opening stage of cultivation, just 7 years old. She appeared as mature as a girl of 17 or 18, her once black hair now shimmering with hints of purple. Chapter 56. One cannot judge by appearance. Luffy observed the flickers of lightning in Jiao Jiao's eyes, aware that she had yet to fully solidify her cultivation. Very well, return and enter seclusion. Jiao Jiao watched Luffy walk away step by step, silently nodding before she returned. The fires ignited by the battle in Sangzhou City burned throughout the night, only being extinguished at dawn under the command of the righteous army, Commander Lu. A black-clad figure approached. "We have searched the entirety of Sangzhou City and have not located the rebel leader Gongoli. All officials throughout the city have been verified and executed. Prior to their demise, they claimed not to have seen Gongoli." Lu Chuan waved his hand, signaling him to cease speaking. "Since we cannot find him, we shall spread disinformation within the city, declaring that we are the righteous army, and all traitorous ministers led by Gongoli have been slain." Suddenly, a horseman galloped toward Lu Chuan, dismounting swiftly. "Commander Lu, His Highness Zhou has failed to incite a rebellion in Liqing. The city gates are tightly shut, and His Highness and his men are trapped within. Liu Chuan's expression tightened as he urgently inquired about the situation. Wasn't it said that Li Qing had little combat strength remaining? The man on horseback hastily replied. The message from His Highness conveyed that, unexpectedly, a celestial realm master emerged from the Zhang family in Li Qing, slaying 2 of His Highness's nascent soul cultivators and numerous golden core practitioners. Liu Chuan's fury ignited, and he forcefully pushed the black-clad figure aside. Relay my orders. Gather everyone. Arm yourselves with the city defenses and divine crossbows, and swiftly head to Li Qing. The black-clad figures hurriedly rushed toward the city gates, with many dismantling the divine crossbows atop the walls. Soon, all were gathered outside the city gates. Commander Liu, do we abandon Sangzhou City? A figure clad in black could no longer contain himself and inquired aloud. Liu Chuan swiftly mounted his horse, addressing the crowd in Sangzhou City. Do not fret over the gains and losses of a single city. We shall return. Everyone, let us depart. The dust billowed as they moved. And soon, many citizens appeared atop the city walls, peering down. They are leaving. Quickly, shut the city gates. In the ethereal mist of Qingzhou's Su Mist Mountain, within a cavern, a sound echoed as an object fell from the cavern's summit, shattering into countless pieces. Moments later, a colossal red python slithered into the cave, transforming into a woman clad in crimson robes. She surveyed the mountain of white bones scattered on the ground, then knelt partially. My king, you summoned me for what urgent matter? Her voice resonated within the cave. Shortly, a rustling sound emerged as a massive, multicolored spider descended. Red phosphorus, I sense it. The opportunity for our clan's resurgence has arrived. The spider spoke with a terrifying human voice. And the king? What of us? The multicolored spider morphed into a 6-armed man with a bare upper body. He seized a skull from the ground, crushing it effortlessly. Awaken the suns. The time for revelry has come. Yes, my king. Red phosphorus transformed back into a giant python and swiftly exited the cave, leaving the 6-armed man murmuring to himself, Truly, it is a stroke of luck for my kind. Ergo, make sure to study diligently at the martial arts school. The master there is quite capable. An elderly man handed his grandson a small pouch containing 10 taels of silver. Learning martial arts is said to be costly. Take this for now. Grandfather, the grandson protested, reluctant to accept. The old man's expression turned stern. Listen, study well, and in the future, you shall achieve greatness. Within the martial arts school, young men from dozens of villages gathered, bustling about in groups. The reason for their congregation was the reopening of the Zhenwu Martial Arts School for new students. I heard that Wang Damazi's boy joined some great faction, and they gave him 300 taels. Indeed, it's not just Wang Damazi's family. I heard that over 200 disciples from the last session were taken away, and their families have moved to the city. This time, I too shall strive to perform well and earn a place in the school. In the training ground, dozens of disciples stood in a row, each adorned with a prominent character for martial. Senior sister, big sister. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao approach, they hurriedly bowed. Jiao Jiao ascended the podium and ignited an incense stick. During this period, those who can run 10 laps around the training ground shall be accepted into the school. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and suddenly one individual took the lead, followed by a throng of others. Big sister, the master instructed you to oversee the recruitment of new students, but is this method truly viable? A disciple queried in confusion. Jiao Jiao stood firm, observing the crowd running below. How long do you think it would take you to complete 10 laps? The disciple, perplexed, replied. At least half the incense stick. Jiao Jiao nodded. You are all at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. It would take you at least that long, not to mention they have yet to practice martial arts, which will require even more time. The disciple grew increasingly baffled. Does that not mean no one can complete it? Jiao Jiao smiled mysteriously. Who said I have only one method of assessment? Running exhausts great physical energy. By the time one finishes this incense stick, their blood will be fully invigorated, and that is when the true test begins. As time passed, the incense stick burned down, yet most below had barely completed half the laps. How is this possible? This cannot be done. The crowd seethed with frustration. With over 1,000 present, not a single individual had passed this stage, further fueling their belief that the school was deliberately making things difficult for them. With a crack of her whip, Jiao Jiao left a long mark across the training ground, the force even scorching the earth. Silence. The second phase of the assessment begins. Jiao Jiao flicked her head, and the disciples hastily moved forward. What I had you do just now was merely to stir your blood. Now begins the real test. Form a line. One by one, the crowd quickly lined up beside the disciples. A disciple's hands roamed over each individual. Wang Ergu, exceptional bone structure, medium vitality. Li Filong, exceptional bone structure, superior vitality. Wang Dachui, average bone structure, inferior vitality. Linghu Baihe approached Jiao Jiao. Senior sister, all statistics have been compiled. Here is the roster. Jiao Jiao nodded. Those with inferior bone structure and vitality may leave. Instantly, many felt as though struck by lightning. No. If I do not learn martial arts, I shall not return. Please, accept me. Numerous individuals knelt, pleading for the school to grant them a chance. Do not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a mere measure. While talent is indeed significant, the heart for martial arts is equally crucial. Liu Fei stepped down from the void, proclaiming, from this day forth, you shall be disciples of the martial arts school. Though your talents may not match others, you must never become complacent. Chapter 57. Emperor Zhao under the cover of night. The new disciples, arranged by Linghu Baihe, settled in the soldiers' quarters before the training ground. Wang Ergu, where are you going? To the latrine, Wang Ergu replied, fumbling his way out of the dormitory. The night was thick with fog as he wandered, searching for a place. Where could it be? I saw it during the day. Gradually, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. Where am I? Wang Ergu looked around and suddenly noticed a figure seated by a stone tablet. Wang Ergu, known for his boldness, felt no fear upon seeing this scene, assuming it was a disciple of the school in meditation. Greetings, senior brother, he called out cheerfully. Suddenly, Wang Ergu halted, his expression shifting to one of terror as he beheld the figure before him. Long, unkempt white hair, wrinkled skin, and a face more grotesque than an orange peel. With a sudden motion, the figure turned its neck and opened its eyes. Ah, it seems you are the fated one, Wang Ergu screamed in fright. Bolting backwards, child, return. The voice possessed an almost magical quality, compelling Wang Ergu to stop and slowly turn back toward the figure, stepping closer. Such a good child. Fear not, I shall treat your body and your life with utmost care. A beam of divine light erupted from the figure's forehead, piercing directly into Wang Ergu's own. As the light withdrew, the figure's form gradually disintegrated into dust in the air. Crackling sounds emanated from Wang Ergu's mouth as he contorted into a hideous visage, but this state lasted only a brief moment before he grew eerily calm. Ha ha, he chuckled in the darkness. Raising his head, I have succeeded. My arduous search for the out-of-body pill has not been in vain. Otherwise, I would never have been able to achieve this feat. What a pity to lose my cultivation. Yet to gain such a fresh body makes it all worthwhile. Wang Ergu glanced at the dust on the ground and quickly brushed his sleeves to clear it away. Now that I possess no cultivation, it is indeed inconvenient to leave. A martial arts master? Ha! I shall see just how formidable a martial arts master on earth truly is. Bah! What a ridiculous name! Wang Ergu lamented, realizing that this name was now inscribed in the roster. Leaving him no choice but to depart if he wished to remain at the school, he looked skyward. where the stars twinkled like fireflies, and inexplicably, he let out a series of bizarre cries. Ah, ha ha ha, I am Gongalili, ha ha ha, why did you take so long? Upon returning to the dormitory, a friend asked Wang Ergu, as they hailed from the same village and shared a close bond. It is so late. You're still awake. Wang Ergu replied cheerfully. Tomorrow we will train under the master. He is quite skilled, and I shall study diligently, so that one day I too may fetch a good price for myself. A Kui, you view martial arts as a means to sell yourself? Wang Ergu queried, puzzled. A Kui chuckled. Isn't that so? Wang Damazi's family has moved to the city to live well. I too wish for my parents to enjoy a good life there. As a Kui spoke, he gradually fell asleep, and Wang Ergu found a spot to lie down as well. As night passed, the new students began selecting their suitable horizontal training methods under the guidance of the senior students. In the afternoon, Lu Fei elucidated the techniques on the training ground, and thus the days flowed by. Li City. Find them. We must locate them. A pallid elder stood with the support of several individuals. His body already frail and cracked. Have you found the physical body I requested? The elder was visibly agitated, and all present felt the heavy atmosphere. Immortal, we have nearly searched Li City from top to bottom, yet have found nothing. As for the physical body you mentioned, we have retrieved it and, as instructed, it has been sent to the secret chamber, an official stammered. The elder grew even more impatient. You have one more day? If you fail to find it, I shall have to seize a body for possession, and at that time, my cultivation will be diminished by 10 parts. If the backlash occurs then, who among you can withstand it? With a crash, the elder swept a vase to the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and find them. The crowd hastily retreated, anxiously scurrying off to search for assistance. The elder, panting heavily, witnessed the departure of all but a few servants who promptly left, trembling. He approached the secret chamber. Fool! Every day wasted increases the peril. This corporeal form can no longer endure. I must find a new one. The elder opened the secret chamber, gazing at the unconscious youth within. A strand of primordial spirit erupted from the elder's forehead, and his physical form disintegrated into a multitude of shards, vanishing into thin air. The primordial spirit glanced at the remnants of its former body and sighed, then advanced towards the youth's forehead, merging with him. This corporeal form's sea of consciousness is surprisingly vast. Outside, the youth suddenly opened his eyes, his entire visage undergoing a rapid transformation until he bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Chuan. You immortal old fool, once you enter my sea of consciousness, you shall not escape. Lu Chuan, employing the methods outlined by Zhou Amo, formed a series of hand seals, which transformed into ancient characters in the air before entering Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness. Wait, why does his sea of consciousness seem boundless? Where is his spiritual awareness? The elder, on high alert, detected an unsettling shift. Ha ha ha, you immortal old fool, meet your demise. Lu Chuan's voice reverberated within the sea of consciousness. Yet the elder remained unfazed, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. I am a formidable being of the cave heavens. Even if I abandon my physical form to enter your sea of consciousness, you possess no means to subdue me. With that, the elder's primordial spirit radiated brilliance. You vermin, you think you can scheme against me? The divine light surged forth, creating gaping holes throughout the sea of consciousness. Outside, Lu Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his 7 orifices bleeding, barely able to remain seated. Damn it! Lu Chuan hastened his efforts, channeling more hand seals that transformed into ancient characters, merging into the sea of consciousness. Finally, with all his strength, Lu Chuan executed his last hand seal. Within the sea of consciousness, myriad golden rays illuminated the entire realm, casting a resplendent golden hue as an object surfaced amidst the brilliance. Vermin, what is that? The elder's primordial spirit began to panic, desperately attacking the source of the golden light, yet to no avail. The voice of Emperor Zhao of the Zhou dynasty echoed with authority. Those of the cave heavens must not enter the mortal realm. Those who do may wield the decree of Emperor Zhao to sever your primordial spirit and halt your path of cultivation. The elder's primordial spirit was filled with terror. How can this be? Is this the celestial seal passed down by Emperor Zhao of the Zhou dynasty? There were only 3 before. The elder, in a state of sheer panic, recalled that the appearance of the 3 celestial seals had previously resulted in the slaying of a cave heaven's celestial, leaving no opportunity for reincarnation. No? Spare me! The elder cried out frantically, his primordial spirit transforming into a beam of divine light, attempting to flee the sea of consciousness, in a flash of golden light. The fleeing primordial spirit was instantly subdued, gradually transforming into golden radiance, absorbed by Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness, while the decree of Emperor Zhao reverted to its original form, floating within Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 58. The door of void breaking. The fragments of the elder's primordial spirit were gradually absorbed by Lu Chuan. Once the last fragment was consumed, Lu Chuan opened his eyes, illuminating the entire secret chamber as if it were daytime. Following this, Lu Chuan produced a talisman, a stream of light bursting forth from the city lord's mansion, vanishing within the confines of Li City. After some time, the door to the secret chamber swung open, revealing Zhou Amo and others, who entered with blades in hand, blood still dripping from their weapon tips. "Brother Lu." Lu Chuan opened his eyes, declaring, "I have fulfilled my duty." Zhou Amo laughed heartily. "After this battle, Qingzhou shall fall entirely into our grasp. But what if the Zheng family retaliates?" Zhou Amo smiled slightly. "The Zheng family is already a fish in a barrel. The 3 major forces have gathered 100,000 soldiers beneath the capital. The Zheng family has likely been reduced to ash by now." The crowd rejoiced, yet Lu Chuan's expression remained bitter. "Brother Zhou, you are mistaken." "Mistaken?" Zhou Amo was puzzled. "Do you know who this person is?" Zhou Amo paused, furrowing his brow. The records of the great sects and cave heavens cultivators are comprehensive. The Qingdao sect only has 1 cave heavens cultivator. So how could another emerge? Lu Chuan nodded. "This individual is not a cultivator of the Qingdao sect. He belongs to the Water Virtue Immortal sect." "Impossible." The Water Virtue Immortal sect has long since vanished from the world, closing its celestial gates. How could a cave heavens cultivator from there be present? According to the memories gleaned from the absorbed fragments of the primordial spirit, this individual recently joined forces with 3 others to besiege the cave heavens cultivators of the Heavenly Dao sect and the Earthly Dao sect. However, he was gravely injured, exhausted, and thus remained in this Li City. Zhou Amo queried, "If he was severely injured, why not return to his sect? Why stay here?" "That is another matter involving the door of void breaking." The door of void breaking? The 5 Elements Immortal sect has gathered the 5 divine stones to open a door of void breaking. According to the secrets of the 5 Elements Immortal sect, behind that door lies another world, a realm free of the great calamities of heaven and earth, but only 1,000 individuals may pass through each month. Zhou Amo opened his mouth, speechless. The primary forces of the Qingdao sect have long departed this realm, as have the cultivators of the other 4 great sections. This individual remained because he was injured during the previous battle, causing his sect to be among the last to leave. Frustrated, he sought to pillage the remnants of the Qingdao sect, only to be caught up in our upheaval within days of his arrival. As Lu Chuan finished speaking, Zhou Amo and the others exchanged glances. But how do we explain the 40,000 soldiers of the Zheng family within the capital? Zhou Amo remained confused. The initial 40,000 soldiers were largely untrained warriors, mixed with numerous cultivators. Lu Chuan sighed. Over half a month ago, the Zheng family quietly withdrew their valiant soldiers, simultaneously recruiting a large number of troops, even including the dashing outlaws from the Green Forest, To conduct a selection and replacement (IT), is likely that the capital now only harbors 40,000 rabble, but the door of void breaking only allows 1,000 to pass each month. Where did the replacements go? Where could they possibly go? They might be awaiting an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity for a world devoid of immortals. Within the capital, a soldier exclaimed in frustration, "What kind of nonsense is this? Why are we being served such slop?" He hurled his bowl and chopsticks aside, igniting a reaction among the others, who soon followed suit, discarding their food. With steamed buns rolling across the ground, a commanding officer stepped forward. He had originally been a dashing outlaw from the mountains, having accepted the Zheng family's recruitment to become an officer, commanding over 1,000 brothers. "Where is the quartermaster?" The trembling supply officer stood forth. "The quartermaster left half a month ago. For the past fortnight, we have been consuming the remaining rations, and now they are nearly depleted. I took the liberty of preparing these steamed buns for everyone." "What? He left half a month ago?" The officer erupted in fury, tearing off his helmet and throwing it to the ground, then drawing his blade in a rage, ready to strike down the supply officer before him. "Not good. The enemy has begun their assault on the city." The crowd hastily returned to their posts, deciding to address their grievances only after repelling the onslaught of the enemy. Boom! A massive stone crashed against the city wall, creating a gaping hole. Outside, the coalition forces pushed forward their siege towers and cloud chariots, closing in on the city wall. As they approached within 100 paces, the cloud chariots and siege towers were nearly rendered inoperable. Behind the army, rows of gleaming siege crossbows stood ready. Fire! A soldier beside the siege crossbow drew his long knife and severed the thick ropes securing it. The siege arrows, accompanied by sonic booms, pierced through the air, racing towards the city wall. Hearing the whistling sound above, the officer overseeing the cloud chariots halted their advance. He drew a heavy blade from atop the chariot and declared, "Brothers, the first to scale the wall shall receive 10 gold pieces. Those who plant the flag upon the wall shall receive 100 gold pieces. All others will be rewarded for their contributions to breaching the city." The general of the besieging army raised his heavy blade high, then surged forth from behind the cloud chariot. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, countless soldiers poured out like ants, rushing towards the city walls in a relentless tide. The sound of arrows, as thick as a man's thigh, hammered against the fortifications with a thunderous roar. A soldier, leaping forward, landed atop one of the climbing arrows, a sharp dagger clenched between his teeth. As he ascended, clinging to the arrow for support, "Activate the siege formation," the general shouted, but the city's defensive array remained ominously still. "What the hell is going on?" he bellowed in fury, realizing that something was amiss. The inaction of the defensive array indicated that those worthless cultivators had stealthily abandoned their posts. "Release the city-slaying blade." With a great heave, over 100 men strained against the ropes, lifting a colossal blade. Measuring dozens of feet in length and nearly 10 in width, the blade gleamed ominously, stained with blood, and bore several nicks. How could they not even bother to maintain the city-slaying blade? The general muttered in exasperation. Several soldiers drew their swords and severed the ropes. The immense blade whistled downward, cleaving through the climbing arrows at their base. Yet, the blade halted mid-fall, for its damaged edges failed to sever the arrows completely, leaving it precariously lodged upon them. A general, watching the halted blade poised at his neck, felt his heart race and sweat pour down his brow. He sensed his strength waning, and upon touching his neck, found his hands stained with blood. A bitter smile crossed his face. Though the blade did not fall upon him, its lethal aura had already severed his throat. The realization struck him, and with it, his vitality faded. His heavy blade passed to a comrade as he tumbled towards the ground below. Once more, the ropes of the siege crossbow were cut, and arrows filled the walls anew. many brave souls were pinned to the fortifications. And following soldiers climbed over their fallen comrades, their bodies becoming mere stones in the annals of history. Chapter 59. Together with the city in flames as the last rays of the setting sun vanished. The banners of the Allied forces were planted atop the city walls of the capital. The once dwindling morale of the Allied soldiers surged as they madly surged onto the battlements. The gates of the capital creaked open under the force of dozens of Allied troops, who poured through, their battle cries echoing throughout the city. The sounds of conflict raged through the night, accompanied by the crackling of flames, and by dawn, 3 distinct banners still fluttered defiantly atop the walls. Ha ha ha, the young scion of the Zheng family is utterly deluded. How could he hope to withstand the might of my valiant warriors? A general clad in armor strode forward on his steed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Passed the order. For 3 days, no sheathing of blades and no return to camp. The soldiers below erupted with joy, eagerly accepting their orders. General, the celestial beings have arrived. A messenger rushed over to inform him. Humph, what nonsense, celestial beings. Just a bunch of useless, cowardly cultivators who hide behind their walls during the siege. Now they dare to call themselves celestial, though the general was displeased. He dismounted to greet these so-called cultivators, aware of the vast power they represented. Outside the city gates, dozens of cultivators landed atop the walls on their flying swords. Senior brother, look at these barbarians. They revel in murder and arson, a young woman exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she surveyed the hellish scene in the capital. Enough, junior sister. We have urgent matters at hand. Do not speak recklessly, her senior brother warned, his gaze cold as he surveyed the chaos. Ha ha ha, esteemed celestial beings, my apologies for my tardiness. Ouyang Yong strode over with an air of disdain, offering no semblance of respect. Humph, you wretched warrior, you do not even kneel before the celestial beings? The young woman scolded, dismissing Ouyang Yong with ease. Ouyang Yong's expression stiffened, anger boiling within him, yet he forced a smile, ignoring her as he addressed the leading man. Celestial being, may I inquire what urgent matters require your presence? You insolent brute, you. Enough, junior sister. This is no way to behave. General Ouyang, please excuse her, the senior brother interjected, attempting to restore order. Ouyang Yong chuckled lightly, then fell silent, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes before vanishing. General Ouyang, you are requested to head immediately towards Qingzhou. An unknown force has emerged there. Swift action is necessary to reclaim it before it becomes unmanageable. This is indeed grave. I shall issue orders to depart at once. Esteemed celestial beings, please enter the city to rest. The Lord of the city has unearthed a considerable amount of spirit stones, which I hope you will take back with you. The leading man's eyes brightened at the prospect. Very well, General Ouyang, he replied amiably. As Ouyang Yong signaled discreetly to his messenger, the group proceeded toward the Lord's estate. Along the way, the senior brother felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Why is there no sign of cultivators engaging in battle within the city? Ouyang Yong hesitated. We have not encountered any Zheng family cultivators. So, enough. Let us hasten to the Lord's estate. Once we acquire the spirit stones, we shall depart, the senior brother urged. Inside the Lord's estate, large crates were neatly arranged. The senior brother's eyes gleamed with excitement. General Ouyang, you should lead your troops away. We will take responsibility for the spirit stones. Ouyang Yong smiled as he departed, but the senior brother approached a crate, trembling as he opened it. How many spirit stones are in all these crates? Surely more than several 100,000. As he opened another box, his expression darkened. Ouyang Yong, what is the meaning of this? Where are the spirit stones? Humph, spirit stones? Shoot these worthless scum. Ouyang Yong bellowed, and hundreds of archers released a volley. A A cacophony of screams filling the yard. As the cries subsided, Ouyang Yong entered to find the room filled with arrows. The unfortunate cultivators reduced to mere targets, not even having the chance to summon their swords before being turned into a pincushion. Ouyang Yong, you dare! The senior brother gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. Dozens of arrows lodged in his body. With that, he fell silent. Humph! Strip away the title of cultivator, and you are nothing but a mere mortal. Celestial? Just a practitioner of the mundane, and like all men, you shall meet your end. Consider this a merciful release, Ouyang Yong sneered. You vile brute! Ouyang Yong turned to see the young female cultivator, her senior brother shielding her from the onslaught, though she too was drained of energy. Struggling to stand. Drag her away and reward my brothers, he commanded with a cruel smirk. In a humble earthen dwelling, a lone cultivator observed the unfolding chaos. What a lively spectacle! Let us intensify the festivities, he proclaimed, plunging a formation flag into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the space around him, and the cultivator was obliterated in an instant. Boom! Within the capital, nearly 500,000 Allied troops were present, and a series of deafening explosions reduced the city to ruins, with countless lives extinguished alongside it. Outside the city, Chang Xingshan rose to his feet, his eyes wide with fury. The young scion of the Zheng family. You are ruthless, with the Allied forces suffering heavy casualties during the siege. Now 50,000 more perished alongside the fallen city. Chang Xingshan surveyed his remaining 10,000 troops, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Send word to the Xian sect. We must annihilate the Zheng family completely. A soldier hurried away with the message, only to return shortly after. Your Majesty, it is dire news. The palace of the celestial beings is already abandoned. With only children and servants remaining, Chang Xingshan fell silent, feeling powerless, and could only retreat. Cursed fate, upon my return, I shall regroup and prepare for war. One day, I will return to exact my revenge. Such calamities were not confined to Chang Xingshan. Those from Liaodong and the Ouyang clan discovered that the celestial palace behind them was similarly deserted, with only a few foundational cultivators left. The Allied forces had no choice but to withdraw, leaving behind the capital in ruins and engulfed in flames. In a distant village, a thunderous roar echoed as a thunder dragon beast, towering nearly 10 feet high, stomped with the force of a small mountain. It gazed towards the distant village and let out a mighty roar, summoning countless beasts to charge forward, devour them, and let them become part of us. The cacophony of roars filled the air as countless beasts surged forth. The village's resistance fading like a drop of water in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. After the village's destruction, the Thunder Dragon Beast turned its gaze towards the distant Sangzhou city. Chapter 60. The beast tied train diligently. Do not slack off. The training grounds had been transformed into a martial arena, and the disciples of the martial school had swelled to over 1,500, their rapid progress fueled by the spiritual herbs found in the storage bags collected by Lu Fei. Most had already attained the status of adept warriors. Master, the head of the security team has come to see you, Linghu Baihe announced from outside the door. Let him in, Brother Lu, I have arrived. A familiar voice echoed as Luffy opened the door, and to his surprise, it was White Dragon. You have become the captain of the security team? The officials of Sangzhou City had previously been ruthlessly slaughtered by the righteous army, resulting in a state of chaos. Just yesterday, a security team was established in the city, and it turned out to be an acquaintance. It seems that Sangzhou City is already under your control, Luffy remarked. White Dragon chuckled, but his expression quickly changed. Little brother, I have come this time seeking your assistance. Luffy, puzzled, asked what matter required his help. Recently, dozens of villages outside the city have been wiped out. Upon investigation, we discovered it was a beast tide. Expanding our search, we found a large number of demon beasts gathering 30 miles outside the city, numbering in the tens of thousands and continuously increasing. We suspect this large-scale gathering of demon beasts might launch a tide against Sangzhou City. White Dragon paused and continued. Previously, the cultivators and warriors of Sangzhou City were no match for this. Currently, I have brought hundreds of cultivators and 1,000 warrior soldiers to the city. The demon beasts are ferocious, and I implore you for assistance. Why not request support from your righteous army? Luffy inquired. White Dragon sighed bitterly. Not only Sangzhou City, but there are signs of demon beasts attacking throughout the entire Qingzhou region, including Shizhou and Aizhou. There is simply no manpower to spare. I have already issued a recruitment notice within the city, but whether I can gather anyone is uncertain. Currently, your martial arts academy possesses the greatest strength within Sangzhou City, and being located outside the city, I come to seek your help. Even if you cannot assist, I merely wish to inform you that the area outside the city is no longer safe. I hope you will consider moving inside the city. When the beast tide ends, you can return. Luffy nodded, finding White Dragon's request intriguing. If it truly was a beast tide, the martial arts academy would have to move inside the city. Otherwise, their reputation would suffer if they failed to assist during an attack. No problem, the academy can relocate within the city. If the beast tide truly comes, we will also lend our aid. White Dragon stood, saying, You are truly righteous, Brother Lude. I shall return to prepare for battle and will arrange a place for you. With that, he hurriedly departed. Shall he notify everyone to move into Sangzhou City immediately? Linghu Baihe nodded and exited. Within the hour, everyone had gathered their belongings, and under Luffy's lead, they set off towards Sangzhou City in a grand procession. Upon arriving at the southern gate of the city, White Dragon approached with his men. Brother Lu, you've arrived so quickly. I have already prepared a resting place for the academy, situated in the south of the city. This was previously the territory of the Bei Ma gang, who were notorious for their misdeeds, providing mounts to the Zheng family, but we have since eradicated them. This location is quite advantageous, situated upstream of the city's canal, even suitable for horse racing, not smaller than the training grounds outside the city. As Luffy engaged in pleasantries with White Dragon, he learned that the various major sects of the world had suddenly gone silent. As if they had vanished completely. Brother Lu, I must confide in you, but do not share this with others. White Dragon glanced around cautiously. I have heard that the world's celestial sects have divided into two factions, one that engages with the world and one that remains hidden. The worldly sects support the imperial powers in their quest for dominance, relying on the imperial fortune to continue their cultivation, while the hidden sects, despite their name, are secretly searching for the Door of Space. The Door of Space? Luffy inquired. It is said that during the great calamity of heaven and earth, some celestial sects used this door to escape this realm. It seems the hidden sects may have found it. White Dragon continued. The Qingdao sect, along with 4 other sects, discovered one door. The 4 divine sects found another. And according to intel from the Northwest's Dark Martial Guard, the Northwest's demon sect also found a door. Most of the celestial sects and demon sects have left this world, leaving only a few behind to preserve their legacies. Now, the majority of the cultivators you see are from mortal cultivation families, and there are scarcely any nascent soul cultivators remaining. Luffy frowned, pondering why one would choose to leave if they could rely on the imperial fortune to cultivate. White Dragon chuckled. Brother Lu, you may not know, but Lu Chuan devoured a powerful cultivator in Li City and learned many things. According to that cultivator's memories, a blood moon might soon appear. Under the blood moon, there will be no celestial beings. No celestial beings? Luffy echoed, taken aback. It signifies the complete arrival of the great calamity, where the blood moon will sever the cultivation and lifespan of cultivators. The higher their cultivation, the sooner they will be cut down. Thus, cultivators across the land have fled, abandoning their quest for dominance. What of the heavenly realm? The underworld? Luffy queried. White Dragon smiled. They were already dead, mere soul entities reliant on the existence of heaven and earth. If they left this realm, they would surely perish. Moreover, the Blood Moon poses little threat to them. The heavenly realm is located in the 9 heavens, while the underworld lies in the 9 hells, making it difficult for them to descend to the mortal realm. When there are no celestial beings left, and no one to communicate with the 9 heavens and 9 hells, and without offerings, they will eventually exhaust all their soul power. Luffy fell silent, sensing the complexity of the situation. If the mortal realm could not connect with them, how could there be so many temples? After White Dragon escorted everyone to the territory of the Beima gang, he departed, leaving Luffy to arrange for the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy to continue their training. He then secretly left Zhangzhou City, heading towards the direction White Dragon had mentioned. Not long after Luffy exited the city gate, he spotted a distant cloud of dust rising, accompanied by the roars of countless beasts charging towards Zhangzhou City. Not good. Luffy turned back and rushed into the city. The guards at the gate hurriedly closed the gates and sealed them with earth. The beast tide is here. The soldiers of the security team began to sound alarms as the defenders of Zhangzhou City climbed the walls to observe the approaching beast tide. Master Jiao Jiao, accompanied by others, reached the city gate, all armed with weapons, standing ready. A dark cloud of demon birds swooped down, and Luffy could see countless avian demon beasts wielding massive logs, boulders, and even venomous snakes, hurling them towards Zhangzhou City. Quickly, activate the city defense formation, White Dragon shouted. Captain, we have no spirit stones. White Dragon gritted his teeth and drew his sword. Brothers, charge! Luffy unleashed a surge of true energy, cleaving the venomous snakes that fell from the sky in two. The severed snake head thrashed about, spewing venom that corroded a large area on the city wall. Everyone, be cautious. Watch out for venomous creatures, Luffy warned as he gazed at the approaching demon beasts. Anxiety gripping him. With so many beasts, if they breached the city, Zhangzhou would be doomed. Chapter 61. The Descent of the Thunder God amidst the beast tide. Most of the attackers were lesser demons who had just gained a semblance of intelligence. Under the overwhelming pressure of stronger beasts, they exerted their utmost to assault the city, but their strength was insufficient even to scale the walls, relying solely on their numbers to continuously pile up. The entire southern section of the city wall was primarily defended by the Martial Arts Academy. The disciples brandished their weapons, fiercely resisting the climbing demon beasts. Liu Guanzhu, the western wall is about to fall. Can you spare some men? A bloodied officer rushed over, panting as he spoke to Luffy. Jiao Jiao, take the disciples to the west wall. Leave this to me. Yes, master. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy hurried towards the western wall, leaving the southern wall momentarily vacant. A towering tiger demon roared upon seeing only one person remaining on the wall, leaping over the massive city wall to land atop it. Thunderfire Domain. Luffy was enveloped in a violent surge of Thunderfire energy, which surged and rolled within the domain, creating an insurmountable chasm within a 100-foot radius. The tiger demon that had just leaped onto the wall was instantly engulfed in Thunderfire, reduced to a pile of ashes in mere moments. Ha ha ha, my lovely little ones, come into my embrace. Luffy laughed maniacally as he leaped off the city wall, reveling in the slaughter amidst the beast tide. His body swelled, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet in just a few breaths. Surrounded by rolling thunderfire, with each breath, thick smoke billowed forth. In that moment, Luffy resembled a thunder god incarnate, radiating immense power. The lesser demons within Luffy's domain could not withstand even a moment before being reduced to nothingness. Ha ha ha, come, gather around. Luffy's true energy transformed into a lightning whip, sweeping through the demon beasts. Each sweep unleashed a 100-foot-long thunder dragon, and under the lightning whip, all beings were treated equally. whether they were mighty demons, lesser demons, or demon generals, they were all shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, on the interface, source points began to surge wildly. The entire southern section of Tsangzhou City became a slaughterhouse for demon beasts, the air thick with the stench of blood. Even the bravest of demon beasts began to tremble in fear, turning to flee despite the commands of their demon kings. "Ha ha ha, where are you running? Come back, do not flee," Luffy bellowed behind them, harvesting the lives of the demon beasts as if mowing grass. "Among mortals, you are indeed strong. I am the Thunder Dragon." A colossal thunder dragon beast emerged, and upon noticing the mass retreat of the demon beasts, it could not help but step forward. This individual was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Luffy was in a fervor of battle, and before the thunder dragon beast could finish its words, the thunder whip swung down upon it with a resounding crack. The thunder dragon beast had yet to react when it was sent flying by Luffy's strike, stumbling and struggling to regain its footing. Gazing at Luffy, who resembled a thunder god, the thunder dragon beast's eyes filled with dread. As a rare lightning attribute demon beast, it held a top-tier strength among its kind. Yet it was now swept away by a mere human. The very lightning within its body felt as if it were confronted by a primordial ferocious beast under Luffy's overwhelming power. It attempted to rise but soon realized that Luffy's lightning was wreaking havoc within its flesh, causing excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Why? How could humans be so formidable? Its once proud hard shell felt like mere paper before this being, and even its own lightning power was rendered insignificant. With another crack of the whip, Luffy's strike obliterated the Thunder Dragon Beast's head. What is happening? Why has everyone retreated? What good is the Thunder Dragon? In the distance, a man with 6 arms voiced his discontent. "Why, King? I shall investigate," remarked a woman in red before departing. As she approached the battlefield and beheld the sight of the Thunder Dragon Beast's head exploding, she was left in a state of disbelief. How could this be? Hong Lin was stunned, unable to reconcile the scene before her. The Thunder Dragon Beast was a demon king, its strength surpassing her own. Yet now, oh, there's a little fellow. Luffy turned his gaze toward Hong Lin. In an instant, Hong Lin's spirit trembled, and she turned to flee. "Oh, not run. Come back." Luffy stepped forward, appearing right before her, terrified by the earlier spectacle of the Thunder Dragon's demise. Hong Lin found herself paralyzed with fear, choosing to escape rather than resist. "Why are you running? I merely intend to crush you into a pulp, extract your bones, and then flay your skin." Hong Lin remained silent, continuing her flight. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted into the air, Luffy's hand gripping her head. In a state of panic, Hong Lin transformed into her true form, a massive red python over 10 yards long, and lunged toward Luffy's fingers. Crack! Hiss! 2 enormous fangs shattered upon impact, skewered awkwardly on Luffy's fingers. Enraged, Luffy tightened his grip, causing torrents of blood to flow as the massive python was crushed like an orange. Luffy discarded the python onto the ground, its upper body reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, while its lower half continued to thrash. Luffy stepped down upon it with force. Meanwhile, the 6-armed man observed the frenzied escape of the demon beasts. Sensing an ominous turn of events, he was aware of the Thunder Dragon's power, and with Hong Lin having gone to confront it, both of his formidable generals were engaged there, yet the demon beasts were still fleeing. The 6-armed man's eyes glimmered with determination as he pierced through the throngs of demon beasts, spotting Luffy mercilessly slaughtering them on the battlefield, alongside the slain Thunder Dragon and Hong Lin. Who? Luffy sensed a powerful force observing him and began to search the battlefield for its source, a martial arts master. In the distance, the 6-armed man murmured. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable martial arts master. The ability to dispatch the Thunder Dragon and Hong Lin indicated that he was at the pinnacle of martial prowess. How could such a monster exist among humans? The six-armed man continued to scrutinize Luffy, eager to gauge his strength. Found you. Luffy once again sensed the power and pinpointed its direction, charging straight toward it. With each step, countless demon beasts were reduced to mere pulp. The thunderous footsteps became a harbinger of doom for the demon beasts. So you've discovered me. I am quite curious to taste the flesh and blood of a martial arts master. The six-armed man remained unfazed as he watched Luffy approach, soaring toward him, now matching Luffy's size in the air. Upon reaching the mountain, Luffy and the six-armed man clashed. A six-armed opponent. Ha ha ha. Allow me to introduce you to my three-headed, six-armed form. Lightning and fire surged around Luffy as 2 heads and 4 arms manifested. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a titanic clash, unleashing hundreds upon thousands of strikes in mere moments, the colossal impact flattening the mountain peaks. Chapter 62. Blood moon in the sky. The battle raged as they descended from the heights. Crashing down to the river, the water was swiftly severed, exposing the muddy riverbed beneath. Luffy gripped one of the six-armed man's arms tightly and yanked with force, detaching it with a swift motion. Ah! The six-armed man howled, one of his hands stabbing into Luffy's chest like a dagger, causing torrents of blood to spray forth. With their distance momentarily increased, Luffy held the severed arm, which transformed into a long, glistening spider spear, radiating an icy brilliance that sent shivers down one's spine. So, it's a spider. But what type, I wonder? Luffy tossed the spear aside, dismissing it as a mere scrap. Anything from a demon beast was of value. And particularly, this was a piece from a demon god, something many would covet. Yet, Luffy nonchalantly discarded it. Enraged, the six-armed man prepared to retaliate when a resounding chime echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. They both looked up to see countless dark clouds swirling into the sky, gathering ominously. Within mere moments, darkness enveloped the land. Blood moon, the six-armed man murmured, then turned to Luffy. I shall spare you today. The vengeance for my severed arm shall be repaid in the future. With that, he swept away, engulfed in demonic energy. The retreating beast tide momentarily halted, then, like a receding wave, vanished into the darkness. Luffy chose not to pursue further. Instead, observing the swirling black clouds above, which seemed on the verge of collapsing upon the earth, he withdrew his martial domain and turned toward Sangjo City. Within Sangjo City, corpses littered the ground, both demon beasts and humans alike. Massive bonfires blazed as the security team directed the citizens in the collection and cremation of the bodies. Has the master of the dojo not returned yet? Sir, our dojo master has yet to return, replied Wang Ergu, who, like many others, had recently joined the martial arts academy but possessed exceptional talent, having achieved the status of a second-rate martial artist due to various elixirs. Standing out among his peers, Bai Long mused absently. The beast tide had been repelled, which should have brought joy, yet he felt none. I shall take my leave. You handle the disposal of the demon beasts here. Wang Ergu's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, Yes, sir. Once Bai Long departed, Wang Ergu glanced around, stealthily retrieving a cloth bag from his waist. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he discreetly pricked his finger, instantly collecting dozens of demon beast corpses into the bag. Aha! Wang Ergu exhaled in relief and rose to his feet. What are you doing? A voice suddenly pierced the air behind him, freezing Wang Ergu in place. Master, you're back. Demon beasts feast on humans, their flesh and blood replete with ominous energy. You are not considering consuming demon beast meat, are you? Luffy was not inclined to delve into how Wang Ergu had obtained a storage bag. To him, everyone had their own opportunities, and having a small secret was perfectly normal. He merely cautioned Wang Ergu against harboring thoughts of consuming demon beast flesh. Seeing Luffy merely offer a warning, Wang Ergu pressed forward, saying, Master, I am not after demon beast meat. Rather, I seek to refine their essence blood. I have a method. Luffy turned to regard Wang Ergu, who smiled and gestured to the blood moon hanging in the sky. Did you see? The blood moon signifies the cutting of a cultivator's cultivation, the severing of all life force, and the foundation of the Tao. After the blood moon, the Tao will be lost, and spiritual herbs will become increasingly scarce. While demon beast essence blood is an even better resource for cultivation. Luffy looked at Wang Ergu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your meticulous planning reminds me of an old friend. It's a pity I no longer know where they are. Observing Wang Ergu's stunned expression, Luffy continued, if that is the case, you shall lead a team to bring all the demon beasts back to the dojo. I will speak with the security team about this matter. The refining of essence blood shall be entrusted to you. With that, Luffy departed, leaving Wang Ergu elated, relieved that someone was taking charge, allowing him to act without secrecy. Everyone, come here. Bring the demon beasts back. What? The security team? Ha, it's what the master said. Hurry and move. Within the City Lord's mansion, Luffy encountered Bai Long. The atmosphere was grim, with passers-by wearing expressions of desolation as they hurriedly set up various array flags. Bai Long, Luo Gu. Bai Long's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Luffy approach. What is this? The white dragon pointed to the sky, indicating the arrival of the blood moon. He gazed down at the cultivators below, his brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Originally, they could have sought refuge with the main army, but due to the beast tide, he had brought them here. Little did he know that the blood moon would come so swiftly. They had already given up, but he refused to surrender, urging them to continue erecting the formation, for there might still be a glimmer of hope. Luffy naturally understood the situation. In his memory, cultivators were aloof and indifferent to the plight of ordinary people. Yet this time, they had chosen to stand with the common folk. Despite their disdain for mortals, viewing them as lesser beings, they had stepped forward in the face of the beast tide, even at the risk of their own lives. Perhaps this was the essence of a cultivator's pride. Set up the formation. With the voice of a formation master, a faint blue light enveloped the entire Lord's mansion. Originally, there had been hundreds of cultivators, but now only a little over 100 remained. One by one, they entered the formation, beginning to meditate and recuperate. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted as a blood moon emerged from the dark clouds, its crimson glow casting a pall over the land at its here. I hope they can endure, the white dragon murmured. A heavy sound resonated, and Luffy felt an icy chill, as if a blade were poised at his throat. A thunderclap echoed, and it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, as if something had been severed in an instant. Another clap of thunder struck, and Luffy's heart raced. Fearing he would be cleaved in two, utterly powerless to resist. Fortunately, this sensation quickly dissipated. A blinding light burst forth, overwhelming Luffy's senses. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, prompting him to shut them tightly. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark clouds, scattering them in an instant, and the blinding light faded. When Luffy opened his eyes, he beheld the sun shining brightly in the sky, as if nothing had ever transpired. Birds soared overhead, and everything appeared refreshed, though it lacked a certain grace. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air as the white dragon cradled a frail, white-haired elder in his arms, blood seeping from the corners of the old man's eyes. The cultivators who had previously entered the formation for refuge had mostly transformed into frail elders, barely clinging to life, while the remaining few were aged and feeble. Cough, brother Bai. This wretched heaven, cough, cough. Let us have a monument as well. I miss home. The old man's arms fell limply to his sides. All the surviving cultivators rose, using their dwindling mana to support one another, then produced a storage pouch from which they retrieved a coffin. Today, we sever the path of the Great Way, henceforth our souls return. The youth embarks on the path, and in old age, returns to the homeland's grave. Chapter 63. Heroes molded from earth, worth more than golden leaves in the mortal realm. Within Sangzhou City, a sea of white cloths adorned the streets, paper money fluttering through the air. Despite the efforts of the citizens defending the walls against the demonic beasts, a few managed to infiltrate the city, most of which were avian monstrosities. How many lives were lost at the martial arts school? Master, over 500 perished, and several hundred are severely injured. The rest bear minor wounds, Zhao Jiao replied softly as she stood nearby. Luffy nodded and turned to Wang Ergu. Can the blood essence of the demon beasts heal severe injuries? Wang Ergu nodded. The essence of demon beasts is born of the essence of heaven and earth. When refined, it becomes a precious remedy. As long as one is not dead, it can heal them, but it cannot restore lost limbs. From today onward, everyone will assist you in refining the blood essence. Prioritize the severely injured, and let the others leave for now. Wang Ergu, you stay behind. Yes, master. The crowd dispersed, leaving Wang Ergu standing there. All right, sit down. Luffy gazed at Wang Ergu. Do you know much about the Blood Moon? Wang Ergu nodded. I wasn't aware initially, but later I came across some ancient texts in the city. They were authored by Bai Shaoxing, detailing all speculations surrounding the great calamity of heaven and earth. Luffy furrowed his brow. Bai Shaoxing, a grand cultivator, a top-tier figure among cultivators, also known as Tianzuan. He is quite famous in the cultivation world, a product of the Tiangong sect's lineage, and unexpectedly advanced to the level of Tianzuan. That means he lived a millennium ago? Where is he now? Luffy inquired. Bai Shaoxing has already departed. Departed? Yes, Bai Shaoxing predicted that the heavenly path was insurmountable. After various speculations, he could not withstand the arrival of the Blood Moon and sought another route. Spending decades in search, ultimately finding a door. A spatial door? Luffy asked, intrigued. Yes. Where is it? Within Sangzhou City, beneath the Lord's mansion. Luffy's face broke into a grin as, oh, it is you? Gong Guli. Wang Ergu smiled wryly. Of course, I didn't conceal it, as I still need your assistance. Why tell me? You could have kept it a secret. Wang Ergu appeared helpless. Opening that door requires absolute strength, which I lack and will continue to lack. Seeing Luffy's puzzled expression, Wang Ergu continued, after the Blood Moon, cultivators will gradually lose their legacy. For the Blood Moon ultimately severs the roots of the Tao for all in the world. Without these roots, one cannot cultivate. Does that mean there will be no more martial cultivation? Not at all. The world's hierarchy is regressing. It has sacrificed too much and can no longer bear the weight, requiring a long period of sedimentation. The Blood Moon is merely the beginning. Wang Ergu paused before continuing, though martial cultivation demands somewhat less from heaven and earth, over time, the heavens will gradually conceal the apertures within the bodies of future humans. This means that in the future, there will be no power exceeding that of mortals. Wang Ergu looked at Luffy, who was frowning. In truth, haven't you already sensed it? Your strength is already gradually being shackled. While it may not affect you much now, this situation will snowball, and one day, you, a martial arts master, will also become a mere mortal. Luffy remained silent, fully aware of his own body. He felt the golden elixir within him being entwined by faint black chains. Yet it had not significantly impacted him. Your prowess is already at the pinnacle among martial artists. Perhaps, when the time comes, you will choose to leave this realm. I only hope that when that day arrives, you will take me with you. Having spoken, Wang Ergu withdrew, leaving Luffy alone with his thoughts. After a while, he mused, this world is indeed fascinating. Hee, could there truly be such a thing as the 3,000 worlds? The next morning, as dawn broke, Master! Zhao Jiao rushed in. What is it, Master? In the city, many have brought their children here, saying they wish for them to stay and learn martial arts so they can survive. Luffy smiled. Let them stay. There's no need for any examinations. Their growth will depend on themselves. Yes, master. Noticing Jiao Jiao lingered, Luffy asked, Is there something else? Master, if a court were established, would there be fewer casualties? Seeing Jiao Jiao's earnest expression, Luffy nodded lightly. Perhaps I understand, master. With that, Jiao Jiao departed. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, and the martial arts school was bustling with activity. Yet Luffy felt a twinge of boredom and quietly slipped away. Freshly grilled skewers. Beef offal soup, hot and fresh. Just yesterday, the streets had been draped in mourning, and today, they were alive with the vibrant essence of life. Luffy couldn't help but reflect on the resilience of the common folk in the face of calamities. As they mourned their loved ones yet continued to shoulder the burdens of survival. Source point plus 10.hm? A sudden notification on the panel piqued Luffy's curiosity. Did I just kill again? He pondered. Lifting his foot to inspect the surroundings. What is going on? Luffy wondered, beginning to observe his surroundings intently. Hey, I heard the War God Temple has been constructed. I must pay a visit when I have the chance. Indeed. Once I finish selling these, I'll go pay my respects, along with the Hero Shrine. Right. What are you two talking about? As dusk rapidly approaches, there is little time left. If we do not depart now, we shall surely miss our chance. With a decisive clap of their hands, the other two stallholders hastily gather their belongings and set off together. Just as Luffy is about to inquire about the way, he silently follows along. Arriving at the heart of the city, before his eyes lies a bustling crowd, and at the center, two wooden structures stand. The War God Temple and the Martyr's Shrine. Luffy murmurs to himself, the War God Temple and the Martyr's Shrine. A multitude of source point notifications begins to flood his panel, all uniformly indicating 10 source points. Navigating through the throng, Luffy reaches the War God Temple, where the statue within bears his likeness. The sculpture is not opulent, merely a simple form molded from clay, yet Luffy perceives the craftsman's dedication in its creation. Exiting the War God Temple, he then approaches the Martyr's Shrine, which dwarfs the former in size by several measures. Inside, hundreds of life-sized clay figures are vividly sculpted, each adorned with color, appearing almost lifelike. The myriad statues strike various poses, some standing, others soaring with swords, some seated in conversation, and yet others clutching gourds to drink. Each figure exudes a heroic vigor, seemingly capturing their former selves. The crowd ebbs and flows, and Luffy remains at the Martyr's Shrine until nightfall. As the curfew hour arrives, the square falls silent. Yet, Luffy feels as if he can hear the joyous laughter of those practitioners. Molded from clay, the heroes surpass earthly gold leaves. Days swiftly pass, and Luffy accumulates thousands of source points daily. Glancing at his panel, he notes the impressive total of 150,000 source points, prompting him to continue his exploration of the realms beyond the martial arts master point. 1 day, 2 days, and before long, 10 days have slipped by, with Luffy still entrenched in secretive seclusion. On this day, the righteous army marches into Tsangzhou City, their banners held high. As the troops traverse the urban landscape, a military officer notices the War God Temple and the Martyr's Shrine. Who governs this place? How dare they conduct sinister worship in public? General, it is Lord Bai Long, who is now the captain of the Tsangzhou City security team, replies an advisor. The officer huffs heavily. As members of the righteous army, we seek to overthrow the old ways. How can Bai Long brazenly allow such blasphemy in the city? If he turns a blind eye, I shall take it upon myself to rectify this. Men, destroy it. With that command, a throng of soldiers rushes in, driving the citizens away before wielding their hammers. The temple, merely fashioned from clay, cannot withstand the onslaught. With a series of thunderous blows, it is reduced to rubble. Stop. Cease at once. Bai Long rides in swiftly, witnessing the soldiers' relentless assault, and incensed, he leaps forth to confront them. Captain Bai, how imposing you are! You arrive to strike my soldiers. What, are you accustomed to wielding your authority? The officer advances on horseback, mocking him. These men died defending Sangzhou City, and the citizens erected this temple in their honor. By what right do you demolish it? Bai Long's eyes blaze with fury as he responds coldly, "Humph! We righteous armies seek to restore clarity to the world. All evil spirits and vile rites must be eradicated. If you dare to obstruct me, I shall report you to the leader and have you stripped of your command." The officer remains resolute. Continue the destruction. With a single command, the soldiers rush toward the intact war god temple once more. Boom! As a soldier strikes the hammer against Luffy's statue, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air. The crowd looks up in alarm, witnessing dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing, and divine light breaking through the sky. What is happening? What is going on? Is the heavens angry? They shouldn't be destroying the temple. This is merely retribution. An elderly man exclaims, collapsing to his knees. "It's happening. What nonsense is this? If the heavens come down, I shall show them my might." The officer lashes his whip, gazing defiantly at the sky. What nonsense! If you have the ability, come down and face me. I shall rend you to pieces. Boom! A bolt of lightning strikes down upon the officer with blinding speed, catching him unawares and reducing him to ashes as his guards rush to his side. As the clouds begin to part, revealing countless golden-armored heavenly soldiers, the Lord of Heaven raises his robe, declaring, "Look upon this world. If not now, when? Go forth, collect offerings, harvest believers, and cleanse this realm." The sound of drums erupts as the celestial armies descend from the heavens. Led by the deities of the 5 directions, the 9 heavens, and the elemental halls of wind, rain, and fire. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoes, and from the shadows emerges a dark, misty dragon, Yama of the 9 hells. "Charge forth with your legions." A man cloaked in black appears atop the dragon, a gaping chasm behind him, leading the legions of the 9 hells into battle. "Lord of Heaven, it seems you have been well. Today, we shall settle our score." "Zhou Huang, so it is you," he replies. Within the realm of martial arts, Zhou Amo rises, surrounded by countless troops and practitioners, ready to unleash their might upon the world. "Open the realm. Let us wage war upon the mundane." In another realm, Zhang Kai drops a piece. The heavenly court has descended, and Zhou Huang has emerged. The situation across the land is becoming clear. Xian Jun, here, the command is given. "Open the realm and conquer the world. I shall unify it all and sweep through the cosmos." In New Prefecture, Changxing Tian observes the 2 warring factions with disbelief. So this is it. The name Zhou Zhaolai Emperor is not without merit. It seems you have orchestrated everything. Relay the orders. We shall withdraw from the central plains and retreat to the depths of the grasslands. Liaodong, everyone, we must lay low for a time and await our opportunity. What about the forces we support? Forget them. Instruct our disciples to return to the ancestral mountain. In the northwest demon mountain, a skeleton stirs. Heavenly court, underworld, ha ha ha. The skeleton rises, flesh and blood beginning to form, soon transforming into a gallant and suave young man. "Having severed the dragon vein of the northwest, I shall turn this world upside down. None shall escape." With a dragon's roar, the last vestiges of spirit dissipate, and myriad chains of the Tao descend, as if the entire world is locked in place. Northwest's valiant soldiers march forth. In mere moments, the world is turned on its head. In the skies above, the heavenly court clashes with the underworld. Countless stars falling and emitting their last glimmers on the ground. Iron cavalry surge forth, legions emerging from the realms, practitioners colliding with one another. They are all scions of secular families, steadfast in their allegiances even amidst the cataclysm. At the center of the conflict in Chuan Prefecture, the Ouyang family finds themselves at the heart of the battle. Ouyang Feng watches as the ancient city, built over a millennium, crumbles into ruins. letting out a deep sigh. How petty, merely a buffoon, he remarks before drawing his sword and taking his own life. Kill. The celestial and underworld deities clash fiercely, mountains crumbling, rivers severed, ancient cities dissolving like smoke. The iron cavalry floods like a deluge, igniting the flames of war wherever they tread. Practitioners fly through the air, claiming heads from miles away, their swords cleaving gods and extinguishing souls. The flames of battle ignite across the land, smoke rising and bones littering the ground. Within Sangzhou, a contingent suddenly bursts forth, charging toward the righteous army. Whoever claims the enemy general's head shall be rewarded with 100 households. Seize the city, and all shall be rewarded. Bai Long is taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of Jing family's forces within Sangzhou. However, the righteous army's general has already been reduced to ash by the lightning, and his security team cannot rally in time. He can only hasten toward the Lord's manor. Kill, before he can turn. A team emerges from the direction of the Lord's manor. Upon closer inspection, they are indeed the Zhang family soldiers, still carrying the heads of the security team at their waists. Charge! Bai Long quickly turns his horse's head, fleeing towards the martial arts hall. The one in the white robe is the captain of the security team. Kill this man and be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. The command rings out and soldiers on horseback charge toward Bai Long. He hastily sheds his white robe, tossing it to the ground. The one riding is Bai Long. Kill. Upon hearing this, Bai Long can only spur his horse onward. Racing desperately toward the martial arts hall, Brother Luffy, save me. Bai Long leaps from his steed, vaulting over the high wall of the martial arts hall to enter within. Chapter 65. Those who commit unjust acts shall perish. The disciples of the martial arts hall are already on high alert, weapons in hand amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, a horse bursts into the hall, and the crowd swiftly surrounds it. In mere moments, they have subdued Bai Long. Release me. I am the captain of the security team, Bai Long. Upon recognizing him, they quickly let go. Lord Bai, what is happening in Sangzhou City? Linghu Baihe steps forward to inquire. The Zhang family has concealed a vast number of soldiers within Sangzhou City, and they have now risen en masse, catching the passing righteous army off guard. Why security team is likely doomed? Bai Long replies, his expression grimmed. Is our master present? I wish to seek his assistance in repelling the Zhang family soldiers. Linghu Baihe's face reveals hesitation. Our master has been in seclusion for half a month. We do not know when he will emerge. The disciples of the martial arts school awaited orders as a voice resonated through the air. Jiao Jiao approached from a distance, her graceful demeanor belied by the fierce determination in her stride. Armed, she prepared to engage the enemy. Linghu Baihe's expression shifted as he unsheathed his treasured sword with a resonant clang. The sound echoing through the hall, where the clash of metal rang out sharply. All disciples gripped their weapons tightly, urgency palpable in the air. Quickly, smash down the door. The white dragon child is inside. Outside, dozens of soldiers wielded massive axes and heavy hammers, relentlessly assaulting the martial arts school's grand entrance. The door, barely holding, trembled and then crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Kill! A thunderous battle cry erupted from the 1,000 disciples of the school, rushing forth like a tidal wave towards the soldiers. They were seasoned fighters, and with a single charge, they overwhelmed the enemy. Slay the Zhang family soldiers. Kill anyone who tries to take advantage of the chaos. Execute those who plunder and humiliate the common folk. Jiao Jiao commanded, her long whip in hand, her eyes sparking with fierce energy. In the heart of the city, the righteous army had been utterly routed. From the very beginning, their leader had been struck down by lightning, and part of the army had not even entered the city before the gates were closed. The situation within the city was dire. The Zhang family soldiers lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. A small officer desperately shouted, attempting to rally the remaining forces into formation. With a swift motion, the officer clutched his neck. Staggering forward a few steps, blood staining his hands, he tried to utter words, but no sound escaped his lips as he slowly knelt, his hands falling limply to the ground, blood dripping steadily. Kill one soldier. His eyes bloodshot and his body splattered with gore, had lost all semblance of sanity. He swung his long knife, cleaving a nearby Zheng family soldier in two. Not far off, a child cowered in a corner. Terrified, screaming at the horrific scene unfolding before him, the soldier, staggering towards the child, dragged his bloodied blade across the ground, creating showers of sparks. Kill! The soldier raised his knife, poised to strike the child. Suddenly, a crack of the whip echoed, shattering the soldier's body into pieces. Jiao Jiao surveyed the chaos around her. The sounds of battle and death filled the air, and the streets were littered with the bodies of the fallen, most of whom were innocent civilians. Many children sat weeping on the ground, their parents lifeless nearby. In that moment, Jiao Jiao was transported back to the sight of her father falling before her. A deep-seated rage igniting within her, arcs of electricity crackling around her. Spare no one. Let not a single perpetrator of violence against the innocent escape. The disciples of the martial arts school, spurred by the scene before them, turned their fury upon all who had wrought havoc upon the populace, be they righteous soldiers or Zheng family troops. A panicked righteous soldier burst through the door of a shop, where a few civilians huddled in fear. It seemed that Zheng family soldiers had emerged from the crowd to stab at the righteous forces. Sensing danger, the soldier charged in, brandishing his knife wildly. A martial arts disciple struck him from behind with a staff, crushing his skull in an instant. Wiping the blood from his weapon, the disciple pressed onward. Yet, despite the fervent efforts of the martial arts school's disciples to eliminate the Zheng family soldiers, the vastness of Cangzhou City, home to hundreds of thousands, was beyond their capacity to save. After an entire day of brutal conflict, the cries of battle within the city finally began to subside. The white dragon gazed upon the raging inferno consuming Cangzhou, illuminating the night. What are you waiting for? Go extinguish the flames. Yet, the hundreds of soldiers behind him remained unmoved, exhausted from a day of fighting. Venturing out at night, with the Zheng family soldiers lurking, would be tantamount to courting death. Lord Bai, as the leader of the city's security forces, how could you fail to notice the presence of so many Zheng family soldiers? There must be at least 10,000. This is a gross dereliction of duty. I shall report this to His Majesty, and you shall await your execution. An irate strategist from the righteous army exclaimed, incredulous that their contingent of over 10,000 had been decimated within their own city. Bai Long was deemed guilty beyond redemption. You have no grounds to refute my anger, Bai Long retorted, yet found himself powerless to counter. What could he do? His time in Cangzhou had been limited, and he commanded merely 1,000 men, already battered by the beast tide. Most were wounded and had not yet recovered before this calamity struck. Now, his security force was reduced to a mere handful of suffering souls, and the thought of this left him with a searing pain in his heart. Looking skyward, Bai Long noted that even the stars had vanished this night, leaving him in darkness, uncertain of whether heaven or hell would prevail. After this, I shall certainly submit my apologies to His Majesty, he murmured. The strategist scoffed, this matter is far from over. You cannot escape. Nor can the true martial school. For the sake of a few insignificant commoners, you have slain my soldiers. When the main army arrives, true martial will be annihilated. Bai Long regarded the strategist with incredulity. Oh, is it wrong to slay those who harm the innocent? They are merely commoners. The strategist seethed, turning away only to confront Jiao Jiao and the martial arts disciples standing behind him, in an instant. The strategist's bravado faltered, rendered speechless. You are hardly virtuous, Jiao Jiao hissed, her eyes narrowing. With a swift flick of her whip, She struck the strategist's forehead, creating a gaping wound that pierced through his skull. Ling Hu Baihe organized the disciples to extinguish the flames. If there are any disturbances, eliminate them. Without hesitation, Ling Hu Baihe rallied the others to depart. What are you gawking at? Hurry, Jiao Jiao commanded. And the soldiers hastily followed the martial arts disciples. Lord Bai, may I inquire if all righteous soldiers behave in such a manner? Bai Long sighed. Perhaps they acted thus because of today's attack. Jiao Jiao regarded him coldly. Virtue and righteousness are but empty words to you. Your righteous army, under the guise of protecting the people, has committed heinous acts. Today, the villagers of Shao Wangzhuang sought out my disciples, claiming that a band of soldiers slaughtered their entire village, committing acts of violence and pillage before setting the village ablaze. Bai Long vehemently protested, that is impossible. How could the righteous army do such a thing? Jiao Jiao's laughter was cold. Indeed, impossible. So I took it upon myself to investigate. Halfway there, I encountered that very band. Can you guess who they were? Bai Long, drenched in cold sweat, swallowed hard, unable to form a response. They were the righteous soldiers, a faction locked outside the gates, unable to confront the Zheng family soldiers. Thus they vented their wrath upon the villages outside. Of the 3,000 civilians, only 300 women survived. This is your righteous army. With that, Jiao Jiao turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind the ominous proclamation. Those who commit unprincipled acts shall meet their own demise. Chapter 66. The Present Buddha as Night Fell. Sangzhou City finally settled into a semblance of calm, the populace working tirelessly to extinguish the raging fires. Once a thriving metropolis, it now lay in ruins. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath Sangzhou. Jiao Jiao approached the source of the sound, discovering a fallen meteorite. High above, the myriad of spectral beings had dwindled to a scant few. The Heavenly King, holding his magical pagoda, vibrated with a low hum, housing a king of the underworld, gathered through their collective strength. Emperor, have you perceived the shackles of the great Tao? The Zhou Emperor, enshrouded by ethereal dragons, appeared somewhat diminished, gesturing towards the vast emptiness that surrounded them, which to their eyes teemed with intricate chains of fate. And what of it? We dwell in the heavens, sustained by the pure essence of the universe. As long as the celestial realm endures, we shall remain untroubled. The emperor, however, was unfazed. At this juncture, he had lost the will to continue fighting, and the sacrifice of all his imperial dragon energy had led to the Zhou dynasty's swift collapse. But you are condemned to languish in the dark abyss, barely surviving on the meager earth energy. You sacrificed the fortune of your dynasty. Don't be deceived by the turmoil your descendants create. They shall never reclaim the imperial throne, nor will your bloodline endure. The emperor pointed towards the ground, where the Zhou forces were currently engaged in battle. Ha ha ha, Emperor, behold, witness the fate of your celestial realm. The Zhou emperor, half smirking, was filled with derision. The emperor's eyelids twitched. Demons and Buddhas? The emperor's aura surged in a wave of intimidation. You have unleashed those foreign demons and Buddhas. You are doomed. The Zhou emperor smiled faintly. Not I, but you. How did you come to harvest the incense of the world, collecting followers? But how could you know that the demons and Buddhas are the true masters of incense collection? Long ago, you stormed the spirit mountain, reducing the demons and Buddhas to mere skeletons. Yet, you failed to grasp the true essence of the Buddha's path. Those you vanquished were but echoes of the past, while their true form has always persisted. You incite the hearts of men, reaping their hopes, but where do those wishes ultimately reside? Surely, by now, the demon Buddha must be reciting scriptures upon the throne of the heavenly court. As the emperor took a step forward, the skies erupted in a tempest of wind, rain, and thunder. Countless stars shattered as they struck down upon the offspring of the Zhou family. Having dealt with you, I shall proceed to vanquish the demon Buddha. In the past, I was able to defeat him, and I can do so once more in an instant. The celestial army clashed anew with the spirits of the underworld. At the southern heavenly gate, two spiraling dragon pillars rose infinitely high, shrouded in clouds and mist, obscuring their true height. A dozen guards leaned against the pillars, gradually dissipating into nothingness. A man, as graceful as a jade tree in the wind, stepped through the southern heavenly gate, each stride causing lotus blossoms to ripple around him, while behind him trailed countless figures cloaked in swirling black mist. Truly, this is a magnificent and awe-inspiring structure, perfectly suited to serve as a sanctuary. The handsome man advanced towards the heavenly palace, and each time a guard took notice, they inexplicably collapsed to the ground, their souls dispersing. The entire scene was eerily silent, as if the vast expanse of the heavenly court had been approached by this man without a whispered "I, the Buddha, lower my palms in reverence. As I have heard, as I have seen, all is for the pure land of rebirth." The handsome man sat upon the emperor's throne, his long hair unfurling and coiling around the back of his head, forming a radiant circle that illuminated his supreme majesty. His visage transformed from that of a beautiful youth to one of a more dignified countenance, appearing different from various angles yet exuding an aura of infinite compassion, embodying the notion that the Buddha possesses 1,000 faces, each reflecting the heart's desires. The figures in black robes shed their garments, taking positions on either side of the grand hall, either standing or reclining, their dark energy shifting to gold under the radiant light of the hall. The Buddha smiled gently. "Sever the past, I reclaim the position of Buddha." Now present as the current Buddha, a grand voice resonated, and the congregation within the hall began to chant scriptures in unison. "King of the southern heaven, go forth and gather the souls of the deceased to augment my Buddha's army." The king of the southern heaven clasped his hands in homage, accepting the edict and departing. "Bodhisattva of the southern sea, valiant heroes of the mortal realm, return those who have perished in battle to become my Buddha's formidable protectors." The Bodhisattva of the southern sea accepted the command and withdrew. "Bodhisattva Wanbao, virtuous individuals of the world, bring back the wise and benevolent to serve as my bodhisattvas under the Buddha's throne." With due reverence, the Bodhisattva Wanbao accepted the decree and descended to the mortal realm. Now, the Buddha waved his hand, and a massive luminous screen appeared, revealing the site of the battle between the emperor and the Zhou emperor. "Who?" The emperor struck the Zhou emperor, sending him crashing into a massive star. Raising his gaze, it seemed as though he pierced through the fabric of space itself. Simultaneously, the emperor's aura suddenly diminished. The demon Buddha gritted his teeth in fury, then struck down the Zhou emperor, who had just emerged from the star, reducing him to dark mist. The sorrowful dragon, now no larger than a forearm, let out a mournful cry before exploding into black mist. The emperor, still not satisfied, proceeded to shatter the once powerful spirits of the underworld, each transformed into fragments, before unleashing celestial fire to incinerate them entirely. Having completed this, the emperor gazed skyward, where the heavenly court lay. Yet his eyes fell upon his scattered celestial army, the 9 netherworlds, to nurture and sustain. The celestial army moved in an orderly fashion towards the 9 netherworlds. Before departing, the emperor addressed the direction of the heavenly court. "Demon Buddha, you may occupy it for a time. I shall reclaim it sooner or later." Within the heavenly court, the present Buddha smiled faintly. "It is too late. You shall have no further opportunities in the mortal realm." Within a city, Zhou Emo was engaged in conversation with others when his expression suddenly changed. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he left the hall and entered a secluded chamber. "You have arrived." Zhou Emo looked upon a figure seated upon a stone platform, now ethereal, as if it would dissipate at any moment. "Father!" Zhou Emo gasped in astonishment. Father, you have been defeated? The Zhou Emperor smiled faintly. Not yet. This is merely the beginning. Confused, as Zhou Amo pondered, the Zhou Emperor transformed into a fleeting light and plunged into Zhou Mo's consciousness. My dear son, let us merge as one. Relinquish your body to me. Allow me to emulate our forefather and sweep the realm anew. Zhou Mo's expression contorted in pain as drops of blood appeared. Dezhou, futile. Dezhou has no effect on the bloodline of the Zhou family. After a long while, the chamber finally fell silent. Zhou Amo wiped the blood from his face. Fortunately, it was successful. Returning to the hall, Zhou Amo announced, "We must recuperate and retreat to Qingzhou. Your Highness, our forces are currently strong. We cannot retreat. What of the numerous victories we have achieved?" A general stood up, recalling how things had been before, questioning the sudden shift in resolve. "Let them take those territories. I wish to return and claim the throne." The crowd sprang to their feet, expressions mixed with astonishment and excitement. Chapter 67. The shackles of the great Tao bind the primordial spirit. Zhou Amo observed the expressions of those around him. "Then it is decided. We shall set forth immediately to establish our capital in Qingzhou." Meanwhile, at the Zheng family estate, Zhang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and dozens of elderly men approached. "Patriarch, what troubles you?" Zhang Kai, gazing at the elders, felt a heaviness in his heart. Just now, the ancestral master of the heavenly court transmitted a message. The emperor has taken them to the 9 netherworlds, and the heavenly court has been seized by the demon Buddha. The elders exchanged glances, unable to comprehend that the vast heavenly court had changed hands. Summon the commanders of various armies. Instruct them to halt their expansions and retreat to Liaozhou, awaiting developments. But Qingzhou is still in the hands of the righteous army. If that is the case, how can we reclaim it? An elder inquired, and others nodded in agreement. For now, we can only observe the changes. If the demon Buddha enters the mortal realm and the heavenly court remains unresponsive, our chances of victory may be slim. At this moment, Zhang Kai felt utterly drained, realizing that his greatest ally had retreated to the 9 netherworlds, while the fate of the demon Buddha's forces in the mortal realm remained uncertain. Meanwhile, to the west of Quanzhou, the Li family led a coalition of noble families in seizing the captured cities. Angia's child. This north capital city has been taken by my Li family. You should withdraw immediately, lest my army descends upon you and leaves not a single remnant. Outside the city, an Yixuan seethed with rage, having lost thousands of elite soldiers only to see the Li family effortlessly claim the north capital city. He shattered a wine cup in frustration. "Prepare for an assault. A mere few hundred Li family soldiers dare to challenge my tens of thousands of elite troops. This is utterly intolerable." The sound of horns blared as the army pushed forward with siege equipment. Inside the city, the Li family soldiers were tense and uncertain, knowing they were outnumbered and unlikely to withstand even an hour of siege. From the divine mountain, a black cloud drifted in, with the king of the southern heaven descending upon it. An Yixuan hurriedly exited his tent, respectfully greeting the king of the southern heaven. "Your Majesty, I did not come to meet you at 10 miles. Please forgive my oversight." The king of the southern heaven suddenly retracted his dark aura, revealing a radiant golden light. "I have claimed the heavenly court, now known as the Divine Mountain, and I gather the valiant souls who have perished in battle to bolster my Buddha's army." The king of the southern heaven declared, leaving an Yixuan somewhat bewildered. "Please proceed with your gathering. Your intentions are noted. My Buddha shall be aware of them. An family head, come with me." An Yixuan abruptly raised his head in disbelief. "What?" The king of the southern heaven produced a golden wheel, and immediately, countless sounds of Buddhist chants resonated, echoing for hundreds in the concealed chamber of a martial arts school within Sangzhou. Luffy sat with his eyes tightly shut, devoid of any breath, ensnared by numerous grand shackles that bound his very essence. A faint glimmer flickered upon his forehead, as if striving to breach an unseen barrier. yet it remained just out of reach. Within his sea of consciousness, a diminutive Luffy sat in meditation, his entire being entwined by the grand shackles, utterly immobilized. Cursed fate! The grand shackles have imprisoned not only my corporeal form and true energy, but have now also ensnared my primordial spirit, which has transcended to the realm of the divine. Should I fail to break free, I may be destined for a slow demise. Luffy's primordial spirit bore a countenance of distress. He had not anticipated being trapped at this final juncture. "Break free!" he bellowed in fury, yet his cries merely resonated against the grand shackles, causing them to hum ominously, and he found himself injured in the process. Outside the chamber, Wang Ergu stood vigil, having awaited Luffy's emergence for an extended period. With the impending arrival of the end of an epoch, where the paths of immortality and martial prowess would cease to exist, it was imperative to depart at the earliest opportunity. Wang Ergu murmured to himself, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer that passed by him. Within the chamber, the Bodhisattva Wanbao materialized, holding an inverted heavenly vessel, scrutinizing Luffy with keen interest. His spirit is feeble. Could he be a practitioner hiding from the impending doom? Alas, his soul is too weak. Nonetheless, he is sufficient to serve as a disciple beneath a bodhisattva. Raising the vessel, Bodhisattva Wanbao gently urged it to activate. No response. He exerted all his might, yet still met with silence. How could it be? The divine treasures bestowed by the Buddha fail to capture this individual's soul. Bodhisattva Wanbao's heart brimmed with perplexity. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the weakness of the individual's spirit. Could it be that I am overthinking this? With a determined breath, Bodhisattva Wanbao persisted. Rise. Suddenly, the chamber was illuminated, and a beam of spiritual light erupted from Luffy's forehead, soaring directly into the inverted vessel. Ha ha ha! Bodhisattva Wanbao exclaimed as he shook the vessel, realizing its profound capabilities, albeit requiring utmost effort with each use. Traversing through the chamber, he soon encountered an elderly man wandering in Sangzhou, an octogenarian of virtue and righteousness. He would make an ideal disciple beneath a bodhisattva. Bodhisattva Wanbao raised the vessel and inhaled deeply. What is amiss? Why no reaction? Could it be that the Buddha's decree was erroneous? Pondering momentarily, he shook the vessel. Perhaps a visit to the Spirit Mountain is in order to consult the Buddha. If this continues, I shall be utterly exhausted. Within the vessel, Luffy's primordial spirit was taken aback. What is happening? Suddenly, it feels as though an inexplicable force is drawing me from my corporeal form. Stretching languidly, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, yet he realized he was confined within a vessel. He began to meticulously examine the interior, noticing swirling mists that seemed to stretch infinitely in a moment of clarity. Luffy perceived voices from outside. "O Buddha, this is the soul collected within the inverted vessel. This individual's essence can undoubtedly be utilized to cultivate a disciple beneath a bodhisattva, yet it took all my strength to capture but one. The following attempts may prove difficult. I implore you to investigate further." Luffy, astonished, thought, "What nonsense is this? Someone has seized my soul for their own purposes." Chapter 68. The primordial spirit causes chaos in the Spirit Mountain. Bodhisattva Wanbao produced the inverted vessel, which began to hum ominously. The Buddha's expression turned grave. "Let me try." A Dharma king stepped forward to take the vessel from Bodhisattva Wanbao, his forehead radiating divine light as ancient characters flew from his lips, inscribing themselves within the vessel. Mami Mami Hong. The previously trembling vessel fell silent. Clear mind and fiery karma. The Dharma king conjured a flame that began to incinerate the vessel, releasing wisps of mist from its opening. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently drew the soul within. All is well, the Dharma king mused, yet within the vessel, Luffy's primordial spirit was engulfed in flames, wisps of smoke swirling around him. Rascals, to harm me in secret? Luffy seethed, having been abruptly drawn into this containment and now subjected to fiery torment. Were he an ordinary person, he would surely be in agony. "Watch me break free," Luffy declared, striking the bottom of the vessel with a mighty blow, creating a gaping hole that allowed a breath of fresh air to escape. The Dharma King, holding the vessel aloft, remarked, "It appears your cultivation remains inadequate." Just as he spoke, a sense of unease washed over him. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, dropping the vessel, which shattered into countless pieces. "What transpired?" In the Grand Hall, the onlookers stirred, witnessing a gaping wound in the Dharma King's hand, from which primordial energy surged forth. How could the vessel shatter? It is a divine treasure forged from the essence of the heavens, indestructible. Whispers of confusion filled the air as Bodhisattva Wunbao scrutinized the scene, spotting a diminutive primordial spirit emerging. "Is it him?" With the vessel in ruins, Luffy materialized, his once tiny spirit expanding instantly into a formidable figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. "A golden body?" The Dharma King gasped, retreating in alarm, only to be seized by Luffy. "You were the one who burned me, were you not?" "Nay, I merely activated the treasure to test its efficacy." The Dharma King's protests were drowned out by the resonating hum emanating from Luffy's fist as the Dharma King squirmed in a futile attempt to escape. Upon the throne, the Buddha gazed at Luffy in disbelief, a martial arts primordial spirit, a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. How is this possible? In this era, achieving a primordial spirit through martial cultivation is inconceivable, let alone separating it from the body. "Prepare to perish," Luffy roared, tightening his grip, and with a resounding crack, the Dharma King fell silent, his primordial power reduced to ashes. The assembled Dharma Kings, Bodhisattvas, and Vajra Arhats glared in shock, while Bodhisattva Wunbao nearly lost his wits in fear. "Why the heavens? Can you all just hold your tongues and let me escape first?" As Luffy's gaze fell upon him, Bodhisattva Wunbao felt a chill run down his spine. And before he could evade, Luffy struck him with a palm, scattering his soul. Witnessing this, the Dharma Kings and Bodhisattvas could no longer restrain themselves, unleashing their divine powers in an attempt to subdue Luffy's primordial spirit. What sort of place is this? Such chaos and absurdity? Golden light filled the air, yet Luffy felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if voices incessantly urged him to surrender and relinquish his desires. Enough of this charade. Luffy's eyes widened, and with a surge of golden light, he beheld countless vengeful spirits lurking behind the figures of those who opposed him, with his 3 heads and 6 arms displaying their might. Luffy sent each Dharma King and Bodhisattva careening away, some fortunate enough to rise again, while others were utterly annihilated. In the Grand Hall, Luffy stood triumphant, radiating an aura of invincibility, transforming his previously empty arms into 6 divine treasures. Each of his 3 heads unleashed torrents of smoke, blazing flames, and crackling thunder. "Friends, please show restraint." The Buddha finally broke his silence, recognizing that his Dharma Kings and Bodhisattvas, recently awakened from their slumber, were powerless against Luffy, who had vanquished a significant portion of them, striking at his own dignity. Unmoved, Luffy continued to wield the treasures with brute force, mercilessly striking one Dharma King after another, until one unfortunate soul was beaten to the brink of annihilation. "Enough!" The Buddha's expression darkened. "Not enough." Luffy's fiery head turned toward the Buddha, while the others followed suit, flames cascading from the mouth of the fiery head, sizzling as they met the ground. Even the Buddha harbors wrath, for he is a fierce protector. With a resounding crash, a divine treasure struck before the Buddha, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. The protector's wrath, with another thunderous impact, yet another divine treasure was hurled forth. The Buddha's compassion, the Buddha intoned, uttering a mantra, but before he could finish, Luffy seized the moment. The mighty celestial dragon. The Buddha could no longer contain himself, unleashing a colossal hand, draped in celestial dragons, casting a shadow over Luffy. Ha ha ha, I have awaited this moment. Luffy, with 3 heads, erupted into frenzied laughter, causing the entire treasure hall to tremble. His cannon fists, all 6 of them, struck simultaneously with a resounding crash, colliding with the current Buddha's palm and shattering it into fragments. He emitted a thick plume of smoke as he laughed maniacally, releasing a cloud that began to corrode the protective barrier before the present Buddha with a hissing sound. Meanwhile, the other 2 heads of Luffy joined in the uproarious laughter, and the 6 arms rained down upon the current Buddha like a torrential downpour, each punch landing with a crackling sound, causing the barrier before the current Buddha to explode. Instantly, dense smoke and fire surged towards the current Buddha. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, he absorbed all of it into his ample robes. Luffy, with his 3 heads wide open, let out a thunderous roar, intensifying his assault, flower-picking Buddha's fingers. I, the Buddha, am merciful. The current Buddha chanted the soul-crossing sutra while countering each attack, and the 2 battled their way out of the grand hall. Luffy's spirit felt as if it was enveloped by a demonic melody, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a sage of the mortal realm, devoid of desires. Break for me. Stimulated by the soul-crossing sutra, Luffy's spirit became even more deranged, disregarding the consumption of his spiritual power with each strike, forcing the current Buddha to retreat step by step. Damnable warrior. I never anticipated that the martial spirit that just appeared would be so formidable. The current Buddha lamented, realizing that the soul-crossing sutra had not aided him, but rather provoked Luffy further. With a resounding crash, their spiritual forms collided into a palace where several Vajra Bodhisattvas were reciting scriptures. In the center of the palace, from a spring, numerous Buddhist warriors emerged, led by a burly figure resembling a warrior. What is happening, current Buddha? The king of the southern heaven rose, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Who is this person? How can he be locked in such a fierce struggle with the current Buddha? The king of the southern heaven, not daring to ponder further, urgently called out, "Current Buddha, the southern heaven is coming." Before the words could settle, a piece of Buddhist treasure was hurled, striking the king of the southern heaven and sending him flying into the spring, resulting in the annihilation of many Buddhist warriors. Just as the king of the southern heaven emerged from the spring, a massive foot descended, crushing him and the spring into oblivion. Buddhist warrior pool. The current Buddha exclaimed, his heart aching, as by this time the 2 had already fought their way out of the palace and into another. The Buddhist scripture pavilion, the relic tower, the forest of Buddhas, each place causing the current Buddha's heart to bleed, lamenting the loss of half of the spiritual mountain's legacy due to Luffy's actions. In the grand dream of 3000, today I realize I am who I am. The current Buddha expended all his strength to imprint a Buddhist seal upon Luffy, causing Luffy's entire spirit to waver in confusion. Go, go, the current Buddha chanted, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Luffy's spirit halted its assault, his 3 heads gazing around in bewilderment. Yes, yes, go, go. You should awaken. The current Buddha continued, his excitement palpable as he watched Luffy's spirit. Luffy's spirit took one last glance, transforming into a streak of light that descended into the mortal realm. Chapter 69. The Tripod of 3 Kingdoms. Jiao Jiao's departure. Seeing Luffy's spirit depart from the spiritual mountain, the current Buddha collapsed weakly, gazing at the ravaged landscape of the spiritual mountain with profound sorrow. Cursed! You have destroyed my spiritual mountain, and now I must expend my essence to safely return you. Fortunately, you are but a brutish warrior. Your spirit appears not to function well. Yet, at least he had managed to send that plague away. Once he returns to his physical body, under the shackles of the great Tao. It would be impossible for him to exit his spirit form again, and once his body withers, he would meet the same fate. Reflecting on this, the current Buddha felt a slight relief. However, gazing at the current state of the spiritual mountain, he was left in tears. Were it not for the fact that he had expended half of his essence to temporarily awaken the connection between his physical body and spirit, the entire spiritual mountain would have been annihilated. This spell was meant to awaken the memories of reincarnating cultivators, a task fraught with difficulties, and any interruption could render all efforts futile. With no return of the expended essence, he had suffered a significant loss this time. I had only just snatched the spiritual mountain from the hands of the emperor, and in such a brief time, it has become this way. The current Buddha, weakened, flew over the numerous palaces, once proud trophies from the emperor. Now devoid of vitality. Wonbao Bodhisattva, you have brought ruin to my spiritual mountain. How could you have introduced such a calamity? The current Buddha seethed. Yet Wonbao Bodhisattva had already been reduced to a state of disarray, rendering him impossible to locate. In the mortal realm, a streak of light flashed and entered a secret chamber. Huh? Luffy slowly opened his eyes. It seems I had a rather strange dream. Reflecting on the events of the dream, Luffy felt as if he had experienced them firsthand. In the dream, he had seemingly caused chaos in the heavenly realm, only to feel an odd sensation about it. I am not the Monkey King. Nor did I cause havoc in the heavenly realm. Luffy shook his head, yet the peculiarity lingered. The palaces in the dream had names that seemed utterly bizarre. The Bullfighting Palace? That clearly belongs to a certain deity of the heavenly realm. How could it possibly exist within the spiritual mountain? It seems it truly was a dream, yet I feel utterly exhausted. Luffy shook his head, gradually reconnecting with his physical body and spirit upon observation. He felt a distinct difference. The spirit at his forehead shone brightly, immaculate and untainted. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the three-headed, six-armed form. It appears just as it did in my dream. Could it be that my spirit has influenced me? Continuing to scrutinize his physical form, Luffy gasped in shock. The shackles of the great Tao had ensnared his body, nearly wrapping him in a cocoon. Even though Luffy had now broken through to the realm of Earth Immortals, his current power was even beneath that of a martial arts grandmaster. Is this the limitation imposed by the heavenly Tao on martial arts? Luffy's expression darkened. How could his breakthrough have resulted in diminished strength? It was not that he was weaker, but rather that the heavenly Tao had constrained his abilities. Conversely, his spirit felt unprecedentedly powerful, unrestrained by the shackles of the great Tao, yet confined by his physical form, preventing it from exiting. Strange, Luffy thought no further, opening the secret chamber door, where he immediately spotted Wang Ergo at the entrance. Master, you have finally emerged. Wang Ergo nearly leaped forward upon seeing Luffy. What happened? How long have I been in seclusion? Master, you have been in seclusion for 3 months. Luffy was taken aback. 3 months? Indeed, the outside world has turned upside down in that time. Wang Ergo said. Worry etched across his face. What transpired? Please elaborate, Luffy inquired with curiosity as they walked towards the training ground. A month ago, the rebel forces retreated entirely from Chuan province, and their leader, Zhou Yilong, declared himself emperor. Zhou Yilong? Luffy paused, realizing that was simply Zhou Mu's original name. Yes. On the day he ascended, thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck the priest presiding over the sacrificial ceremony, killing him instantly. Zhou Yilong was furious and appointed the general Lu Chuan to preside over the ceremony, successfully proclaiming himself emperor and establishing the Great Zhou dynasty, taking the title of Emperor Zhou Lai. However, public opinion has been rife with dissent, accusing Zhou Yilong of heinous acts. Now the Golden Eagle Guard under Emperor Zhou Lai is capturing people indiscriminately. Those who dare speak against him are seized, resulting in countless deaths. And then, Luffy continued his inquiry. Wang Ergo nodded. Who knows what they are thinking? Suddenly, they ceased hostilities and called for a truce. The Zhang family followed suit, establishing the Zhang kingdom, with their patriarch, Zheng Anhao, taking the title of Taizu. What of Changsheng Tian, the Ma family from Liaodong? What has become of them? Wang Ergo glanced at Luffy. You are unaware, given your seclusion. Changsheng Tian has retreated deep into the grasslands, while the Ouyang family has been annihilated along with their entire clan. The Ma family from Liaodong vanished without a trace overnight, with their forces defecting directly to the Zhang kingdom. However, a Li family suddenly emerged in the northwest, sweeping across the entire region, with their patriarch, Li Min, establishing the Tang dynasty and taking the title of Emperor Taizong. Isn't that the domain of the demonic sect? Who knows? Those demons turned out to be a group of monks, and overnight, the members of the demonic sect became monks, each advocating for the abandonment of violence. Many cultivators have heard their ancestors from the upper realms speak of how formidable these bald men are. They have even taken control of the heavenly realm, driving its original rulers into the depths of the 9 netherworlds. These monks have hidden their true identities exceedingly well. Who would have imagined that they were once the notorious demons responsible for countless deaths? As Wang Ergo rambled on, Luffy's mind erupted with realization. Could it be that was not merely a dream? Did I truly wreak havoc in the spiritual mountain? No wonder the palace names were so peculiar. Suddenly, Luffy recalled that during his breakthrough to the Earth Immortal Realm, his spirit had been ensnared by the shackles of the Great Tao, unable to exit, and even severed from his physical body. It seemed that he had only succeeded with the aid of an external force. This implied that it was with the assistance of those monks that he had managed to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, while he, in return, repaid their kindness with violence, slaying many of them and devastating half of the spiritual mountain. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Luffy mused, "It must be that my spirit lost control. After some time, I shall venture to the spiritual mountain to make amends." With this thought, the two arrived at the training ground, only to find it utterly deserted. Where is everyone? Why is there not a soul in sight? Luffy queried, perplexed. Master, you are still unaware, are you? Master Jiao Jiao has bestowed upon herself a name, Lu Tianjiao, a month ago. She departed with all the disciples from the martial arts school, merely requesting that I convey a message to the master. She too yearns for a taste of power. I am utterly clueless as to what that entails. She remarked upon her departure that she desires to experience the essence of being a queen, claiming she aims to eradicate the darkness enveloping the world and restore clarity to the realm. Wang Ergo offered an awkward smile, only to find Lu Fei frozen in place. Perhaps, Lu Fei murmured to himself, seemingly recalling the words he once shared with Jiao Jiao. Where is the court? If there is no court, we shall establish one anew. It appears she has lost faith in the so-called court of this world. Chapter 70. The officials depart the capital. Emperor Zhou constructs the Star Tower within the vast palace. Cries of anguish resonated. Outside, the Grand General Lu Chuan wore a peculiar expression, his gaze filled with uncertainty. Alas, my brother the Emperor has suffered another bout of his affliction. Zhou Zihan paced anxiously outside, eager to enter but halted by the guard's brother. Do you think he will be all right? Ever since he ascended to the throne, it has been like this every day. Lu Chuan shook his head, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, the grand doors swung open and Emperor Zhou emerged, his complexion pale. He addressed Zhou Zihan. In times of trouble, do not act so hastily. You are, after all, a princess. Such impatience is unbecoming. After speaking, the emperor inquired of Lu Chuan whether the officials from various regions had arrived. Lu Chuan nodded, stating they were already waiting in the Chengri Hall. Very well, the emperor affirmed, then proceeded towards the hall. Long live His Majesty! The emperor waved his hand, and the attending officials immediately understood. If there are matters to report, please speak. And no sooner had he finished than the officials rose in unison. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, I have urgent business to report. Your Majesty, do not rush, one at a time. You begin, the Emperor casually directed, pointing to one individual. That man knelt and declared, I am an official from the Water Conservancy Department. Your Majesty, the canal has overflowed, transforming thousands of miles into a watery wasteland, leaving countless families homeless and destitute. Before he could finish, another local official stepped forward. Wujuan is besieged by sea demons. In a single night, several cities have fallen, resulting in the abduction of hundreds of thousands of citizens, and the defending soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. We implore Your Majesty to dispatch troops to Wujuan. Your Majesty, the area around Shochuan is experiencing volcanic eruptions, turning the land barren. The officials clamored, all eager for Emperor Zhou Yilong to issue orders for rescue efforts. I in the front row. Lu Chuan observed silently, though his mind was tumultuous. Since the Emperor's ascension, disasters and calamities had struck the realm continuously. He even sensed his own cultivation stagnating. What could be the cause? Lu Chuan glanced at the man on the throne, who appeared almost like a different person. Grand General, do you have any strategies? Such natural disasters have shaken the very foundation of the state, and with autumn now upon us, if the court does not take action soon, it may lead to dire consequences. Lu Chuan shook his head, and the emperor nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my esteemed ministers, from this day forth, all of you shall be dispatched to oversee the affected regions and devote yourselves fully to disaster relief. Lu Chuan abruptly lifted his head in astonishment. This meant sending all officials out of the capital. What was he thinking? Very well, the court is dismissed. I find myself somewhat fatigued. With that, Zhou Yilong stood and departed, retreating to the Qingyan Palace, dismissing everyone. Zhou Yilong expelled a mouthful of blood. I had not anticipated that my prior sacrificial offering of national fortune would bear such severe repercussions. Even the newly established nation cannot withstand it. It seems I must construct that thing after all that I in the Lu residence. Lu Chuan sat in his chair, the tea in his cup already cold. Chuan Gu, Zhou Zihan approached, wrapping her arm around Lu Chuan's. I just came from the palace. My brother summoned the officials from the Ministry of Works, seemingly to construct something. What is it? Lu Chuan inquired, taking a sip of his tea, only to find it tepid. The Star Tower. The Star Tower? Let them build it, Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly. However, according to the Ministry of Works, the construction of the Star Tower will require at least 500,000 laborers and several tens of millions of taels of silver, which is simply beyond the means of the current Dezhou. What? Lu Chuan exclaimed in shock, the tea in his cup suddenly boiling, transforming into steam. With a crash, Lu Chuan hurled the teacup in anger. I must go to the palace. I must see Zhou Yilong. Zhou Zihan quickly restrained him. Do not go. Chuan Gu, he is changed. He is no longer the brother he once was. Let go of me. I must see Zhou Yilong. Lu Chuan forcefully shook off Zhou Zihan's grip, but just as he was about to exit, a voice called out. His Majesty has issued a decree. Grand General, heed the command. Before the words had fully left his lips, dozens of guards surrounded a eunuch. Grand General, His Majesty appoints you as the general of the sea expedition to eradicate the sea demons. You are to set forth immediately. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at the decree handed to him, a chill running through him. I accept the decree. Furthermore, His Majesty mentioned that the Grand General is to go to the coastal areas of Wujuan to eliminate the sea demons and may take Princess Zijin along. The eunuch departed without looking back, leaving Lu Chuan in a state of turmoil. Zihan, gather your belongings. We are leaving. Outside the city gates, numerous officials, assisted by servants, boarded soft litters, while on the city walls, dozens of Golden Eagle guards stood watch. The factory supervisor has ordered that all heads in red robes be brought back. Understood. The crowd complied, turning their gazes toward the horizon, for the red robe was a garment worn only by first-rank civil officials. Wukong, how goes the task I entrusted to you years ago? Zhou Yilong toyed with a long sword in his hand. Wukong, formerly the supervisor of the Dark Martial Guard, had now become the supervisor of the Golden Eagle Guard. Your Majesty, over the years, I have secretly assassinated 3,600 Golden Core cultivators and 18 nascent soul cultivators from various sections presently. Both the Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators are intact. Wukong reported, prostrating himself. Had it been the previous Zhou Yilong, he would never have allowed such treatment. However, some unforeseen events had occurred. One of my subordinates, a rogue named Chang Shouxin, slaughtered a city of cultivators from various sects for certain reasons and later fled. Taking with him some Golden Core cultivators' cores, we managed to replenish our numbers afterward. Zhou Yilong nodded. I am aware of Chang Shouxin. It was you who requested that I grant him the position of town guard. Since we have gathered sufficient resources, there is no need to concern ourselves further. From now on, you shall oversee the construction of the Star Tower. I want it completed within 6 months. Furthermore, ensure that the Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators are delivered to me. I have great use for them. Upon hearing this, Wukong removed a ring from his hand and presented it with both hands. Zhou Yilong used the tip of his sword to lift the ring. Instruct the Golden Eagle Guard to act swiftly, extracting the souls of all first-rank civil officials and refining them into soul lamps to be hung at the Star Tower. Wukong slowly retreated, leaving Zhou Yilong alone in the Grand Hall. Why can't an emperor achieve immortality? I have painstakingly orchestrated the sacrifice of a nation's fortune to transform into a shadow deity, yet should a new dynasty arise and reunite the dragon vein, I too cannot escape death. I sought to seize the heavenly realm, relying on the powers of heaven and earth for eternal life. The Buddha of Great Might promised me the position of the great Bodhisattva, yet betrayed my trust and claimed the heavenly realm for himself. I was scattered by the Emperor's will, but thanks to the protection of the Yin Dragon, I retained a fragment of my soul, fortuitously seizing my eldest son's body. Yet, who would have thought that the backlash from my sacrificial offering would lead me to this point? Zhou Yilong angrily thrust the sword into the ground, holding the ring tightly. Fortunately, I had laid plans in advance, securing so many Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators. With these, I can at least endure a while longer. I hope the Star Tower proves effective. Chapter 71. A rat's droppings. Months have passed on Ling Mountain. The Buddha gazed at the numerous vacant thrones of Dharma kings and bodhisattvas, feeling a pang of unease. He contemplated the situation, recognizing that the Great Dream's spring and autumn technique was merely a temporary measure. Who knows if that barbarian from the mortal realm will attempt to leave his body again? The era of decline has commenced, its impact deepening. If this continues, who knows to what extent it may reach? The Buddha mused, astonished that the decline had already begun to influence Ling Mountain. Esteemed ones, Ling Mountain is now affected by the decline. What course should we take? The Buddha posed this question to the assembly. Aware that he was in a precarious position, if he expressed his thoughts, most would likely dissent. Simultaneously, he was eager to learn the opinions of those below. Observing the calm demeanor of the Dharma kings and bodhisattvas, the Buddha felt a surge of unnameable anger. His own kin had been slaughtered by Liu Fei, leaving many dead and wounded. Meanwhile, these newcomers displayed arrogance, with one emerging as a leader, proclaiming the salvation of all people and the comprehension of lesser Buddhist doctrines. Jin Shanzi, what is your perspective? Seated upon a lotus, Jin Shanzi opened his eyes to, O Buddha, we Buddhist practitioners emphasize the importance of incense offerings. Yet in this era of decline, to protect Ling Mountain, my proposal is to sever ties with the mortal realm, allowing Ling Mountain to exist as a separate entity. What? Such an idea is simply. The assembly buzzed with discussions, yet most supported Jin Shanzi. The Buddha smiled faintly and inquired further, if so, when shall the incense offerings come? Jin Shanzi slightly inclined his head, expounding, if all people in the world embrace the Buddhist path, then the incense offerings shall be inexhaustible and unending. And how shall we promote this? In the construction of the Buddhist temple, the profound teachings of Buddhism are expounded. The influence of our Buddha in the mortal realm arises from the northwest. Thus, this transmission of Buddhist doctrine may indeed be considered a westward journey. This is a noble sentiment, Jin Shanzi. Do you wish to embark on this westward journey? Presently, the Buddha's heart senses that this path is feasible. And Jin Shanzi, as a rising star from Lingshan, stands as the foremost disciple, possessing formidable strength. Should you proceed westward, upon the completion of your meritorious deeds, you may be regarded as a revered Buddha of merit. As the saying goes, no prophet, no early riser. Upon hearing this, Jin Shanzi's countenance brightened with joy, and he expressed his willingness to heed the Buddha's will. At that moment, the Sun Bodhisattva entered the grand hall. Buddha, the dragon energy of the mortal realm is rising. The emperor of the Zhou, Zhou Lai, has erected a lofty tower and has now ascended to its pinnacle, proclaiming to the world. Upon hearing this, the assembly remained unmoved, recognizing it merely as the actions of a mortal monarch, long removed from the era of the holy emperor. What significance does the construction of a tower hold? Suddenly, Lingshan trembled violently, as if it had risen considerably. What transpired? The Buddha's expression grew tense. Such a commotion surpassed even the previous disturbances caused by the barbarians' uproar at Lingshan. Behold, my Buddha, the Sun Bodhisattva presented a precious mirror. Drawing the attention of all present. In the capital of the great Zhou, Zhou Yilong wielded the emperor's sword, accompanied by Wu Kong. Tell me, is the rumor of the star-plucking tower true? Zhou Yilong coughed as he wiped away bloodstains. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend, yet I remain ever loyal to follow you. Wu Kong bowed his head. Very well, you may leave now. At the towering star-plucking tower, Emperor Zhou Yilong sat alone, contemplating the dichotomy of purity and filth in the mortal realm. Why does it feel as if the stakes are ever increasing? Is it a single misstep leading to further errors, or a decisive strike amidst chaos? Standing after months of winter's grip, Zhou Yilong, despite relying on the vast resources of cultivators' golden elixirs and primordial infants to mend his spirit's injuries, found his physical form in a state of ruin. My dear son, such a pity for your corporeal body. Should this endeavor succeed, perhaps I might live a while longer. If it fails, the new Zhou shall be buried alongside us. With a resolute heart, he declared, I shall carve out a new path in this mortal realm. Under the sunlight, the emperor's sword gleamed with the brilliance of a sovereign's weapon. Commenced the ritual. Within the tower, Wu Kong gestured, and the surrounding golden eagle guards produced oil lamps. Yet, instead of flames, each lamp contained ethereal figures. Zhou Yilong, may you meet a wretched end. Zhou Yilong, return my life. Help me, spare me. A chorus of faint voices emanated from the lamps, yet Wu Kong remained unfazed. Ignite. Instantly, flames erupted, crackling as they consumed the spirits within, causing them to writhe in agony. Hang them up. Over 100 oil lamps were suspended from the tower's windward corners, yet they remained eerily still despite the gusts. At the pinnacle, Emperor Zhou Yilong spoke sacred words. Channeling the soul power ignited by the soul lamps, his voice reverberating through heaven and earth. Be why the alignment of heaven and earth. The mountains and marshes resonate. Thunder and wind clash. Fire and water do not intercede. The 8 trigrams intertwine. In this final era, the holy emperor is no more. Cultivators retreat to their realms, while the souls of the dead traverse their paths, and the wild spirits consume the essence of sun and moon. We, the mortals, are powerless to resist. The world has descended into chaos. The celestial bodies are unbalanced. The seasons have passed, and the populace suffers. Zhou Yilong, beseech the celestial way to sever the purity and filth of heaven and earth. Henceforth, I shall contend for a single era. The awe of heavens might shall deter further conflict. The sunlit path shall tread alone, and the divine road shall walk unimpeded, clear distinctions established. I, Zhou Yilong, am willing to become the mortal emperor. No matter the trials, I shall proceed. Each word resonated thunderously, causing the entire star-plucking tower to tremble, as if unable to withstand the weight of his declarations. At that moment, the soul lamps on the tower's windward corners ignited with fervor. Drawing in an inexplicable force that consumed their soul power, boom! Thunder erupted, and snowflakes descended like goose feathers. Another resounding crash shook the heavens and earth, indicating a rift had formed within in the depths of the Nine Nether. The Emperor was inspecting the training of the heavenly soldiers, nearly overwhelmed by the oppressive environment, waiting only to recover his strength before leading his forces to reclaim Lingshan. With a thunderous sound, the entire Nine Nether quaked. What happened? The Emperor pondered, sensing that something momentous was about to unfold. The previously idle star deities suddenly felt a disconnection from their respective celestial domains. What could be amiss? Amidst the confusion, the heavenly official infiltrated the depths of Nine Nether, arriving at this location. Your Excellency, it is dire. The Emperor of the Zhou Yilong, has gone mad. He has constructed the star-plucking tower, intending to sever the connection between the mortal realm and the Nine Nether and the Nine Heavens. Even seeking to establish the position of a mortal emperor, the Emperor's expression darkened. Zhou Yilong. After a moment's reflection, he erupted in fury. You insolent Zhou Emperor! How dare you usurp another's identity? What a despicable scoundrel! He is but a rat droppings. The Emperor's wrath shook the very foundations of Nine Nether, as torrents of turbid energy descended, vanishing into the unknown depths. Meanwhile, in Lingshan, the Buddha wore a grim expression. Zhou Yilong. It seems it is he. I believed him dead, yet he lives, having ascended to the throne of Zhou. I initially thought him a formidable figure, but it appears he is merely a cornered rabbit. A mere rat droppings. Lingshan quaked, and the Buddha's countenance darkened further. Chapter 72. The three realms divide. Lingshan ascended ever higher, and the Buddha distinctly felt the mortal realm becoming an entity of its own. While they were increasingly marginalized, could the path westward truly be abandoned? Below, the assembly exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of the course of action. Observing the unfolding scene, Jin Shanzi clasped his hands together. My Buddha, could this not serve as an opportunity? What then shall be done? Although the grand aspirations of the Zhou Emperor aimed to separate the Nine Heavens from the Nine Nether, the celestial order could not exclude the presence of demons, thus rendering them a significant threat to the mortal realm. Should the demonic affliction in the mortal realm be resolved, the great fortune could be redistributed. The Buddha, upon hearing this, recognized the wisdom in the mortal realm's fortune. Lamenting that Lingshan was marginalized, the separation would only be temporary. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What of the westward journey? Jin Shanzi, seated upon the ground, declared, This Jin Shanzi shall reincarnate in the mortal realm, undertaking the westward journey. Even should I undergo 10 cycles of rebirth, if I do not succeed in the westward journey, I shall no longer attain Buddhahood. Upon uttering these words, Jin Shanzi dissipated his soul power, leaving behind but a glimmer of spiritual light. Jin Shanzi's actions astonished all the bodhisattvas and arhats. Well done, well done. My Buddha indeed has those who bear the weight of heaven. Nanhai Pusing Bodhisattva, support Jin Shanzi's spiritual light as he descends to the mortal realm, allowing him to experience the sufferings of humanity and comprehend the true essence of Buddhist teachings, thereby disseminating the profound intricacies of our Buddha's doctrine. Nanhai Pusing Bodhisattva accepted the mandate, taking with him a fragment of Jin Shanzi's spiritual light as he descended to the mortal realm. Though the mortal realm may divide from Lingshan, Lingshan cannot remain aloof from the mortal realm. Today, I declare my grand aspiration to establish the celestial realm where all virtuous beings from the mortal realm may be guided to the celestial realm. My Buddha is compassionate. The assembly chanted the Buddha's name in unison, streams of primordial spirit power converging upon the Buddha. With each word, the Buddha articulated his grand aspiration. Henceforth the 9 heavens would rise, forming the celestial realm. In the depths of the 9 nether, the emperor also sensed the changes occurring between the mortal realm and the heavenly court. Given the current circumstances, the momentum is undeniable. Today, I too shall declare my grand aspiration. The 9 nether shall become a realm of its own, named reincarnation, encompassing all the souls of the dead, judging their deeds of good and evil, and granting them opportunities for rebirth. Instantaneously, countless lost souls surged towards the underworld in a frenzy. Atop the star-plucking tower, Zhou Yilong reveled in the acceptance of the celestial fortune, when suddenly, the fortune split into 3, with 2 paths vanishing into the void. Originally, as he harnessed the celestial fortune to mend his injuries and continuously elevate the essence of his life, the abrupt division of fortune left him feeling as though he had swallowed something foul. It must be those 2 rascals, but fear not. As long as I slay the demonic beasts of the mortal realm, I can still acquire the fortune. With this thought, Zhou Yilong's heart swelled with elation. Within Sangzhou City, Lu Fei observed the gate to the void from deep within the city lord's manor. The bronze door loomed several zhang tall, yet it bore no seams or handles. Lord, what is the status? Can it be opened? Wang Ergo emerged from a hidden passage, his expression tense, fearing the void gate would remain shut, as they had been researching it for several months. The patterns on it are peculiar, possessing a distinct aura. By the way, isn't today New Year's Eve? Lu Fei inquired. Indeed. However, this year's festivities are far from joyous. Heavy snow still falls outside. Wang Ergo nodded. Strangely, Sangzhou City has experienced an earthquake, resulting in numerous casualties, which has never occurred before. Lu Fei continued to scrutinize the bronze door, feeling an inexplicable oddity about the patterns, yet unable to discern their meaning. Beside him, Wang Ergo babbled. Today, I ventured outside and saw that Bai Long had constructed some sort of earth deity temple, seemingly using your likeness, and he mentioned holding a New Year ritual. Lord, you've now become quite renowned in Sangzhou City. Everyone knows you, and many have sent their children to become your apprentices. Should you not accept them? Lu Fei shook his head, feeling that his own strength had been diminished to a mere fraction under the constraints of the Great Path, and even sensed his very essence of life being gradually sealed. How could he contemplate taking on apprentices? Lord, you have been here for several months. Should we not go out and take a look today? Wang Ergo pressed on, prompting Lu Fei to lapse into silence. Very well, let us venture out and take a look. Before long, the 2 individuals had made their way into the city of Sangzhou, where snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, cascaded gently from the sky, blanketing the entire city. Pedestrians traversed the streets, bustling towards the southern part of the city. Master, that direction leads to the land temple in the south, likely for the annual sacrifice, Wang Ergo explained to Luffy, his tone cautious, betraying a sense of distraction. What's the matter with you today? Speak up. Luffy noticed Wang Ergo's discomfort and inquired. The vast street fell silent as the 2 halted in their tracks. Master, I have received news that Jiao Jiao, leading the disciples of the martial arts school, has rallied tens of thousands of rebels. 3 days ago, they captured Wuling Prefecture in Wuzhou, which borders Tang country to the west and is backed by the Great Zhou Army. After seizing the city, unexpected meteorites fell from the sky, reducing Wuling Prefecture to ruins. Subsequently, volcanic eruptions turned the area into a fiery inferno. Of the 3,000 disciples, only a little over 100 remain. And Jiao Jiao is also missing. Moreover, The surviving disciples are currently encircled by the joint forces of the Tang and Zhou armies. Luffy was taken aback and turned to Wang Ergu. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Luffy, usually composed, now displayed visible agitation as he grasped Wang Ergu's neck, enunciating each word with gravity. Gong Guli, you have been exceedingly undisciplined of late. Even though you are my disciple now, you must understand that I am merely your master. Not your father. I could end your life at any moment. With a dismissive huff, Luffy released Wang Ergu, drawing the long sword from his waist and commanding it to fly towards Wuling in the blink of an eye. He vanished from Wang Ergu's sight. After a considerable time, Wang Ergu rose to his feet, gazing in the direction Luffy had departed. What a peculiar method. Nowadays, martial artists can scarcely enter the gates of innate power. Though I am reluctant, there remains a phrase left by Bai Shaosheng. This gate requires a guiding star stone for passage. Otherwise, one is destined to be lost in the void. The star stone has been found, but it can only be utilized by one person. I can no longer afford to wait, for I have seized another's body. If I do not cultivate soon, my soul will falter. Yes, for you. Your martial prowess is unparalleled. Yet the Tao of Heaven now begins to suppress martial arts, and I fear you may be even more anxious than I. I can only support your journey. Wang Ergu produced the star stone, knowing that it required a significant amount of vital blood. For the annual sacrifice, these people should suffice. I hope the preparations I made will prove useful. It would ease my mind. At the land temple, thousands were engaged in the annual sacrifice, lighting incense sticks that filled the air with a fragrant yet inexplicable aroma. As the wind blew, a stillness enveloped the crowd, one by one stepping forward to sever their wrists before the bronze cauldron, allowing their blood to flow until the last drop was drained. In the shadows, Wang Ergu emerged, casting the star stone into the bronze cauldron until the blood within was completely absorbed. Sufficient, he murmured as he pocketed the star stone and stepped away. The ground beneath him littered with the bodies of thousands. After a considerable time, another group arrived, only to discover the grim scene. Chapter 73. The Red Martial Army. High above, the fierce gales whipped around Luffy, causing his garments to flutter violently. Wuling County lay merely 1,000 miles from Zhangzhou, and Luffy soared through the skies on his sword for 3 full hours before catching sight of the county's walls. However, Wuling County now presented a different visage. Luffy halted, astonished. What is happening? From a distance, he observed the walls of Wuling, patrolled by vigilant soldiers. Though covered in snow, there was no sign of ruin. Standing atop his long sword, Luffy scanned the area until a familiar figure caught his eye, prompting him to descend swiftly. Linghu Baihe stood atop the walls, clad in dark armor emblazoned with a large character for martial. A long spear hung at his back, and he cradled a helmet in his arms. The now mature Linghu Baihe was a formidable presence, making it hard to believe he was only 18. Though fortify the defenses, we must prepare the mother and child-linked ballistae. Capable of reaching 3 miles. Outside, we must dig horse traps wide enough for a thigh and set up caltrops. Should the enemy attempt to scale the walls with arrows, we have another effective measure. He instructed. What could be more formidable than fire oil, General Linghu? A soldier queried. Linghu Baihe smiled slightly. Gold juice. Gold juice? A liquid made from gold? Isn't that a waste? The soldier replied, puzzled. Linghu Baihe shook his head. Gold juice is made from rice. What? That stuff is utterly disgusting. How can it defend the city? It would only make our own men suffer. Linghu Baihe shook his head. Previously, sieges were accompanied by cultivators from noble families, and a single volley of flying swords would surpass any bow or crossbow. Now, however, cultivators have vanished, and those remaining are military elites. Moreover, the martial artists are all of officer rank, and unless in dire circumstances, they would not allow martial artists to storm the city. Without the suppression of martial artists and cultivators, we must rely on ordinary soldiers for the siege, making gold juice a powerful weapon. Do not underestimate gold juice. Is someone calling for me? Linghu Baihe inquired, glancing around, sensing familiarity in the voice. What are you looking at? Linghu Baihe looked up to see Luffy hovering in midair. Enemy attack. A soldier shouted, springing to his feet. Enemy attack? What do you mean? Linghu Baihe smacked the soldier's head, then leaned down. Master, what brings you here? You've devised quite the strategy. Though I jest, I too believe gold juice is an excellent defensive weapon. And Jiao Jiao, wasn't there a meteorite fall here? Wasn't there volcanic activity? Why is everything fine? Linghu Baihe's expression soured. Master, although we departed while you were in seclusion and did not inform you, why would you curse us? Luffy frowned. Gongoli informed me. Gongoli? Linghu Baihe was perplexed. That is Wang Ergu. Linghu Baihe's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his face. Luffy turned away, equally astonished. How many have gathered in Wuling Prefecture? Linghu Baihe chuckled. Not many, just around 100,000 up. Lucky heavens! Luffy gasped in shock. In just a few months, they had amassed 100,000 troops. Given a year or two, they might dare to conquer Ling Mountain. These are merely unfortunate souls. Ever since the establishment of the Great Zhou, calamities have befallen them. Their homes have been destroyed, and their lands lost. After capturing Wuling Prefecture, the leader rallied them swiftly, Linghu Baihe continued. His voice tinged with sorrow as tears welled in the eyes of several soldiers. Master, your martial prowess is unparalleled. With a mere flick of your hand, you could alter the tides and raise the earth. Yet countless souls face calamities helplessly. Our disciples train not solely for martial prowess, but to aid others. However, many suffer across the vast world, unknown to us. The only solution is to unify the voices of this world. Linghu Baihe declared passionately, his words resolute. Master! A voice resonated as a figure rushed forward, clad in gleaming dark armor, exuding an aura of ferocity, closely followed by a youthful boy. The newcomer removed their helmet, revealing an exquisite visage. Jiao Jiao, Master, she knelt on the wall, speaking clearly. We intend to march against the Great Zhou in a few days. Although I do not know your purpose here, I humbly request that if any formidable opponents emerge, you assist us in eliminating them. Luffy gazed skyward, his garments billowing in the wind. I once proclaimed that if we cannot find the court, we shall establish a new one. Now, I have come to help you fulfill those words. With a resounding clamor, hundreds of officers stood in formation on the training grounds. Behind them loomed tens of thousands of soldiers, while hundreds of cavalry galloped with banners bearing the character for marshal, the sound of flapping flags echoing in the wind. Accompanied by the rhythmic drumming, the drums fell silent only when the vast army had assembled. Fields left unplowed, fabrics left unwoven, all for the Lord's conquests, not our desire. The heavens have perished, and the world stands divided. Indifferent to the plight of the people, the yellow sky must rise. Today, the martial army aligns with the will of heaven to topple the divide. Soldiers, charge! Tens of thousands raised their swords and spears, roaring in unison. When the horses roam freely in the southern mountains, the world shall know peace. Even if we perish, we shall march forward. On the platform, Lu Tianjiao raised her long sword, slashing her palm and marking her forehead with her blood. As the red sun rises, illuminating the great path, the red martial army shall march forth. Wind, wind, wind. 100 cavalrymen galloped out of the encampment, banners held high, accompanied by the thundering of drums mingled with the sound of marching feet. Across the snow-white expanse of heaven and earth, a dark dragon surged forth, baring its fangs and claws as it advanced towards Xiangzhou. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Tang dynasty, in a humble wooden cabin, a newborn infant emerged into the world. Jin Shanzi, You have now been reincarnated, and I have fulfilled my karmic duties to return to the spiritual mountain. When the time comes for you to experience the tribulations of the mortal realm, I shall guide you back to the Buddhist path. The Bodhisattva of the South Sea, observing the newly born child, intoned a sacred mantra before departing in the capital of the great Zhang kingdom. Zhang Kai gazed at the masked woman before him, who bore a large coffin on her back. Zhang Kai, now grizzled with age and frailty, nevertheless retained his formidable prowess. How curious! I could only maintain my cultivation by opening the gates of life and death. How is it that you can do the same? The masked woman set down the coffin. All answers lie within, she declared, revealing her face. Even for someone as worldly as Zhang Kai, shock coursed through him. What had once been a delicate visage was now merely a skull, adorned with decaying flesh. Though human bodies perish, he did not. Zhang Kai opened the coffin, and the sight within made his pupils contract. "Is this your brother?" "Indeed," replied Liu Xian, donning the mask once more. The aura of death emanating from him is unique. It transforms a normal person into something neither human nor ghost, akin to a corpse yet not quite a corpse. I refer to him as a new breed of humanity, one unbound by the heavenly laws. This phrase ignited excitement among the hidden cultivators lurking in the shadows. They emerged, leaning on their canes, their eyes alight with hope, indifferent to what form they might take. Chapter 74. Money for work. Xiangzhou, General Fei Qinlong of the Great Zhou idled away the hours within the camp. By heavens! This has been quite pleasant. I no longer need to kneel daily. Here, I feel like a local emperor. Pouring himself a cup of wine, he sipped leisurely, envisioning the grand spectacle of the two armies before him, with the general astride a majestic white steed. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him. What on earth? Fei Qinlong sprang to his feet, seizing the massive Wolf Fang club from its rack as he exited the camp. Ever the warrior who donned his armor without fail, messenger. Have the scouts we sent out failed to return? What is happening outside? The camp had descended into chaos. His personal guards pushed through the crowd. "General, it's bad. A massive army is approaching." "What?" Fei Qinlong's eyes widened in disbelief. "What use are scouts if they cannot perform their duty? Have their horses broken down?" Typically, a large army would encamp outside the city. As the inner city offered limited space, it was impossible for an entire army to fit within. As a marshal general, Fei Qinlong had always lived in the camp, and during this time of calamities, the entirety of Xiangzhou had been turned upside down. The army's encampment shifted repeatedly, yet each time, Fei Qinlong would dispatch a contingent of cavalry. But this time, the enemy had managed to breach the camp and launch an assault. Igniting Fei Qinlong's fury, to repel the enemy, Fei Qinlong raised his club high, rallying his guards to gather the soldiers. Before they could fully assemble, a lone rider charged into the camp, followed by a multitude of cavalry. "Kill!" The cavalry swung their weapons indiscriminately, setting fire to the camp as chaos ensued. In just a quarter of an hour, the entire encampment was engulfed in flames. "You scoundrels, come and meet your end." Fei Qinlong wielded the several hundred-pound Wolf Fang club, smashing a cavalryman and his horse into a bloody pulp with a single blow. Among the cavalry, Linghu Baihe discarded his torch and curved blade, retrieving the cold dragon spear from the side of his horse. "Kill!" With a flourish, the spear moved like a dragon, glinting with cold light. Clang! The spear tip struck Fei Qinlong's club, propelled by immense force, sending Fei Qinlong tumbling forward several paces. Fei Qinlong deflected the long spear, sweeping through the ranks of soldiers, while Linghu Baihe leapt from his horse, swiftly decapitating the steed in one fell swoop. "Ha ha ha! What name do you bear?" Fei Qinlong inquired, hoisting his club. "Hemph! I am Linghu Baihe, disciple of the Jinwu martial arts school of Zhangzhou," he replied as their weapons clashed together. stirring up dust and debris, obscuring the fierce battle between them. Red Martial Army, charge! The cavalry, having ravaged the camp, turned their steeds around, discarding the remnants of their flammable oil, leaving only their curved blades. Forward! The fire raged skyward, and the soldiers guarding the city realized the dire situation within the camp. Quickly, shut the city gates. Await the Lord's arrival. But, my lord, we have yet to enter, a merchant's leader exclaimed, hastily producing a pouch of silver. If the city is attacked, we shall all be trapped. Let us in for shelter. The squad leader snatched the pouch, stuffing it into his chest. Hurry, hurry! Close the gates! Dozens of soldiers rushed to secure the gates when suddenly, the merchant's leader drew a long knife from beneath the cart. Kill! The merchant convoy, nearly 100 strong, drew weapons, including bows and crossbows. The few dozen soldiers below were swiftly overwhelmed, their bodies severed. Damn it, I told you to take the money and do your job. Dainyu repeatedly stabbed the squad leader in the chest. Dainyu, get inside. Forget about it. Nyo Air yanked Dainyu away. The two were brothers and disciples of the martial arts school. On the city wall, an archer drew his bow. But a soldier below raised a crossbow and instantly shot the archer's head off. They are killing. The enemy is attacking. A new recruit, terrified, dropped his weapon and bolted towards the city wall, triggering chaos as everyone scattered in a frenzy. Outside the walls, tens of thousands of infantry marched swiftly, while at that moment, the city gates swung wide, and Jiao Jiao rode in on a mighty steed. Charge! The cavalry turned once more, fatigue weighing heavily upon them after 2 charges. Their curved Luffy remained silent, merely nodding at his chest. The concept of internal sanctity and external authority, warfare, is but a means, albeit a cruel one. Yet it remains indispensable. Chapter 75. The body wrapped in horsehide after we sent out the call for recruits. Over 13,000 individuals joined our Red Armed Forces, most of whom were refugees, Nyo Dafa remarked as he held the roster. He had led the charge to capture the city gate, taking the lead and beheading more than 10 foes. Earning the title of 1,000 households, that's already commendable, Nyo Dafa. You shall remain here to train the newly recruited 1,000+ soldiers. At this proclamation, Nyo Dafa grew anxious. Sister Chief, that's unacceptable. I must accompany you. Can you not assign the training of the new recruits to someone else? Lu Tianjiao raised an eyebrow. This is a military order. In the upcoming days, you must continuously recruit soldiers. The direction of Wuling is near the Tang Kingdom, and most of the trained troops must be stationed there to prevent any flanking maneuvers. Nyo Dafa, feeling powerless, nodded in acceptance. The remaining soldiers awaited orders, readying their troops for the march toward Shacheng. Linghu Baihe led the cavalry ahead, stating, I don't need you to besiege or capture cities. I simply require you to circumvent Shacheng. If the enemy sends reinforcements, or if Lijiang's city mobilizes, strike them midway. With that command, Linghu Baihe departed the tent. The rest of the forces also set forth towards Shacheng. In the camp, the thunderous sound of footsteps arose, stirring a cloud of dust as if a yellow dragon surged towards Shacheng. Brother, how shall we train the troops? Ernyo inquired, leaning in with his large head. We've never trained before. Previously, I was always the one being trained. Whatever Brother Linghu said went. Nyo Dafa scratched his head. Honestly, I believe mere practice holds little value. Since Liling is any far from us, why don't we? Heh. Ernyo chuckled mischievously. Slap. Nyo Dafa smacked Ernyo on the head. Now, that's an idea. This time, we'll disguise ourselves and sneak into the city. The city gates. We'll slip them some silver. But what if they refuse us entry even after taking the money? Ernyo asked. Then, Nyo Dafa drew his treasured blade. If money does not procure services, I shall treat him as I did the last one, dismantling him piece by piece. As night fell, in the camp, 10,000 men finished their meals, shedding their military attire for the garb of common folk. Let me tell you, the common people are simple. If you attempt to change clothes at the city gate, those garments will be brand new. How can that work? We'll stride over, appearing travel-worn, and I assure you, all will be well. Nyodafa recounted his experiences. All right, let us set off. In the cover of night, over 10,000 ordinary citizens emerged from the military camp, assisting one another as they hurried towards Liling. Meanwhile, in Shacheng, Fei Qingtiger had already learned of his brother's demise. I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted, he declared, slamming his palm onto the table, shattering it. How dare anyone presume that the might of my Zhou army has waned? Fei Qingtiger clenched his fists, rallying 5 armies. I shall bury the enemy forces beneath Feisher Mountain. General, that is unwise. We should fortify Shacheng and await reinforcements, the supervising general hastily interjected, only to be met with Fei Qingtiger drawing his blade. You insolent fool! I have tolerated you long enough. Though you truly believe that just because you are appointed by His Majesty, I would hesitate to slay you. Before the words had left his lips, Fei Qingtiger had already struck down, severing a head that rolled upon the ground. All soldiers, heed the command. We marched to Feisher Mountain. At Feisher Mountain, Luffy had arrived, gazing upon the soaring stone, overwhelmed with emotion. This stone has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. It is on the verge of becoming sentient. Given time, it shall emerge as a stone spirit. As fragments of rock tumbled down, Luffy looked into the distance, where tens of thousands of troops swept in like a storm of yellow sand. The red-armed forces were slowly advancing beneath Feisher Mountain. By the time the Zhou army arrived, the red-armed forces had already formed their battle array, the 2 armies facing off, cavalry galloping to relay commands. Archers, forward, crossbowmen, ready your bolts. At the heart of the army, the crossbowmen secured an entire row of specially crafted arrows, poised to unleash a volley at the command. Rebels, dismount and face your demise. A rider broke through the ranks, reaching the front lines of both armies. Who goes there? Zhao Zhao inquired. This is Fei Qingtiger, the defender of Shacheng, a general of the Zhou dynasty, and he is the brother of Fei Qingtian, the guardian of Wuling, Linghu Baihe explained. Ha ha ha, junior brother, go and settle this matter. Zhao Zhao laughed. Very well, Linghu Baihe replied, gripping his spear and spurring his horse forward. State your name swiftly, for my blade does not strike nameless wretches. Fei Qingtiger, seeing an enemy general charge forth, called out. And who might you be? I am but an unnamed soldier, fortunate enough to have slain the Zhou general Fei Qingtian. Linghu Baihe proclaimed loudly. How infuriating! Upon hearing this, Fei Qingtiger became enraged, brandishing his great sword and charging in. In mere moments, the two clashed, their steeds neighing in turmoil, swords and spears clashing, sending sparks flying. Both were formidable warriors. In the chaos of battle, no one could approach within several feet, their weapons leaving deep marks upon the ground. Split the mountain, Fei Qingtiger, possessing immense strength, swung his great blade down. Linghu Baihe, unable to evade, was forced to take the blow, the powerful strike severing his spear and reducing his mount to a bloody pulp. Flee if you can. Realizing the peril, Linghu Baihe hastily retreated, but Fei Qingtiger relentlessly pursued, intent on claiming his head. This man's prowess exceeds that of Fei Qingtian. I never expected Linghu to falter. Who shall assist? Zhao Zhao circled the gathered troops, who were eager to join the fray. Sister Chief, allow me to go. I have achieved the strength of a flesh and blood diamond. I shall crush him to pulp. A burly man declared, one of the martial arts disciples now serving as 1,000 households in the infantry. Nonsense. I have already attained the strength of a sinewy bodhisattva. I could easily handle 3 brutes like you. Let me go. Ha ha ha, how fortunate I am. Jiao Jiao laughed heartily. As the two armies faced off, engaging in direct combat was a lesser strategy. All troops, heed the command. Attack, march, march. The war drums sounded, and at the center of the army, the crossbowmen severed their restraints, unleashing a torrent of arrows. Fire! Tens of thousands of soldiers roared, their might shaking the heavens. Despicable scoundrel, utterly shameless. Fei Qingtiger's expression shifted as he cursed vehemently while hastily turning his horse to retreat. But it was too late. The rain of arrows descended, turning his mount into a mangled heap. Fire! The crossbowman bellowed, and a second wave of arrows soared forth. The troops led by Fei Qingtiger could only use their shields to fend off the barrage. Unable to even raise their heads, fire! As the third wave of arrows rained down, the red armed forces were now perilously close. After the arrows ceased, Fei Qingtiger struggled to rise, suddenly feeling lightheaded, blood gushing forth. I am merely. His head toppled, and Fei Qingtiger beheld Linghu Baihe, blade in hand, standing beside his decapitated corpse. The battle cries of the army drowned out all else.